Reverend Insanity Chapter 1627 to Chapter 1681. On the day of the sea god ceremony, the sacred city was filled with people. The surrounding audience discussed animatedly, and it was very noisy. Fang Yuan was in the crowd, carefully observing these saintesses with an eerie gaze. In his plan, he would choose one of them and support her to become the saintess of this generation. Support the saintess? That's right, the Frost-Tide tribe leader spent a lot of effort to support Lady Qiu Shuang. Xia Han Mo's blue-scaled and red-scaled guards exchanged a look when they heard the news. They could see the worry in each other's eyes. In the hall, Fang Yuan sat at the side and gritted his teeth. His expression was not good either. Previously, Xia Han Mo resisted the supervisor and protected Fang Yuan, causing the rumors to grow even stronger. Finally, it caused the merfolk sacred court to reconvene the sea god ceremony to select the saintess. This is a scheme. The other party knows that the saintess is kind and will not give up on me, thus creating this situation. Fang Yuan sighed and felt that he was a burden to Xia Han Mo. Xia Han Mo glanced at him and smiled. Fang Yuan, don't blame yourself. If we had given up on you back then, there would have been rumors saying that I was heartless, and it would have been a blow to my prestige. Saintess, you don't need to comfort me at this time. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. These two types of rumors are very different. I have been with you for a long time, how can I not know? Xia Han Mo smiled. Alright, let's not talk about this, it does not help the situation. Fang Yuan, Lan Lin, and Qi Lin's expressions changed and they adjusted their emotions. Xia Han Mo continued, the position of the saintess is not easy to sit on. I just started investigating the corruption and someone wanted to pull me down from my position. This shows how serious the corruption of the elders in the sacred court is. Everyone, don't be too pessimistic. Although we are reconvening the sea god ceremony, I have not lost my right? It's not that easy to nurture a saintess. Where there were people, there would be society. This sentence was very suitable for the merfolk. There were also schemes and conflicts among the merfolk, as well as disputes over interests. The saintess had a high status and power. If the internal forces of the merfolk could not support a saintess, they would definitely be favored and taken care of by the government for a period of time, and they would obtain even greater benefits. Generally speaking, mermaid girls who could compete for the saintess usually had a powerful background or one or two powerful forces standing behind them. In the undersea sacred city, the melodious singing gradually stopped, and intense drumbeats rang out one after another. On the square, there were only a few mermaid girls left. They danced tirelessly, each displaying their ambition to compete for the position of saintess. Fang Yuan stood outside the plaza and looked over. These 7 mermaid girls were all beauties. Some were charming, some were youthful, some were cute, and some were dignified. At the center of the plaza was an enormous spirit spring known as the sea deity spring. The spring water gushed out, supporting an aged mermaid nanny. She was precisely the great clan elder of this mermaid race. The Grand Elder glanced at the 7 mermaid girls and nodded slightly. He said in a deep voice, Saintess first test, fishing golden needle and black oil. The moment he said that, more than 10 strength Pathgu masters carried a huge water vat and entered the square. Thud thud thud, with a series of heavy sounds, 7 water vats were placed in front of the 7 mermaid girls. The huge water vats were several times taller than them, the mermaid girls had to float up to see the contents of the water vats. The water jar was filled with thick black oil. The content of the first test was to fish out a golden needle the size of a cow's hair from the black oil within a set amount of time. I request for my follower to go up. The white-scaled mermaid Sui looked at the huge water vat in front of her and said calmly. Permission granted. The Grand Elder looked at Sui deeply. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Xia Lin encouraged herself internally as she walked up to the square uneasily. What's going on? The great lady Sui actually invited a rank Tugu master to be her follower? Don't be anxious, Sui made this choice, this little mermaid definitely has something special about her. The surrounding people discussed. It's her? Fang Yuan looked at Xia Lin and frowned, to think that this girl was the most popular follower of the saintess candidate. Gather oil goo, Xia Lin floated to the water vat and activated this rank 5 goo worm. In an instant, the black oil in the vat moved, it was extracted by Xiao Lin and gathered in her raised palm, disappearing without a trace. The crowd went into an uproar. This is the aura of a rank 5 Gu master. She is only a rank 2 Gu master, but she can use a rank 5 Gu worm? Am I seeing things? I understand, this should be the rank 5 gather oil goo that has been spreading like wildfire recently. So this little mermaid has such a top-tier goo worm, no wonder she was recruited by Sui and became her follower. Gather oil goo's effect was not just for show. After a while, the water vat was empty, there was a shiny golden needle at the bottom of the vat. The crowd went into an uproar. Countless heated gazes landed on Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin was even more nervous, her face was flushed red, she had a cute and helpless look. Sui looked at her as she smiled, thinking, recruiting her was the right choice. In the first round of the test, Sui relied on Xiao Lin's stunning performance to gain the limelight. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a deep abyss, he followed the crowd and left the square. In the first round of the test, 6 out of the 7 candidates advanced. Looking at their performance, they came prepared. Evidently, the test's topic was leaked in advance. Pale green flames burned in front of Xiahan Mo, forming a path of fire. Xiao Shuang, who was also a white-scaled mermaid, had already walked over, standing at the other end of the path of fire as she looked at Xiahan Mo with ridicule. Previous saintess, it is up to you now. Damn it. This eerie fire burns souls, it can only be resisted by a specific goo worm. We had already made ample preparations, but to think that the first round of the test would be so unorthodox. Even more despicable is that Xiao Shuang really had a goo worm to resist the eerie fire. Is this luck? Humph. She probably knew about it long ago. This is Frost Tide Tribe's scheme, this is blatant corruption. The 2 guards, Lan and Qi, were filled with righteous indignation. Let me do it. Fang Yuan walked to Xiahan Mo who was frowning. You? Xiahan Mo's clear eyes sized up Fang Yuan. Trust me this once, I have confidence. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he looked at Xiahan Mo. The two stared at each other for a while before Xiahan Mo moved her gaze. Be careful, this eerie fire is not simple, if you cannot endure it, leave halfway. Xiahan Mo said. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he turned around and walked into the eerie fire. Pain, extreme pain burst out from the depths of his soul, attacking Fang Yuan's entire body in an instant. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely as he walked forward with difficulty. He clenched his teeth until they bled. He stared angrily, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His soul was being roasted and melted in the flames. Fortunately, he had 2 lifetimes worth of experience, and his identity as an otherworldly demon. The effects of the eerie fire were slightly weaker to him. He would not give up halfway because he knew that if he took Xiahan Mo's place, it meant that if he failed, Xiahan Mo would fail too. When he finally walked the path of the eerie fire, the entire place was in an uproar. Countless shocked gazes focused on him. Countless mermen were moved. Fang Yuan tried his best to smile, but in the next moment, he completely fainted. But just as he was about to fall to the ground, Xiahan Mo rushed over and held him in her arms. Don't worry, I will not let you down. Xiahan Mo looked deeply at Fang Yuan, then at Xiao Shuang. For the first time, a cold light appeared in her eyes that were as gentle as water. Thanks to Fang Yuan's desperate struggle, Xiahan Mo got past a trap that she had set up meticulously. The second trial, the third trial, the fourth trial, she advanced triumphantly, quickly overshadowing the other competitors. Only mermaid Xiao Shuang had a chance. It seems that Lady Xiahan Mo has a high chance of keeping the position of saintess. Outside, Fang Yuan's face was still pale. He sat weakly, but his expression was one of joy. This is all thanks to you, Fang Yuan. Without your performance in the first trial, we would not have reached this stage. Ha ha ha, you successfully walked the path of fire. Everyone was dumbfounded. A few days later, you woke up again. You don't know how many mermen in Holy City were shocked by the news that you were still alive. The blue-scaled and chili-scaled guards laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, however, restrained his joy. Be careful. The current situation is very advantageous to us, but the other party will not let this go. Fang Yuan had expected the Frost Tide tribe leader to make a move, but he did not expect it to be in such a sinister manner. In the room, the chili-scaled guard knelt on the ground, his face flushed red. Saintess, please allow me to fight and wash away their slander and injustice. How could I bully a widow? Xianxia sighed. Get up. I know your character, but the current situation is clearly the other party's scheme. If you rush out rashly, you will definitely let the person who set you up succeed. The blue-scaled guard's face was full of worry. This widow is no ordinary widow. She is the widow of the Holy Court's third elder, Busu Lian. The other party's scheme is too vicious. I'm afraid that the supervisor will arrive soon and detain the chili-scaled guard for interrogation. If that happens, the chili-scaled guard will not be able to participate in the next trial. Our strength will be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan continued, this widow of the third elder, Busu Lian, was actually willing to give up her reputation to harm the chili-scaled guard. She must have a deep relationship with the Frost-Tide tribe leader's faction. Her corruption must be very serious. Otherwise, she would not have come into the fray. Since the other party could set up such a scheme, they must have made ample preparations. If we insist on clarifying the truth, we will fall into the other party's trap. Only by making the best of a mistake will we have a chance to turn things around. How do we make the best of a mistake? It's simple. Let me be the scapegoat, Fang Yuan said calmly. The blue-scaled and chili-scaled guards widened their eyes and stared at Fang Yuan. No. Xianxia firmly rejected the idea. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit. Even though Xianxia understood that Fang Yuan's suggestion could resolve the current crisis, she did not hesitate to reject it. Thus, Xianxia and the others were forced into a passive position. The turning point came 3 days later when a piece of information was delivered to Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned when she saw this information. She sighed, so Qiao Shuang is no longer pure. She passed the information to the chili-scaled guard, the blue-scaled guard, and Fang Yuan. The three looked at each other after reading it. Qiao Shuang was the holy maiden candidate supported by the Frost-Tide tribe leader. She had been in the limelight during the Sea God ceremony and was known as the person most likely to snatch the position from Xianxia. However, he did not expect that this woman was no longer a virgin. Mermaids had to be virgins in order to compete for the position of holy maiden. This was one of the prerequisites. The chili-scaled guard was overjoyed. Great, I didn't expect Qiao Shuang to be no longer a virgin. With this on us, the Frost-Tide tribe is finished. The blue-scaled guard was very calm. The Sea God ceremony is our tribe's most important ceremony and has always been extremely strict. How did Qiao Shuang get past it? Could it be that our tribe's corruption has already spread to the priests? Then the situation is too serious. Fang Yuan frowned. There is one thing we need to pay attention to. If we announce this information now, the world will think that we are protecting the chili-scaled guard and slandering our competitors. Is this information reliable? If it is a series of schemes, we will be in trouble. Xianxia shook her head. This information is definitely reliable. Qiao Shuang has the support of the Frost-Tide tribe leader and we have the Great Elder behind us. This information was gathered by the Great Elder. Although there is no evidence, I believe that as long as we investigate Qiao Shuang's background, we can find out if she is still a virgin or not. Fang Yuan realized now that Xianxia could become the saintess because she had the support of the Merman Sacred Court's Grand Elder. Among the upper echelons, the Great Elder was known for her fairness, self-discipline, and tolerance. She had great prestige. However, it was precisely because she was too lenient that she allowed corruption to flourish in the shadows. The Great Clan Elder supported Xianxia's ascension, of course, perhaps because he wanted to correct his own mistakes. What happened next was exactly as Xianxia had expected. After Qiao Shuang was reported, she went through a strict investigation and her background was finally revealed. She really wasn't a virgin. This news was too shocking, even the Merfolk Sacred Court could not cover it up. News spread, the whole of Merman Sacred City was shaken, countless Gu masters went into an uproar. This is probably the biggest scandal of our Mermaid Sacred Court in the past 1,000 years. Qiao Shuang's actions are disrespectful and blasphemous to the Sea God. She must be severely punished. If we don't kill her, we won't be able to appease the people. The public was enraged. Not only the citizens, even the higher-ups of the Merfolk Sacred Court were furious. They executed Qiu Shuang very strictly and quickly. A few days later, Qiu Shuang's head fell to the ground and she died. The fine ceramic cup was angrily thrown by the leader of the Frost-Tide tribe and smashed into pieces. Xianxia, you're going too far. Frost-Tide tribe's leader roared in a low voice, his eyes bloodshot. I told you a long time ago to control your alcohol tolerance. After Qiu Shuang's death, the higher-ups who supported her are no longer fond of you. In the study room, there was a mermaid noblewoman who was drinking tea slowly. She was not afraid of the furious Frost-Tide tribe's leader. Frost-Tide tribe's leader gritted his teeth, saying to this mermaid noblewoman, "Busu Lian, I don't need your reminder. Our allies will not cut us off because of these small matters. Because they can't cut us off anymore. Once Xianxia keeps her saintess position, they will be doomed and die. So no matter how much they dislike me or hate me, they have to suppress their disgust and cooperate with me." Busu Lian nodded lightly, "You are right. But now that Qiu Shuang is dead, how are you going to stop Xianxia? Our best pawn has been destroyed." No. Frost-Tide tribe's leader laughed sinisterly. "Don't worry about this, I still have a backup plan." "Oh? I would like to hear more." Busu Lian sat up straight. Frost-Tide tribe's leader kept her in suspense. "You will understand in a few days." A few days later. On the square of Saint City, Mermaid Dong Lei said in front of everyone, "I, Dong Lei, am willing to replace Qiu Shuang and continue the sea god ceremony." Who is Dong Lei? She is one of Qiu Shuang's followers. I didn't expect Frost-Tide tribe's leader to have this prepared. According to our tribe's rules, sisters take turns. Dong Lei has the right to replace Qiu Shuang and participate in the sea god ceremony to compete for the saintess position. The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. The origin of the sea god ceremony came from the mermaid race's legend. In the legend, the first batch of mermaids lived in the East Sea and built a small fishing village. One day, a huge sea beast attacked the island and created a tsunami that surrounded the island. The small fishing village was about to be destroyed. To save the villagers, mermaid Ah Ching knelt on the cliff and prayed to Sea God. Sea God heard her prayer and said, "Ah Ching, I love to listen to beautiful songs. If you can sing 3 songs consecutively and satisfy me, I will chase away the sea beast, calm the sea and protect the small fishing village." Ah Ching was overjoyed and quickly agreed. She sang the first song at the cliff and it was very beautiful. After singing, Sea God savored the lingering sound and calmed the roaring sea. Ah Ching sang the second song. Her voice was beautiful and Sea God was intoxicated. The seaweed danced in the song and the fishes and prawns gathered around Ah Ching and listened quietly. When Ah Ching wanted to sing the third song, she didn't have the strength. She sang for 2 days and 2 nights straight and was really too tired. When she returned home, she called her sister Aya and told her everything. Then, she passed away because she was too tired. Aya found it strange but she was willing to inherit Ah Ching's will. She also came to the cliff and said to Sea God, "Sea God, I am willing to replace my sister and sing the third song for you." Sea God said, "You can sing." Aya began to sing. Her voice was sad and melancholy, but it was also filled with determination. After she sang, Sea God was satisfied. The sea beast left and the small fishing village was saved. The mermaids would choose the saintess in the sea god ceremony and they would set up many tests. The content of these tests would change frequently but the final part had never changed since ancient times. That was to compete in singing between mermaids. They would go up the stage and sing loudly on a special altar like Gu House. Everyone would have 3 chances to sing in a row and based on the results of the 3 rounds, the only saintess among the competitors would be chosen. All the tests before that were just eliminations. If all the competitors were eliminated in the sea god ceremony, the saintess position would be empty. P.S. I'm late, apologies, I'm here. Happy holidays, everyone. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, visit Xianxia. Looked at her deeply before flying up to the stage. The moment she landed on the stage, she was stunned. "Why are you?" She looked at Fang Yuan, extremely surprised. Fang Yuan interrupted her, "As your follower, I am qualified to go on stage and accompany you. Go down." Xianxia quickly said, showing a rare hint of anxiety on her face. "You want to sing the same song?" Even if the effect is better than Dong Lei, it does not count according to the rules. Trust me, I have a song that can compete. Fang Yuan interrupted Xia Han Mo again, transmitting. Xia Han Mo's heart wavered. Songs could not be changed casually, because they needed to coordinate with the goo worms, they had to be rehearsed many times. Changing the song often meant that the coordination of the goo worms had to be changed. In this unexpected situation, Xia Han Mo could not change the goo worms. This required the song to be similar to the original song in terms of rhythm and melody. It might be possible if she had 100 or so days to compose. But in such a rush, the possibility was almost zero. The song cannot be the same, of course. But don't forget, when we were composing the song, I was involved. I have a similar song here, but you need to use your inspiration and pay attention to the coordination between the goo worms and my song. Fang Yuan transmitted, also, these are the lyrics and the song. Xia Han Mo was dazed before nodding, okay. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, then let's begin. Xia Han Mo also breathed in deeply, closing her eyes. This was her habit when she started singing. The crowd quieted down. The silence continued, why aren't they singing? Gradually, some people started to wonder. Ha ha ha, how can they sing? They can't sing at all. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader laughed loudly, his face was red. Oh, sorry, can anyone lend me a zither goo? Fang Yuan broke the silence. Everyone, you are the accompanist, in such an important ceremony like the Sea God ceremony, you don't even have a zither goo, is it really okay for you to be so casual? I just need a rank 3 zither goo, can anyone lend me one? Fang Yuan continued, looking towards the Grand Elder's direction. First Tribe Elder also knew that something had happened to Xia Han Mo, she had some guesses in her heart, she quickly ordered people to send the zither goo. Fang Yuan obtained the zither goo and said, this is a serious matter, please let me refine this goo on the spot. Everyone, what do you mean? At the final juncture of the Sea God ceremony, you are refining goo, are you kidding me? What are you thinking as a human goo master? Are you messing with us? The moods of the merfolk all turned sour. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe hurriedly signaled his subordinates, and a voice suddenly rang out, you're using this as an excuse to stall for time. The crowd's emotions were about to surge, but Fang Yuan quickly shouted, then tell me, does the Sea God ceremony stipulate that I cannot refine goo on the spot? I am refining goo to assist in the singing, we will start immediately after refining this goo. The Grand Clan Elder also said, indeed, there are no written rules in this area. I agree. Quickly refine the goo worm and start. What do you all think? The other elders looked at each other. Some of them wanted to speak, while others remained silent. Frost-Tide tribe leader's subordinates shouted again, the Sea God ceremony is such an important ceremony, you want all of us merfolk to wait for you to refine goo? Fang Yuan immediately retorted, I am refining goo for the Sea God ceremony, the Sea God ceremony is such an important ceremony, so what if you wait for a while? Whoever does not want to wait, or is impatient, you can step forward. You can also leave directly. This time, no one dared to retort. You have a sharp tongue. When you land in my hands in the future, I will break all your teeth and pull out your tongue. Frost-Tide tribe's leader sneered. The giant shell floated on the sea, the merfolk warriors struggled to hold on to the bottom. Countless merfolk floated to the surface of the sea, some were submerged in the water, with only their heads above the surface. Countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan, watching him refine the zither goo. Xia Han Mo, however, was ignored. She stood beside Fang Yuan, having a strange feeling. She had participated in the Sea God ceremony once and became the saintess. She had also seen the Sea God ceremony several times, but she had never seen such a scene. Fang Yuan's goo refinement speed was extremely fast, this was because the zither goo's owner cooperated. With the zither goo in hand, Fang Yuan stood up and stood behind Xia Han Mo, saying confidently, alright, we can start now. It has finally started. The merfolk let out a breath of turbid air, they were full of resentment. I will let you sing, I want to hear what you can sing. Frost-Tide tribe's leader sneered. Below the stage, the Grand Elder, the Red Scales, and the Blue Scales guards all had worried expressions. Xia Han Mo slowly closed her eyes. At this time, the zither music started. The zither gu was activated by Feng Yuan. It emitted a long and melodious zither music that lingered in the air. Xianxia slowly opened her eyes and started to sing. Somewhere in the white moonlight's heart, so bright yet so cold, everyone has a sorrowful past, trying to hide, but trying to cover it up only makes it worse. The entire place was silent, only the sound of the waves could be heard. The beautiful song caused countless people to be intoxicated, unable to extricate themselves. The white moonlight shines on both ends of the world in my heart, but not by my side, unable to wipe away your tears at that time. The road is too long to ask for forgiveness. The song was sorrowful, the melody was simple but extremely beautiful. It moved forward layer by layer, causing a sorrowful atmosphere to envelop the entire place. Xianxia's pure and sonorous voice had a penetrating power. It was gentle and exquisite, like the pale moonlight. It was a little cold, but also a little warm. The giant seashell started to emit a white halo. The waves also seemed to not want to disturb this heavenly voice. They became softer and softer. The white moonlight shines on both ends of the world. The more perfect it is, the more lonely it feels, unable to wipe away the tears from my memories. The road is too long to ask for forgiveness. Xianxia was also intoxicated. She looked towards the side, at Feng Yuan, who was concentrating on activating the zither gu. She thought to herself, is there sorrow in your heart too? Countless merfolk shed tears. The pain of love, the tears were hidden in their hearts. Was there perfection in this world? There would always be loneliness. The white moonlight, somewhere in the heart, so bright yet so cold, everyone has a sorrowful past, wanting to hide but growing. After the song ended, the entire place was silent. Inside the gu house, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was frozen like a statue. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. The sea was calm, the dark clouds started to disperse, the moonlight shone on the giant seashell, illuminating Xianxia and Feng Yuan. The two of them looked at each other gently. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit. As the song faded away, the merfolk started to converse softly. What song is this? This is the first time I've heard it. It is too beautiful. Did you guys realize, the song is good but Xianxia is not up to standard. She made many mistakes when controlling the gu worms. Many merfolk had strange expressions as they discussed this. The true reason was that Feng Yuan and Xianxia had not practiced it properly. If they practiced it once or twice, there would not be so many small mistakes. But even so, to be able to achieve this in the first round of cooperation, Xianxia's attainment was already shocking enough. Now, the waves have calmed down, the weather is good, the dark clouds are gone, moonlight is shining. No matter how many mistakes Xianxia made, the effect is clear. This result should be a draw. Xianxia even has a slight advantage. Let's see what happens next. The merfolk were looking forward to the sea god ceremony even more. Grand Elder also saw many things. He let out a breath of air as he felt relieved. What is going on? Inside the gu house, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader shouted. It seems that even though your plan succeeded, there was an accident. Busu Lian squinted, her gaze focused on Feng Yuan as she sighed. This man is not simple. No wonder Xianxia likes him. I am familiar with songs. This song is likely his original work. This shows that this person has outstanding sound path attainment. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was suspicious. There are countless songs in this world. How can you be sure that this is his original work? Busu Lian smiled as she looked at Frost-Tide Tribe's leader, not concealing the disdain in her eyes. You don't understand. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader's expression turned even darker. Busu Lian, do you know how to speak properly? Busu Lian snickered, ignoring Frost-Tide Tribe's leader. She looked at Feng Yuan with shining eyes. Others might be afraid of Frost-Tide Tribe's leader's force, but Busu Lian was not. This was not only because she was the former elder's widow, but also because of her extraordinary methods and talent. However, Busu Lian was wrong about one thing. Feng Yuan did not compose anything. This was a song from his previous life on Earth. This song style is unique and unheard of. It must be your original work. Feng Yuan, I didn't expect you to be so well-versed in the sound Dao. When Xianxia walked down the stage, she transmitted her voice to Feng Yuan, and her tone was filled with praise and admiration. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. You flatter me, you saw it too. I even borrowed the zither gu. I don't have such deep attainments in sound Dao. You don't have to be modest. To be able to create such a song, your sound Dao attainments are already extraordinary. Perhaps you will have a bright future if you switch to cultivating sound Dao. Xiahan Mo looked at Fang Yuan with bright eyes and a sincere expression. Regarding this, Fang Yuan had already expected it. He didn't want to explain, because it wasn't the main point, and he couldn't explain it clearly. Now the focus is on the next two songs. If I'm not wrong. Fang Yuan wanted to say something but hesitated. They walked down the stage as Dong Lei went up right after. Even though Fang Yuan and Xiahan Mo's performance surprised her, she was not flustered at all, she still had a calm demeanor. She started to sing, her beautiful voice attracted schools of fish of all sizes. As expected. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Xiahan Mo's gaze also became colder. Lan Lin and Qi Lin looked at each other in dismay, their faces red with anger. This bitch is stealing our song again. Don't worry, I still have a song. Fang Yuan chuckled, he was full of confidence. Dong Lei went down the stage, it was their turn again. Fang Yuan played the accompaniment while Xiahan Mo sang and danced. When will the bright moon appear? I raise a cup of wine and ask the clear sky. I wonder what year it is in the heavenly palace. Once the song was played, the atmosphere changed, all the merfolk present closed their eyes in intoxication. I wish to return with the wind, I fear the Jade Palace is too high and lonely. I dance with my clear shadow, how does it feel to be in the mortal world? I turn to the Vermilion Pavilion, I lower myself to the beautiful house, I can't sleep. Xiahan Mo thought back to the time when she was the saintess. She had a high position, yet she was alone. For a moment, her heart was filled with emotions. I wish to return with the wind, but the saintess Jade Palace binds me here. The chill is pressing, I can't sleep, who can dance with me? There should be no hatred, nothing is perfect after parting. People have joys and sorrows, the moon waxes and wanes. This matter is difficult to complete, but I hope that people can last for a long time, 1,000 miles together. After the song ended, the world became silent. Fishes, prawns, turtles, and turtles floated on the surface of the sea. Seabirds also flew and circled. Many of them were birds that were active during the day, but they were attracted by the song while they were sleeping. The beautiful lyrics and the slow song were deeply engraved in the hearts of the merfolk, making them unable to free themselves. Xiahan Mo looked at Fang Yuan and thought, is this a song he composed for me? She felt sympathy from the lyrics, comfort, and warmth. She was as pure as the moon, but she was slandered by outsiders. But now, the chill and irritation in her heart were gone, the rumors from before could no longer leave any traces in her heart. He knows me. In an instant, a mysterious and indescribable feeling rose in Xiahan Mo's heart. The results were out. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan and Xiahan Mo had a slight advantage. Dong Lei's expression was pale. She knew deeply that if not for Xiahan Mo and Fang Yuan's poor coordination, she would not have the qualifications to compete in the third round. This person is definitely a threat. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader gritted his teeth, with a loud sound, he punched the window frame of the Gu house. You finally noticed. Busu Lian said plainly, her tone had a trace of mockery. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader snorted coldly, he did not have the mood to argue with Busu Lian. He had to quickly deal with the situation, because at this rate, Xiahan Mo would definitely win after the third song. Fang Yuan? To think that he is such a huge problem. I need to get rid of this person. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader thought to himself, but he also felt a headache. Normally, he had many methods to deal with Fang Yuan. But now, it was the sea god ceremony, under everyone's watchful eyes, there was little room for him to make a move. What do I do? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader thought rapidly, his forehead was filled with cold sweat unknowingly. After thinking for a long time, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader finally made a move. Fang Yuan, I am Frost-Tide Tribe's leader. He transmitted to Fang Yuan, because this was the most likely method he could think of. Fang Yuan's expression changed, but he did not reply. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader chuckled, you can listen quietly. You are a smart person, I know that. But you are still too young, you always have unrealistic and naive thoughts. Fang Yuan sneered, replying secretly, I am not naive, it is a type of ideal, you won't understand. That's why you are acting foolishly, kid. Don't think that the two of you are standing on the stage, looking very impressive, but in reality, you are just chess pieces. Look at the flag flying in the wind, its base is the flagpole. You need to think about what you are relying on. Grand Tribe Elder? Go and ask around, what kind of person is she? She has power and can suppress us, but she chose to let you be the vanguard. When Xianxia thoroughly investigated the corruption, did she do anything? Did she help you? She may have provided some help, but please believe me when I say that it was just a small favor that she did casually. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was quite eloquent. He continued, okay, even if we take 10,000 steps back and you win and keep the position of Saintess, so what? Do you really think that I will die? No, Frost-Tide Tribe is the biggest tribe in the Saint Dynasty. If you want me to die, it will cause the entire Saint Dynasty to shake and even collapse. Grand Tribe Elder definitely doesn't have such a firm will, she just wants to give me a warning and tell me not to go overboard. So in the end, even if you find out, I will still be alive and continue to be the Frost-Tide Tribe leader. At most, I will take out some scapegoats to put on an act and restrain myself a little. In the Sea God ceremony, almost every mermaid who is competing for the position of Saintess has a faction supporting them. Do you think this is just a simple Saintess selection? No, this is a game, to let us, the higher-ups, compete for the next few decades in a way that doesn't harm us. Those with Saintesses will get more, those without will get less. Feng Yuan, maybe you will hate and loathe the factions under the dark mantle. But you must understand that in this ocean, darkness is the ruler. The so-called light is just a shallow layer on the surface of the ocean. Mortals are attracted by its beauty and think that light is the truth of the ocean, that is, too naive. Feng Yuan kept silent. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, Merfolk Sacred City. In a room of an inn, the atmosphere was heavy. What do we do? In the next test, Zhao Lu's follower is about to go up. That person is famous in the sea, with him, we have no chance of winning. The two nannies had gloomy expressions. White-scaled mermaid Sui sat on the main seat, holding a cup as she looked at the tea in a daze. Missy, we can't hesitate anymore. That's right, the Sea God ceremony has been going on for so long, only us and Zhao Lu's side are left, everyone else has been eliminated. And after the next test, it will be the final test. As long as we can overcome this obstacle, we will be able to fight for the Saintess throne. The two nannies urged anxiously. Sui sighed, but what can we do? The nannies quickly took a step forward and stood in front of Sui. Missy, didn't our clan also invite an expert that can match the other side? That's right, as long as we invite this expert, although we might not win, the gap will not be so big that we will be eliminated. Sui stared at the tea in the cup, sighing deeply. I understand the two nannies' suggestions. But there is one thing you may have forgotten. I only have 4 follower slots for the Saintess competition, we have already taken all of them. Even if the clan invites an expert, we can't take them out. The two nannies looked at each other, bright light flashed in their eyes. So that's it, Missy already had this plan, but she could not say it. They immediately understood. Nanny Rong said softly, Missy, this matter is hard to say, but it is also easy to say. We just need to abandon one of the followers. That's right. The other nanny said, according to the rules of the Sea God ceremony, followers cannot be abandoned. But as long as one of them is tainted by corruption, favoritism, crimes, etc., for the purity of the Sea God ceremony and the Saintess, we can expel him. Won't the empty slots be used for the expert invited by the clan? Suyi's expression changed as she rejected, that's not appropriate. Causing such a scandal during such an important ceremony like the Sea God ceremony would stain the reputation of the person involved for the rest of his life, and he would never be able to clear his name. Including you 4 followers, all of you have helped me a lot. How can I repay kindness with enmity? My young miss, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. What's a little sacrifice? I suggest we start with that Charlene. Her foundation is shallow. It is obvious that she is a little mermaid that no one likes, who knows what kind of luck she had to obtain rank 5 gather oil goo. Seeing Suyi's unhappy expression, Granny Rong immediately added, of course, we're not framing you. Instead, she used reason and emotion. Xiao Lin looked like a reasonable lady. Eldest miss, why don't you let me handle this matter? I'll talk to her. It's fine even if I have to pay a price. Compared to the position of the Saintess, everyone knows which is more important. This? Sui hesitated. Another granny immediately added, "Eldest miss, we are not forcing Xiaolin, nor are we trying to harm her. This is a cooperation between us. Speaking of which, what is reputation? Xiaolin is a poor child, she cares more about material things. It is very likely that she heard our thoughts and is very happy, she wants to make a deal with us, losing some reputation in exchange for huge benefits. Leave, let me think about it." Suyi's brows furrowed as she ordered them to leave. The two grannies looked at each other before leaving. A few days later, rumors about Xiaolin had spread far and wide. "It's her, that shameless mermaid, she betrayed Sui, who was her benefactor, in order to cling to riches. No wonder Lady Sui was always at a disadvantage, to think that there was a traitor. I really want to skin this despicable person alive. She still has the face to look for Sui. She is truly shameless." Xiaolin pursed her lips as she walked up the inn stairs under everyone's pointing fingers. "Stop." Halfway through, Mermaid Granny Rong stopped Xiaolin with a cold expression. "I was wronged, I want to see Sister Sui." Xiaolin raised her head and looked at Granny Rong with an anxious expression. Granny Rong sneered, "Xiaolin, what are you trying to do? Eldest Miss is very sad because of what happened to you. You still want to see Eldest Miss Sui at this crucial moment of the Sea God ceremony? You are truly vicious. Are you trying to disgust our Eldest Miss so that we will perform poorly?" "It's not like that, Granny Rong, listen to me, what else do you want to say?" "What is there to say? You shameless scum, we were blind to have taken you in." "Scram." Granny Rong lost her patience, her tone was sharp and overbearing. "You don't believe me, but I believe Sister Sui. I won't leave without seeing her." Xiaolin's eyes turned red and flickered with a stubborn light. "Are you forcing me to make a move?" Granny Rong said ruthlessly. "Stop." At this moment, Sui finally appeared, she floated down the stairs. "Sister Sui." Xiaolin was overjoyed, she wanted to walk up but was stopped by Granny Rong. "Xiaolin." Sui looked at Xiaolin with a complicated tone. "Sister Sui, you must believe me, I am not someone who betrayed you." Xiaolin argued. "Do you need us to investigate?" At this moment, a group of mermen barged into the first floor of the inn, attracting everyone's attention. This group of mermen walked to Xiaolin. "Xiaolin, right? I am Sacred City's investigator, someone reported you for taking bribes, betraying Sui, attempting to taint the Sacred Sea God ceremony, and manipulating the Saintess selection. We are here to arrest you. Come with us and tell us everything." "No, I am innocent." Xiaolin's face turned pale from fright, she retorted loudly. "Whether you are innocent or not, we will have to wait for the results of our investigation." The investigator's expression was cold. "No, I will not go with you, I was framed, someone framed me." Xiaolin was terrified, she kept shaking her head. "You don't want to go with us?" "Humph, that is not up to you. Men, bring her back." The investigator ordered as the Mermangu masters behind him moved. "Wait." At this time, Sui spoke. "Sister Sui." Xiaolin's eyes shined with hope. But Sui shook her head, "Sister Xiaolin, I do not believe you would betray me. But now that the investigator is here, we need to believe in Sacred City's justice. I firmly believe that they will prove your innocence. Go with them, as long as we get the results of the investigation, it will prove your innocence, right? Sister Sui." The light in Xiaolin's eyes dimmed. "Go, go." Xiaolin lowered her head, walking to the investigator. "I was framed, but I will go with you." The investigator showed a satisfied smile. "That's right, let's go." Xiaolin was quickly brought to the interrogation room. "These information path goo worms are solid evidence, take a good look at them. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't have any wishful thinking." The investigator smiled sinisterly, pointing at the information path mortal goo on the only table in the room. Xiaolin looked at them with her divine sense. Soon, a look of intense shock appeared on her face. "These images and voices are all fake. I've never said such a thing. You want to explain yourself like this in front of this evidence? Who would believe you?" The investigator sneered. "I definitely did not say such a thing. Xiaolin was anxious. The invigilator raised his hand and stopped Xiao Lin from arguing. He laughed, I know you were wronged. Xiao Lin was stunned. What did you say? You were wrongly accused, the invigilator repeated. Xiao Lin was dazed, she blinked her eyes before saying, in that case, why did you? Because this is Lady Suyi's request. The investigator smiled again. What do you mean? Don't try to sow discord. Xiao Lin shouted angrily. You are really naive, young lady. Then I'll have a good talk with you. Do you know who Lady Suyi's father is? Do you know what the current situation is like in the sea god ceremony? The invigilator spoke slowly, his words made Xiao Lin's jaw drop. After a long while, she reacted, I don't believe that this is all Sister Suyi's scheme. Since she wants me to abdicate, I will do so. As long as she tells me, I will not reject her. The investigator looked at Xiao Lin mockingly and retorted mercilessly, do you think the sea god ceremony is something you can withdraw from as you wish? If everyone can withdraw as they wish, then the competition for the saintess position would be purely a competition of family background and power. There is only one situation, the follower will be forced to withdraw, at the same time, his or her position will be empty, and someone else can be inserted. Xiao Lin said in a daze, it's my situation. The investigator smiled, that's right. Have you become smarter? Alright, there are two paths in front of you now. The first path is to deny the evidence and insist that you are innocent. Of course, the evidence cannot be erased, no one will believe you. The second path is to cooperate with us. If you plead guilty, although your reputation will be damaged, we will still give you ample compensation. You can choose one. Xiao Lin smiled bitterly and lowered her head. Did she even have a choice? The other party tricked her into the interrogation room, such a scene was to prevent her from rejecting. Even if she refused, she would be framed and convicted of a crime. She did not have the power to resist, much less the right to reject. Silence. After a long silence, the investigator spoke softly, Xiao Lin, if you don't speak, I will take it that you chose the second path. The truth is right in front of us, I believe that smart people will make this choice. This is beneficial to both of us, isn't it? I refuse. Xiao Lin suddenly raised her head and said. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Refuse. The examiner immediately frowned, his eyes flashed with cold light, his voice also became much tougher, young lady, you need to think this through. You are young, don't be too rash, you need to know that an arm cannot win against a leg, not to mention that you are not even an arm. Of course I know I have no one to rely on, I am just a small fry, that is why you are targeting me, isn't that so? Xiao Lin looked at the examiner, her tone was filled with mockery, bitterness, and helplessness, but don't worry, I will not retort or complain to you. I will accept your slander, treat it as me repaying Sister Suyi's kindness. I don't want any compensation. From now on, we're even, and we're just like strangers. The invigilator revealed a strange expression as he stared at Xiao Lin. In the dimly lit room, Xiao Lin's eyes were unexpectedly bright. This pair of bright eyes directly reflected in the examiner's heart, making him feel a weakness that he could not face directly. The examiner quickly shifted his gaze. Leave, I hope you can do as you say. I will. Xiao Lin stood up. When she left, her expression was calm and unruffled. Several days later. Lady Xiao Lin, it is not that Aran does not want to do business with you. It is just that the public opinion is too intense, many people are saying that if we continue to keep you here, they will. The owner said with a bitter expression. Xiao Lin stopped him from pouring out his grievances. I understand the situation, I will leave. Thank you so much, Lady Xiao Lin, you are a good person. The owner was moved to tears. Xiao Lin packed her luggage and quickly left the room, walking down the stairs. Look, it's her. This woman is greedy for riches, she secretly sold out her master for glory. Such an existence is simply tarnishing the sea god ceremony, tarnishing our sacred city. The Gu masters in the hall saw Xiao Lin and pointed at her, discussing. Xiao Lin heard all these words, but she walked out of the inn with a calm expression. She came to the wide street, the bustling crowd was moving along the street. Today is the second last test of the sea god ceremony. I am really looking forward to it, today will be very exciting. Do you know? The reason why Sui is at a disadvantage is because she has an insider by her side. Who doesn't know? As for Xiaolin, as the saying goes, it's hard to guard against a thief in the house. Most people did not recognize Xiaolin, their attention was on the sea god ceremony as they rushed towards the central plaza. Even if someone recognized Xiaolin, they would not dare to confirm it. There was a sea of people in Sacred City. It was very normal to have one or two people with similar appearances. The atmosphere was very lively. People rubbed shoulders with each other and were overjoyed. Xiaolin merged into the crowd, her expression was calm, forming a stark contrast with her surroundings. The cheerful atmosphere that she had felt before was now like a thick layer of fog that had accumulated in her nostrils, making it difficult for her to breathe. She could no longer obtain happiness and satisfy her curiosity from this holy city. Perhaps I will never come here again in this lifetime. Xiaolin raised her head and looked at the tall buildings around her. These houses seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The entire sacred city was about to come crashing down on her. Xiaolin felt even more annoyed. She took a few quick steps and left the surging crowd, walking into a dark alley. There was a stench here, the lighting was dim and there were piles of trash in the corner. But Xiaolin felt that her breathing was much smoother. It was as if a mountain had been lifted from her heart. Walking in the dark alley with no one around, Xiaolin's slightly raised head drooped down. How did it come to this? She asked herself, but she could not get an answer. Her eyes turned red and soon became teary. She was still a young girl, her previous determination was more of a disguise. Little girl, slow down. Suddenly, from a corner of the alley, 3 mermen ran out. Xiaolin was stunned before becoming vigilant. These 3 mermen had a roguish aura and an evil gaze, they were clearly up to no good. Most importantly, each of them had the aura of a rank 2 Gu master. Xiaolin was only a rank 2 Gu master. What do you want? Xiaolin retreated. What do we want? Heh, heh, heh. The 3 mermaids looked at each other and laughed evilly in unison. Little girl, it is fate that brought us together, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You can't leave now even if you want to. At this time, 2 more rank 2 Mermangu masters came out from behind Xiaolin. Xiaolin's heart sank, not only were there 5 against 1, her path was blocked. Even though this place was not far from the main street, the enemies were all Gu masters and this was clearly an ambush, they definitely had methods to suppress the commotion to the minimum. The 5 mermen approached Xiaolin step by step. Xiaolin was flustered, she could only retreat and lean against the wall. The cold wall made her feel even more helpless. She gritted her teeth and frowned, suddenly saying, "Come, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." Oh, little girl, you have guts. You are quite spicy, big brother likes this kind of girl. The 5 Mermangu masters laughed and laughed, they showed no fear, but their footsteps were slowing down. Bam! Suddenly, Xiaolin felt an intense dizziness. She was attacked, she was shocked, she turned around and saw that the wall had melted, a 6th Mermangu master came out. I was tricked. The moment she fainted, Xiaolin felt a chill in her heart. She fainted, ha ha ha, leader, your move was really good. Quickly deal with the scene, this is the sea god ceremony after all. The 6 mermen surrounded Xiaolin. Wake up, wake up. A deep voice resounded in the darkness. Xiaolin gradually opened her eyes, the scene of the alleyway entered her eyes again. The pain at the back of her head reminded her, she got a fright and struggled to get up from the ground. Then, she saw the 6 mermaids lying on the ground motionlessly in all sorts of strange postures. At the center of the 6 mermen was a human Gu master. At the next moment, Xiaolin cried out in joy, Master Chu, it's you. It's me. I have been paying attention to the sea god ceremony, I have heard about your matter, you were abandoned by Sui, right? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Instantly, Xiaolin's tears fell as she choked, Master Chu, you. I have a way of judging people, although I have not interacted with you much, you are definitely not that kind of person. Fang Yuan continued. Xiaolin heard this and could not help but cover her face as she sobbed, she was like a wronged child who finally had her grievances cleared. Fang Yuan watched her cry quietly for a while before patting her shoulder, let's go. To where? Xiaolin was slightly dazed. I'm partly responsible for your current predicament. Fang Yuan sighed, if I did not give you gather oil goo, you would not have been chosen by Sui and participated in this sea god ceremony. So, I will bring you away, follow me, we will leave this place. Xiaolin nodded, she had lost interest in the sacred city long ago. Fang Yuan led the way as Xiaolin obediently followed behind him. At the end of the alley was another street, it was still filled with people, the shops on both sides were bustling with activity, there was even a lion dance in the middle of the street. Facing the crowd again, Xiaolin felt some fear and disgust, but Fang Yuan was already ahead, she could only grit her teeth and follow. Snap. The moment they walked out of the alley, Fang Yuan snapped his fingers. At the next moment, Xiaolin stared with wide eyes, her mouth opened so wide that she could swallow an egg. She was incomparably shocked to see that the whole street had fallen into a state of stillness. This is. She spoke incoherently. It's just a little trick, come. Fang Yuan waved at her, then went into the crowd. Xiaolin quickened her steps and followed closely. This was a wondrous experience she had never experienced before. She walked past a pair of mermen who seemed to be talking to each other, they seemed to be a couple. She saw that in the shop, a customer was haggling with a worker, the spittle that flew out of the worker's mouth was suspended in the air, it almost landed on the customer's face. There was also a small dog that was moving between the legs and the merman's tail, its body was twisting as it moved around a blue-scaled merman, 3 of its paws were in the air while 1 was on the ground. Xiaolin stared with wide eyes as she looked at the various expressions of the people, they were so lively and interesting, all of her frustrations were thrown to the back of her mind. Fang Yuan walked very quickly, his body was very agile, Xiaolin had a hard time chasing after him. Bam! She was careless and bumped into a strong human goo master. The human goo master floated up, his movement was still the same as before, but his feet were already half separated from the ground, his entire body was slanted. Sorry. She was just about to help this human goo master up when Fang Yuan grabbed her. Come. Fang Yuan handed her a mask. Master Chu, you are. Xiaolin was perplexed. Fang Yuan did not bring her across the street, he brought her to the lion dance team at the center. Fang Yuan handed her a mask, it was colorful, made from fish scales and bird feathers. Fang Yuan pointed at this lion dance team, saying, don't you feel they are missing 2 crucial characters? Xiaolin nodded, they are performing a sea lion winter-spring play, they lack a male and female lead, one is a filial son fishing on the ice, the other is a mermaid princess playing outside. But this play should be a spontaneous performance, they are not a real opera troupe, it is normal for them to be missing people. At the start, it might have been a goo master who took out a mask and put on the opera costume to express his joy. But along the way, more and more goo masters joined in. These people were definitely opera fans, they loved this kind of culture. In fact, in the whole grotto heaven, there were all sorts of operas, it was the trend of this paradise. My method can only last for a while, quickly put on this mask, we will follow the crowd. Fang Yuan said urgently, not giving Xiaolin a chance to refuse. Oh. Xiaolin subconsciously took the mask, after putting it on, her heart calmed down. This way, no one would recognize her. The pressure in her heart was greatly reduced. But very quickly, her face turned red. Because she saw Fang Yuan also put on a mask, it was the filial son fishing on the ice. This way, aren't I and Master Chu the male and female lead? This discovery made Xiaolin's heart jump. For the fastest novel reading without mistakes, please visit Snap. Fang Yuan snapped his fingers again. Everything in the surroundings went from stillness to activity again. That mermaid couple held hands as they continued to move forward. As the two haggled in the shop, their saliva finally landed on the customer's face, but the customer did not notice it. The puppy's 3 paws landed on the ground, it successfully threw the blue-scaled merman behind it and continued to move through the forest of legs, it was extremely agile. Xiaolin stared with wide eyes, looking at this in amazement. This was too mystical. Master Chu's methods are really amazing. This is probably a rank 5-time path killer move? Xiaolin guessed. Plop. The human goo master that Xiaolin knocked fell to the ground, he also affected the people behind him, causing a small commotion. How can such a big person walk? Someone complained. Sorry. The muscular human goo master was very polite, he quickly apologized. This was the sacred city of the mermaids after all. At the same time, the evil energy in this paradise was much lower than the outside world of the 5 regions. I was walking normally, why did I fall? Strange. The human goo master had a puzzled expression, he quickly stood up and followed the crowd. Xiaolin stuck out her tongue, looking at the human goo master's back as she apologized softly. Strangely enough, she felt a little joy from playing a prank. Just as she was about to reflect on herself, her hand was grabbed by Fang Yuan. Follow me. Fang Yuan dragged her as he sped up, running to the front of the lion dance team. The entire lion dance team was dazed at first, but they danced even more quickly, the accompanying music became louder. Our people are finally here, haha. Someone laughed loudly. You know how to dance, right? Fang Yuan smiled, he moved his legs first, he was playing the role of a filial son lying on ice, his movements were simple and elegant, there was a sense of beauty to them. The surrounding people cheered. Fang Yuan followed the crowd as he danced to Xiaolin. It's your turn. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's voice entered Xiaolin's ears. Charlene's heart was pounding. She was so nervous. Although she often practiced this opera when she was young, she had never performed it in public under such circumstances. She began to dance, her movements rigid. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, stretching out his hand and holding her hands, leading her to dance. Wisdom path methods were secretly used by him. Xiaolin immediately felt more agile. The dance moves of this opera appeared in her mind, they were extremely clear. The two of them sang and danced along with the flow of the crowd. The members of the lion dance were all wearing colorful costumes and strange masks. A few of them were even playing the role of a huge golden sea lion. Wherever they went, everyone's gaze would first be on them. As the core of the team, the male and female protagonists were the focus of attention. Charlene was very nervous at first, but as she got better, she became more confident. She was immersed in the joyous atmosphere, forgetting the sadness of being wronged. She could hear the cheers and shouts of the people, and the whistles of the libertines. Even if Charlene made some mistakes, it would only attract friendly laughter. There was a huge crowd. Along the way, some of the lion dance team members left, while others joined. Unknowingly, Charlene started to laugh, it was as clear as a bell. An unprecedented happiness and joy filled her heart, this was something she had never felt since coming to Sacred City. She was immersed in this happiness, unable to extricate herself. At the same time, there was a sense of fear in her heart. She asked herself, was this all real? I really feel like I'm dreaming. Charlene's gaze was glued to Fang Yuan, her heart filled with emotions. It's time to leave. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's movements changed, he pulled Charlene and left the opera team, walking to the side of the street. Charlene was caught off guard, she was pulled into Fang Yuan's arms. She bumped into Fang Yuan's chest, a dense masculine scent assaulted her nose, Charlene's mask almost fell off, she quickly held it, using the mask to cover her flushed face. Let's go this way. Fang Yuan pulled her again, he walked forward and entered the alley. It was another alley, dim light, with trash and a stench, nobody cared about it. Fang Yuan let go of Charlene's hand and walked in front. Charlene instantly felt her heart empty, she quickly followed. The two of them walked in the long alley, one in front and one behind. Fang Yuan did not make a sound, the alley echoed with his monotonous footsteps. The bustling street, the surging crowd, all became softer and softer, Charlene left them behind. A cold and secluded atmosphere permeated Xiaolin's body and mind from the surroundings. The happiness from before were like a leaking bucket, following Charlene all the way, leaking all the way. Gradually, troubles found her again, the melancholy from before attacked her again. Charlene really wanted to find something to talk to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan kept walking forward, he did not turn his head back, the oppressive atmosphere made Charlene not dare to speak casually. Finally, they were about to reach the exit of the alley. Although the street here was not as lively as before, there were still many people, it was very noisy. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped, he turned and asked Charlene, have you thought about it? Charlene was stunned, think about what? Fang Yuan smiled, he pointed at the mask on Charlene's face, Do you want to wear it across the street, or do you want to walk in front of everyone with your original face? Charlene was stunned again. Fang Yuan continued, when I entered the alley, I threw away the mask on my face, but you kept wearing it. Why? Do you feel embarrassed? Are you afraid of showing your true face? Are you worried that you will lose the happiness you just had? The series of questions made Charlene at a loss. She could not answer. After a moment of silence, she seemed to understand something. She took off the mask on her face, revealing her true face. Master Chu, I understand your intentions. Thank you, I really thank you. I am only an ordinary mermaid. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, interrupting her. I said it before, a large part of your current situation is caused by me. I should compensate you. Master, what are you saying? You bestowed me gather oil goo, that is already a huge favor. You do not owe me anything, I am the one who owes you too much. Charlene quickly explained. That is your opinion, not mine. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression turning solemn. Look, you were mocked and ridiculed by others earlier, but just now, you were welcomed and encouraged by people. There is a huge difference between the two. What is the reason? Is it because of this mask? Actually, you are still yourself from start to finish, isn't that so? Charlene nodded. Fang Yuan looked at the street outside the alley. He pointed at the walking crowd. Look at it now. These people are not trying to find out your true nature, who you, Charlene, are. When we sing and dance, they do not even want to know our names. They are only expressing their attitude. The truth is not important to them. When people pursue the truth, it is often because they are angry because they are not willing to be fooled. So, we are not important to them, and their attitude is also nothing to us. Charlene breathed in deeply. Master Chu, thank you for consoling me. I really do not know how to thank you. I am not finished. Since outsiders' attitude is not important, then what is truly important in our lives? Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Charlene was stunned for the third time. Master, please forgive me for being slow-witted. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face as he pointed at Xiaolin and then at himself. It is us, it is our truest feelings. Ask yourself, listen to the voice in the depths of your heart. What do you want to do? What kind of person do you want to become? Where do you want to go? You can find the answer in the depths of your heart. If you want to travel, then travel to all corners of the world. If you want to treat your family well, then treat them well. If you want to try flying, then you might as well raise your wealth and prepare to purchase or refine flying goo worms. Fang Yuan pointed at the alley, then at the street. If you want to stay in the alley, then stay. If you want to join the streets and enjoy the crowd, then walk out. Do not mistreat your feelings because of their attitude. If you mistreat yourself often, then you will reap the harvest of regret. You will often wear a mask and become another person. In any case, it will not be the real you. Charlene heard this and immediately felt her heart become extremely clear, as if she had been enlightened. The sadness and melancholy from before were completely swept away. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Master. I will never forget your guidance. The mermaid girl had a solemn expression as she took half a step back and bowed to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. My efforts were not in vain. But sometimes, it is easier said than done. Let me ask you, what do you want to do the most now? Xiaolin hesitated. I want to follow you, Master Chu. This sentence immediately appeared in her mind. But before she could speak, Fang Yuan shook his head. You have not thought about it. Think about it when you have time in the future. Actually, I don't care what you want to do. Do you know what I want to do? Xiaolin shook her head, but at the next moment, her pupils dilated, her body froze and did not move. Because Fang Yuan slowly stretched out his hand and touched her face. Bang 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 bang, Xiaolin's face was flushed red, her heart was beating rapidly and her eyes were filled with ripples of autumn water. She felt the warmth and breadth of Fang Yuan's palm. This feeling was like a tiny electric current that spread throughout her body and mind. It was clearly a very ordinary action, but it made Xiaolin unable to move. Fang Yuan retracted his hand. You still have a mask on your face. Xiaolin was bewildered. She heard Fang Yuan continue. Sometimes, we put on a mask of our own accord, sometimes, others force us to put on a mask. Now, I want to take off the mask on your face. You have to cooperate with me, understand? Master, you don't need to. Xiaolin vaguely knew what Fang Yuan wanted to do. She stuttered as she tried to. dissuade him. Fang Yuan waved his hand. My heart will be happy as long as I don't take off this mask. I don't want to hurt my feelings. Since you feel that you owe me, then cooperate with me as compensation. At this point, how could Xiao Lin reject? She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Fang Yuan 3 times before standing up silently. Master Chu, I will do whatever you tell me to do. Okay, then become the saintess. What? A few days later. The final test of the sea god ceremony. Everyone was watching. Sui looked at Xiao Lin in extreme shock. It was as if she had seen a ghost. The 2 nannies below the stage were also stunned. After hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, the crowd went into an uproar. Sui originally had victory in her grasp because her opponent was heavily injured in the previous round and could not go on stage due to the short amount of time. But unexpectedly, an accident happened. The long-lost younger sister of his competitor had been found. It was the mermaid Xiao Lin in front of him. Isn't this too melodramatic? Unbelievable. Xiao Lin, isn't she the one who betrayed Sui and sold out her master for glory? That is just a rumor spread by Suyi's side. The real reason was that Sui wanted to squeeze out a follower spot. I heard that the invigilator has already pleaded guilty. There's even evidence of him coercing Xiao Lin. It's irrefutable. This is even more exciting than the singing in the opera. The crowd discussed animatedly and gradually became excited. The 2 old women sent private messages to each other. What the hell is going on? Why did the public's opinion change so suddenly? And we did not arrange for an invigilator at all. Why did he suddenly plead guilty? Suyi's expression was very ugly, but Xiao Lin was calm. She looked at the crowd with a calm attitude. Fang Yuan's earlier teaching seemed to have elevated her to a whole new level. Seeing that Xiao Lin did not put her in her eyes, Sui felt even more annoyed. She snorted coldly. Xiao Lin, I really did not expect that we would meet again in this manner. I also did not expect it. Xiao Lin looked at Sui and said honestly. The ups and downs these few days were like a dream. Sui snorted coldly again. No matter what you are plotting, this final test is not something any merman can pass. The saintess of this sea god ceremony will definitely be me. Oh. Xiao Lin replied plainly. Sui instantly felt like her punch landed on cotton. It was extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Lin started to look at the crowd again. There were too many people, they were densely packed together. Master Chu said that he would look for me in the crowd. But which one is he? Why can't I find him? Could it be that he had disguised himself? His divine ability is too great. If he wants to hide his identity, I will never be able to find him. After this matter is over, I will tell him that I want to leave with him. I wonder if he will agree to it. This question lingered in Xiao Lin's mind. The saintess position had no attraction compared to the answer to this question. In the first round, Xiao Lin won against Sui. In the second round, Xiao Lin won against Sui again. Such a result was out of everyone's expectations. The audience went into an uproar as they discussed and expressed their shock. Fang Yuan was hidden in the crowd. His expression was similar to the people around him, but his heart was cold. These last few days, he had been secretly nurturing Xiao Lin. He did not hesitate to use time path immortal methods to gain a lot of time to train her to a certain extent. Adding on the songs that Fang Yuan personally composed, there was also the sound path gu worm that Fang Yuan gave to Xiao Lin. It was specially made for her. And when Sui and Xiao Lin went on stage to sing, Fang Yuan had secretly done something to affect their performance. The former's performance was not smooth, while the latter's performance was getting better with Fang Yuan's secret support. Other than us outsiders, this grotto heaven originally had no gu immortals. Now that I am using immortal methods, do you think I can't control this grand ceremony of mortal gu masters? What do we do? The third round is about to begin. The 2 nannies were sweating profusely. They were sent by the clan to assist Sui. If Sui did not obtain the saintess position, they would not be able to escape the clan's responsibility. Suyi's expression was pale as she looked at Xiao Lin. This was like a dream. From Suyi's point of view, Xiao Lin was just an ordinary and dull girl. But because she had gathered oil gu and was a merman, she had the intention to make use of her. Although she felt uncomfortable when she ostracized Xiao Lin earlier, she did not think much of it. Even if Xiao Lin wanted to take revenge, what could she do? She was alone and only had rank 2 cultivation, wouldn't she be at the mercy of others? If not for the saintess position in sight and Sui did not want to be distracted, she would have used this chance to snatch Xiaolin's rank 5 gu worm. This was not returning kindness with enmity. Could a rank 2 gu master protect a rank 5 gu worm? This was the sin of possessing a precious item. Thus, in Suyi's opinion, rather than Xiaolin being harmed, she might as well persuade her to contribute gather oil gu to her clan. That way, she would benefit from it and Xiaolin would not die, it would be helping her. This was a small plan in Suyi's mind. But the saintess position was too important. Sui did not dare to be distracted and did not want to attract criticism. She could only give up on Xiaolin for now. If someone had told her before that Xiaolin would be her biggest obstacle in competing for the saintess position, Suyi's reply would be, hee hee. But now, Sui really wanted to laugh at herself. This fate was too cruel. That's right, Fang Yuan personally made a fake identity for Xiaolin, who could see through it. There was not a single person in the huge sacred city. Thus, the evidence that proved Xiaolin's identity was unassailable and irrefutable. Even Sui believed that Xiaolin's identity was true. Oh fate, this joke of yours is too big. Sui sighed in her heart. Missy, what do we do? The two nannies were also at a loss. There's no way we can do anything in public, and we don't have enough time. There is only one way left, I will personally persuade her. Sui was silent for a while before gritting her teeth. She transmitted her voice to Xiaolin. Xiaolin, I am Sui. Xiaolin was shocked but she soon calmed down and replied in secret, what is it? Sui prepared for a few breaths. I want to make a deal with you. You withdraw your strength and defeat me in the next round, I will become the saintess. I swear to the sea god that I am willing to pay a price that you will be satisfied with. Even if I am not strong enough, my clan will definitely satisfy you. Xiaolin was silent for a while before saying, I am sorry, don't be in a hurry to reject me. Xiaolin, you are too young, maybe you do not know the meaning of the saintess position. What do you think a saintess is? Is it pure faith? Or is it a shallow talent show? None of them. It involves benefits, it involves the competition of the entire sacred city's upper echelons. This is a political game. I know, you want to take revenge on me, but do you know? The situation you are in right now is also very dangerous. Once you become the saintess, you will be in even more danger. The force on your sister's side pushed you to the throne because they have no other choice, so they are trying everything they can. Once you become the saintess, they will do their best to turn you into their puppet and make you do many things that are beneficial to them. Although I have not interacted with you for a long time, I understand you very well, Xiaolin. You are pure and kind. If you become the saintess, you will probably seek benefits for the merfolk. But you will never succeed, because you are not part of any political force, you are just an outsider. Unless you integrate with one of them and become their representative, you will be ostracized by everyone else. You will become the most mediocre saintess in history, a saintess in name only. And if you choose to make a deal with me, the things you will obtain will definitely exceed your imagination, much more than what you can get from your sister. Please believe in my sincerity. Suyi's eloquence was incredible, even Xiaolin was moved by her words. But she replied at the next moment, Lady Sui, I understand your sincerity, but I cannot agree to this. Why? Suyi's tone was anxious. Do you think I am lying to you? Although it is cruel, I am speaking the truth. Don't be so naive, all right? Xiaolin was silent. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit 500 Years of Feng Yuan's Previous Life. See God Ceremony. Naive, facing Frost-Tide Tribe's leader's long-winded speech, Feng Yuan fell into silence. But he was silent for a short while before he chuckled, transmitting his voice, You think I don't know what you are saying? You think I am an inexperienced young man? No, I understand all these tricks, I am very clear about them. I know these facts, and I accept them. Feng Yuan was forced to leave Qingmao Mountain, he went to southern border, then western desert, and finally eastern sea. He had struggled on the verge of death, he had worried about 1 or 2 yuan stone. He had bent his back, he had groveled in front of experts and rich lives. He had also sat on the main seat, drinking tea and listening to his subordinates' reports. He was lowly, he was glorious, he was lofty, he was ordinary. Including his life on Earth, and the adventures he went through when he transmigrated here, His vision was innately higher than that of ordinary people, his experiences were also rich and exciting, they could be written into a book. How could such a person not understand the world? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was going crazy. He quickly replied, "Since you know this is the truth, you should understand that you are taking a risk now. This is the internal conflict of us mermen. You are a human goo master, you are not strong, why are you getting involved? You like Xianxia? I can guarantee that after this is done, I will give you even more beautiful mermaids. Don't doubt my sincerity, I can swear to the sea god." A merman swearing to the sea god, such sincerity is unquestionable. But Fang Yuan's tone changed. "Even though I accept this fact, it does not mean I like it. You think I like Xianxia? No, I only want to help her. Why would I take such a risk? Because I have a principle, kindness must be repaid, hatred must be repaid. I have used lifespan goo, I have lived much longer than you can imagine. I had hoped to live forever, but now I am getting sick of this idea. Life is getting more and more boring. Sometimes, the destination of the road is not important. What's important is the process of walking, as well as the state of mind when walking." The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. He couldn't understand Fang Yuan's lifestyle. "You're saying that the position of the saintess isn't important, but the process of you helping the saintess is important? Not bad, but there's more. The dark politics you mentioned and the mermaid beauties you promised to give me are not important. Although I know about it, I have never cared about it. Perhaps you can understand a little. I've lived long enough, and I'm tired of wearing a mask. To me, death is not scary at all. Right now, I just want to live with my truest self and use the method I want to use the most to achieve my goal. Only by living like this can I feel the passion of life and desire for life." Frost-Tide tribe leader was dumbfounded. He finally understood a little and shouted, "So you are a madman. You've said so much because you've lived long enough and don't want to live anymore. You want to court death. So be it if you were a goo immortal, but you're just a mere rank 3 goo master, you want to live on your own will? You're dreaming." Fang Yuan laughed. "You think you can live on your own will after becoming a goo immortal? Live without a mask? Where there are people, there will be conflicts and conflicts. Survival and living are two different things. How you want to live doesn't depend on your strength and cultivation level, it only depends on your heart." After pausing for a moment, Fang Yuan continued, "Actually, having low strength is also very interesting. When you truly live with your true face, having low strength will cause you to face more difficulties and challenges in reality. Surpass these difficulties and face these challenges, life will be full of wonders." Frost-Tide tribe's leader stood on the spot in a daze. He was dumbfounded, he could not speak anymore. His gaze passed through the crowd and looked at Fang Yuan, seeing the slight smile on his lips. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This person has such a strange and prejudiced way of thinking. It is extremely vulgar and has a tendency to self-destruct. He is probably possessed by the devil. Not only does he not play by the rules, the scarier thing is that he does not think according to the rules. His way of thinking was completely different from the general public. He was too deviant. This is a demon. This is a true demon. Frost-Tide tribe's leader felt a chill in his heart. He felt that this was Fang Yuan's true nature, even if he had not casually slaughtered a large number of people, even if Fang Yuan was doing a good deed of repaying kindness. At the same time, Frost-Tide tribe's leader felt a deep sense of helplessness. If it was a youngster who was inexperienced, he could still hide his true intentions and pretend to be a senior to guide him, teach him, and let him know the complexity of society and some dark truths. But Fang Yuan knew everything, he knew almost everything. The most helpless thing was that Fang Yuan's way of thinking was completely different from others. He is too assertive, he is too prejudiced. He clearly only has rank 3 cultivation level, how can he dare? Unreasonable, unreasonable. He is a lunatic, he is a madman. He is too arrogant, he actually looks down on life and death. That's right, he is not even afraid of death, what else does he not dare to do? All the wealth, beauties, authority, and status in the world cannot compare to a tiny bit of satisfaction in his heart. What else can I take out to tempt him? Frost-Tide tribe's leader was going crazy. The more he thought about it, the more he understood that Fang Yuan had no fear and would not accept any temptation. Maybe one day, he would be tempted, but this was definitely what he wanted to be tempted. This was his true intention in the depths of his heart. It was not easy for people to live in this world, it was the same for mermen. Even though Frost-Tide Tribe's leader had a high status and authority, it was even more difficult for him. He still had the Merman Sacred City's tribe elders to suppress him. He had so many subordinates, some were scheming against each other, some were coveting his position. He had many children who were crying piteously for food, he had many concubines and conflicts. Everything needed to be monitored by him, he needed to handle them, he needed to arrange them. He was corrupt. Was that wrong? That was right. What was corruption? Corruption was nothing more than obtaining more benefits, and these benefits made other people who had already obtained the benefits feel unfair. A piece of cake. The original situation was like this. You get a piece, I get a piece. Now, I secretly took away the second piece. You looked at it with envy. You said that you broke the previous agreement. What right do you have to take so much? This was corruption. Do you think that the Grand Elders who support the Saintess aren't corrupt, more or less, right? Even if the Grand Clan Elder wasn't greedy, what about her subordinates? Where are her children? It was just that it wasn't as severe as the Frost-Tide Tribe's leader. Perhaps, even if the Great Clan Elder's party was no longer corrupted, the Great Clan Elder would not be corrupted. But there were also higher-ups, people who ate the cake, and people who exploited others. From this point of view, everyone was an exploiter. What was the difference? They were all the same, therefore, the leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe had never felt that his corruption was wrong. He only wanted to obtain more wealth, beauty, and power. He was becoming more and more corrupt, gradually exceeding the distribution agreement. But he didn't want to stop, and the greed in his heart made him unable to stop. No, it can't be called greed. It should be called ideal. Many times, the leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe shouted this to himself in his heart. There was a joke that wasn't a joke. The father asked the son, "What is your ideal when you grow up?" The son answered, "Money and beauty." The father gave the son a slap. The son answered again, "Career and love." The father smiled and nodded, therefore, career and love were ideals. Money and beauty, men, were also ideals. Therefore, the leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe was righteous. What was wrong with him pursuing wealth, beauty, power, and fame? Did you think it was vulgar? These were all ideals. Which person's life wasn't filled with such ideals? The leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe liked such ideals from the bottom of his bones. This was because such ideals could spur him on, and at the same time, it could entice others, making them pay and sacrifice for their own ideals, and then help him, the leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe. What was wrong with him being corrupt? These were all ideals. Ideals needed to be realized, and they needed to be worked hard. When the leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe was corrupt for the first time, he knew that there would be a moment when he would be opposed by others and suffer the backlash. But so what? This was how it should be, and it was inevitable. This was the difficulty and pain that must be endured on the road to realizing one's ideals. As long as he could overcome these difficulties and these pains, the leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe could realize his ideals. In front of him, as long as he used a series of political tricks, such as under-the-table manipulation, indirect attacks, and military deterrence, he would be able to realize his ideals. In this regard, the leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe, who had been in a high position for a long time, was quite confident. He did have the capital to be confident. In fact, if it wasn't for Feng Yuan's sudden appearance, he would have already pushed aside Xianxia and pushed his own person onto the throne of the Saintess. Once that happened, he would have defeated the Grand Elder and successfully preserved the victory that he had obtained through corruption. In the future, with the help of the puppet Saintess, he would issue a few policies in the name of the vast number of mermaids and the prospects of the entire sacred city. He would launder his dirty money and legalize his corruption. At that time, who could say that he was corrupt? But just as the leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe was about to succeed, he miscalculated and was completely defeated. Because he met Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan didn't have ideals. No, it couldn't be said like that. The leader of the Frost-Tide Tribe firmly believed that he also liked wealth, beauty, power, and fame, but he liked to live according to his own will even more. This was his ideal. What do you want such lofty ideals for? With such ideals, doesn't it make the vast majority of us look very vulgar and ordinary? You're courting death. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe hated Fang Yuan to the core. This hatred was even more intense because of some secret and undetectable fear in the bottom of his heart. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe wanted nothing more than to skin Fang Yuan alive. He wanted nothing more than for him to die immediately, but he couldn't do that now. This was the sea god ceremony. The last song. Xianxia and Fang Yuan went on stage together. Fang Yuan played the accompaniment, and Xianxia's voice floated up. The sea laughs at the surging tides floating and sinking with the waves, remembering today heaven laughs at the tides of the world who wins and who loses, only heaven knows, the ups and downs of life were like the tides, there were high and there were low. Why was there a need to always worry about success or failure? His carefree and romantic feelings immediately intoxicated the listener. The rivers and mountains laugh at the distant misty rain, the waves wash away the mortal world. How many do you know? The cool breeze laughs and provokes loneliness. Lofty sentiments still remain, lofty sentiments, free and uninhibited, all kinds of ideals in the mortal world will be washed away by the waves. Even life itself would perish. What's the big deal? A gentleman doesn't succumb to external things. He stands aloof and forgets about gains and losses. Fate is unpredictable. Why should one uphold one's nature, abandon the mask, and search for one's true self? I have lofty sentiments, I have my loneliness. Even if it's the sunset of life, I have my brilliance. Everyone was stunned. The leader of the Frost-Tide tribe's face was pale and his body trembled. He knew he would definitely lose this battle. The seas laugh at the surging tides of the world floating and sinking with the waves. Remembering today heaven laughs at the tides of the world, heaven knows who wins and who loses. Mountains laugh at the distant misty rain, the waves wash away the mortal world. How many do you know? The common people are no longer lonely, the lofty sentiments are still smiling foolishly. I fought my way through the mortal world, I was born, I entered the world. I lived my own life, I lived according to my heart, even when the waves caused me to rise and fall, up and down, life and death, I never felt wronged, resentment, fear, or worry. I savor this feeling, I will still smile foolishly. I have a true nature. I am a true person. On the stage, Fang Yuan closed his eyes, activating goo worms to his heart's content. The zither music was melodious. Frost-Tide tribe's leader stared at him with a dazed expression, muttering, "Demon, demon." Xianxia was also in a daze as she sang. She looked at Fang Yuan, her beautiful eyes shining with an extraordinary light. She thought to herself, this kind of free and easy life, isn't this what I yearn for? Fang Yuan was able to create such a song, he truly has an immortal nature. In this life. Dragon Whale Grotto, Heaven, Merman Sacred City. Sea God Ceremony. Xiaolin appeared, the third song. The seas laugh, surging with the tides of the world. Floating and sinking with the waves, remembering today. Heaven laughs, tides of the world. Who will win and who will lose, only heaven knows. The crowd was shaken, Su Yi's face was ashen, the outcome was obvious. Xiaolin was already in a daze. Master Chu's image was raised infinitely in her heart at this moment, he was like the moon and the clouds. The familiar melody resounded in Fang Yuan's ears again, reality and memories intertwined in his mind at this moment. He had once stood on the stage and played the accompaniment, smiling with his eyes closed. Right now, he was watching from below the stage, his eyes shining with eerie light. Hundreds of years of vicissitudes, the power of time had changed him, but it also seemed like it did not change him. The sea god ceremony ended, the result was a huge shock, the saintess was someone no one expected, Xiaolin. Saintess' palace was bright and beautiful, there were groups of servants. Xiaolin had already changed into saintess attire, her fishtail was on the clouds and she wore a white veil. At this moment, she opened the window and looked at the huge courtyard, those colorful corals could not attract her attention. Her eyes were dazed and unfocused. It has been a few days since the sea god ceremony ended, Master Chu did not appear after secretly transmitting to me on the day of the ceremony. When will he return? Saintess, your sister is here to visit. At this moment, a maid walked behind Xiaolin and reported. Xiaolin frowned slightly, she sighed and said, invite her in. Xiaolin's sister, Zhao Lu, entered the saintess' palace. Of course, she was only Xiaolin's sister in name, but after Fang Yuan tampered with her memories, this sister never suspected Xiaolin's true identity. Sister, have you considered what I said a few days ago? Zhao Lu went straight to the point. Xiao Lin shook her head. I am very sorry, I do not want to get involved in other matters. The saintess position is not what I want. If possible, I do not want to be a saintess. Zhao Lu laughed. Her laughter was filled with mockery and jealousy. She and Sui competed until they lost, then Xiao Lin appeared out of nowhere and was given a chance by the faction that supported her. They did not expect her to succeed. The political faction behind Zhao Lu naturally would not let Xiao Lin go. They wanted to use her as their representative. But before Feng Yuan left, he transmitted his voice to Xiao Lin, telling her not to agree to anyone and join any political faction. Therefore, Xiao Lin had rejected Zhao Lu a few days ago. As for Zhao Lu, her mood wasn't that great. First of all, her long-lost younger sister had suddenly reappeared. Apart from the connection of blood, she had no other feelings for her. Secondly, she worked so hard for so long, but the saintess position was snatched away by Xiao Lin, who cut the queue. This was equivalent to snatching away her lifelong dream. In the end, the force behind her wanted her to step forward and persuade her younger sister Xiao Lin to join their side, but Xiao Lin rejected. Because of all these, Zhao Lu's mood was naturally not good. Xiao Lin, my sister, if you really don't want to become the saintess, why did you stand out then? Don't say such things to big sister, we both understand. If you have any requests, feel free to state them. I guarantee that this deal will satisfy you. Zhao Lu decided to lay it all out. Xiao Lin's frown deepened. She knew that Zhao Lu wasn't her sister, it was just Master Chu's doing. Now that she heard Zhao Lu's words, Xiao Lin's impression of her dropped significantly. Big sister. Xiao Lin said softly, I'm sorry, I really don't want to get involved in these matters. But don't worry, I've even rejected you, so I definitely won't cooperate with other forces. Zhao Lu's eyes widened. Charlene, you're too naive, you actually think so? I always thought that you were just waiting for the right price. Alas, I overestimated you. Since that's the case, let me make it clear, without our support, you will die, do you understand? Xiao Lin was slightly stunned, she stared at Zhao Lu. Don't tell me. Zhao Lu shook her head, don't think too much, we never had the intention to harm you, even if you don't cooperate with us in the end. Because you are the saintess, a person recognized by the sea god, who among the merfolk forces would dare to do anything to you. Once the plot is exposed, they will die without a burial ground. What I want to tell you is, every chosen saintess has a very important mission. That is to go to the demon suppression regret crying sea and sing for 3 days and 3 nights, using the song to eliminate the increasingly dense demonic nature in the regret crying sea. This is an extremely dangerous mission, it can be said to be a narrow escape. Many of the previous saintesses died in the cries of regret. Some of them came back alive, but they also became crazy and muttered to themselves. Although the position of saintess is good, there are huge risks and dangers. If not for this mission, the number of mermaids competing for saintess would increase by at least 10 times. There's such a thing? Xiao Lin was stunned. Zhao Lu smiled, do you think I am lying to you? Although this information is hidden, it is not an important secret. With your current status and identity, you can easily find out. You can ask anyone, of course, ordinary merfolk are still in the dark. In the sea areas controlled by the sacred court, the most dangerous one is the demon suppression regret crying sea. It is an absolute forbidden area. Legend has it that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed a peerless demonic path Gu Immortal there. The Immortal Venerable could not bear to take the demonic path Gu Immortal's life, so he suppressed him and made him repent. This demonic path Gu Immortal had no choice but to repent, thus his cries of remorse could be heard frequently in that sea area. But his sins were too heavy, his demonic nature was too strong. Every once in a while, the demonic nature in the sea area would accumulate and affect the living beings in the sea, making them stronger and more vicious. The saintess mission is to go to the center of demon suppression regret crying sea and sing with all your strength, using your voice to eliminate the demonic nature in the sea area. Otherwise, as time passes, the demonic nature in demon suppression regret crying sea will get stronger and stronger. The living beings in the sea will become even more vicious and domineering, invading all directions. This demonic nature can even spread, causing demon suppression regret crying sea area to expand and become larger. This was the first time Xiao Lin had heard of such a secret. Shock appeared on her face. That means to say, even if they have sufficient support and preparations, it will still be very dangerous. If I go alone, without your help, I will almost be courting death. Not almost, but definitely. Zhao Lu's tone was firm. She thought she could convince Xiao Lin with this, but Xiao Lin still shook her head. Even so, I do not want to cooperate. Even if you die? Zhao Lu's expression turned cold. Xiao Lin was hesitant, but Fang Yuan's figure in her heart made her stick to her agreement with Fang Yuan. Yes, I insist, even if I die. Zhao Lu was extremely angry, but she forced a smile. Then, I can only wish you good luck. The two sisters parted on bad terms. Haha, it really appeared. In front of the merit obelisk, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. On the merit obelisk, a new mission appeared: help the new saintess complete the most important mission. The mission did not have any detailed content. As for what the mission was, just by looking at this mission, others would have no idea. But Fang Yuan had already investigated it. In this Merman sacred court, the chosen saintesses all had one important mission, that was to purify demon suppression regret crying sea. If there was such a mission, then Fang Yuan could enter demon suppression regret crying sea. But the problem was, Fang Yuan was not sure if such a mission would appear on the merit obelisk. So Fang Yuan needed to support a saintess, and this saintess should have no one to rely on, and her strength should be low. This way, the saintess would not be able to complete her mission, she would need help from outsiders. In this grotto heaven, other than the suppressed demonic immortals, there were probably no native Gu immortals. Demon suppression regret crying sea was extremely dangerous. Every once in a while, it would accumulate demonic nature. The method of restraining it in the grotto heaven was to choose saintesses. They had to sacrifice themselves and advance wave after wave. The saintess mission was very important. If the saintess generation stopped for too long, the demonic nature might spread to the whole grotto heaven. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's ambush. Everything Fang Yuan did was to facilitate the creation of this mission. From the results, his plan was perfect. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan accepted this mission and teleported to the sacred city again. Several days later, Saintess Xiao Lin stood on a giant tortoise, slowly moving towards demon suppression regret crying sea. Behind her was Fang Yuan. The journey was calm and peaceful, but suddenly, a strong wind blew. Crying sounds could be heard along with the wind. I regret it so much. Why did I provoke Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? I regret it so much. Xiao Lin was shocked. She quickly looked at Fang Yuan. Master Chu, no worries. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He secretly used wisdom path methods to calm down Xiao Lin and the giant tortoise. This crying sound was like an immortal killer move. It could affect the emotions of ordinary people. The closer they got to the center of demon suppression regret crying sea, the louder and more concentrated the crying sounds. I regret it. I should not have killed so many people. I regret it. I should not have left to pursue strength. If only I could stay by my parents' side and fulfill my filial piety. I repent. I deceived everyone. I hid immortal Gu. I let my most trusted friend take the blame. I obtained the benefits myself. The sorrowful cries made Xiao Lin's face turn pale. Fang Yuan, however, became even more excited because he could already sense the huge immortal formation here. I am almost certain that Regret Gu is here. But if I take Regret Gu, will I destroy Paradise Earth's arrangements and trigger his backup plan? Fang Yuan had some doubts. Regret Gu was a huge matter. It was used to suppress the giant demon in the sea. It was clearly not part of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. But for Fang Yuan, it was a crucial Gu worm that he had to take away. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to take the risk. He relaxed his mind and activated his investigative methods. This demon suppression regret crying formation gradually appeared in his mind. It was becoming clearer and more comprehensive. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to have a pale expression. Such an amazing formation, it is as vast as the starry sky. My formation path attainment level is extraordinary, and I also have extremely powerful wisdom path methods, but to comprehend all of the profundities of this formation, I will need decades of time. Cold sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead, his heart suddenly shook. Regret Gu. He found Regret Gu. Even though Regret Gu was concealed, Fang Yuan had already deduced from all sorts of clues and arrangements that Regret Gu was hiding in the central part of the sea. How do I get Regret Gu? If I act rashly and trigger the formation's backlash, it will be very bad. Maybe I can use reverse flow protection seal to fight it head-on? Or should I use the power of the giant demon that is suppressed? Fang Yuan racked his brains, thinking continuously. If he released the giant demon, this small world would be plunged into misery and suffering, but Fang Yuan had no qualms or pity about it. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, a change occurred. The entire formation was activated. Regret Gu flew out and shot towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, an extremely grand force surged out and acted on Fang Yuan. Dark clouds covered the sky and torrential rain poured down. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, shaking heaven and earth. Central Continent, Maple Leaf City, in the City Lord's manor. Maple Leaf City Lord stood in a corridor outside a house, pacing around. He had a square face and was not imposing but angry. Right now, his brows were tightly furrowed, his mood was like the sky, restless and extremely worried. Suddenly, he stopped and walked to the door, listening attentively. Other than the sound of the storm and thunder, he could hear his wife's miserable groans and the shouts of several midwives. "Wife, use more strength, use more strength." Maple Leaf City Lord was already over 50 years old and deeply loved his wife. He was a rank 5 Gu master with the strongest battle strength in the surrounding thousands of li. He had a high status and was a charismatic leader. He was loved by many. But the only flaw was that he did not have a child. 9 months ago, he was overjoyed because his wife was finally pregnant with his flesh and blood. He could be said to have gotten a child at an old age. The biggest regret in his life was made up for. But even though he invited 3 famous midwives, 2 with rank 3 cultivation level and 1 with rank 4 cultivation level, he still encountered unexpected difficulties on the day of his wife's delivery. How can this be? Maple Leaf City Lord wanted to vent his anger but had no way to vent it. He clenched his fists. The battle strength he was so proud of was useless now. Even though he had many healing goo worms, he was not good at helping women give birth. Sigh. He could only restrain his emotions and lower his head, pacing around the corridor in front of the door. Wah. Wah wah. Suddenly, he heard a baby crying. Next, he heard the midwife laughing inside. She gave birth, it's a boy. Wife, you succeeded. I have a child. My son. Maple Leaf City Lord was stunned before becoming overjoyed. He could not wait to open the door and rush in to take a look. But at this time, a strange fragrance came from inside the house. This fragrance refreshed the mind and was not greasy at all. Next, the fragrance thickened and condensed into colorful flowing lights that floated in the air like streams of water, enveloping the whole house and even the surrounding hundreds of steps. What is this? Maple Leaf City Lord stopped in his tracks, extremely shocked. What shocked him even more was that the colorful lights in the air were increasing in number, and the fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. The thunderstorm in the sky suddenly stopped, and the dark clouds slowly dispersed. Sunlight pierced through the gaps between the dark clouds and shone down like a pillar. There was a magnificent pillar of light that shone precisely on the delivery room of the City Lord's wife. After that, the flowing lights and vibrant colors condensed together to actually form a crimson-colored lotus the size of a house. It floated in midair, vivid and lifelike, and didn't disperse for a long time. A natural anomaly. The master of Maple Leaf City was shocked. His wife and the 3 midwives were also stunned on the spot. At the same time, in the sky above the 9 heavens, 3 rank 8 Gu immortals stood on the clouds, observing Maple Leaf City's City Lord manor. They saw the unusual phenomenon of the birth of the baby. It has finally appeared. Duke Mei, who was standing at the center, heaved a long sigh. He looked old and kind. His eyebrows were especially strange, like 2 delicate dark brown roots, extending from his eyebrows all the way to his chest. This child is extraordinary after all, favored by the fate of the human Tao. His innate fate is already so rich, actually condensing into a red lotus canopy, visible to the naked eye. This is definitely an immortal venerable seed. Our celestial court did not expend 3 wisdom path Gu immortals to deduce him in vain. Gu immortal Duke Tong, who was standing on the left, sighed with emotion. He was a middle-aged man with an extremely strong physique. His face and skin were like brass, emitting a cold metallic luster. He stood on the clouds like a towering mountain, like a Vajra pagoda, giving off a peerless aura of not moving even when the world was shaking, of being indifferent to wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Duke Mei nodded. Past immortal venerables and demon venerables have a common characteristic, that is, they possess the luck of the human Tao. It is just that some do not show it initially, they hide their luck and hide it. Only after a certain period of time would it suddenly erupt. This child had such a phenomenon at birth, no wonder heaven and earth could not tolerate it and sent down calamities and tribulations to destroy him. This is rare even in the records of past venerables. If this child is nurtured properly, he will definitely become the most outstanding existence among the venerables. Saying so, Duke Mei's body suddenly shook, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Duke Mei. Duke Tong frowned, you and I have suffered heavy injuries in resisting the calamities and tribulations. Lord Duke Mei. The Gu immortal on the right also revealed a concerned expression. He had the appearance of a human youth with purple hair and a dragon-shaped aura constantly revolving around his body. Duke Mei looked at the young Gu immortal. Duke Long, Fate Gu has already revealed that you have an extremely deep fate with this child. When this child becomes a venerable in the future, you will be his Tao guardian. Go, take him as your disciple, guide him, and nurture him. You will help him, and he will help you. The two of you are destined to shine brightly in the history of humanity, you will never be forgotten. Yes, I will go now. The young Gu immortal, Duke Long, nodded. Go. Duke Tong's brows were still tightly furrowed. After returning to Celestial Court, Duke Mei and I will enter the longest hibernation to recuperate. The era of the Celestial Court's 3 dukes will never return. Duke Long, you will lead the Celestial Court and lead the Celestial Court to continue bringing glory to this great world. Yes. Duke Long restrained the surging emotions in his heart as he stepped on a cloud and slowly descended. His sleeves fluttered and with a wave of his hand, chi currents surged, vast and boundless. Dragon roars resounded incessantly, attracting the attention of heaven and earth and shocking everyone. Under this boundless aura, he slowly descended and landed in Maple Leaf City Lord's manor. Including Maple Leaf City Lord, all the guards were already kneeling on the ground, many of them shivering. Maple Leaf City Lord was a knowledgeable person after all. He knew about the existence of Gu immortals and also knew that his strength could not resist even a finger of a Gu immortal. He forcefully calmed himself down and greeted, I am Hong Zhu, greetings to Lord Immortal. I wonder why Lord Immortal has descended to the mortal world. Duke Long smiled, Hong Zhu, your son is the child of luck, a peerless genius that appears once in a million years. His aptitude is superb and rarely seen in the world. As long as he is nurtured properly, he will definitely become a great person in the future. But if he lacks guidance, there is the danger of slaughtering living beings and creating chaos in the universe. So I am very happy to see this talent, and for the sake of the common people of humanity, I have specially come to take this child as my disciple. In the future, I will nurture and guide him carefully, making him the leader of the righteous path and a Gu immortal who seeks for the welfare of the whole of humanity. Ah! Hearing this, Maple Leaf City Lord Hong Zhu was pleasantly surprised. He was shocked by Duke Long's words, but he had seen the phenomenon of heaven and earth with his own eyes, so he was somewhat mentally prepared. He was naturally happy that his son had a Gu immortal master, his future achievements would be limitless and he would absolutely surpass his father. Although he was the lord of a city and had a high status and authority, compared to a Gu immortal, it was like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. But other than joy, Hong Zhu was also a little disappointed. He had a son at an old age, but before he could even see his son, he was going to be taken in as a disciple by a Lord Immortal. The chances of them meeting each other in the future would be extremely limited. Duke Long took a look at Hong Zhu and immediately knew what he was thinking. He consoled, don't worry, I am only here today to explain this matter and not to take your son away. When he is 10 years old, it will be the right time for me to bring him up the mountain and teach him some skills. Hong Zhu heard this and was extremely excited, he quickly thanked him. At this time, the door opened, the city lord's wife had already packed up and was carrying the newborn baby. She walked out of the room with the 3 midwives and quickly knelt on the ground, paying respects to Duke Long. Duke Long's gaze was immediately attracted by the baby, he laughed heartily and took a step forward, arriving in front of the city lord's wife at the next moment. He carefully carried the baby and observed it. This baby did not have the ugly appearance of a newborn baby. He had a head of black hair, red lips, and white teeth, and looked very cute. His eyes were as bright as stars, shining brightly. His skin was fair and tender, and his chubby face was extremely lovable. At this time, the red lotus that was hovering in midair slowly descended and kept shrinking. Under Duke Long's gaze, it finally landed on the baby's forehead and condensed into a 9-petaled red lotus birthmark. A trace of shock flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He thought to himself, this fate condenses into a birthmark, engraved between the brows. This is a phenomenon that none of the previous venerable ones have. This disciple of mine will probably be very special when he becomes a venerable one in the future. At this thought, the child that was light as a feather in Duke Long's arms felt as heavy as a mountain. A strong sense of mission and responsibility filled Duke Long's heart. There's no need to kneel, get up. After looking at it for a while, Duke Long solemnly returned the baby to the city lord's wife. He opened his mouth and exhaled. 3 streams of aura flashed. One of them landed on the baby, while the other 2 entered the city lord's wife's body. The baby immediately fell into a deep sleep with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, the city lord's wife felt a boundless power filling their limbs and bones. The city lord's wife exclaimed, the weakness from just giving birth had already disappeared, she was brimming with energy and had returned to her youthful state. Meanwhile, city lord Hongzhu was shocked to find that all his old injuries had healed. The primeval essence in his aperture had actually surpassed common sense and had a trace of green luster. His strength that could not increase anymore seemed to have risen by a huge chunk. Hongzhu was not in a hurry to sense the changes in his body. He immediately thanked Duke Long together with his wife. Duke Long waved his hand. There's no need to thank me, because I still need your help. One's parents and one's master could not replace one another. I like the fact that you two love each other, and more importantly, care deeply for your son. Let him feel the love and warmth of the world. This will be of great help to his growth. 10 years later, I will come again. Saying so, Duke Long slowly floated up into the sky. Along the way, air currents surged and dragon roars resounded in a rhythmic manner, like a formless dragon tide surging. The mortals in the city looked up at the sky, watching as Duke Long flew away until his figure was concealed by the clouds. After a moment of silence, there was a loud explosion and the entire city went into an uproar. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit The Clear Blue Sky Was Cloudless. Maple Leaf City was bustling with people. It had been 6 years since the birth of the city lord's son, Hong Ting. In these 6 years, Maple Leaf City had no disasters. The weather was good and the city's scale kept expanding. It had already grown more than 10 times its original size. It was the first human city in the entire plains. Chirp 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 chirp, a flock of spiritual sparrows flew over from nowhere. Their bodies shone with golden light as they flew over in large groups. They had extraordinary intelligence. When they flew to the sky above the city lord's mansion, they suddenly exploded and turned into specks of golden light that fell down. In the city lord's mansion, Hong Ting was waving the small treasure sword in his hand. He moved quickly among the rockery and danced with the sword. For a moment, Hong Ting's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only a ball of sword light could be seen, shining like silver. Good. Amazing. Young master is really talented. This sword technique has only been taught for 3 months and he has already mastered it. It's really hard to imagine. The surrounding guards praised him from the bottom of their hearts. City Lord Hongzhu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He was full of pride for his son. As for the shock, it had already disappeared. In these years, Hong Ting's aptitude and performance had repeatedly refreshed his understanding. It made him understand how shallow his understanding of the word genius was. Because he had been shocked too many times, Hongzhu had already become numb. In the following years, it became a matter of course. Clang, at this moment, there was a crisp sound. The silver sword light suddenly disappeared and Hong Ting's figure appeared again. He held the small treasure sword and cut off a corner of a mountain rock. Immediately, cheers and praises were heard. Father, I always feel that this sword technique is not enough. There is a lot of room for improvement. Hong Ting's lips were red and his teeth were white. His eyes were like stars. He walked out of the rockery with a smile on his face. Father Hongzhu laughed. This sword technique of yours is the secret manual of the famous sword cultivator Xianxia. I exchanged for it with a rare treasure. You have only practiced for 3 months and you don't like it? Hong Ting blinked his eyes. A cute slyness flashed in his eyes. Father, I just said it out of feeling. To be honest, this sword technique is just so. I have practiced for 3 months and have already grasped the essence. Hongzhu nodded and felt a headache again. Her son's aptitude was too high. He learned everything quickly, and he learned everything to the end. This was a good point, but there was also a bad point. A few years ago, Hong Ting had already hollowed out Hongzhu's foundation. He tried every possible way to find other people's secret manuals to teach Hong Ting, but it still could not stop Hong Ting's black hole-like learning ability. In the long run, what should they do? Right at this moment, a flock of spirit sparrows flew over their heads and exploded into golden specks of light. The specks of light sprinkled down and quickly merged into everyone's minds. Most of them were absorbed by Hong Ting alone. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They had all been imparted and mastered all kinds of strange secret manuals. It's another immortal imparting technique. I wonder which immortal did this. We still have to thank the young master. It's all thanks to him. All the guards looked at Hong Ting fervently. Even Hongzhu's gaze had a trace of complexity. Hong Ting shut his eyes and immersed himself in the rich knowledge that had suddenly appeared. Hongzhu and the rest were already used to it. Even the people outside the city lord's manor were only slightly surprised before returning to their normal lives, busying themselves with their own matters. Phenomena and immortal traces were fascinating, but when such things happened many times, they became normal. The immortal traces that happened to Hong Ting were no longer a simple concept, they were so numerous that people were numb to it. Ever since he was born and was taken in as a disciple by Duke Long, he would often appear in immortal traces. Duke Long was the leader of Celestial Court. Not mentioning the rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court, just the 10 great ancient sects of Celestial Court were all colossal forces, overlords of their own regions with deep foundations. Duke Long took in a disciple with great fanfare without concealment, everyone understood his intentions. Thus, be it Central Continent's righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all very concerned about Hong Ting's growth. Hong Ting was a luck seed, he would be nurtured by Celestial Court to become a future immortal venerable, this was no secret. Thus, every once in a while, Gu immortals or descendants of Gu immortals would secretly help Hong Ting, forming good karma and becoming familiar with him. Thus, golden sparrow imparting techniques were no longer rare. There were also spirit crane imparting techniques, auspicious clouds delivering fruits, sacred wind cleansing marrow, and other immortal traces and phenomena. After a long while, Hong Ting completely absorbed the knowledge in his mind, but he frowned. Although there are 18 types of weapon training techniques in here, each of them is exquisite, there is still no method to awaken the aperture in advance. Father, when can I open my aperture and control Gu worms? These techniques, no matter how high they are only mortal techniques. Only manipulating Gu worms is the proper way. My son, don't be anxious. Have you forgotten what your master instructed me in the letter he sent? Hongzhu said in a pleasant tone. Hong Ting impatiently waved his hand. Father, I know. Master said that although I can awaken the aperture in advance, I can only do it when I am 12 years old. If the time is not right and the opportunity is not here, I cannot advance it. I am very curious, Master is so powerful, why can't he help me awaken my aperture now? Hongzhu's expression sank. Son, your master is an upper immortal, you cannot understand what he is thinking, but you have to listen to him. You have to understand that he will absolutely not harm you, just like how our parents love and protect you. Yes, Father. I said something wrong, Father, please don't be angry, okay? Hong Ting quickly cupped his fists, he was very filial towards his parents. Time passed, several years passed in the blink of an eye. Duke Long appeared again and officially took Hong Ting as his disciple, personally teaching him as he traveled around the world. When Hong Ting was 12 years old, Duke Long helped him awaken his aperture. He officially stepped on the path of Gu cultivation, and because of his peerless aptitude and solid foundation, his cultivation advanced rapidly. It wasn't just his cultivation base that had improved. His experience had also been enriched along the way. He met many people, from mortals to immortals, from kind people to evil people. His understanding of life and heaven and earth continued to deepen. He was chivalrous, he abhorred evil, he was handsome and confident, he was resourceful and resourceful. Master, I found out that villainous Xue Tu Dao who slaughtered the village, he is on a nearby mountain. On this day, Hong Ting returned from hunting and returned to the cave, excitedly saying to Duke Long. Duke Long nodded and smiled. Sit down, my soup is almost done. This is the bone soup of an ancient desolate beast, it will be very beneficial to your growth. Hong Ting threw the prey in his hand to the ground and gritted his teeth. Master, over a year ago, I wanted to attack Xue Tu Dao and exterminate evil. You said I only had rank 3 cultivation while he was rank 5, I could not fight him, I could not go. Half a year ago, I already had rank 4 cultivation and had 8 killer moves. I had a high chance of taking Xue Tu Dao's life, but you said I did not have 100% chance and should not make a move. 3 months ago, I already had rank 5 cultivation and could deal with Xue Tu Dao in 2 or 3 moves, but you said it was not time for him to die, it was not time to kill him. Master, if we continue to let such an evil person live, who knows how many innocent lives will be lost. Now, it is time for me to make a move. Duke Long put down the ladle in his hand and stopped stirring the bone soup in the pot, sighing, Disciple, the opportunity has not come. I don't care about the opportunity, I only know that if I do not make a move now, I will have missed the opportunity. Hong Ting's attitude was very firm. Duke Long shook his head. At this time, Xue Tu Dao's life is not time. If you forcibly kill him, not only will it be futile, there will also be unexpected twists and turns, resulting in a tragedy. I don't believe it. I only need one move to take his life. Hong Ting raised a finger, his eyes fixed on Duke Long, his gaze burning as if his eyes were burning with fire. Duke Long was silent for a moment, then go, young man, try it. Thank you for your permission, Master. Hong Ting was overjoyed. Master only hopes that you will not be disappointed when the time comes. How could I be disappointed? Master, please wait for a moment, disciple will return in 30 minutes with Xue Tu Dao's head. Hong Ting turned and left. But after the time it took for 1 incense stick to burn, 2 incense sticks to burn, 3 incense sticks to burn, Hong Ting was still nowhere to be seen. Everything was in Duke Long's eyes, he knew the time was ripe. He left the cave, crossed a sea of trees and flew to Hong Ting's side. Hong Ting knelt on the ground, his face filled with anger and regret. He stared blankly at the foot of the mountain. There used to be a small village there, the villagers lived peacefully and peacefully. His eyes were red, filled with veins of blood. When he saw Duke Long, he raised his head, there were clear traces of tears on his face. Master, I had never expected that there would be a Gu immortal inheritance here. That Xue Tu Dao wanted to inherit this inheritance, so he secretly came here. I broke his plan, so he used the power of the inheritance to stop me. I fought with all my strength, but the aftermath of the battle caused the mountain to collapse and actually buried the small village. Master. It was me, I caused the deaths of these villagers at the foot of the mountain. Hong Ting sobbed. Duke Long did not console him, he was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, Disciple, do you want to take revenge? Do you want to get rid of Xue Tu Dao? The time has come. Is that so? Where is he? Hong Ting's body shook as he asked. On that mountain. Duke Long pointed. Hong Ting immediately rushed over and easily killed Xue Tu Dao. I can't accept this, I have clearly inherited the true inheritance, but I have not digested the results yet. Just now, I narrowly escaped death, I was weak and powerless, but you saw me. If I had more time I would not be afraid of me, I could still become a Gu immortal. These were Xue Tu Dao's last words. Hong Ting stood in front of Xue Tu Dao's corpse in silence. Duke Long's figure appeared behind Hong Ting again, he was silent. After a while, Hong Ting retracted his dazed gaze from Xue Tu Dao's body and asked in a hoarse voice, Master, you said that if I listened to your arrangements, I could easily kill him. That village's people would not be implicated, right? Duke Long did not speak, he only stretched out his hand and lightly patted Hong Ting's shoulder. Fate. Duke Long sighed, his expression was solemn and complicated. He walked a few steps and sat on a rock, then patted the spot next to him, indicating for Hong Ting to sit down. Hong Ting copied Duke Long and sat down cross-legged. Look. Duke Long pointed at the foot of the rock he was sitting on. Hong Ting immediately looked over and saw a small group of ants next to the rock. They were in a line, carrying food and returning it to their nest. This is fate. Duke Long continued. Ah? Look again. Duke Long pointed at the sky again. Hong Ting looked up at the sky and saw white clouds of all shapes and sizes floating in the sky. This is also fate. Duke Long continued. Hong Ting's heart moved as if he understood something. Master, you mean? He could not continue. He understood something in his heart, but he could not express it in words. Ants move food, bees gather honey, the wind blows, the clouds float, all living things have their own paths. From our perspective, they may not have any rules, but they actually all move according to the rules of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Look at the sun and moon. Every day, the sun rises and the moon sets, the moon rises and the sun sets. Look at a person's life and death. No matter what kind of person, even if they are an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, they all have to die, from life to death. All of this is fate. Every person, every life, even every rock, every drop of water, every ball of fire, since they exist in this world, they must have their own meaning and value. Good and evil are the same. Without good, where would evil come from? Without evil, what need is there for good? You were in a hurry to get rid of Xue Tu Dao because you did not see his value. Since the great Tao of heaven and earth wanted him to exist, there must be a reason for him to live. This is fate. Fate has already arranged everything in the world, it is just that we can only feel the way of this arrangement, we cannot see it clearly. It is normal to not see clearly. The rules of the great Tao of the universe, even immortals cannot fully understand them in their entire lives. We are too weak, and the world is too vast. We should revere the heavens and the earth and follow the arrangements of fate. Only then can we follow the will of the heavens and benefit the world. The reason why your parents got together was fate's arrangement. The greatest meaning was to bring you into this world. You will become an immortal sovereign in the future. This is also fate's arrangement. You have to accept it and climb to the peak step by step. In the end, you will become the leader of the celestial court and dedicate your life to the righteous path of the world. As for me, the greatest meaning of my life is to guide you and guide you onto the correct path. I am your Tao protector. You have to believe in fate and acknowledge it. Everything it does has its own reasons. If we forcefully interfere and change it, we will inevitably get tragedy and regret. Just like how you wanted to take Xue Tu Dao's life in advance, did you kill him in the end? Duke Long shook his head, no. Although your strength far exceeds his, you will encounter all sorts of unexpected situations. So in the end, not only did you fail to eliminate him, you even implicated the innocent. Now think about it, if you listened to fate's arrangement and killed Xue Tu Dao when he was at his weakest, would you still encounter these accidents? Now, let me tell you, the meaning of Xue Tu Dao's existence is to open this Gu immortal inheritance, to be a pioneer and bring this inheritance to you. Hong Ting was stupefied. He was motionless like a statue. 2 streams of tears flowed down from his eyes as he choked with sobs. Master, I was wrong. Knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is the greatest virtue. Actually, your wrong choice earlier was also fate's arrangement. Duke Long said. Master, what do you mean? We are all under fate's arrangements. You think you are going to break fate, but your thoughts are actually fate's arrangements. You don't need to feel guilty, you should understand fate's intentions. Do you think your wrong choice is worthless? Wrong. Every mistake has a measurable value to a youngster's growth. If you can learn from this mistake and recognize the existence of fate, accepting and acknowledging it, then this mistake will have value. The destruction of that mountain village has the meaning of destruction. Saying so, Duke Long gazed deeply at Hong Ting. My disciple, you are a talented and intelligent child, a good and obedient child, but I have a worry, you are too emotional. Now that you have rank 5 cultivation, when I ask you to consider which path to immortal ascension, I'm afraid you will choose wisdom path, right? Master, you have great insight, disciple indeed thinks so, disciple feels that wisdom path is very suitable for me. Hong Ting said honestly. Duke Long shook his head. Wisdom path pays attention to thoughts, will, and emotions. You are too emotional. Studying emotions will do you more harm than good. Listen to me, choose time path. When you look at the past and present, all sorts of ups and downs, glory and disgrace, you will understand that all emotions and romantic relationships will be washed away by time. I have obtained a revelation from Fate Gu. Time path is the most suitable path for you. Hong Ting opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally nodded. Disciple will listen to master's teachings. I will choose time path. Duke Long nodded in relief. That's good. Master is your Tao protector, guiding you onto the correct path. This is the meaning of master's existence. Time continued to flow. Hong Ting chose time path, and under Duke Long's protection, he successfully passed the immortal ascension tribulation and became a time path Gu immortal. Exalted immortal Hong Ting, that demon has threatened to slaughter the entire city unless I marry my daughter to him as a concubine. He is a high and mighty Gu immortal, we are just mortals. We have no other choice. Please consider my relationship with your father and exterminate the demon. An old city lord came and knelt on the ground, begging Hong Ting to help. Hong Ting recognized that this city lord's city was very close to Maple Leaf City. They had frequent dealings, they indeed had a deep relationship. He had even seen the city lord's daughter, they had played together in their childhood. Old man, quickly get up. I will definitely help you, but... Hong Ting paused. The time is not right yet. The old city lord was overjoyed. Since Upper Immortal has agreed, I can rest assured. I believe Upper Immortal will not go back on your words. Hong Ting had been waiting for a good opportunity. He finally reached the moment when that demon Gu immortal should die. He decisively took action and easily eradicated the demon. However, the old city lord knelt on the ground, looking at the ruins and corpses in the city. He cried in sorrow, "This wretched demon, you are finally dead. Sob sob sob, my obedient daughter, my citizens, you can rest in peace, your revenge has been avenged." Disciple greets master. I wonder what matter does master summon disciple for? Hong Ting arrived in front of Duke Long. Disciple, master has sensed fate. Floating Flower River is about to flood at this moment. The river has changed its course. I want you to go and save people. Remember, you cannot act in advance, you can only act after 3 days and 3 nights. Duke Long instructed. Yes, master. Hong Ting came to the bank of Floating Flower River and looked at the spreading river water. Countless living beings were destitute, drowned corpses were floating on the surface of the river. He forcibly restrained his emotions and waited for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he found that he did not need to do anything. The river water had already retreated by itself, many places had already exposed muddy ground. The aura of a wild immortal Gu rose up. It was actually not far away from Hong Ting. Hong Ting easily subdued this wild immortal Gu. Good Gu, it is actually a rank 7 time path Gu, it is suitable for me. Hell, 2 ancient desolate beasts were attracted by the aura of the wild immortal Gu. Hong Ting's expression was solemn. He hid himself and waited for these 2 ancient desolate beasts to kill each other, one dead and one injured, before he made his move and captured these 2 ancient desolate beasts. Amazing, amazing. Looking at the traces of the battlefield, Hong Ting came to a realization. So this is the ingenious arrangement of fate. After the intense battle between these 2 ancient desolate beasts, Floating Flower River has expanded by several times. At the same time, the river has been soaked in the blood of the ancient desolate beasts, becoming thick and solid. From now on, Floating Flower River's flood will not happen again. Also, the land beside Floating Flower River has been soaked in the river water and the blood essence of countless living beings' corpses. It will become extremely fertile. The mortals who will migrate here in the future will truly be blessed. Bull-headed demon brute, quickly release my parents, otherwise I will make you wish you were dead. Hong Ting stared at bull-headed demon immortal, his eyes were almost spewing fire. Bull-headed demon immortal grabbed Hong Ting's parents with each hand, laughing loudly. Lad, who asked you to be so arrogant? You want to get rid of me? When I became a Gu immortal, who knows where you were suckling milk? Are you afraid now? Hong Ting was afraid of harming the innocent, he shouted in anger. Bull-headed demon immortal Gu quickly shouted, don't come over, don't be rash. Don't you want your parents' lives? If you come over, I will directly crush your parents' heads. What do you want? Hong Ting shouted. Bull-headed demon Immortal Gu laughed sinisterly. All right, all right. As long as you return my lifespan Gu to me, I will return your parents. Otherwise, I don't have many days left to live. I will take your parents along with me. Hong Ting was stunned on the spot. According to fate's arrangement, those two wild lifespan Gu should belong to bull-headed demon Immortal Gu. But Hong Ting thought of his parents' old age and near the end of their lifespan, so he hid it from Duke Long and took these two lifespan Gu. He had not expected bull-headed demon Immortal Gu to find him and bring disaster to his parents. At once, Hong Ting's face was deathly pale, his forehead full of cold sweat. I have already used your two lifespan Gu. I know, you gave them to your parents. Bull-headed demon Immortal Gu was not surprised, but you are Duke Long's disciple, a future immortal venerable who will enter the celestial court. I don't believe that celestial court does not have lifespan Gu. Bring me 300 years, no, 3,000 years of lifespan Gu, and I will let your parents go. This? Hong Ting immediately fell into a dilemma. Finally, after some twists and turns, he finally chased bull-headed demon Immortal Gu away. But his parents were heavily injured. Even with immortal methods, they could not be healed. Father, mother, I have harmed you. If not for me finding lifespan Gu for my parents, they would still have a few more years to live according to their age. Hong Ting wept, kneeling on the ground, feeling extremely helpless. Hong Zhu, however, smiled. My son, life and death are determined by fate, riches and honor are determined by heaven. Humans have to die eventually. There is longevity in this world, but who can live forever? No one. We are fated to die. There is no need to grieve for us. On the contrary, you should be happy for us. For us to have a son like you, a future immortal venerable, this is such a great honor. Our names will definitely go down in history because of you. Madam Hong followed. My son, listen to your master, be a good person, and be righteous. The two elders held each other's hands, and stopped breathing. Father, mother. Hong Ting raised his head and cried, his voice hoarse. Time accumulated brilliance in Hong Ting's eyes. The vicissitudes of life and maturity made him even more charismatic as a man. Green mountains, the afterglow of the setting sun. Under the sunset, he and Lu Shuxian met for the first time. Their eyes met, both of them felt their hearts palpitate, an indescribable atmosphere quickly spread around the two. Love at first sight. Lu Shuxian had a strange expression. She asked, who are you? Hong Ting was not surprised. He smiled and replied, I am your destined husband. My name is Hong Ting. Lu Shuxian was shocked. You are the future immortal venerable? Don't be surprised, our meeting here is fate. Love. Hong Ting felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. He and Lu Shuxian were together. They were in love with each other. It was as if they were born for each other, like a lock and a key. They were a match made in heaven. They traveled all over the world, they chatted and drank under the moon. They had a tacit understanding. They could express their innermost feelings with just a glance. They even transmitted their thoughts to each other. They were a true immortal couple. They had lived together for hundreds and thousands of years. They supported each other on the path of cultivation. They did not quarrel or get angry once. Lu Shuxian accompanied Hong Ting all the way to rank 8, to the peak of rank 8, and finally to the realm of rank 9 sovereign. The calamities and tribulations were unimaginable, but Hong Ting still succeeded in the end. Duke Long was heavily injured because of this. Several celestial court Gu immortals died. Hong Ting hugged Lu Shuxian's cold body as tears flowed down his face. He hugged Lu Shuxian tightly, saying, don't leave me, I beg you to live. It is useless, I was struck by the calamity and tribulation. It is already a great fortune for me to have left a trace of my soul to see you for the last time. How can I ask for more? Lu Shuxian smiled. I am useless. I came to undergo tribulation, but I implicated you. Hong Ting lowered his head, tears rolling down his face. No, Hong Ting. That kind of calamity and tribulation, only someone with my special physique can block it. Even if you give up your lives, there would only be failure. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques, and met you. It was all fate's arrangement. At the moment when you were on the brink of death, I suddenly understood that the greatest meaning of my life was to protect you, to block the calamities and tribulations for you, to help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. Now, I have done it. No, no. Xianxia, I would rather not be an immortal venerable, I only want you to live, I only want you to live. Hong Ting screamed helplessly, his face was covered in tears as his body trembled. All living beings have their own destinies, they all have their own destinies. Hong Ting, you cannot think like this, you need to live on, your destiny is to become an immortal venerable, to lead the celestial court, to shine the light of the righteous path over the 5 regions. Do you know, I have always been looking forward to such a scene, looking forward to standing by your side, accompanying you to be invincible in the world, bringing blessings to the world. It is a pity that I cannot see it. Lu Shuxian's aura dissipated, she died completely. Hong Ting's head was lowered, his back was bent like a bow, like an old man, a heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. He was like a statue, not moving at all. In his immortal aperture, the remaining heaven and earth chi continued to gather, refining a rank 8 immortal goo according to his current mental state. This goo was shaped like a centipede, its body was pale like paper. A centipede had 100 legs, but its legs were replaced by 100 feelers. Every feeler was translucent, they floated in the air, scratching people's hearts and inciting the deepest regret in their hearts. Rank 8 regret goo. Cough, cough, cough. Duke Long coughed out some blood, he got up with difficulty and went to Hong Ting's side. Lu Shuxian died a worthy death, so put away your sorrow, my disciple. This is all fate's arrangement. You are already an immortal venerable now, rank 9 venerables are rare even in the long river of history. You still have a long life ahead of you, your mission has just begun. I will abdicate, the celestial court and the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you. Hong Ting, Hong Ting? Duke Long called out softly. Hong Ting slowly raised his head, he did not look at Duke Long, his gaze was still fixed on Lu Shuxian's cold face. He said softly, I regret it. For the fastest novel reading without mistakes, please visit What Did You Say? Duke Long did not hear it clearly. I said, I regret it. Hong Ting said again. Duke Long's brows furrowed tightly, he stared at this disciple he was the proudest of in his life with a strict gaze, regret. Oh Hong Ting, don't speak nonsense. Do you know in your heart how many people contributed and sacrificed themselves to nurture you and support you to your current cultivation level? If you say such words, how can you face those people who supported you since you were young? How can you face your parents? How can you face the recently deceased Lu Shuxian? How can you face the immortals who helped you pass the tribulation and perished? Duke Long berated Hong Ting sternly. Alright, Lord Duke Long, Fairy Shuxian's death is a great sorrow, we can completely understand Red Lotus Immortal Venerable's feelings. He was just emotional for a moment. The other celestial court goo immortals tried to persuade him. Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, hee hee. Hong Ting laughed in disdain, he looked at Duke Long with bloodshot eyes, if I have to sacrifice like this, and there might be even more sacrifices in the future to exchange for the position of an immortal venerable, I would rather not have this immortal venerable position. Enough. Duke Long flew into a rage, even if you speak nonsense, you have to stop, Hong Ting. Do you think your immortal venerable position is something that you can get and give up whenever you want? This is all fate's arrangement, this is the mission you were born with, you have to carry it out. Hong Ting raised his head and laughed loudly, his hair was disheveled and he was in a sorry state, he then looked down at Duke Long, a grand immortal venerable, invincible in the world, you can't even do as you please, you can't even give up this immortal venerable position? Duke Long snorted coldly, tell me, Hong Ting, who in this world can do as they please? Your thinking is too childish, you think becoming an immortal venerable, you think leading the righteous path means there are no sacrifices? Which thing in this world does not require you to pay? Do you think the word righteous path is so shallow? Wrong. Upholding the righteousness of the celestial court required the most effort and sacrifice. If you don't even have the spirit to sacrifice yourself, then let me tell you, you don't even have the right to join the celestial court. Hong Ting's body trembled. Lord Duke Long, Lord Immortal Venerable, calm down, you are still recuperating, it is not time to quarrel. The other goo immortals quickly persuaded. Hong Ting slowly lowered his head, but his fists were tightly clenched. He said with an incomparably firm tone, I want to revive them. Duke Long raised his eyebrows, his expression as cold as ice. Who do you want to resurrect? Everyone who sacrificed their lives for my position as the immortal sovereign. My parents, Lu Shuxian, and many others. Impudent. Duke Long suddenly roared and pointed at Hong Ting. How could you have such a rebellious thought? You clearly know, and I have warned you more than once, that life and death are predestined. The life and death of a person is the law of the great Tao, and the life and death of any life is the ingenious arrangement of fate. You want to resurrect the dead? Do you want the whole universe to fall into chaos? Have you not learned your lesson? The more you act recklessly, the more disastrous tragedies will happen to you. Even if it is a disastrous tragedy, I will choose to endure it. Master, disciple has a question, why? Why must we accept fate's arrangement? If there is no fate, will this world really fall into chaos? Is there no possibility of it becoming better? Hong Ting's tone was anxious as he asked questions. Duke Long was shaking with anger. This time, even the persuading celestial court Gu Immortal slowly retreated, looking at Hong Ting with a strange gaze. Lord Immortal Venerable, your idea is too dangerous. That's right, if there is no fate, there will be no prosperity for our human race. Fate Gu is Celestial Court's supreme treasure. Lord Immortal Venerable actually wants to destroy it? This. You. Hong Ting looked at the surrounding Gu Immortals. At this moment, he felt an indescribable deep loneliness. Time passed, an unknown amount of time had passed. In the river of time, a lonely figure appeared. His hair was disheveled, his face was filled with vicissitudes of life, he was like a wanderer who wandered the world without a home. His face still had the shadow of the past Hong Ting, but his expression had completely changed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at the unceasing river of time, sighing faintly, it is time to leave behind my inheritance. He slowly descended. When his feet were about to touch the surface of the river of time, he slowly stopped. This first Stone Lotus Island, and also the most important Stone Lotus Island, will use Regret Gu as the core. It will be left to the otherworldly demon, the person who has the greatest hope of destroying fate in the future. Thereupon, a Stone Lotus Island gradually formed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind Rank 8 Regret Gu here. He also left behind a large number of Time Path Immortal materials, Immortal Killer moves, a portion of true meaning that contained his truest memories, and a powerful Immortal Killer move. After completing it, Red Lotus Demon Venerable dragged his extremely tired body and flew away. Time passed quickly, a long time passed. An outsider entered this Stone Lotus Island. He wore coarse hemp clothes, his body was thin, he was bald and had an ordinary face. He was barefooted, there was some mud on his legs and soles, he looked like a farmer who had just returned from working in the fields. But his face was very young, his eyes were shining brightly, filled with compassion and benevolence. Red Lotus True Meaning appeared, condensing into the illusory appearance of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He smiled at the muddle-footed youngster. An esteemed guest has finally arrived. I am Paradise Earth. After much effort, I finally found this place. This person was Paradise Earth, who had become an Immortal Venerable. Red Lotus True Meaning asked directly, what is the purpose of Immortal Venerable's visit? Paradise Earth smiled, Senior Red Lotus, why do you ask when you already know the answer? Red Lotus True Meaning also smiled, you are right, fate is only damaged and not completely destroyed, everything can still be traced, we can observe it from the river of time. After pausing for a moment, Red Lotus True Meaning continued, I can lend you Regret Gu, as for you wanting to snatch my inheritor, that will depend on your own ability. A solemn expression emerged on Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's face. Even though he is an otherworldly demon, he is not a heartless person. Put down the butcher's knife and repent, who does not want redemption? I am willing to try. Red Lotus True Meaning laughed loudly, all right. When my main body created this island, I was still a little worried. After all, with the existence of the Celestial Court, I was not completely confident. But now that you have made a move, everything is settled. This is Regret Gu, take it. Regret Gu slowly flew out. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stretched out his hands that were covered in light, carefully receiving it. As expected of Regret Gu, it can spread and draw out endless feelings of regret. Only those who do not have any regret in their hearts can be immune to this greatest flaw. Other than that, any Gu Immortal who gets close to it will feel unparalleled pain of regret. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly. If not for my rank 9 cultivation level, I might not be able to suppress it. It seems that you also have regret in your heart. Red Lotus True Meaning sighed. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable laughed lightly. Who doesn't have any regrets in their life? After keeping regret goo in his immortal aperture, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable bowed towards Red Lotus True Meaning. I will take my leave, I will definitely bring him here. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the dazed expression in his eyes slowly dissipated. He had read through the memories left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he understood the cause and effect of everything. To think that I actually arrived at Red Lotus Island. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, the arrangements of these two rank 9 great experts are still effective. Fang Yuan sighed as he looked at Red Lotus True Meaning, as well as the rank 8 regret goo that was floating in front of him. Red Lotus True Meaning smiled, "Oh Fang Yuan, you have finally arrived. There is no need for me to explain, I believe that you will do your best to destroy Fate Goo. So, accept my true inheritance, it has already been waiting for you for over 1,000,000 years. Fang Yuan nodded, he stretched out his hand and was about to grab Regret Goo. Red Lotus True Meaning quickly said, "Be careful, Regret Goo cannot be touched directly, otherwise, even if you refine it, you will be drowned in endless feelings of regret. I have already prepared a method for you, you only need to." There is no need. Fang Yuan had an indifferent expression as he grabbed Regret Goo and refined it. Red Lotus True Meaning was shocked, "You." The great river surged, coming from where it came and going. Fang Yuan stood at the edge of the Red Lotus Stone Island, looking at the river of time in front of him with a tranquil expression and eerie eyes. The river of time could be said to be the most special secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because it ran through the whole world, without its existence and operation, the whole Goo Master world would turn into a still image, without any changes or vitality. Fang Yuan seized Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, these two secluded domains of heaven and earth belonged to him, but he absolutely could not take away the whole river of time. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was shared by all living beings in the world. Every beast, every blade of grass, every piece of rock, every drop of water vapor enjoyed the benefits of the river of time. Even Goo immortals would at most have a tributary of the river of time in their immortal aperture. The river of time was the shared wealth of the whole world. Every drop of the water of time was pale white and transparent. Trillions of water droplets collided, intertwined, and rotated, bursting out with the most dazzling light and overflowing colors. Thus, the whole river of time was always shrouded in a layer of fragmented and constantly changing 7-colored halos. This was the place with the densest time path Tao marks in the whole world. It was the greatest hotbed of time path. Fang Yuan stood at the edge of the island and only looked for a while before seeing several year beasts, a one-finger flow shark, and large numbers of wild time path goo worms. The river of time was full of vitality. Several days had passed since Fang Yuan arrived at this Red Lotus Stone Island. During this period, he had already completely devoured and digested Red Lotus True Meaning. His time path attainment soared to an unimaginably supreme height, time path quasi-supreme grandmaster. With this attainment level, when Fang Yuan looked at the river of time again, he had many new thoughts and feelings. These feelings were not superficial, but the deeper he delved into the essence of the river of time, the more Fang Yuan looked at it, the more fascinated he became. The extreme profundity of the great Tao was in front of him, silently lifting a corner of its mysterious veil, allowing him to understand this world and the principles behind its operation. Although he had also had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment before, his feelings at that time were far from as deep as now. After all, Fang Yuan was now facing the river of time, a pocket dimension of heaven and earth. Quasi-supreme time path realm gave Fang Yuan an all-round improvement. For example, the mystical immortal killer move Time Cutting Edge. Fang Yuan had the ability to understand its essence and change the goo worms within to restore the killer move's power. Or like Xiaocha's Time Path Immortal Goo and Immortal Killer moves, Fang Yuan could modify them and make them more suitable for himself. The greatest improvement was in the Time Path Immortal Goo recipes. Time Path and Refinement Path were both quasi-supreme. Fang Yuan could modify any Time Path Immortal Goo recipe in the world. His confidence in refining Time Path Immortal Goo rose sharply. Without a doubt, the Red Lotus True Meaning was the most valuable treasure. Below it was rank 8 Immortal Goo, Regret. Not to mention the legendary nature of this goo worm, just the fact that it was a rank 8 goo worm was already very valuable. After obtaining this goo worm, Fang Yuan now had 5 rank 8 goo worms in his possession. They were Attitude Goo, Wisdom Sword Goo, Years Flow Like Water Goo, Soul Beast Token, and Regret Goo. With Regret Goo, Fang Yuan did not have to face any obstacles in constructing Regret Pool. Of course, there were still difficulties, but the greatest difficulty was gone because he had Regret Goo. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance, he had deduced Fang Yuan's situation, thus he had prepared a large number of Time Path Immortal materials. With Regret Goo and Time Path Immortal materials, Fang Yuan only needed to spend some time to construct Regret Pool. In fact, he could build an Immortal Goo house that was superior to Regret Pool. This way, Fang Yuan could refine Goo on a large scale. On one hand, he could refine more Time Path Immortal Goo, on the other hand, he could raise the ranks of the Immortal Goo around him. The Time Path Immortal materials left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable were all of extremely high ranks, the lowest was rank 7, and there were a large number of rank 8 immortal materials. If the Celestial Court saw this, they might vomit a mouthful of blood. They had tried all sorts of methods to obstruct Fang Yuan and prevent Fang Yuan from purchasing Time Path Immortal materials. They did not hesitate to pay a huge price. This had indeed caused a lot of trouble for Fang Yuan, but now, all of their efforts were in vain. Other than Red Lotus True Meaning, rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret, and a large number of Time Path Immortal materials, there were also Immortal Killer moves. Among them, the greatest gains were the Immortal Killer moves that used Spring Autumn Cicada as the core. What Fang Yuan cared about the most was Spring Autumn Success Killer move. This move had several supplementary Immortal Goo. It allowed Spring Autumn Cicada to have a 100% success rate when activated. Using Spring Autumn Cicada alone had a high chance of failure, and it also had the disadvantage of decreasing one's luck. But Spring Autumn Success Immortal Killer move, although it did not change the disadvantage, it suppressed the failure rate to 0. This way, Spring Autumn Cicada's practicality was greatly increased. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind to prepare this killer move. Almost all of the Immortal Killer moves were only information, Fang Yuan had to prepare them himself. But there was a Time Path Killer move that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had specially used for Fang Yuan. Thus, after over 1,000,000 years, it had once been at rank 9 level, and although its power had greatly decreased, it was still effective. This Time Path Killer move was called Future Self. This move relied on the River of Time and Red Lotus Stone Island to temporarily borrow a Goo Immortal's future state. For example, a Goo Master who was only rank 5 could have rank 6 cultivation level after passing their tribulation in the future. Under the effect of Future Self, he could borrow his future Goo Immortal body to temporarily raise his Goo Immortal cultivation level. This move was so profound and terrifying that even Fang Yuan was tongue-tied. But unfortunately, this move had already weakened to rank 7 level, it was useless against Fang Yuan. In Red Lotus Demon Venerable's deductions, when Fang Yuan found this stone island, his cultivation level would be rank 7. But Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable, even a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable would make mistakes sometimes. Especially when Fate Goo was injured and Luck Path appeared out of nowhere, everything in the world was becoming more and more difficult to predict. My cultivation level is already rank 8, I can only leave this future self-killer move for his subordinates. This can make up for their lack of strength, they will be qualified to fight. It is a pity that I lost many people earlier. This was the entire content of Red Lotus True Inheritance. As expected of the true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind, it was extremely rich. But Fang Yuan was still somewhat disappointed. What he was looking forward to the most was some method or shortcut that could allow him to destroy Fate Goo. But Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave it behind. Even in the memories that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind, it only described his regretful life experience after becoming an Immortal Venerable. There were no records of how he refined Spring Autumn Cicada, or how he attacked the Celestial Court and harmed Fate Goo. After becoming a Venerable, the memories jumped to the Red Lotus Stone Island that Red Lotus Demon Venerable set up. What was the deep meaning behind this arrangement? Before Fang Yuan devoured Red Lotus True Meaning, he had asked about this. Red Lotus True Meaning's answer was that there was no shortcut to destroy Fate Goo. Even if Red Lotus Demon Venerable used some shortcut back then, it was definitely gone now. don't look down on the celestial court. If any shortcut existed, be careful. This should be a trap set up by the celestial court. As for why Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave behind more memories, Red Lotus True Meaning did not have an answer. He only speculated, I don't want to give you any guidance, Feng Yuan, because this can easily lead to misunderstandings. Whether you want to destroy Fate Gu or not is your own choice. Feng Yuan asked again, where are the other Red Lotus Stone Islands? Red Lotus True Meaning did not know. But this answer was within Feng Yuan's expectations. If every Red Lotus Stone Island could mark each other's location, they would have been destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable or the Celestial Court long ago. To prevent such a situation from happening, Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially set up each Red Lotus Stone Island separately, so that they could not sense each other. Fate Gu must be destroyed. The Celestial Court without Fate Gu was a completely different concept. If Fate Gu was really repaired by the Celestial Court, although Feng Yuan would not be bound by fate, everyone in the world would be affected, or even controlled. At that time, Feng Yuan's enemies would be everyone and everything other than himself. Of course, this was a bit exaggerated, but the nature was absolutely serious. There was another more crucial point. Fate Gu's existence was the biggest obstacle to Feng Yuan's pursuit of eternal life. This point was clear. Fate Gu did not allow resurrection, it stipulated that the living must die. Thus, no matter what, Feng Yuan had to destroy Fate Gu. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Central Continent. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Feng Yuan's time path clone was in the sky, his gaze was solemn and his expression solemn. He was monitoring the entire Gu refinement process to prevent any accidents. Under the dark clouds, there was originally a vast plain, but now it was filled with deep pits. Bolts of lightning struck the ground, creating hemispherical pits. The soil in the pits was baked like porcelain, smoke rising in spirals. It is about time, my main body should make a move. The Time Path clone had just thought of this when countless bolts of lightning gathered into a huge wave. Boom, the blue lightning that was like a heavenly pillar fiercely crashed into a white boulder at the center of the plain. At once, the white boulder was blasted into pieces by the lightning. Countless broken rocks flew in all directions. The lightning was extremely fast, suddenly converging and attacking, but suddenly vanishing without a trace. The white rock that was as big as a hill was also blown up, but there was a small goo worm floating in the air. The goo worm was shaped like a butterfly, it was colorful, it was man as before mortal goo. After 6 failures, I finally succeeded, not bad, not bad. Feng Yuan's Time Path clone saw this and was overjoyed. Man as before immortal Gu originated from Tai Baiyunxing, its origin could also be traced back to Zishan Makoto. Man as before immortal Gu was rank 6, it had obvious effects in healing rank 6 Gu immortals, but it was barely effective in healing rank 7 Gu immortals, it often failed to activate. When healing rank 8 Gu, the effect was even worse. Feng Yuan could use it effectively because of his sovereign immortal body's characteristic, different Dao marks did not repel each other. But with his current rank 8 cultivation, rank 6 man as before was clearly too low. But now, man as before immortal Gu was successfully refined, it rose from rank 6 to rank 7, Feng Yuan's Time Path clone observed carefully, he soon discovered the difference between rank 7 man as before and rank 6 immortal Gu. Although they both looked like butterflies, rank 7 man as before was more dazzling. Moreover, the butterfly's body had undergone a huge transformation, it looked like a naked, white and tender human. Although rank 8 man as before immortal Gu was more suitable for Feng Yuan, raising it to rank 7, Feng Yuan was satisfied for now. To refine a rank 8 immortal Gu would expend a vast amount of cultivation resources, Feng Yuan currently did not have the ability to afford it. Back then, in order to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, old ancestor Shui who had almost used up all his foundation, causing snowy mountain blessed land to be filled with complaints. Old ancestor Shui who had cultivated for much longer than Feng Yuan in this life. Unless Feng Yuan sold everything he had, like Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River, or Wisdom Gu, he would be able to exchange for a vast amount of resources. But the losses outweighed the gains, man as before immortal Gu might be of top quality, but it was not a crucial Gu worm like Spring-Autumn Cicada. Feng Yuan did not have the extravagant hope of refining a rank 8 immortal Gu. He intended to raise most of his rank 6 immortal goo to rank 7. Because there were too many, the difficulty of refining goo was high, and the failure rate was high. Fang Yuan's current resources were still not enough. Fang Yuan obtained batches of cultivation resources from 5 Xiangs Grotto Heaven, Qi Clan Grotto Heaven, Blue Whale Grotto Heaven, and Red Lotus Stone Island. But goo refinement was truly a bottomless pit. No matter how much he invested, it would never be too much. This was all thanks to Fang Yuan obtaining regret goo and setting up the refinement path immortal formation. He could undo the small process of the goo refinement and start over. When Fang Yuan's time path clone stored the rank 7 man as before immortal goo, the dark clouds in the sky had already dispersed. The refinement path formation slowly activated. This formation combined with the killer move self-cleansing, cleansing the remaining Dao marks in the field. Next is landscape as before goo. The time path clone thought to himself. The goo refinement was in full swing. Man as before and landscape as before were the first 2 time path immortal goo, but there were still many more. For example, Day Goo, Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Strength Chi, Vajra Thought, Star Eyes, Star Thought, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was also an important point. After it was refined, the killer move Unravel Dream's power would rise greatly. It was very beneficial to Fang Yuan's dream path cultivation. There were also Dogshit Luck, Chi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, and Time Luck. These luck path immortal goo would also be of great help to Fang Yuan after being refined. In terms of luck path, Fang Yuan lacked defensive methods, but its supplementary effect could not be ignored. Before this, Fang Yuan had used his advantage in luck path to escape from the pursuit of many time path immortal goo houses of Celestial Court, escaping with his life. Advanced refinement immortal goo was mostly controlled by Fang Yuan's main body. The time path clone's cultivation level was too low, he was not qualified. After receiving Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan was still on Red Lotus Stone Island. Other than him refining goo continuously, Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, and the rest were also moving around on the island. They sparred with each other, trying their best to adapt to Future Self. Under the effect of Future Self, their battle strength rose to rank 7 upper stage or even the peak of rank 7. This was already the limit of the killer move's effect. With the increase in strength of his subordinates, a lot of the awkwardness from before was gone. In the next battle with Fang Yuan, these people would at least be qualified to participate. Regrettably, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and Sixth Hare were already dead. Even though Fang Yuan still had some slave goo immortals who were inferior to Qi Clan's goo immortals, they were not as reliable as the former. The slave restrictions on them would likely disappear due to the strength of Future Self. Thus, Fang Yuan did not intend to promote these people, even though Future Self still had a few slots left. Advanced refinement immortal goo became Fang Yuan's main task. It took up almost all of his time. Occasionally, he would use fixed immortal travel to teleport to 5 Xiangs Grotto Heaven to continue refining heaven form. Fang Yuan had already inherited the true inheritance. He was the ruler of this Red Lotus Stone Island, thus, he could use fixed immortal travel to travel back and forth. Before this Red Lotus Stone Island was protected by Red Lotus Demon Venerable's power. It was immune to methods like fixed immortal travel. This was the same as the Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan had already tried, but fixed immortal travel could not return to the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Even though Spring Autumn Cicada was rank 7 and could expand its range of investigation, Fang Yuan did not search the other Red Lotus Stone Islands. Firstly, his strength had not risen by much, he still needed time to digest it. Secondly, Celestial Court was also searching in the River of Time. If they encountered this force, Fang Yuan would have to avoid them. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had been accumulating rank 8 immortal essence. Advancing immortal goo also consumed a lot of immortal essence. Time passed quickly, several months went by. Southern border. Boom. The earth shook, rocks flew everywhere, an earth trench appeared, the aura of wild immortal goo spread everywhere. This wild immortal goo has finally appeared. In the clouds, 3 goo immortals looked down with smiles. Alright, let's fight according to the method we discussed earlier. The earth veins are moving more intensely, wild immortal goo will appear from time to time, let's end this quickly. The 3 goo immortals fought fairly, the atmosphere was harmonious. The influence of Southern Border's Righteous Path Super Alliance was growing. Earlier, Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance but could not deal with Feng Yuan. Instead, he was schemed against by Feng Yuan in the name of undergoing tribulation in 5 regional mountain range. But the Southern Alliance did not have no gains, for example, Tao Zhu's true inheritance. After Lu Wei-yin saved many southern border rank 7 Gu immortals from Feng Yuan, he represented Paradise Earth's force and joined the Southern Alliance. Perhaps because of their relationship with Feng Yuan, the Righteous Path Gu immortals of the Southern Alliance had a common enemy, they were much more restrained. They had one worry in their hearts: southern borders' earth veins were moving, cultivation resources were appearing one after another. It was hard to guarantee that Feng Yuan would not suddenly appear to fight for them. Thus, the Southern Alliance's Gu immortals did not fight to the death, they were instead amiable. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had just heard the report. She raised her eyebrows, her eyes showing clear joy. Dragon Palace was found. This is good news. Lord Duke Long had been looking out for it. Now, the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace has finally been found by our Celestial Court. Dragon Palace was an extremely powerful immortal Gu House. Even the Celestial Court attached great importance to it. This immortal Gu House has a deep connection with Lord Duke Long. We should tell him this news first. Duke Long received this news and immediately set off. Before leaving, he brought Feng Kim Hong to the Celestial Court and handed him over to Fairy Myrtle. Several days later, Duke Long returned in low spirits. Fairy Myrtle was surprised. Duke Long was extremely powerful. What methods could stop him now? Dragon Palace is actually protected by a layer of dream realms. I cannot enter. Duke Long sighed. Hearing this, Fairy Myrtle came to a realization. She consoled Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, don't worry, our formation has already been set up. We can use the power of the entire Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven to suppress Spectral Soul. Not long later, we will obtain Spectral Soul's Dream Path research results. Duke Long heard this news and laughed heartily, saying good 3 times. Spectral Soul's Dream Path research results were naturally pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. With this method, the Celestial Court could condense the dream realms and turn them into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. This way, the dream realms around Dragon Palace would be easily solved. Has that demon Feng Yuan made any movements recently? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Ever since he escaped from the River of Time, there has been no news of him. Right now, all 5 regions have earth veins moving. Southern border is the most active. There is a vast amount of cultivation resources being produced. I actually hope that he will appear and plunder these resources, giving us a chance to take advantage of him. But unfortunately, he has vanished without a trace. I have been using wisdom path methods to analyze all the information but have not found any traces of him. Duke Long nodded, continued to pay attention to him. But even though this demon has reached rank 8, he will have to face even stronger tribulations. This will definitely be a headache for him. Even though he has the sovereign immortal body to NX apertures, he still needs rank 8 Grotto Heavens to pass the grand tribulations. There is still the even more terrifying Myriad Tribulation. Once Myriad Tribulation was mentioned, Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped. She nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is right. Even though Feng Yuan is rank 8, how can there be so many rank 8 Grotto Heavens for him to NX? His cultivation level will not change much in the near future. Right now, Feng Yuan lacks resources, especially time path resources. He cannot resist our arrangements in the River of Time. He basically has no fate with Red Lotus true inheritance. Even though he escaped last time, he expended a lot of immortal essence. Almost all of his trump cards were exposed. He needs to quickly accumulate rank 8 immortal essence. The efficiency of relying on immortal Yuan stones is too low. He can only rely on his immortal apertures production. But immortal aperture production takes time. If he accelerates the flow of time, the calamities and tribulations will arrive faster. Once he lacks an immortal aperture to NX, he will not be able to avoid the calamities and tribulations. He will have to undergo tribulation directly. Once he truly undergoes tribulation, it will be time for my Celestial Court to take his life. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were shining brightly as she said this. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Central Continent. Feng Yuan's time path clone slowly flew in the air, planting the final flower bud in his hand. The terrain here had already been modified by him, forming a shallow beach with large amounts of high-quality silt. It was very fertile. There was also clear river water that was knee-high in the silt. The Time Path clone clapped his hands, inspecting the flower bud one last time before flying to the sky leisurely. Looking down from a different height, the entire man-made swamp was within his field of vision. This swamp was extremely vast. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone could not see the entire swamp clearly. He could not see the entire swamp in his vision. Every few li, there would be a flower bud as large as a house. These flower buds were not simple, they were the flower buds of the desolate plant extreme marsh flower. A small portion of the extreme marsh flowers were obtained by Fan Yuan from the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture, while the rest were purchased from jewel yellow skies. Next, Fan Yuan's Time Path clone breathed in deeply and activated Summer Goo. Summer Goo originated from Southern Border's Rank 8 Goo immortal Xianxia. She was Rank 8 herself. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone only had Rank 6 cultivation level, he could not use Summer Goo alone. However, Fan Yuan's main body had white lychee immortal essence. He lent Summer Goo to the Time Path clone. By lending it to himself, Fan Yuan's Time Path clone could use almost all of his main body's immortal goo. After Summer Goo was activated, other supplementary goo worms followed. After a while, an immortal killer move was activated. Xianxia had developed a set of Time Path killer moves that were specially used to manage the immortal aperture. They were spring planting, summer plowing, autumn harvest, and winter storage. The killer move that Fan Yuan's Time Path clone activated was not one of them. It was modified from summer plowing. It was specially used to nurture extreme marsh flowers. Extreme marsh flowers bloomed in midsummer and bore fruit in autumn. Fan Yuan's Time Path attainment level was already at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. It was at the peak of the world. Together with the light of wisdom, it was very simple to deduce and modify Time Path killer moves. It was not strenuous at all. As the killer move continued to be activated, the surrounding 10,000 li entered midsummer. The light became brighter, the temperature of the air rose sharply, and at the same time, it became drier. The height of summer had arrived, and the extreme marsh flowers, which had an exuberant vitality, sensed all of this. They began to absorb the nutrients from the water and soil, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye before slowly blooming. Each of the extreme marsh flowers was extremely large, and their petals were connected as one. They were shaped like trumpets, and they were mostly white, with a few having a hint of pink. The river, which was originally as deep as a person's calf, had already reached the bottom. The muddy soil had also become dry, and the fertility of the fertile soil had been greatly depleted. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone had a calm expression. Everything was within his expectations. The cultivation method of the extreme marsh flower was recorded in detail in both the true teachings of Red Lotus and the Shadow Sect. These changes were all part of Fan Yuan's plan. Very quickly, wisps of white mist gradually emanated from the heart of the extreme marsh flower. The mist gradually spread and gradually merged into one. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone stopped his killer move. The air immediately became very moist. The mist nourished the soil, gradually transforming this man-made swamp. Let's name this swamp flower mist Extreme Marsh. The first step is complete. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone looked at it with a pleased expression. With this scale of extreme marsh flower mist, it is not a problem to feed Regret Goo. Rank 8 Regret Goo had a huge appetite, and its food was the mist produced by the extreme marsh flower. The problem was that this mist had to be kept fresh at all times. Thus, it was not practical to purchase it from outside, and it was very unstable. Next, when the mist thickens to a certain degree, a layer of water will accumulate at the bottom. After that, I will introduce water plants, as well as small creatures like ducks and flying fish. After that, I will continue to expand the scale of the extreme marsh flower mist and increase the quantity. When Regret Goo is hungry, the accumulated extreme marsh flower mist in the immortal aperture will be enough for it to have a full meal. The feeding of Rank 8 Immortal Goo was a huge project. Including this flower mist extreme marsh, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's development is already at 18%. Currently, the Immortal Aperture's time flow has already slowed down by a lot. The production of resources and the accumulation of white lychee immortal essence have also fallen. Fan Yuan calculated inwardly. This time, he slowed down the Immortal Aperture's time flow. He did not rely on Time Path immortal moves, but directly controlled the year essence pool. It was very convenient. There was no immortal essence expenditure, and at the same time, some of the drawbacks of Time Path killer moves were eliminated. Fang Yuan could adjust the immortal aperture's time at any time, it was very flexible. Even though immortal essence needs to be accumulated, I cannot blindly speed up time, otherwise, the calamities and tribulations will come quickly. Currently, Fang Yuan had already reached rank 8, but his battle strength had not increased by much. Earlier, he was ambushed by the celestial court in the River of Time, almost all of his trump cards were exposed. Thus, it was not wise to undergo tribulation now. Once he placed his immortal aperture to undergo tribulation, Fang Yuan would become a fixed target. Because at this time, his immortal aperture would be discovered by Providence, and it would be easier for the celestial court and other forces to find his location and encircle him. The flow of time has slowed down, but I can still manage my immortal aperture, strengthening my immortal aperture's foundation and strengthening my immortal aperture origin core to produce more white lychee immortal essence. The better the immortal aperture's management, the more immortal essence could be produced. Long ago, Fang Yuan managed his immortal aperture to feed his immortal goo. Afterwards, he managed his immortal aperture to increase its production and earn cultivation resources like immortal yuan stones. Now, his main goal was to accumulate white lychee immortal essence. Simply using immortal yuan stones to condense white lychee immortal essence was too inefficient. 10,000 immortal yuan stones needed to condense one bead of white lychee immortal essence. And Fang Yuan's immortal aperture could produce 100 beads of white lychee immortal essence every year. According to the current flow of time in his immortal aperture, it would take more than half a month in the outside world. Time continued to pass as Fang Yuan cultivated, summer arrived in the 5 regions. Even though there were no traces of Fang Yuan, the entire 5 regions' Gu immortal world was in a state of excitement. Be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all in an uproar. The reason for this situation was the shaking of the 5 regions' earth veins. New earth trenches were constantly appearing, they first appeared in southern border, but now, this situation was occurring frequently in the other 4 regions. Rumble, dust rose, Hong Yi was exhausted, he sat on the ground and looked at the huge trench in front of him, his face was pale, he gasped for breath and did not move. When the earth veins shook, he and the other Gu masters had started to run. This was an extremely dangerous escape route, there were quite a few times where Hong Yi's luck was good. Only then did he manage to escape with his life. Eventually, he almost fell in, but at the crucial moment, he exerted his strength and jumped up the cliff, he did not fall into the unfathomably deep earth trench. Since when did we have earthquakes here? So dangerous, I almost lost my life here. After a long while, Hong Yi stood up with difficulty while gasping for breath. He looked down at the earth trench, he only saw darkness, the wind was blowing in the earth trench, the dust was still very thick and had not dissipated. During this period of time, it seems that there are earthquakes all over central continent, creating this kind of earth trench. As a mortal, Hong Yi also felt the changes in the world. Eh? What is that? From the dust, a wild immortal Gu flew out. An injured wild immortal Gu flew with difficulty, it swayed and fell beside Hong Yi's feet after expending its strength. Hong Yi was dumbfounded, celestial court. Fairy Myrtle shouted, her body emitted a dazzling purple light. Next, the entire celestial court started to shake, an incomparably huge formless force poured into the huge immortal formation. The immortal formation rumbled, it started to grind at Spectral Soul who was locked up at the center. Spectral Soul resisted with all his might, but he could not stop it, his deepest memories were dug out. Wonderful, I finally obtained the profundity of the pure dream reality seeker physique body, ha ha ha. Fairy Myrtle had a pale and haggard expression, but she was very excited. She had been working very hard these days, on one hand, she had to deal with the earth vein tremors and the unexpected situations that occurred all over central continent, on the other hand, she had to put in more effort to deal with Spectral Soul. In order to obtain Shadow Sex Dream Path research results as soon as possible, she put in a lot of effort, she activated the power of the entire Celestial Court Grotto Heaven and used it on the immortal formation. Hard work paid off, Fairy Myrtle finally obtained a breakthrough, in the blink of an eye, it was midsummer. The sunlight was hot, but it could not compare to the passion in the Gu immortals' hearts. The tremors of the earth vein did not stop or slow down, they were getting more intense. Immortal materials, wild immortal Gu, and all sorts of cultivation resources appeared from time to time. It caused a huge celebration in the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions. Within the 5 Xiangs grotto heaven, Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly resounded. Finally, heaven form is under my complete control. Beside Fang Yuan, the rank 9 killer move in the form of a white crane was extremely obedient. It stood quietly, listening to Fang Yuan's thoughts. To think that heaven form's effect is actually this. With it, my cultivation level might rise rapidly, the problem of calamities and tribulations might also be resolved. Fang Yuan stroked the white crane's wings, his eyes shining with bright light. Immemorial white heaven. With a melodious cry, an elegant white crane that was as white as snow flew around Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's will, this white crane danced along with him. It could be said that he could control it freely. This rank 9 immortal killer move is finally mine to use. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He said softly, "Go." The white crane's wide wings immediately flapped, bringing its entire body forward with extreme agility. Before it could fly far, the white crane circled around a certain spot in the sky, flying in circles, occasionally letting out a crane cry. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. Information was transmitted from the white crane, showing the scene inside 5 Xiangs grotto heaven. Rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form was not used for offense or defense, but for investigation. Its target was all the existences in immemorial white heaven. Its investigation range was extremely wide, far beyond the limits of Fang Yuan's abilities, thus it was extremely convenient for Fang Yuan to plunder all kinds of natural resources in immemorial white heaven. On the other hand, its investigation ability was also very strong. How strong was it? It could actually find hidden grotto heavens. Any grotto heaven that was placed in immemorial white heaven would be detected by heaven form even if the immortal aperture's entrance was not opened. Once it started to fly around, it would start to investigate the immortal aperture's internal information. Of course, the investigation range of grotto heavens was far smaller than that of ordinary targets. There was another advantage. During the investigation process, Fang Yuan did not need to expend a single bead of immortal essence. Rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It was very extraordinary. It was as if the investigation ability was an innate ability of heaven form white crane. But now, if I want to forcefully enter the grotto heaven, I will need to inject immortal essence. Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he slowly instilled white lychee immortal essence that was unique to rank 8 Gu immortals. As immortal essence was instilled, heaven form white crane's body started to emit a gentle light. Fang Yuan slowly flew closer, letting the gentle white light cover his body. At the same time, a lump of hazy white light appeared in 5 Xiangs grotto heaven. Fang Yuan flew forward along the white light. There was no resistance in the whole process. After a few breaths, he officially entered the 5 Xiangs cave. Even though 5 Xiangs grotto heaven was already controlled by Fang Yuan, he relied on heaven form alone to infiltrate 5 Xiangs grotto heaven. The white lychee immortal essence consumption is quite high, but thinking about it, I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, and the killer move itself is at rank 9, it is not a shortcoming to expend so much white lychee immortal essence. Although there was some white light, the entire process was silent. Not bad, not bad. Fang Yuan nodded to himself. He was quite satisfied with the performance of the audition. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to barge into an unfamiliar paradise. Thinking about how Crane Gate attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and thinking about how Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu attacked Hei Fan Grotto Heaven back then, heaven form's value could be seen. In the long river of history, how many Gu immortals have appeared? Even though it is not easy to reach rank 8, millions of years of accumulation is definitely not small. Especially after Renzu's son destroyed the other 7 immemorial heavens, only immemorial white heaven and immemorial black heaven were left. After that, rank 8 Gu immortals and rank 9 Gu immortals would only have these 2 choices if they wanted to create a grotto heaven in their immemorial aperture. Ignoring rank 9 Gu venerables, when these rank 8 Gu immortals die, their immortal apertures would often land in immemorial black and white heavens, turning into a grotto heaven. These grotto heavens would fall and get destroyed due to calamities and tribulations, but at the same time, new rank 8 geniuses would emerge. Thus, there must still be a portion of these grotto heavens in immemorial black and white heavens. These grotto heavens were great nourishment for Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Annexing any one of them would allow him to transcend calamities and tribulations. thus it would resolve a huge problem for Feng Yuan. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to find a grotto heaven and have the ability to annex it. At the same time, this grotto heaven had not annexed any immemorial 9 heavens fragments. Grotto heavens that annexed immemorial 9 heavens fragments would not face any calamities and tribulations. But at the same time, the grotto heaven contained providence that could not be cleansed. Feng Yuan could not annex these grotto heavens, thus, 5 Xiang's grotto heaven and He Fan grotto heaven were not within his consideration. As for Qi Clan's Qi Si grotto heaven, even though it had not annexed any fragments and had been relying on unlimited Qi Si immortal killer move to resist calamities and tribulations, Feng Yuan's Qi path attainment level had become a bottleneck for devouring. He could not get past it immediately. As for the dragon whale grotto heaven, Feng Yuan had considered it. Not to mention that he had already used fixed immortal travel and could not find the blue dragon whale. It was already far away from its original location. Just the dragon whale grotto heaven itself had Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangements. Even if Feng Yuan had the ability to annex it, he would not dare to act rashly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable might have other methods hidden in the dragon whale grotto heaven, waiting for Feng Yuan. Any Gu Venerable could not be underestimated. There will definitely be a grotto heaven that suits my needs. Feng Yuan was very confident about this. Not only because he had heaven form, but also because in the 500 years of his previous life's memories, there were many grotto heavens that appeared during the 5 regions' chaotic war and interfered with this huge era change. Among them, the one that left the deepest impression on Feng Yuan was 9 Void Grotto Heaven. Almost all the Gu immortals in this grotto heaven cultivated phantom path. The entire grotto heaven could turn into phantom, causing calamities and tribulations to be ineffective. Dao Formation Grotto Heaven. This grotto heaven specialized in formation path. It had layers of formations that protected the entire grotto heaven. There was also Holy Deceive Grotto Heaven. This grotto heaven had an even greater origin. Its original owner had a good relationship with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After he died, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable personally made arrangements in Holy Deceive Grotto Heaven. This caused Providence to make misjudgments about this grotto heaven. The might of many calamities and tribulations were greatly reduced. They were easily passed. These grotto heavens had been living in seclusion for many years, nurturing Gu immortals. Each grotto heaven had many Gu immortals. They were all true super forces. However, there were very few rank 8 Gu immortals. With just the resources of a grotto heaven, it was hard to nurture a rank 8 Gu immortal. Thus, the strong super forces were all rooted in the 5 regions. They had abundant resources. At the same time, they had a huge population, and they competed intensely with each other. All these factors would cause the birth of rank 8 Gu immortals from time to time. Summer passed and autumn arrived. The earth veins moved even more frequently. It was time for Gu immortals to harvest. Western Desert. A beautiful female immortal lightly shot an arrow. The arrow tore through the sky, leaving behind a faint pink trail as it hit the ancient desolate beast. This ancient desolate beast was still rampaging in Earth Trench a moment ago, but at the next moment, flowers of all colors burst out of its body as it fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Intense winds mixed with yellow sand blew past. The entire ancient desolate beast's body turned into flower petals that drifted away, vanishing completely. It's actually her. Gong Clan's second daughter, Gong Wuhua. Let's go. Western Desert's Gu immortals looked at this newly formed earth trench reluctantly, but they quickly retreated. Southern border. Rumble. The collapse of a mountain caused dust to rise for hundreds of li, rumbling endlessly. The earth shook, and earth trench tore forward, swallowing mountains and ridges. It was extremely domineering. Ba Clan's 2 Gu immortals saw this and were shocked. This is a famous mountain, Clear Sky Mountain. It was destroyed by the earth trench. It is such a pity. Bada's gaze shined with cold light. Hee, what is there to pity about? The old famous mountain is destroyed, new famous mountains will appear. Didn't we find a large number of brand new spirit springs along the way? That's right, the earth veins are rumbling. Not only are wild Gu and Gu materials being brought out, more and more spirit springs are also being produced. Not just these? Bada looked down expressionlessly, but his expression revealed his yearning. The whole Gu immortal world is producing experts one after another. Didn't Western Desert have Gong Wuhua recently? Lord Bada, how can that Gong Wuhua compare to you? How can you underestimate the heroes of the world? But when I advance to rank 8, Gong Wuhua will indeed not be a threat. Ba De said proudly. The Ba clan Gu immortals beside him were overjoyed. Lord, you are finally going to advance to rank 8? I was worried about the consequences earlier, but now that the Southern Alliance has been established, the Alliance leader position is still vacant. Most importantly, a vast amount of cultivation resources are emerging from the ground. It is enough for me to cultivate to rank 8. Chirp chirp chirp, a large group of blinking birds chirped, flying and circling around a 7-colored cloud, warning the invading enemies. Fan Yuan's expression was calm, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. The warning of the blinking birds was nothing to him. Although these birds were desolate beasts, their battle strength was very low. They were not a threat even if there was such a large group. Their true strength lay in speed. Blinking birds were the fastest desolate beasts. Once they unleashed their speed, they could escape from a Gu immortal's vision in the blink of an eye. That was why they were called blinking birds. Fan Yuan's aura was concealed, he was like a mortal. But these blinking birds did not attack at all. Looking at the harmless Fan Yuan, they instinctively felt a kind of pressure on their souls. Suddenly, a trace of aura leaked out from Fan Yuan's body. Swoosh, at the next moment, the blinking bird's speed burst out, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Originally, there was a dense flock of birds surrounding the rainbow-colored cloud, but now, only this cloud was left floating quietly. Fan Yuan sighed slightly, he had planned to capture these blinking birds alive. But these blinking birds were too sensitive, and Fan Yuan was not good at concealing the aura of killer moves. But they were gone. Even if he subdued the blinking birds, they were not easy to raise. Its food was the white heaven flying dust unique to immemorial white heaven. This thing was not easy to collect, even a Gu immortal's immortal aperture could not produce it. Fan Yuan slowly flew towards the 7-colored cloud. I did not expect to encounter a 7-colored cloud soil. Fan Yuan sighed. This cloud was actually a type of soil, cloud soil. In Xianxia Blessed Land, the land spirit of Xianxia condensed a large amount of cloud soil into cloud cover continent, which was always floating in the sky of Xianxia Blessed Land. The largest production area of cloud soil was the immemorial 9 heavens. Of course, there were also very few resource points in the 5 regions that produced it. Single-colored cloud soil was the most common Gu material, for example, immemorial yellow heavens yellow cloud soil, immemorial red heavens red cloud soil. Currently, the most common single-colored cloud mud on the market was white cloud mud, and most of them were produced in the immemorial white heaven. There was actually quite a lot of black cloud mud in the immemorial onyx sky, but it was even more dangerous. After all, there were many soul beasts in onyx sky. Once the multicolored cloud soil had 6 colors, it would be a rank 6 immortal material. The 7-colored cloud soil in front of Fan Yuan was a rank 7 immortal material. Such a large amount of 7-colored cloud soil was very valuable. After inspecting this large patch of rainbow-colored cloud mud, Fan Yuan also discovered that there were many bird nests in this cloud mud. There were many eggs hidden in the nest. These were all the eggs of the blinking bird. Fan Yuan was not surprised. From the performance of those blinking birds just now, it seemed that they were guarding something. In fact, blinking bird's temperament was very timid. Even if it was a wild beast, once there was any movement, it would immediately fly away with its maximum speed. With these eggs, Fan Yuan can hatch blinking birds. It was not easy to hatch desolate beasts, but it was not difficult for Fan Yuan. However, Fan Yuan did not want to hatch them, he wanted to use these eggs as an immortal material to refine Gu. Blinking birds had a simple diet, they were not easy to raise. If he wanted to raise them, he would have to release them into the immemorial white heaven from time to time, that would be too troublesome. Fan Yuan was rich and overbearing, he no longer cared about the profits of the blinking birds. Ever since heaven form was refined, Fan Yuan had been moving around in the immemorial white heaven for over a month. He searched for immortal materials in the immemorial white heaven while refining Gu in his sovereign immortal aperture. Over a month in the outside world, the time inside the sovereign immortal aperture was even longer. Fan Yuan's Gu refinement had huge results, man as before, landscape as before, self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, dog shit luck, time luck, and so on had all been raised to rank 7. He slightly changed his original Gu refinement plan and advanced the luck path immortal Gu in advance. These last days, he had also made huge gains in the immemorial white heaven. He obtained many immortal materials. Among them was the contribution of these rank 7 luck path immortal goo. Other than advancing the refinement, Fang Yuan also improved his goo refinement methods. He knew too many goo recipes and a vast number of goo refinement methods. His refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, but his refinement path experience was still lacking. Especially when it came to refining immortal goo, he did not have much experience at all. True knowledge comes from practice. During this period of time, he continuously advanced his immortal goo. He discovered many of his inadequacies and made up for them. At the same time, he also discovered more goo refinement methods that were suitable for him. Right now, Fang Yuan had many new ideas and inspirations regarding goo refinement. The success rate of advancing immortal goo had also increased by a lot. Even though the earth veins of the 5 regions were still shaking, the goo immortals were joyfully harvesting immortal materials and immortal goo like a raging fire. But after careful consideration, Fang Yuan still chose to explore the immemorial white heaven. If he fought with the 5 regions goo immortals for the resources in the earth trench, he would definitely have to show up and fight. Every time an immortal goo advanced, Fang Yuan's strength would rise slightly. But the increase in strength could not offset the disadvantage of exposing his trump cards in the river of time. He needed time to quietly digest his gains during this period. Once he fought, the rank 8 white lychee immortal essence that he had just accumulated would be expended intensely. Fighting with goo immortals was far more dangerous than fighting with fierce beasts. Even though Fang Yuan needed to expend immortal essence to explore the earth trench in immemorial white heaven, he had also fought many battles. But he relied on heaven form. His investigation was very accurate. If there were fierce beasts that were too troublesome or too strong, he would not provoke them, he would avoid them in advance. Heaven form's investigative range in immemorial white heaven was simply too wide. It could easily discover many fierce beasts and plants that were skilled in concealment. Heaven form was so strong that it could even find hidden grotto heavens. It was natural for it to find these fierce beasts and plants. What was even more amazing was that heaven form's investigative ability did not need Fang Yuan's immortal essence at all. This rank 9 killer move was undeniably outstanding and powerful. Fang Yuan had already praised it more than once in the process of using it. Not just in terms of risk and expenditure, exploring the 5 regions was higher than exploring immemorial white heaven. Even in terms of profits, the former could not compare to the latter. Goo materials and immortal materials were everywhere in the earth trench, but these things needed to be arranged by the goo immortal before they could be stored in the immortal aperture. Managing an immortal aperture was not so easy. Many resources were interrelated and interfered with each other. Thus, after most of the 5 regions goo immortals obtained benefits from the earth trench, they would sell these immortal materials to jewel yellow skies. Their immortal apertures had limited space. They could not compare to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Most of the time, the immortal materials they obtained were not suitable for their immortal aperture's environment. Another phenomenon of the earth vein tremors was jewel yellow skies' business, or more accurately speaking, the number of transactions between goo immortals was increasing rapidly. Jewel yellow skies was dozens of times livelier than before. If Fang Yuan wanted any immortal materials, he could buy them from jewel yellow skies. But grotto heavens were different. Almost every grotto heaven had a complete and harmonious system. Once Fang Yuan annexed them, it would be very convenient. He would not need to think about anything. He could also increase the sovereign immortal aperture space. His cultivation level and Dao marks would rise by a large amount, and his calamities and tribulations could even cross regions. The benefits of annexing a grotto heaven were too many. As for the wild immortal goo that appeared in the earth trench from time to time, Fang Yuan was envious of them. But these wild immortal goo had always been fought over by goo immortals. Fang Yuan felt that he might as well steal other people's immortal goo from the grotto heaven. He had great thief ghost hand anyway. Celestial Court. The formation slowly stopped. Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, bright light flashing in them. She muttered to herself, soul replacement killer move? It is truly exquisite. Before leaving, she took another look at Spectral Soul, but did not say anything to convince him to surrender. These last days, Fairy Myrtle had been searching Spectral Soul's memories, to seize his lifetime of cultivation achievements. Fairy Myrtle could not help but admire Spectral Soul's talent. She also had to admit that in terms of soul path, Even though Celestial Court had put in a lot of effort, they could not compare to Spectral Soul. It is a pity that the current Spectral Soul is a prisoner. What a pity, among all the venerables in history, he is the most pathetic. Actually, if he died, he would still be able to leave his name in history. But now, he can neither live nor die. Thinking of Spectral Soul's stubborn resistance, Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. She was sure that Spectral Soul still had an important dream path research result, lead Soul into dream. Even though this move was mostly unraveled by Celestial Court, it was still extremely valuable to Celestial Court. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul continued to resist, even though he could not resist the power of the entire Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul was very crafty, he tossed out some minor details to stall for time. The first time, Fairy Myrtle used Celestial Court's power to catch Spectral Soul off guard, the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body's research results were snatched away. But after regaining his senses, Spectral Soul used the tactic of sacrificing the pawns to save the king. He continued to resist. But all of this is pointless. We have the advantage of time. The Refinement Path Convention has already started preparations. Fate Immortal Goo is about to be completely repaired. By then, Spectral Soul will be dragged into the path of fate, he will not be able to escape. The future of the Great Era is also in our Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle thought of Feng Kim Hong. After obtaining the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body's research results, Duke Long taught it to Feng Kim Hong. It was finally a proper teaching. Even though this research result belonged to someone else. Because they needed to use Feng Kim Hong's Immortal Goo, they had to modify an Immortal Killer move to unravel the dream realms around Dragon Palace. While Fairy Myrtle was deducing the killer move with all her might, she also brought Feng Kim Hong with her to deduce it together. Initially, her and Duke Long's goal was to help Feng Kim Hong grow faster. But to think that after the deduction succeeded, Feng Kim Hong came up with a method to modify the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body. The new Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body would not have the previous flaws, it could exist for a long time. Immemorial White Heaven. An auspicious cloud carried Feng Yuan as it flew forward. Feng Yuan's mind was half inside the sovereign immortal aperture, while the other half was guarding the outside world. If it were before, Feng Yuan would not be able to split his mind to refine Goo. But recently, he had really gained a lot. He did not lack attainment levels or Goo recipes, his only shortcoming was practice. Personally refining Goo allowed him to improve rapidly, his efficiency in refining rank 7 Immortal Goo rose again, his success rate also rose by a large margin, thus the immortal materials consumed were much less than before. Refining Immortal Goo had always been a huge trap, but other than refining Goo, Feng Yuan had also plundered a lot of natural resources in Immemorial White Heaven. He sold a portion of them to Jewel Yellow Skies to buy what he needed. Other than refining Goo, a lot of the remaining resources were used to manage the immortal aperture. Jewel Yellow Skies' business was booming, the Earth Trench's tremors caused the 5 regions' Goo immortals to have an urgent demand for transactions, the market's immortal material transactions were booming. Of course, the most popular were still Time Path immortal materials. Celestial Court did not waver in suppressing Feng Yuan, they could purchase any Time Path immortal materials at a high price. They did not show any signs of exhaustion. This showed the terrifying foundation of Celestial Court. If Celestial Court knew that Feng Yuan had already obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance and had a large number of Time Path immortal materials, who knew what they would think? There are 2 rank 6 immortal Goo, the rest have already been refined to rank 7. Feng Yuan's body shook. The auspicious cloud's speed doubled as it flew away. A moment later, Feng Yuan saw heaven form again. He saw that heaven form, which was in the shape of a spirit crane, was flying around an ordinary patch of air. I found a grotto heaven. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. As heaven form investigated, the scene inside this grotto heaven was transmitted to Feng Yuan's mind. So this grotto heaven is called Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, it is actually the immortal aperture of a rank 8 information path Goo immortal. Oh? There are a lot of people in this grotto heaven, and it also has a very unique cultivation custom. Feng Yuan couldn't help but reveal a curious expression. The population of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was more than the hairy men of Langya Blessed Land. The initial estimate was that there would be many Goo immortals. This grotto heaven mainly had information path Dao marks, so the Grotto Heaven's environment was naturally more beneficial to information path resources. Thus, Gu Masters and Gu Immortals cultivated information path and manipulated information path Gu Worms. Profound Literature Paradise had been isolated from the world for many years, but because it had absorbed the immemorial 9 heavens fragments, the heavenly spirits here had always been muddle-headed. However, the original owner of the Grotto Heaven's immortal killer move was still effective. This move was called Helping Scholars. It seemed that as long as the Grotto Heaven existed, it would always be effective, and its effect was also very unique. Any pure-blooded human, as long as they created and recited an outstanding essay, no matter the subject, they would be able to obtain the perception and rewards of this heavenly cave. When mortals recite poems, they can attract Hope Gu to fly over from 10,000 li away, enlightening their apertures. When Gu Masters create brilliant poems, they can obtain Gu Worms, and even have their cultivation level rise. Although it is a pity that I cannot annex this Grotto Heaven, I still have many shocking poems in my heart. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He immediately instilled immortal essence into heaven form. Heaven form slowly let out a bright light, entering Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan slowly flew into the white light, about to enter Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Such guts! Which evildoer dares to invade my homeland? A righteous voice was heard. Next, an old man with the appearance of a white-robed scholar appeared in front of Fang Yuan with rank 8 aura. Fang Yuan was still in the white light, he could not attack casually. But the old man did not hesitate, he pushed with his hand as countless words appeared, raining down like a storm. Heaven form was not an offensive killer move, as the storm of words rained down, the white light collapsed. Fang Yuan was in an awkward situation, he could not move up or down, he could only take the initiative to retreat. There is actually a rank 8 Gu Immortal guarding this place. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for a rank 8 Gu Immortal to appear in a Grotto Heaven, because the Grotto Heaven itself did not have the resources to support a rank 8 Gu Immortal. This Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was also muddle-headed, it did not know how to open the immortal aperture, it was hard for Gu Immortals to leave. Even if this rank 8 Gu Immortal had methods to sneak out of immemorial White Heaven to collect immortal materials, the risk was too high. There were many immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants in immemorial White Heaven. There were also all sorts of strange and dangerous places that could threaten rank 8 Gu Immortals. This was not the backyard of a rank 8 Gu Immortal, they not only needed luck to collect resources here, they also needed to take risks. Let's try somewhere else. Fang Yuan rested for a while before instilling white lychee immortal essence into heaven form for the second time. Heaven form was rank 9, it could connect to almost any Grotto Heaven in any immortal aperture. The first time was in the sky, the second time, Fang Yuan chose to go deep underground. However, when he stepped into the white light again and wanted to sneak into Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, that rank 8 Gu Immortal actually appeared in time again. You still dare to come here? With me here, you have no chance. The rank 8 Gu Immortal said as he immediately attacked. Fang Yuan was inside the white light, he felt very helpless, because he could not use any other methods. Without a choice, he could only let the white light scatter as he retreated outside. Fang Yuan's expression could not help but turn grim. He pondered in his heart, the two locations before and after were more than 108,000 li apart. They are simply worlds apart, but I was still detected and obstructed in time. What defensive method is this? It was very likely that he was detected. After all, this Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven, and information path was most proficient in investigation, gathering information, and spreading information. But the rank 8 Gu Immortal could actually move rapidly and appear in front of Fang Yuan. What method was this? Next, Fang Yuan tried to attack a few more times, not only using heaven form, he even used fixed immortal travel, but he was quickly discovered and obstructed by the other party. Fang Yuan needed a very short time to pass through the white light, but under the obstruction of the rank 8 Gu Immortal, this time seemed extremely long. At this moment, Fang Yuan fully experienced Heavenly Lord Baizu's feeling when he attacked Heifan Grotto Heaven. His strength was clearly higher than the enemy, but it was very difficult to enter the Grotto Heaven, it was extremely uncomfortable to be blocked by the enemy. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, I will return one day. Fang Yuan chose to retreat. In any case, he had already found out the location of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It was a grotto heaven that had annexed an immemorial Nine Heavens fragment. It could not be moved anymore. When Feng Yuan returned in defeat, Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong to a certain seabed in Eastern Sea. The dragons roared in the seabed, creating undercurrents and raging waves, but they could do nothing to Duke Long. Within a few hundred steps of Duke Long, there was tranquility. Feng Kim Hong stood quietly beside him. Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong down slowly. After a while, Feng Kim Hong's vision suddenly rippled, as if she had broken through an invisible barrier. Next, her pupils shrunk as she saw a grand palace quietly sitting at the bottom of the sea. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Dragon Palace. Its whole body was emitting a faint orange-gold light. It was richly ornamented and had magnificent pavilions. But around Dragon Palace, there was a large area of dream realms. These dream realms were constantly moving at a very fast speed. Dragon Palace was covered by the dream realms at times, enticing visitors. The dream realms were ever-changing, even though there would be some gaps that could allow outsiders to enter Dragon Palace. Duke Long was very cautious. He would rather wait for a while and not take unnecessary risks. Now, he had a method to deal with this dream realm. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He borrowed Feng Kim Hwang's Dream Wings Immortal Gu, while the Immortal Killer Move itself was the result of Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Under the effect of the killer move, a small piece of the dream realm quickly turned into a human body. Its eyes were shut as it fell into deep sleep. This is the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, and it is also a perfect physique without any flaws. Duke Long's eyes shined with bright light as he sized it up. He had once been cheated by this Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, thus he felt some nostalgia. Huang Er, your modification is truly amazing. From now on, this Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body can be considered the 11th extreme physique. Duke Long praised. Feng Kim Hong blinked. Master, I won't hide it from you, Disciple only had a fortuitous encounter. Because some time ago, Disciple created the killer move Shatter Dream, and this modification is the result of Shatter Dream. Disciple just wanted to give it a try, to think that it would actually succeed. Duke Long smiled. No need to be uneasy, my good disciple. Do you think it was a coincidence that you created Shatter Dream? This should be fate's arrangement. It is fate that made you. Feng Kim Hong pouted. Master, can you stop saying such things? Disciple doesn't want to hear it anymore. If all of this is fate's arrangement, then what use do I have? Central Continent, Earth Trench. Roar, a desolate beast giant monkey let out its final roar. It wanted to stand up, but facing the tiny human Gu immortal in front of it, it felt its body turning cold. This cold penetrated its heart, even its boiling blood froze. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Turns Cold. The one who attacked was none other than Feng Yuan's younger brother, Guyue Fengjing. Congratulations Fengjing, after these days of battle, your cold blood light killer move is already very familiar with it. Zhao Lianyan flew closer with a smile. Guyue Fengjing looked at the cold giant monkey's corpse. The red light in his eyes faded, but his expression was still calm. He looked at Zhao Lianyan calmly, showing a grateful expression. You flatter me. It was all thanks to Fairy Lianyan's protection these days, otherwise, how could I have had so many opportunities to practice my killer moves? Central Continent's earth veins moved frequently, accidents happened frequently, any super force was in a predicament of lacking manpower. Crane Gate had no choice but to send Fengjing to suppress their own situation. Of course, Fengjing's actions were constantly monitored by Celestial Court. As long as there were no accidents, Celestial Court was happy to see Fengjing's strength rise. After Fengjing was saved by Feng Jioge, he returned to Central Continent and received the support of Celestial Court. Not only did he obtain Blood Feud Immortal Gu, he even obtained Cold Blood Immortal Gu during his immortal ascension. Fairy Myrtle had already arranged everything. Blood Turns Cold and other immortal killer moves were handed to Fengjing. Right now, he had already grasped the killer move Blood Turns Cold and could use it proficiently in battle. He was improving by leaps and bounds. Eastern Sea, at a certain seabed. Duke Long and Feng Kim Hong had been refining the Dream Realm for several days. There were far more Dream Realms surrounding Dragon Palace than expected. Duke Long had been using Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation to transform dozens of Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, but there were still new dream realms coming out of Dragon Palace to replenish the outside world's losses. Comparing the two, pure dream reality seeker transformation was only a rank 6 killer move. Its power was limited because its core immortal goo, dream wings, was only rank 6. Actually, after condensing the first pure dream reality seeker physique, Duke Long could use this unique body to freely traverse the dream realm and enter the depths of the Dragon Palace. But Duke Long's goal was this rank 8 immortal goo house. If he did not get rid of these dream realms, he would not be able to take this immortal goo house safely. While Duke Long was condensing the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Feng Kim Hong had been cultivating diligently. She was mainly researching the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Sometimes, her soul would leave her body and enter the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Sometimes, her soul would return to the main body and research the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The pure dream reality seeker physique that Shadow Sect researched could not last long because it pursued stability too much. Dream realms change constantly, their specialty is the word change. So I simply walked on the path of Shattered Dream and made it even more unstable. In the end, under Lady Ziwei's deduction, I obtained the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies instead. Every time Feng Kim Hong thought about it, she felt that this was a fluke. Could this be the effect of fate? It wants to use me to make the complete pure dream reality seeker physique appear in the world? Feng Kim Hong shook her head, getting rid of this thought. She thought about the words that her master, Duke Long, had told her, Huang Er, although you researched the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, it is still not enough. You need to thoroughly research this result before you can use it for your cultivation. When you find a way to let your main body's aptitude naturally advance to a pure dream reality seeker physique body, that will be the day you undergo your immortal ascension. Gu Immortal, Feng Kim Huang's accumulations were already enough for her immortal ascension, but she had always been suppressed by Duke Long. Now that Duke Long finally relented, Feng Kim Hong was excited but also troubled. How could she fully comprehend the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies? Feng Kim Hong was thinking about this problem, while Duke Long was also looking forward to it silently. Am I forcing her? After all, to transform the main body into a pure dream reality seeker physique body, it involves the profundity of human path. Clearly states that the 10 extreme physiques were created by Ren Zhu. These are the profundity of human path. I might be able to impart the results of reading to her. Duke Long was also known as the Dragon Man ancestor. Back then, the birth of a new variant human race, Dragon Man, was single-handedly facilitated by Duke Long. And the results of Dragon Man were obtained from Duke Long's comprehension of. Although I took Feng Kim Hong as my disciple, I did not teach her anything. She might not be able to fulfill my request, but this Dragon Man profundity should be given to her as well. Of course, I will have to warn her not to create Dragon Men. No, according to her nature, she will probably create them secretly. Huang Er is very different from Hong Ting, especially her nature, as well as her thoughts about fate. Sigh, human nature is not what it used to be. This dangerous thought should have nothing to do with Bai Qing, it might be more due to Feng Zhouge's influence. Duke Long had naturally investigated Feng Zhouge and Fairy Bai Qing. Achoo, Feng Zhouge rubbed his nose, his body was covered in blood, he grumbled in dissatisfaction, who is talking about me? He was in a sorry state, his robe was mostly torn, his muscular chest was exposed. Cough cough, he suddenly coughed, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. The two Gu immortals who were hiding at the side appeared at this moment. Seeing Feng Zhouge's heavily injured state, they both had joyful expressions, saying, Congratulations Lord Feng Zhouge for becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal. Feng Zhouge nodded with an indifferent expression, he did not feel much excitement towards his rank 8 cultivation level. In fact, he could have advanced to rank 8 long ago, but he did not have a suitable opportunity. He had his own restrictions and restraints. After all, he had a family, and was also an important member of Spirit Affinity House. Rank 8 cultivation level is not a big deal, although I have White Lychee Immortal Essence, it will take some time to accumulate. I do not have enough wealth to raise my core Immortal Gu to rank 8. Even if I have the wealth, I will need others to help me refine Gu. Maybe I can rely on the Celestial Court for this step? Feng Zhouge thought of his identity as a Dao Guardian, there was a lot of room for him to use. But most importantly, I got inspiration from when I was undergoing tribulation. Perhaps I can create a song of destiny from it. There is fate in heaven and earth, everything has its own arrangements. But after Luck Path was born, there was room for change. Everything in the world will become brilliant and colorful. Destiny's song describes this kind of excitement. It talks about the changes and unchanging of life in heaven and earth. Time passed, another period of time passed. Immemorial white heaven. Fang Yuan looked at the heaven-form crane that was flying in circles with excitement on his face. Found it, I finally found my second immortal aperture grotto heaven. This is Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven? After searching for so many days, Fang Yuan found an immortal aperture grotto heaven that had not annexed any 9 heavens fragment. But this is a transformation path grotto heaven, my transformation path attainment level is slightly lacking. Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Supreme Grandmaster, in terms of transformation path attainment level, Fang Yuan was at Grandmaster level, he was indeed lacking by 1 level. The difference in attainment level was not a problem, he could use Dream Realms to make up for it. Southern Border had enough Transformation Path Dream Realms to support Fang Yuan's breakthrough to Transformation Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, it was just that he needed to spend some effort. Other than Dream Realms, Fang Yuan had a second method for his Transformation Path attainment level. That was to use Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo, the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method, and the true meaning of Reckless Savage in the Northern Icy Plain of Northern Plains. The original owner of this grotto heaven was a rank 8 Goo immortal who cultivated Transformation Path, he had passed 1 myriad tribulation. After rank 8 Goo immortals passed 3 myriad tribulations, they would be rank 9. Myriad tribulations had terrifying power, they were said to be beyond redemption, for rank 8 Goo immortals, they were in great danger of dying, but it was also an opportunity for their cultivation level to rise rapidly. First myriad tribulation and second myriad tribulation were the dividing lines between rank 8 Goo immortals. If Fang Yuan annexed this grotto heaven, his cultivation level would rise to 1 myriad tribulation level, such a terrifying progress would definitely cause Celestial Court to make a mistake. In history, Duke Long and Bo Qing were only rank 8 Goo immortals who had passed 2 myriad tribulations, they would be rank 9 after passing 3. But Duke Long knew he was not made for this. He merged his immortal aperture with Celestial Court to exchange for a phantom aperture. On the other hand, Bo Qing's charge ended in his death. Then, since this Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven did not annex any immemorial 9 heavens fragment, how did it pass its own tribulations? It was not easy to rely on one's own strength to pass calamities and tribulations. Back then, Langya Grotto Heaven was afraid of calamities and tribulations, it fell from Grotto Heaven to Blessed Land. This was a wise move. Of course, methods to fall from a grotto heaven to a blessed land were extremely rare, not any grotto heaven could do it. Heaven form was flying in the air, continuously transmitting the information it obtained. Fang Yuan then discovered a strange phenomenon. It turned out that the calamities and tribulations in this grotto heaven were all unified, and they were all disasters of beasts. Beast calamities were a type of calamity. Some were caused by desolate beasts, while others were caused by ancient desolate beasts. In this grotto heaven, the heavenly tribulation was a desolate beast horde disaster, the calamity was an ancient desolate beast, and the 10,000 tribulation was a primordial desolate beast. What kind of trick is this? It could actually limit the types of calamities? If they were all beast disasters, then it would be very easy to target them. After all, desolate beasts have physical bodies, unlike rain, wind, and fog that are hard to resist. As the celestial phenomenon continued to probe deeper, Fang Yuan discovered something deeper. He couldn't help but sigh, so this grotto heaven doesn't restrict calamities and tribulations. Instead, it transforms any kind of calamity and tribulations into a beast calamity. What an amazing technique! There were many kinds of calamities and tribulations. However, in the process of the calamities and tribulations forming in the grotto heaven, they would be affected by the beast calamity grotto heaven. In the end, they would all transform into ferocious monsters. Other than calamity beckoning immortal goo and immortal tribulation tempering aperture methods to deal with calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan finally encountered a third method, beast calamity transformation. Any grotto heaven in an immortal aperture is not simple as long as it exists. The profound literature grotto heaven I encountered earlier was like this. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven is even more so. This is truly an unexpected surprise. This Grotto Heaven contains a vast number of people and resources. It even has a method to create a beast calamity. I need to grasp this method. It will be very useful when I undergo tribulation in the future. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan instilled white lychee immortal essence into the heaven-form crane. A lump of white light spread out as Fang Yuan flew in. This time, he was not obstructed by any rank 8 Gu immortals, because this beast calamity Grotto Heaven did not have any rank 8 Gu immortals. However, the moment he entered, the entire Grotto Heaven started to shake. A mysterious and majestic force came from all directions. Not only did it affect the white light lump, it even affected Fang Yuan's body. What is this? At first, Fang Yuan was slightly bewildered, but soon, he realized. He showed a slightly strange expression. So that's it, I am not someone from this Grotto Heaven, I came from the outside world, and because I am too strong, I was rejected by the entire Grotto Heaven. It treated me as a calamity and tribulation. This beast calamity Grotto Heaven could transform calamities and tribulations into monsters of all levels and numbers, and now, this force was affecting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thought to himself, it is not impossible to resist this force, but if the two fight, this method will be destroyed. Even though Heaven Form had found several inheritance lands left behind by the original owner, it was not enough to deal with them. But what if there is no method to transform into a beast calamity inside? Thus, to be safe, he had to keep Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven in its original state, and not destroy the current arrangements. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan boldly let go of his defenses. He sensed that a vast number of temporary transformation path Dao marks were added to his body. At the same time, all of his Dao marks were transformed into transformation path Dao marks. Amazing, amazing! Transformation path uses one path to reflect countless paths. Transformation path Dao marks can transform into any path's Dao marks. But now, this transformation is reversed. The Dao marks of other paths are transformed into transformation path Dao marks. Fang Yuan praised endlessly, gasping in surprise. This method is extraordinary. It seems to involve the highest profundity of transformation path. It seems that as long as I enter and exit it a few times and allow this influence to affect me, I will be able to comprehend some of the essence of this method. Of course, the fastest way is to attack those inheritance lands and snatch the true inheritances inside, to see if there are any original copies of the Beast Calamity transformation method. Fang Yuan's body was transforming. Other than expanding, his entire body was changing beyond recognition. He was turning into a wild beast. If not for the fact that Heaven Form had investigated clearly that this transformation did not have any repercussions, Fang Yuan would not dare to allow this influence to affect him. Roar! A moment later, Fang Yuan turned into a bull-headed human-bodied monster. His body was huge like a mountain, his bull skin was tough like iron, his bull hair was thick, his bull nose breathed out coarse air. He stood on the ground and supported the sky. The whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was shaken. Countless people looked at the sky, looking at Fang Yuan. After being stunned for a moment, they screamed and shouted loudly. Monster! Another monster appeared. This monster is huge, its aura is completely different from before. Quickly summon our combat beast warrior. Amidst the anxious anticipation of countless people, a beast warrior appeared on the stage. This was a middle-aged man with rank 7 Gu immortal cultivation level, but his aura was somewhat strange. He had a plain appearance and a solemn expression. He flipped his body and appeared on the city wall. Such a huge monster has only been recorded once in history. Just one look and I can feel the incomparable deterrence. He sighed inwardly, he clenched his fists, battle intent surged in his eyes. But for our homeland, to protect love and justice, I must defeat this monster. Come, my combat beast, transformation! The middle-aged man shouted, his body started to shine. Next, with an eagle cry, a silver-white giant eagle flew over from afar. This was an ancient desolate beast. The silver-white giant eagle's body also started to shine. The middle-aged man jumped up, the silver-white giant eagle swooped down, the two's light became brighter and brighter. Finally, the two met in the sky, two lumps of light collided and fused together. Boom, the light scattered. An eagle-headed, human-bodied warrior with wings on his back. He was as large as a city wall. The crowd cheered. He appeared, it is our eagle warrior. Go! Eagle warrior, kill this monster in front of us. We support you, you can definitely do it. Under the cheers of the crowd, Eagle warrior flew into the sky, charging towards Fang Yuan. He shouted in his heart, I will not let you down. Come, let us fight for 300 rounds. Slap, with a crisp sound, the silent Fang Yuan slapped Eagle warrior down. Boom, the giant eagle warrior's body was like a falling meteor, shooting through the air in a perfectly straight line. Then, it fiercely smashed into the ground, immediately creating a deep pit. Smoke and dust billowed. The crowd was speechless. The intense dizziness almost caused Eagle warrior to faint on the spot. He tried his best to endure it, finally overcoming it with difficulty. Next, he propped his arms up, slowly standing up from the deep crater. What's going on? I was actually slapped down by this monster? After a long while, Eagle warrior finally reacted. His eyes were filled with fear as he recalled the scene just now. Generally speaking, a monster of such a large size should be overbearing and powerful. It is impossible for it to have such agile speed. The eagle warrior stood up from the deep pit, his head full of cold sweat. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Wait a minute, could it be that the attack just now was this monster's battle skill? He looked up at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had transformed into a giant monster with a bull head and a human body. A huge shadow shrouded the eagle warrior. In the eagle warrior's heart, the courage to fight again slowly recovered. You have a battle skill, I also have a battle skill. I already know your battle skill, but you, this stupid big guy, don't know my battle skill. That's right, as long as I grasp the opportunity, I will definitely have a chance of winning. Thinking of this, the eagle warrior's eyes shone with hope. He stood up, he stood up. That's right, how could the eagle warrior be knocked down in an instant? Eagle warrior, go, we believe in you. Seeing the eagle warrior stand up, the city that was dead silent a second ago suddenly burst into cheers that soared to the sky. An eagle's cry rang out. The eagle warrior fiercely flapped the wings on his back and rose up again, flying high into the sky. You have a battle skill, I also have a battle skill. Monster, take a look, my battle skill, Silver Phantom. The eagle warrior shouted. In the next moment, his body suddenly changed, splitting into 6 phantoms. They were lifelike and looked no different from the real body. For a moment, the real and fake eagle warriors hovered above Fang Yuan's head, surrounding Fang Yuan. The uproar in the city reached a whole new level. Look, it's the eagle warrior's Silver Phantom battle skill. He's finally unleashed it. Look. That big monster seems to be stunned, it doesn't know which one to attack. The chance of victory is in front of us, go, kill that big monster. The eagle warrior is really too cool. The eagle warrior heard the cheers of the crowd from the bottom of his heart, which gave him more courage and fighting spirit. However, he remained calm. I have to cherish this opportunity. I have to kill this monster in one strike. Even if I can't kill it, I have to severely injure it. After all, combat skills consume a lot of stamina. It's impossible to use them continuously. So, even if this monster is very strong, it cannot use its battle skills too often. I'll first use the phantom shadow to lure it away and exhaust its stamina, causing it to suffer a great loss. Perhaps it won't have much stamina left and I'll be able to capture it alive. The eagle warrior actually wanted to capture Fang Yuan alive. Although Fang Yuan still couldn't detect his thoughts, the eagle warrior's tactics were clear at a glance. One by one, the giant eagle warriors circled around Fang Yuan, flying continuously. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of them would suddenly swoop down, extending their sharp claws and beaks to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge, standing on the spot. These eagle warriors were phantom shadows, their attacks had no substance, in Fang Yuan's eyes, they were exposed. Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled, laughing internally, this grotto heaven is quite interesting. Firstly, the goo immortals between mortals and goo immortals were interesting. It was very harmonious. It was completely different from the outside world of the 5 regions. Mortals were like ants in the 5 regions, while goo immortals were high and mighty. But the goo immortals here were the guardians of mortals, and most importantly, they were very passionate about this responsibility of protection. From this point, Fang Yuan seemed to have seen a hint of Paradise Earth. But this was not strange. Every grotto heaven was a world of its own. If there was little interaction with the outside world of the 5 regions, it would form a different social structure and perception, having a unique style. Secondly, the battles and cultivation of Gu masters and Gu immortals here were also interesting. For example, Fang Yuan's opponent was a fusion of an ancient desolate beast, the silver giant eagle, forming a human beast form. This was clearly a transformation path method. Its advantages were very obvious. Normal Gu immortals needed to expend immortal essence to activate immortal Gu or immortal killer moves to battle. But the Gu immortals here only needed to fuse with a desolate beast to obtain battle skills. The so-called battle skills were the innate abilities of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Like the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Fang Yuan once possessed, it could freely enter and exit immortal apertures. This innate ability was called a battle skill here. It did not need to expend immortal essence, but would greatly expend stamina, and even pay some other price, like a part of the body or lifespan. Be it battle skills, immortal Gu, or immortal killer moves, if one were to look at the root, they were all Dao. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a dense accumulation of Dao marks on their bodies, as well as a specific division of Dao marks, thus they had innate abilities, which were battle skills. Immortal Gu themselves were fragments of the great Dao. They represented a certain point in the laws of heaven and earth. Not to mention immortal killer moves, they often used a small number of immortal Gu and a large number of mortal Gu. They were the combination of Dao marks and fragments of the great Dao. Then through a certain mystical process, they would achieve a certain level of power and effect. In fact, the earliest immortal killer moves were developed by Gu immortals by referring to the Dao marks on desolate beasts, gradually imitating and experimenting with them. The Gu immortals here, after fusing with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, can use the innate abilities of desolate beasts. They do not need to painstakingly refine immortal Gu, they can also avoid the risks and costs of cultivating immortal killer moves. This advantage was very obvious, because immortal Gu were too rare, immortal Gu were unique, every immortal Gu was unique. But there were many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, even immemorial desolate beasts like the upper extreme heavenly eagle could form groups. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts with innate abilities often lacked intelligence and intelligence, they were very stupid. But when they fused with Gu immortals, the Gu immortals would obtain their innate abilities, while they would also obtain the Gu immortals' intelligence. The combination of the two was a stable win-win situation. It ingeniously made up for the shortcomings of both sides. But this method is not flexible enough to cultivate. No matter how he played, there was only one card. Innate abilities are too monotonous, they can be easily countered, there are many shortcomings. Fang Yuan also saw the disadvantages. But overall, this method is too good, it far exceeds the disadvantages. Once it is promoted, it will definitely be popular in the 5 regions. Thankfully, I did not have this method in my previous life, otherwise, my memories would have changed completely. Because this method was simply the best method to mass-produce Gu immortals, although it could not change the battle between higher-level experts, it could change the situation to a certain extent. There were many rank 6 Gu immortals in the 5 regions who did not have an immortal Gu, and these people happened to be the group of people with the highest number of Gu immortals in each region. Think about it, one region did not have this method, while another region had this method. Once an all-out war broke out, in terms of the battle between middle and lower-level Gu immortals, the region with this method had a higher chance of winning. Fusion is not a new method, it is just that it has always been difficult to use. The biggest difficulty is the conflict between Dao marks. But in this grotto heaven, there is a method that can turn other Dao marks into transformation Dao marks. Thus, Gu immortals and desolate beasts can freely fuse with each other. In the end, this fusion method is the same as the beast calamity method. After deducing this, Fang Yuan wanted to obtain this transformation path method even more. I still have proper matters to attend to, stop buzzing around like flies. After muttering to himself, Fang Yuan activated his time path method. His current time path killer move was no longer the same as before. Eagle Warrior was still probing when he suddenly realized that the surrounding time had become extremely slow. This time has actually become so slow. How can this be? Eagle Warrior was completely shocked. He was actually quite confident in his speed, but the problem was that time was affected, his speed specialty could not be used at all. Let's end this. Fang Yuan slowly stretched out his hand, his 10 fingers spread out as he slowly reached out, firmly grabbing onto Eagle Warrior's 2 eagle wings. Damn it, damn it. Move, move, move. Eagle Warrior roared in his mind, but he used all his strength to fly, but he could only fly an extremely small distance. Poochie, at the next moment, Fang Yuan exerted strength in his arms, directly tearing off Eagle Warrior's 2 wings. Ah! Eagle Warrior's face twisted as he screamed in pain. Blood spurted out crazily from the wound on his back like a fountain. Eagle Warrior! No! Countless people in the city screamed, fear and shock replaced their surging battle intent, some people fainted on the spot, some directly closed their eyes and covered their faces. Fang Yuan slowly placed his 2 hands on Eagle Warrior's head. Eagle Warrior's heart jumped wildly, at this moment, he could fully sense the dense aura of death. So this is its battle technique? Slowing down time, what a terrifying battle technique. However, even if I were to die here, I would still be of some value. At least, I have investigated its background. Thinking of this, Eagle Warrior suddenly shouted, "Monster! Even if you kill me, what can you do? There are still many Warbeast warriors coming to kill you, you will definitely die." Fang Yuan's hand suddenly exerted strength in the middle, and Eagle Warrior's head fell to the ground like a watermelon, shattering into pieces, white and red mixed with the skull fragments. Fang Yuan released his hands. Thump. The headless Eagle Warrior's corpse fell to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. Fang Yuan looked at the city. His body was too large, the towering city walls only reached below his knees. His expression was calm, but his bull-headed face made countless people afraid. White clouds were on his shoulders, it was a sunny day, the bright sun shone down, but his huge shadow deeply covered everyone's hearts. The city was filled with people, but no one made a sound. It was a dead city. Fang Yuan stepped forward, slowly walking towards the city. In the next moment, the city seemed to explode, countless people began to hold their heads and scream, frantically running away like headless flies. Looking down from above, in Fang Yuan's vision, these mortals were like a group of ants piled together, following the city's 4 gates and began to disperse. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to them, heading straight for the city. Bang! His calf hit the city wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. He walked on the streets of the city, even if the wide streets were expanded 5 or 6 times, they were still covered by Fang Yuan's feet. Moo! The Fang Yuan beast let out a bull's roar. Its huge body shuttled through the forest, easily knocking down countless towering ancient trees. Retreat, retreat quickly. The elk warrior held a long spear in his hand. As he spat out blood, he roared as he faced Fang Yuan, using his life to buy time for the residents of the Soul Spring Forest to retreat. But in the end, the elk warrior's neck was broken by Fang Yuan, and he died tragically on the battlefield. The video ended there, and the hall was filled with buzzing noises. Dozens of combat beast warriors, all of them spirited and ferocious, were discussing softly. Their words and expressions were filled with shock and anger. At this moment, on the high platform, a skinny old man coughed twice. The hall immediately fell silent. All the combat beast warriors looked up at the old man with respect in their eyes. The old man said, "You've all seen these videos just now. Ever since the Ox-Head Demon God descended, it has destroyed Holy Eagle City, Qingming Valley, and the Soul Spring Forest." A red-haired boorish man shouted, "Combat Beast Wangda, what are we waiting for? Almost all the combat beast warriors in the world are here, waiting for your order to eradicate this ferocious Ox-Head Demon God." "Yes, sir, please give the order. We can't wait anymore. We've long heard about the Ox-Head Demon God. The Giant Eagle Warrior and the Elk Warrior both died tragically in its hands. We must avenge them." Many combat beast warriors echoed, and for a moment, the hall was filled with excitement. The old man could only stretch out his palm and slowly press down. After the hall calmed down again, he continued, "Sigh, it seems that you still haven't truly realized the seriousness of this beast disaster. I know that everyone here has an impressive battle record, but the beast this time is extraordinary. To be more precise, if we don't deal with it properly, I'm afraid it will bring about the end of the world. What do you mean? This beast is indeed very strong, but it's not like there hasn't been a giant monster that killed a few combat beast warriors before. This beast is huge and has 2 combat skills, especially the time deceleration combat skill. It is indeed very troublesome. But it's not like they can't be targeted. However, the old man shook his head slowly and said with a solemn expression, "This ox-headed demonic god's strength is unfathomable. It can be said to be the most terrifying monster in history. You should know how the first-generation war-beast king died, right?" As soon as these words came out, all the beast warriors present were moved. "Beast Wangda, you mean, it can't be. Could this monster be at that level?" The battle beast king nodded slowly and said in a heavy tone, "The Star Sea Snail Hall we are in now is the corpse of the Star Sea Snail monster. The first-generation war-beast king warrior was the strongest war-beast warrior in history, but in order to eradicate it, he paid the price of his life. This time, the ox-headed demonic god is at the same level as the Star Sea Snail." The old man's reply caused everyone to be so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "So." The elder surveyed his surroundings and continued, "I have gathered everyone to take action together to encircle this ox-headed fiend celestial, but I actually do not have much confidence in victory. Everyone, you must do your best to have a chance of victory. Please be prepared to die in this battle." "The resolve to die." Someone murmured. "He he he." Suddenly, someone laughed softly. The atmosphere became lively. The warbeast warriors' eyes were burning with a similar flame. Their fighting spirit soared. "For this home, I have long been prepared to sacrifice myself." "That's right. For family and friends, what is a life worth? We can't let this ox-headed demonic god continue wreaking havoc. So what if it is comparable to the Star Sea Snail? I believe in my fists, and I believe in the big guy even more." "That's right. I believe in the strength of my comrades. The first-generation war-beast king fought alone to the end, but we are different. We still have each other. We have comrades." Some shouted, some waved their arms, and the morale kept rising. A gratified smile appeared on the elder's face. He nodded slowly and said, "That's good. Next, I will fuse with the Star Sea Snail shell and teleport all of you over. We will encircle and attack the ox-headed demonic god, catching it off guard. You must remember, the safety of the entire world rests on your shoulders." "Understood." The Star Sea Snail shell started to shake. Fang Yuan was walking on a desolate plain. He was still in the form of a bullhead and human body. His body was tall like a mountain, clouds were wrapped around his shoulders, and pits were created under his feet. He walked over step by step, his giant feet stepping on the ground and creating loud noises that reverberated in the world. The first-generation war-beast king should be the original owner of this immortal aperture grotto heaven. Fang Yuan was certain in his heart. He destroyed 3 locations and took away the inheritances of the original owner of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. These inheritances were very complete, even though they had existed for many years, they were not taken by other warbeast warriors. The cultivation method of fusing with a warbeast might be convenient, but it is not the righteous path of good cultivation. This path will only get narrower and narrower. Thus, these people did not even discover Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Who is it?" Suddenly, Fang Yuan stopped moving, his gaze was filled with vigilance. At the next moment, starlight surged as warbeast warriors appeared one after another, surrounding him. "Monster, die. For the peace and tranquility of the world, even if I have to sacrifice my everything, it is not a pity. Everyone, attack together, believe in yourself and your teammates, no matter how strong the monster is, it is not our match." A huge battle erupted, at the same time, somewhere in the depths of Eastern Sea. "Master, it's done. There are no more dream realms flowing out." Feng Kim Hong looked at the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace as he said excitedly. Duke Long nodded slightly. These days of hard work were not in vain, the biggest obstacle is gone. Dragon Palace is covered in dream realms, even though the framework is not messed up, the entire Immortal Gu House should have lost its effectiveness, it is the best time to take it. As Duke Long thought of this, a scene from his memory surfaced in his mind. The red longevity character in the hall was extremely eye-catching. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by dragon men. Grandfather, grandson wishes you a happy birthday. I wish you happiness as boundless as Eastern Sea and longevity as long as Southern Mountain. This is a desolate beast that grandson personally hunted for you, I hope you like it. A dragonman youngster half knelt on the ground, holding a plate with both hands. There was an exquisite little seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate beast Joy Seahorse, it is extremely fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level, it is already difficult to hunt it, to think that he managed to capture it alive. I heard that in order to capture this Joy Seahorse alive, 7th young master hid in the sea for a month without moving, his filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed, some were human goo immortals, but most were dragon men. These dragon men consisted of goo immortals and mortal goo masters, they were all descendants of Duke Long. Duke Long was the ancestor of the dragon men, he was the creator of the dragon man variant human race. Rank 6 dragon man goo immortal 7th young master was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Good, 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 grandfather will accept your gift. Duke Long had a loving smile on his face. Surrounded by friends and grandchildren, this warmth filled Duke Long's heart. But now, Duke Long was dazed for a moment before coming to his senses. There was only the deep and cold seawater in front of him, as well as that desolate and silent dragon palace. The past was gone, the warmth that once filled his heart was long gone. Who is it? Come out. Duke Long suddenly spoke, he had a calm expression, his gaze was like lightning as he looked around. As expected of the celestial courts Duke Long, your eyes are truly sharp. An old woman smiled as she appeared. She had a hunched back and deep wrinkles on her face. The wrinkles were in a peculiar pattern, they formed purple venomous python markings that extended from her face to her arms and even her whole body. Duke Long, we must obtain this immortal goo house. Another goo immortal appeared, he had the appearance of a young man, he wore a white robe and had a handsome face. Central Continent wants to take something from Eastern Sea? Humph, the third goo immortal snorted, he had a muscular body and a pair of triangular eyes shined with cold light. The final goo immortal slowly approached Duke Long, he wore a black robe and his face could not be seen, he was silent and floated like a ghost, filled with a sinister aura. Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Shi Miao, and Zhang Yin, you are all lone and demonic immortals of Eastern Sea's goo immortal world, did you think it was easy for you to cultivate to rank 8? Why are you courting death in front of me? Duke Long was surrounded by 4 rank 8 goo immortals, but he was still calm. No need to speak nonsense, attack. Shi Miao attacked first. Immemorial White Heaven, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Ox Head, take this. A golden-haired violent ape roared and charged at Feng Yuan. Ox-head demonic god Feng Yuan stood still and watched the golden-haired violent ape approach him. He only raised his hand slightly when the other party was in front of him. Whoosh, in the next moment, the right hand that was just raised from his knee suddenly appeared in front of his chest. He waved his fist and struck. It was a very ordinary action, but in Feng Yuan's current state, it had terrifying might. Before the golden-haired violent ape could react, it felt an incomparably powerful force that sent it flying. Rumble. After drawing a thick and short arc in the air, the golden-haired violent ape smashed into a mountain peak. Immediately, soil and rocks rolled and a large amount of mountain rocks fell, burying it. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Even the golden-haired violent ape is no match for it. I have never seen this kind of strength paired with this kind of speed. As expected of a big monster comparable to a star sea snail. Other than the buried golden ape, there were still some combat beast warriors lying on the battlefield. When they saw the golden ape's fate, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone, pull yourself together. This is obviously a kind of combat skill. If used too much, it will consume a lot of energy, one of the combat beast warriors, Thunder Lion, roared. Most of the combat beast warriors that were teleported here by the combat beast king had already been defeated by Feng Yuan. However, there were still 5 that maintained a certain amount of battle power. They were the 5 strongest combat beast warriors, the 2 lions were Thunder Lion and Doro Lion. The former had a lion head and a human body and could control the power of thunder and lightning. The latter had a lion body and a human head and had an extremely strong recovery ability. There was a river clam that was as huge as a mountain. It was called stone clam. When its two huge shells were opened, it could spit out countless meteor-like flying stones. There was a similarly huge rhinoceros that looked like it was made of steel. It was called Steel Rush. Finally, there was a rare pocket-sized frost butterfly that was only the size of an adult's fist. It had human-shaped butterfly wings and could release extremely intense cold air. Hee, stupid bull, you fell into a trap. Unknowingly, the exquisite frost butterfly had arrived on top of Feng Yuan's head. Freezing air gushed out, enveloping Feng Yuan's head and shoulders, and then quickly spreading downwards. Roar, Steelban let out a howl and charged towards Feng Yuan. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Have a taste of my new battle technique. All of a sudden, the stone muscle spun rapidly and burst out with a terrifying speed, catching up to Feng Yuan. The two shells opened up, and the stone clam firmly wrapped around Feng Yuan's entire lower body. At the next moment, Gangban ruthlessly knocked Feng Yuan to the ground. The cold air froze both of Feng Yuan's arms, covering them with a large piece of dark blue ice. Now, the Thunder Lion and Dual Luo Lion attacked Feng Yuan's head from both sides. Die! The five of them roared in unison. Their battle intent soared to the peak. Boom, the violent explosion set off an incomparable wave of air. The five warbeast warriors were like small wooden planks in a hurricane. Each of them vomited blood and was blown away by the wave of air. Amidst the smoke and dust, a black silhouette as large as a mountain gradually appeared. Feng Yuan stood quietly on the spot. He looked at the five warbeast warriors who were struggling on the ground and continued to move forward. Bang, 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 every step he took caused the surrounding ground to tremble violently, leaving behind a large footprint and deep pit. Damn it! Don't go, stop it, stop it. The warbeast warriors tried to stand up, but in the end, only the Thunder Lion managed to stand up. It's the Thunder Lion. Do your best, you must stop this monster. The Thunder Lion fearlessly charged towards Feng Yuan again. His eyes were filled with determination. If you want to kill another life, you have to step over my corpse first. Boom, no one saw how Feng Yuan made his move. They only saw the Thunder Lion being sent flying back at an even faster speed. The huge lion's body plowed through the ground, creating a 10-zhang-wide ravine before stopping. The Thunder Lion fainted and no longer moved. Feng Yuan continued to move forward. He knew his limits and spared these people's lives. Different from when he first invaded this place, after receiving so many inheritances consecutively, his mentality had already changed. From his point of view, everything in this beast calamity grotto heaven would be his property. Of course, this included the warbeast warriors. There's still one last inheritance ground left. As long as I receive this inheritance, I will be able to combine all the contents of the inheritance together and obtain the complete contents. Soon, Feng Yuan arrived in front of the Star Sea Snail. The Star Sea Snail was an immemorial desolate beast, but in front of Feng Yuan, it was just a corpse of a Star Sea Snail. Previously, the beast Calamity Immortal was severely injured when he fought against the Star Sea Snail. This was a fatal injury that was difficult to heal. On his deathbed, he left behind his inheritance and made this Star Sea Snail the final inheritance ground. Ox-headed demonic god, I have been waiting for you for a long time. This generation's warbeast king stood at the top of the Star Sea Snail and looked at Feng Yuan. He was already very old and compared to Feng Yuan, he was like an ant. But in the ant's eyes, there was a fire burning. Starlight suddenly flashed and enveloped the elder from the Star Sea Snail. A few breaths later, the starlight shone brightly and was so dazzling that one could not even open one's eyes. After the starlight dissipated, a heavily armored giant stood in front of Feng Yuan. He was only slightly shorter than Feng Yuan. Oh? So this method is not only limited to living beings, it can even be used on immemorial desolate beast corpses. Feng Yuan was shocked. No matter what, he immediately understood. This transformation path method was based on Dao marks and not the difference between life and death. Although the Star Sea Snail was dead, its shell still had a large number of star path Dao marks. This was something that the elder could make use of. This should be the greatest trump card of this grotto heaven. Unfortunately, even a living Star Sea Snail would have to suffer a grievance in front of me. Let alone a corpse that has been dead for a long time and lost a lot of star path Dao marks. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart as he charged towards the star-armored giant. Although the battle was intense, the result was within Fang Yuan's expectations. In the devastated battlefield, Fang Yuan was still standing proudly while the star-armored giant was lying on the ground, dying. There is no hope. During the battle, the other combat beast warriors that came as reinforcements all knelt on the ground with pale faces. Starlight flashed as the star-armored giant once again split into this generation's combat beast king and a cracked star sea snail. Fang Yuan investigated for a while before discovering the secret hidden in the star sea snail. He smiled and suddenly spoke, "Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit, are you still not coming out?" All the combat beast warriors were stunned, their faces were filled with shock. What did I just hear? That giant beast spoke, it can actually speak the human language? Am I too old and about to die, that's why I am hearing things? This generation's combat beast king elder had a dazed expression. But at the next moment, an even more shocking scene occurred. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit carried several immortal goo as it slowly arrived in front of Fang Yuan. The Heavenly Spirit was like a young Qilin beast, it spoke with a clear voice like a child's. "Oh foreign goo immortal, even though you came here and obtained all sorts of inheritances, you have not obtained my full acknowledgement. You killed the innocent and acted unscrupulously, even though you are strong, you can only obtain my main body's immortal killer moves. As for the immortal goo and inheritance rights of this grotto heaven, don't even think about it." "Oh?" Fang Yuan laughed with deep meaning. The young Qilin beast had a solemn expression. "I know what you are thinking, if you use force, I will not be able to defeat you. But I can make the immortal goo self-detonate and the grotto heaven self-destruct, your efforts will be in vain." Fang Yuan was silent. The young Qilin beast in front of him was very resolute, he felt troubled. Heavenly spirits were like land spirits, they would not lie. Fang Yuan could not find out where the immortal goo left behind by Beast Calamity Immortal were. And the killer move Bloodlight Spirit Suppression was not powerful enough against the Grotto Heaven Heavenly Spirit because of its level. So that's it, the combat beast warriors here are a part of the inheritance. I understand Beast Calamity Immortal's intention now. After a long silence, Fang Yuan spoke. It is too late for you to understand, everyone only has one chance. But you will not be returning empty-handed, according to my main body's arrangements, the immortal killer moves will be given to you. The Heavenly Spirit had the intention to send him off. After Fang Yuan obtained these immortal killer moves, he did not stay or use force, he left Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven through the immortal aperture entrance that the Heavenly Spirit had opened. Eastern Sea. The battle of 5 rank 8 goo immortals was already earth-shattering, the sea surface was surging with huge waves, dark clouds were rumbling and lightning was interweaving. Undercurrents were surging in the sea, poison path, water path, soul path, all sorts of terrifying methods had already killed all life in the surrounding 10,000 li. What other methods do you have? Use them all. Duke Long's expression was still indifferent. Feng Kim Hong was following him closely, she was unharmed and unscathed. But right now, her face was still filled with shock. After all, this was the first time she was witnessing a battle between rank 8 goo immortals at such a close distance, it was an eye-opener for her. Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and the rest were in different directions, their expressions were either solemn or bitter. After fighting for real, they finally tasted Duke Long's power. Even though Duke Long was alone and had the burden of Feng Kim Hong, the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s were actually suppressed since the start of the battle. Even though the 4 immortals tried their best, they could not change the situation. By now, they were already on the losing side. He already has quasi-rank 9 strength. Unless an immortal venerable or demon venerable appears, they cannot deal with him. Such strength, as expected of the celestial court, as expected of Duke Long, Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and the rest's morale had already fallen to rock bottom. Damn it, we schemed for Dragon Palace for so long, but in the end, it was still taken by the celestial court. Sigh, let's go. We are not Duke Long's match, we are also on guard against each other, we cannot work together. What is the point of staying here? Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they retreated immediately. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s retreated, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Duke Long did not chase them. His target had always been the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, it had never changed. Dragon Palace was corroded by the Dream Realm, it has already collapsed, who knows how many Gu are left? How many core immortal Gu were lost? Duke Long sighed internally, he started to take Dragon Palace. At the next moment, a shocking change occurred. Dragon Palace suddenly shined brightly, it flew into the sky. Duke Long stood on the spot, he could not stop it in time. He looked at the flying Dragon Palace as blood leaked out of his mouth, shock could be seen in his eyes. Dragon Palace is actually intact, not just that, its core immortal Gu has a dream path immortal Gu. Ha ha ha, Duke Long, let's see how you fight us this time. The 4 Eastern Sea Rank 8s returned. Duke Long's expression turned grim. Things had become troublesome. Immortal killer move, myriad beings assimilation transformation. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. He sat on the auspicious cloud, immemorial white heaven was empty and boundless. After leaving Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he had been actively digesting his gains from this operation. Beast Calamity Immortal Supreme Method was the immortal killer move myriad beings assimilation transformation. After using this move, he could gain a vast number of transformation path Dao marks, at the same time, he could turn the Dao marks of other paths on the target's body into transformation path Dao marks. This move expended a lot of immortal essence, it also required rich emotions. These emotions had to be positive and bright. From this point, Fang Yuan finally understood the nature of the combat beast warriors in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal essence. Over this period of time, even though the scale of advancing immortal Gu was huge, Fang Yuan's gains were also huge. Especially towards the later stages of Gu refinement, Fang Yuan's progress was huge. The expenditure of Gu refinement was constantly decreasing. Thus, Fang Yuan had a lot of rank 8 immortal essence left, he could fight 2 regular battles of rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan also had rich emotions. Positive and bright emotions, Fang Yuan could easily achieve them through wisdom path methods. His wisdom path attainment was also quite high. What Fang Yuan lacked were immortal Gu. This move consisted of 4 immortal Gu, among which the core was rank 8 immortal Gu, adaptation, undeniably, this was a transformation path immortal Gu, it was also Beast Calamity Immortal's vital Gu. The other 3 immortal Gu were all rank 7. Even if the Heavenly Spirit does not contribute these immortal Gu, I can snatch them. Great Thief Ghost Hand has already been modified by me, it is more reliable. Now, I only need Heaven Form to investigate and find the hiding places of these immortal Gu, I can use theft path methods to obtain them. However, it will be slightly troublesome to obtain the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. For Fang Yuan, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven itself had huge value. But the Heavenly Spirit had the ability to destroy Grotto Heaven, if he used force, he would lose more than he gained. In fact, from this immortal killer move myriad beings assimilation transformation, the Gu Immortals and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven might have another trump card. Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts could use myriad beings assimilation transformation, the Star Sea Snail's body could do the same. These Gu Immortals did not have myriad beings assimilation transformation, the reason was that Beast Calamity Immortal used this move on the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. That was to say, the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven could use myriad beings assimilation transformation to fuse with the Gu Immortals. This could create a temporary rank 8 battle strength. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan did not have the competence to defeat this rank 8, but Fang Yuan would still suffer losses in the end. Even if he won, the Beast Calamity Immortal Aperture that had gone through myriad beings assimilation transformation would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, I need to calculate how to restrain them from using the All Things Assimilation transformation to implicate the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. At the same time, I will use Familiar Face to attack again. The Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit had said that everyone only had one chance to inherit, but what about its investigative abilities? Could he identify Fang Yuan's true identity? According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the possibility of this was very small. However, just as Fang Yuan retreated and tried to deduce a way to restrain it, he unexpectedly obtained a piece of information. This information was very important. Dragon Palace has appeared? And even the Celestial Quartz Duke Long could not take it down? Oh, is it because Eastern Sea's 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals worked together to obstruct it? Interesting. Right now, the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace is flying in the sky of Eastern Sea without concealing its aura. It has already caused a huge commotion, countless forces, and Goo Immortal experts are paying close attention to it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He knew about the existence of Dragon Palace. There were clues regarding Dragon Palace and Shadow Sect's true inheritance. But this clue was only superficial, it did not contain any crucial information. The most valuable information was, Dragon Palace had a rule that its inheritor had to be a dragon man. Even though Fang Yuan had coveted this rank 8 Immortal Goo House, he did not have the time or opportunity to do so. Even though he had Bai Ning Bing as the key, it would be very difficult to find Dragon Palace, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort. According to the previous situation, even though the rank 8 Immortal Goo House was strong, if Fang Yuan took the risk to search for it and failed, he would be killed by the Celestial Court's attacks. The benefits were huge, but the risk was even higher, thus, Fang Yuan had not made a move yet. So the Celestial Court has been searching for Dragon Palace secretly, they almost succeeded. Realizing this, Fang Yuan could not help but praise the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s, good job. Without thinking for too long, Fang Yuan left Immemorial White Heaven and headed towards Eastern Sea. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was here, it would not be easily discovered, he could take some time. Dragon Palace was an urgent matter, it could not be taken away by the Celestial Court. This was a rank 8 Immortal Goo House with a mysterious dream path Immortal Goo. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Boom, amidst the intense explosion, Goo Immortal Sure Meow coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he retreated pathetically. Duke Long roared as he turned into a ray of light, charging towards the Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace ahead of him. Seeing that the distance between them was shrinking, at the crucial moment, Granny Rong appeared in front of Duke Long. Her body was covered in purple qi, she was heavily injured, her body was weak and her face was pale as paper. Duke Long had a ferocious aura, but seeing the purple poisonous qi around Granny Rong, his pupils shrunk as he turned around and circled around it. Granny Rong was a poison path Goo Immortal, this purple poisonous qi was her signature method, even Duke Long did not want to be touched by it. Granny Rong's condition was not good, these few days of intense battles had caused her great losses, especially when one of her core immortal goo was destroyed, her speed fell sharply and she was in a passive state. She had relied on her tenacious willpower and the help of the other 3 Goo Immortals to persist until now. Duke Long circled around Granny Rong, it was the wisest tactic. Granny Rong could only look at Duke Long with a bitter expression, there was no way she could catch up to him. Among the 4 rank 8s, the other 2 were several li away. Boom, Duke Long flew above Dragon Palace and attacked fiercely, sending this rank 8 Immortal Goo House down with a heavy blow. Bam! The Immortal Goo House fell into the seawater, creating huge waves. Dragon Palace was very intelligent, it did not fly into the sky, instead diving deeper into the seawater. Duke Long was about to chase, but his body suddenly froze as he attacked towards his left. There was nothing on his left, but his attack suddenly stopped, it was blocked by a Goo Immortal. The Goo Immortal revealed himself and smiled at Duke Long, as expected of Senior Duke Long, you can see through my disguise. Duke Long frowned and smiled coldly, Song Chi Yuan, you are the first Supreme Elder of Song Clan, you have rank 8 cultivation level, you actually sneak attacked? It was Song Chi Yuan. It seems that Eastern Sea's righteous path has finally made their move. Who else is there, come out. Duke Long looked at the seawater below him, Dragon Palace was gradually vanishing, but he did not chase, he hovered in the sky with intense battle intent. At the next moment, 2 more Goo Immortals appeared. One was a middle-aged man in a green robe, he was Qingyu clan's first Supreme Elder, Qingyuan. The other was a young girl with bright eyes, a miniature rainbow cloud was coiling around her, she was Hua clan's first Supreme Elder, Hua Kaiyun. Lord Duke Long. Hua Kaiyun was about to speak. Too much nonsense. Duke Long shouted, taking the initiative to attack. Bam bam bam, after several immortal killer moves, the 3 righteous path rank 8s were at a disadvantage. Duke Long is truly amazing, he can easily suppress Eastern Sea's righteous path rank 8s even when fighting against 3 of them. Fang Yuan had transformed into a sea snake and was swimming in the sea, his heart shaking. Righteous Path rank 8s and Lone Cultivator rank 8s were usually stronger, because they had more complete immortal killer moves and abundant cultivation resources. If these three righteous path rank 8s worked together, they could definitely defeat Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Zhang Yin, and Shi Miao. But they were still not Duke Long's match. Duke Long was too ferocious. Even now, he was only using transformation path methods. He had not used his most proficient chi path killer moves. From this aspect, Zishan Makoto was able to force Duke Long to use his chi path killer move. It showed how strong he was. It is not that Zishan Makoto is too weak, but Duke Long is stronger. Fang Yuan followed Dragon Palace from afar, gradually leaving the battlefield. Since Song Chi Yuan and Qing Yuan appeared, it meant that Eastern Sea's righteous path had already finished their discussion. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the most resources and the highest number of rank 8 Gu immortals. Only 3 righteous path rank 8s have appeared now. There must be more people. Fang Yuan decided to bide his time. Sure enough, as he expected, 2 more righteous path rank 8s appeared and blocked Dragon Palace. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the rest also followed, shouting and fighting fiercely as they faced the 2 righteous path rank 8s. The battle at the bottom of the sea also erupted. Swoosh, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, the Dragon Palace turned into an orange-gold ray of light and streaked across the sky at lightning speed. Where are you going? Die for me. You want to stop me? No way. Next, several rank 8 Gu immortals chased after Dragon Palace, using all of their abilities. An intense battle followed Dragon Palace's path, sweeping through everything. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled and seas split, heaven and earth changed colors, countless lives were lost, rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals could not avoid them. Only rank 8 Gu immortals were qualified to participate in this battle. It revolved around Duke Long, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Song Chi Yuan, and other rank 8s. No rank 7 Gu immortals could interfere. Unless it was Feng Zhouge or Feng Yuan. But now, be it Feng Yuan or Feng Zhouge, they had already advanced to rank 8. Most of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals have already joined the battle, only a few are still missing. Feng Yuan was far at the back, observing patiently, waiting for a good opportunity. More than 10 days had passed since he went to Eastern Sea. These last days, the battles between rank 8 Gu immortals were very exciting. They fought back and forth. New rank 8s joined from time to time, while rank 8s retreated temporarily. They formed alliances at times, and fought against each other at other times. As long as one of them got close to Dragon Palace, they would be attacked by everyone else. Feng Yuan could not find a chance to attack. But he was very patient, he was not anxious at all. Staying behind and observing these rank 8 Gu immortals is also a huge source of wealth. This is a very precious opportunity. Duke Long is powerful, he is truly terrifying. These last days, he is undeniably the strongest expert. It is just that he is restricted by that mysterious dream path immortal Gu in Dragon Palace, as well as the joint attacks of the others, as well as Feng Jinhuang's safety. He has not truly succeeded. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. Not just the rank 8 immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, Feng Kim Hong, who was beside Duke Long, was also his target. This girl had a dream path immortal Gu, she was also Duke Long's disciple. Looking at how Duke Long protected her, it showed how important Feng Kim Hong was, but even though Feng Yuan had such plans, he had no chance to attack Feng Kim Hong. Chance, it will definitely appear. The Eastern Sea's righteous path has clearly come to an agreement. If someone withdraws, someone else will participate. They'll take turns to maintain their combat power while maintaining control of the situation. This is to prevent Central Continent and Celestial Court from helping. Duke Long has been fighting alone, but he has the highest battle strength. If he has Heavenly Court's support, he will definitely be able to break this stalemate. Even if the Heavenly Court doesn't send anyone, Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, these 4 itinerant cultivators and fiend immortals won't be able to hold on much longer. Among these 3, the righteous path is the most stable, the other 2 can topple the current balance. Once the balance is broken, there will be chaos. And during the chaos, I will have a chance to make a move. Feng Yuan could see the situation clearly, he was very clear about it. But right at this time, an explosion occurred in front of him. Song Chi Yuan was hit, he spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering light injuries. Zhang Yin, who was ahead, turned around and chuckled, I have already used fatal dark lightning, if you are not afraid of death, chase me. Song Chi Yuan's defense was comprehensive, but after being hit by this move, he was injured. His defensive methods were instantly torn apart. The killer move, Dark Water Lightning, was not to be underestimated. Thus, the entire group split into two, with a group at the front and a group of Goo Immortals at the back. Fatal Dark Lightning is Zhang Yin's signature method. It has a high price to use, it is formless and colorless, it cannot be sensed. It is spread in the sea and in the air, once touched, it will explode. What do we do? The remaining 3 rank 8 Goo Immortals were all Righteous Path Goo Immortals. They looked at each other. We need to chase, with just Hua Kaiyun here, she might be in danger. There is no time to take a detour, we can only control the beast group to charge into the lightning formation. The 3 Righteous Path Goo Immortals thought of a way. They released their ancient desolate beasts. Song Qiyuan waved his hand. These ancient desolate beasts' auras surged, they were like immemorial desolate beasts. Boom boom boom, only by disguising as immemorial desolate beasts could they trigger the fatal dark lightning. These ancient desolate beasts continued to die, creating a path for the 3 Righteous Path rank 8s. The 3 rank 8s quickly passed through, charging ahead. This is bad, let's try our luck. Fang Yuan was uneasy, he also wanted to pass through the lightning formation. Boom, he was immediately hit by the fatal dark lightning, but he did not dare to use reverse flow protection seal, he could only take it head-on. This dark lightning is really troublesome, let's take a detour. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, he changed his mind. Boom, another one was triggered by him. Damn it, the fatal dark lightning actually moved here, it is so fast and has such a wide range. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, swallowing a mouthful of blood. Boom boom boom, Fang Yuan continued to trigger the fatal dark lightning, his luck path methods seemed to be useless. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan endured the pain and finally caught up to the rank 8 Goo Immortals. Come, eat my plague red seal. Granny Rong screamed, using all her strength to shoot out a red seal. Hua Kaiyun snorted coldly, she pushed with her palms, pushing out a lump of cloud. The cloud was black as ink, it was shaped like the bottom of a pot, it had a strange appearance. It rotated rapidly, absorbing the red seal. Granny Rong's expression changed, she lost control of the plague red seal. Next, the cloud continued to rotate, throwing the plague red seal away. Hua Kaiyun said smugly, with my pot-throwing cloud, you can forget about using your plague red seal. I can only throw it away casually, I won't be hit. Damn it. Fang Yuan cursed internally. The plague red seal coincidentally pounced at him. Dodge, Fang Yuan was disguised as a sea snake, he could not increase his speed casually, he could only dodge. Just as the plague red seal was about to reach him, the latter suddenly exploded, the surrounding 1,000 li of sea area was destroyed, all life was lost, countless fishes and prawns were corroded into lumps of rotten meat. Fang Yuan was also hit, he had to endure the rank 8 killer move while turning into a sea snake corpse to continue his disguise. Fang Yuan followed them all the way, it was not easy, he was often caught in the crossfire. Thankfully, he was far away, the other rank 8 Goo Immortals were focused on Dragon Palace and each other, they did not discover him yet. But good times did not last long, a few days later, Fang Yuan's identity was exposed. The one who discovered him was an Eastern Sea lone cultivator called Yang Jun, he was driving the immortal Goo House fragrant horse carriage. When he chased after Dragon Palace, he accidentally found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought with him fiercely before retreating. This commotion attracted the attention of the other rank 8s, but Fang Yuan escaped very quickly, even if Duke Long wanted to do anything to him, he could not. Central Continent, infallible blessed land. The formation's radiance gradually faded. After inspecting it, Fairy Myrtle nodded in satisfaction, thinking, with this formation here, who can destroy infallible blessed land? Even if Fang Yuan comes here, he will also be trapped. Fairy Myrtle was very confident in this formation. A mystical light suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of her and revealing itself. Feng Jioga greets Lady Ziwei. The person who came was Feng Jioga. He had rank 8 cultivation level now, his tone carried a trace of being on equal footing with Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle smiled, Feng Jioga, I called you here for one thing. Now that Eastern Sea Dragon Palace has appeared, Lord Duke Long is chasing after it, but is obstructed by Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Go to Eastern Sea and reinforce Lord Duke Long, protect your daughter, Feng Kim Hong, and help my celestial court obtain Dragon Palace. Feng Jiuge thought about it, but rejected. Huang Heir has Lord Duke Long's protection, she will not be in danger. But, when I advanced to rank 8, I suddenly had an inspiration and wanted to create another song. This time, I want to enter the river of time again, to observe the tumultuous world of mortals and experience the life of all living beings. Eastern Sea, late at night. The night sky was filled with stars, the calm sea suddenly had huge waves. An immortal goo house dragon palace broke out of the sea, shooting up into the sky. In the sky, a rank 8 goo immortal was waiting. It was Qingyu clan's first supreme elder, Qingyuan Tut. He exclaimed softly as he swung his arms. Immediately, green mountain phantoms descended from the sky. Tens of thousands of green mountains connected together, surrounding the immortal goo house dragon palace. Immortal killer move, Myriad Mountain. Dragon Palace's momentum was obstructed, it crashed into the green mountain phantoms like it had crashed into a real mountain. Humph. With a cold snort, a rank 8 goo immortal charged out from behind Dragon Palace. It was rank 8 lone immortal Xianxia. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of acid. This acid looked ordinary, but it expanded with the wind. After flying for 50 to 60 feet, it turned into a huge wave. The wave crashed into the green mountain phantoms. The effect was amazing. Wherever it went, the green mountains melted like snow in a fire. The acid wave opened up a path for Dragon Palace. It was about to get out of the encirclement when Song Qiyuan arrived. His aura burst out, bright light shone everywhere. When it shone on the waves, it caused them to collapse. When it shone on Dragon Palace, it shook, and when it shone on Xianxia, he felt like he was struck by lightning. After doing this, Song Qiyuan did not stop. He raised his head and pointed with his finger. A sharp ray of light shot out and disappeared in an instant. Far away, Feng Yuan was using Star Eye's immortal goo to observe the battlefield, but suddenly, his vision turned dark, he could no longer observe. Feng Yuan's expression sank, he understood that the star that immortal goo refined with Star Eyes was destroyed by Song Qiyuan. Even though rank 7 Star Eyes immortal goo is amazing, it is too weak against a rank 8 goo immortal. Not only can it be detected, it can also be targeted. Song Qiyuan's immortal killer move is even more ingenious. It seems to follow the flow of starlight, finding the source star and destroying it. But even though the star is destroyed, my Star Eye's immortal goo is unharmed. In time, I can use it again. Even though these Eastern Sea goo immortals could not match Duke Long, they were rank 8 after all, they had many methods and could not be underestimated. Previously, Zhang Yin's deadly Yin Thunder, Hua Kai Yun's walk-throwing cloud, Yang Jun's discovery of Feng Yuan's familiar face state, and now, Song Qiyuan directly breaking Feng Yuan's Star Eyes detection all proved this point. Even so, Feng Yuan was still unwilling to give up. The Dragon Palace is very important, more important than I thought. It is a rank 8 immortal goo house, it also has Dream Path immortal goo. In the past few days of pursuit, the offensive, defensive, and other abilities it had displayed were all extremely outstanding. If I obtain it, I will have peak rank 8 battle strength. Feng Yuan's main body chased while the other half of Heaven form was left in immemorial White Heaven to deal with Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and find the location of Adaptation immortal goo. Heaven form was rank 9, it was extremely agile, even in immemorial White Heaven, there were very few existences that could threaten it. Because of the earth vein disturbance, the entire 5 regions goo immortal world was in chaos. Especially in Eastern Sea, because of Dragon Palace's appearance, there was an intense battle among rank 8s, it was the focus of the entire world. On this day, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven also shook intensely. Buzz buzz buzz, orange-yellow light flickered continuously, covering the entire sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura that was on the brink of death grew rapidly, it soon filled the entire world, it was a shocking sight. Such a shocking change attracted the attention of 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. 5 Elements Grandmaster was a lone cultivator in Northern Plains, but after being trapped after invading Longevity Heaven, he felt hopeless after struggling for a while. He surrendered to Longevity Heaven and was stationed in Longevity Heaven for a long time now. The combination of Bull Demon and Flower Lady was the North Desolation Immortal. Bull Demon was a boorish man with a full beard, he had a thunderous voice, he was 8 feet tall and had a stocky build, he had an aggressive aura. Flower Lady was a girl with a huge pink flower on her head. She sat on the boorish man's shoulder and giggled. She had a tender face, she was innocent and had bright eyes. What is going on? Five Elements Grandmaster was shocked and uncertain. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other. The latter giggled. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan has awakened. Longevity Heaven was different from Celestial Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, 12 high positions. Among them, 4 Desolation Immortals had to be rank 8 Gu Immortals, while the 8 extremities had at least rank 7 cultivation level, and they were elites among rank 7s. Bing Sai Chuan? Five Elements Grandmaster's brows rose. He felt this name was familiar, but he could not think of any more information after thinking about it. Right at this time, there was a loud roar, light rippled in the sky, rainbows flowed like rivers, piercing through the sky. A figure stepped on the river. He was tall and had a gentle expression, but his gaze was sharp and cold, emitting a cold light. From his right ear to the left corner of his mouth, there was an ugly scar. It was shining with white light, emitting the coldness of 1,000-year frost. Seeing this face, Five Elements Grandmaster's eyes shined with bright light. He was deeply shocked. I remember now. Bing Sai Chuan was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He was a rank 8 legend, a time path great expert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to make 3 moves to subdue him. He did not die. He is West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven? West Desolation Immortal was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal. Even though he lost to Giant Sun Immortal, it was not a humiliation. After all, Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables were invincible in the world. They were the number 1 in their generation. In contrast, Giant Sun Immortal had to attack 3 times to subdue West Desolation Immortal. It showed his incredible strength. Greetings to Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady greeted. Five Elements Grandmaster also followed with a respectful attitude. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan came to the 3 immortals and looked around, nodding slightly. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan left. My time is limited. Give me information. I want to see the current situation in the world. Longevity Heaven's information was very comprehensive. Not only did it have the complete records of the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower, it also had the appearance of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Central Continent Celestial Court's preparations for the Refinement Path Convention. 88-point Xianxia Tower collapsed. Bing Sai Chuan sighed. It was Fang Yuan who did it. This demon was reborn from Spring-Autumn Cicada. He is already rank 8 now. Five Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Bing Sai Chuan suddenly laughed. Fang Yuan, what a demon, he destroyed 88-point Xianxia Tower, well done. Five Elements Grandmaster was stunned. What? Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady. Flower Lady looked at Bull Demon. The 3 immortals had stunned expressions. Next, Bing Sai Chuan continued. Fate Gu is about to be repaired. It seems that this Refinement Path Convention will be the final one. Time waits for no one. We need to contact Fang Yuan and cooperate with him. Five Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady's expressions changed. Was this Bing Sai Chuan really West Desolation Immortal? Was he a fake West Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven wants to cooperate with me? Fang Yuan received this information and was shocked. Land Spirit of Langia had the method to contact him. Bing Sai Chuan used Land Spirit of Langia to find Fang Yuan and said directly, I am West Desolation Immortal, the current leader of Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon but you have not obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, right? If Celestial Court repairs Fate Gu, it will not benefit you. Similarly, my Longevity Heaven does not want to see Celestial Court succeed. If Fate Gu is repaired, it will be a huge help to Celestial Court. It will go against the luck path, true meaning that I, Immortal Venerable Giant Sun, left behind. Let us put aside our past enmity and resist this strong enemy together. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before asking, who are you? Bing Sai Chuan. Soon, Fang Yuan learned of the other party's identity. This identity should be real. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh at Longevity Heaven's foundation. Even a legendary rank 8 like Bing Sai Chuan could hide it until now. And in Longevity Heaven, among the 4 Desolation Immortals, East Desolation Immortal had the highest status. The great Bing Sai Chuan was only second, who was East Desolation Immortal. Longevity Heaven's sudden change in attitude caught Fang Yuan off guard. But thinking about it, against a terrifying existence like Celestial Court, it was entirely possible for Longevity Heaven and Feng Yuan to work together. After all, Feng Yuan was a rank 8 Gu immortal, the leader of Shadow Sect. He had obtained Dream Path research results. He was a famous person in the world. Some time ago, Celestial Court had invaded Northern Plains and Langya Blessed Land. They had clashed with Longevity Heaven several times. Wasn't there a saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? If they could work together, Feng Yuan naturally wanted to work with Longevity Heaven. After all, Celestial Court was his main enemy. But the problem was, how could they trust each other? To gain Feng Yuan's trust, Longevity Heaven purposely made their inventory public, trading immortal materials and even immortal goo with Feng Yuan. From the looks of it, they were really sincere. Since we want to work together, why don't Lord Bing Sichuan work together with me to seize Dragon Palace? Feng Yuan had a thought as he suggested. Ever since rebirth, Feng Yuan's strength had been rising rapidly. His speed was shocking. Especially during this period of time, his cultivation level rose to rank 8, his immortal goo were extremely abundant, they were rare in the world. However, his current strength was not enough to take Dragon Palace. The ones fighting for the rank 8 immortal goo house Dragon Palace were Duke Long, who had pseudo-immortal venerable strength, as well as many Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortals. They could be said to be the strongest goo immortal experts in Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan had risen up too recently, in front of the peak experts of a region. In front of Duke Long, Feng Yuan could not snatch the immortal goo house, especially when this immortal goo house had the ability to retaliate. But Feng Yuan knew that he could not stand by and watch. If the Celestial Court obtained Dragon Palace, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Especially that mysterious Dream Path immortal goo, it was not simple. It was likely created by the luck of heaven and earth. It was the catalyst for the Dream Path era that the Heavenly Tao gave to Eastern Sea. At this time, if the power of Longevity Heaven was drawn in, the situation would become even more chaotic. But only with more chaos could Feng Yuan take advantage of the situation. Feng Yuan had advanced to rank 8 now, but against any rank 8 goo immortal in Eastern Sea, he did not dare to be careless. Rank 8 goo immortals had deep foundations, they could be hit by their killer moves if they were careless. As for Duke Long, Feng Yuan knew that his battle strength could not compare to him. After all, Feng Yuan had personally witnessed how Duke Long defeated Zishan Makoto. In order to protect Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long did not use his full strength. I have never seen him use G-path methods. Even so, with just his transformation path methods, he is still the strongest expert here. He is constantly being attacked by the combined forces of others. Bai Ning Bing and the rest are still cultivating on Red Lotus Island. Even with future self, they have peak rank 7 battle strength. It is a pity that I lost the incomplete immortal goo house. If I had it, after this period of development, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength. It would be of great help to me. If I can steal adaptation immortal goo from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, I can use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. It will also temporarily increase my battle strength. Unfortunately, the timing is too late. Heaven form is still being investigated. Feng Yuan felt regretful. However, this was the reality. Not everything could go smoothly and be just right. Dragon Palace did not show any signs of fatigue. Eastern Sea's rank 8 goo immortals were not all out yet. Duke Long was clearly waiting for reinforcements from the Celestial Court. Thus, the final contest for the immortal goo house would take some time. Naturally, Feng Yuan's attitude toward Longevity Heaven had changed drastically. However, even if they harbored ill intentions towards him, luring them into this battle would do more good than harm to Feng Yuan. This would help him obtain Dragon Palace, deal a blow to the Celestial Court, and even probe Longevity Heaven. It was killing many birds with one stone. But a few days later, Feng Yuan did not wait for Bing Sichuan. He only received a crucial piece of information. Celestial Court found a stone lotus island in the River of Time. It was now under their control. Bing Sichuan suggested to Feng Yuan, "You have Spring Autumn Cicada, you are the legitimate inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. If the Celestial Court takes away your fortuitous encounter, it would be detrimental to you, but it would also be a huge boost to them. Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Goo. It is likely that his true inheritance contains a shortcut that can help us destroy Fate." Bing Sichuan's words were not wrong. He did not know that Feng Yuan had already obtained a Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fan Yuan did not obtain any shortcut, but what if another Red Lotus true inheritance had it? That was hard to say. Of course, this could also be fake information from Bing Sichuan. It was a trap for Fan Yuan. Right now, Fan Yuan had two choices. One was to continue paying attention to Dragon Palace, the other was to go to the River of Time and fight for Red Lotus true inheritance with the Celestial Court. The former was chaotic and filled with danger. The latter was the same, it was risky. Fan Yuan acutely sensed that this was a crucial choice. He could not help but think, in this situation, what should he choose? Southern border. Moral paradise. Two rank 8 Gu immortals ascended the mountain side by side, their auras were concealed, they were like mortals. The one on the left wore a grey hemp robe, it was very simple, he had a strong physique like a bear. He wore a conical hat, it was wide and large, it covered his face, only his chin was exposed. He was famous in Southern Border's Gu immortal world, the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth, Lu Weiyin. The one on the right was a woman, her skin was white as snow, her hair extended to her waist, her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were filled with sorrow. She wore a purple silk dress, she was beautiful and mysterious. It was the leader of the Celestial Court, the person in charge of Star Constellation chessboard, she was probably the #1 Wisdom Path great expert in the world, Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle actually appeared in Southern Border silently, she even interacted with Lu Weiyin. Why? Along the way, Lu Weiyin and Fairy Myrtle conversed, even though they did not speak much, the atmosphere was harmonious. After a turn on the mountain path, a red pavilion appeared in the lush greenery. Lu Weiyin pointed at the red pavilion and said, "Lady Ziwei, we have climbed the mountain all the way here, why don't we rest in the pavilion before setting off?" Good suggestion. Fairy Myrtle smiled, moving forward happily. The two entered the red pavilion, there were stone stools in the pavilion, but Fairy Myrtle did not sit on them, she stood at the side of the pavilion, looking at the vast mountains and rivers. This pavilion was built at the edge of the mountain, it had a good view. Fairy Myrtle looked over at this moment, she saw that Virtue Paradise was filled with green mountains and clear waters, there were tree houses and villages at the foot and waist of the mountains, there was smoke coming from chimneys, chickens were crowing and dogs were barking, it was a peaceful atmosphere. And in the sky, there were many small mountains floating. These mountains were made from floating soil, they could float in the sky naturally, they had their own unique characteristics and environments. Some were intertwined with vines that hung down like hair. Some were drizzling, reflecting rainbow-colored red lights. There were also waterfalls that poured down, water flowed down until it merged into a wide river on the ground. White cranes flew, spirit apes cried, it was full of vitality, all kinds of immortal materials were dazzling, desolate plants and desolate beasts could be seen everywhere. But what made Fairy Myrtle the most concerned was the harmonious coexistence of the mushroom men and humans in the villages, the children played with each other, the husbands and wives took care of each other, the elders were kind and filial. This is truly a paradise in the mortal world. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants such a world, but unfortunately, humans are the orthodox race, how can variant humans be on equal footing with humans? But even so, I still admire Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Because for this dream of his, he has completely dedicated himself, he has never had any desire for benefits. Fairy Myrtle said slowly. The Celestial Court had humans as the main race, they were superior to the other variant human races. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, however, wanted equality for everyone. In his opinion, not just variant humans and variant humans, all life forms in the world should be equal. Precisely because of this difference in ideals, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not stay in the Celestial Court, he created a paradise in the 5 regions, creating his ideal homeland. Lu Weiyin nodded, even though we have different ideals, we have the same attitude towards the demonic path that is wreaking havoc in the world. Lord Ziwei is here to borrow Gu, it would be fine if it were other immortal Gu, but to borrow benevolence Gu to benefit the world, why would we stop you? But if outsiders want to borrow Gu, according to the rules left behind by the Immortal Venerable, they need to climb the mountain and reach the peak to have the qualifications to borrow Gu. Climbing the mountain is tough, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is, I hope Lord Ziwei can understand. This mountain is not easy to climb, but this is also because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's good intentions. Reaching the peak is also very beneficial to me. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly, her eyes shining with rippling light. Alright, let's continue. The River of Time. The four immortal goo houses of the celestial court were in different directions, surrounding the immortal formation. The atmosphere among the goo immortals was very lively. Lord Fengjoga, we have already trapped this Red Lotus Island, we only need to explore it. Xianxia reported. Fengjoga nodded, he had wanted to use the River of Time to consolidate and strengthen his inspiration towards Destiny Song. But not long after he entered, a stone Lotus Island appeared and was trapped by the Celestial Court. The Red Lotus Island was personally created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. I should go personally and see the methods of this world-shocking Demon Venerable. Fengjoga was about to enter the immortal formation. Boom, with a loud sound, the immortal goo house he was in shook intensely. Enemy. Who is so daring to attack our celestial court? The immortals were shocked and furious. The newcomer appeared, who else could it be but Feng Yuan? The heavenly court's side was stunned. Someone immediately shouted, what a demon! You escaped last time, but you still dare to come back this time. Then come and die. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. After thinking about it, he decided to come to the River of Time and stop the Celestial Court from getting Red Lotus true inheritance. After all, Dragon Palace's situation was very chaotic, everyone was not using their full strength, there were too many variables. As for the Red Lotus Island, if he did not stop them, the Celestial Court would definitely succeed. Feng Yuan had Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had a huge advantage in inheriting the Red Lotus Island. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Fengjoga's voice came from the immortal goo house, it was filled with emotions. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Fengjoga's voice came from the immortal goo house, it was filled with deep emotions. It has been a long time indeed. Feng Yuan sighed. After so many years, Feng Yuan and Fengjoga met again, they were like old friends, there was no emotion in their tone. But they were not old friends, after saying that, they became silent. At once, only the sound of the River of Time's water could be heard, it surged forward. Fengjoga still remembered the first time he met Feng Yuan. Back then, Feng Yuan had not even become a goo immortal, he was only a mortal, but he obtained Hu immortal blessed land. Right now, Feng Yuan was famous in the world, he had rank 8 cultivation level, his growth speed was unprecedented in history, it was shocking. No matter what, Fengjoga had also become rank 8, his battle achievements were even more impressive, his strength was no longer the same as before, he had rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Goo, he knew that as a Dao Guardian, he was greatly supported by Heavenly Court. Feng Yuan had once saved Fengjoga's life, Fengjoga had returned the favor. Because of their different factions, Fengjoga chased after Feng Yuan but failed time and time again. After fighting many times, Feng Yuan and Fengjoga knew each other very well, they had a deep understanding of each other. Both sides were wary of each other, but they admired each other's abilities and talents from the bottom of their hearts. Feng Yuan, you loser, I let you escape last time in the River of Time, to think that you would dare to come back and court death again. A voice broke the silence. The person who spoke was wearing blue star armor, he had a rough appearance, his body was overflowing with rank 8 aura, he was standing on shark flow lever. Feng Yuan took a glance and recognized that this was the person who chased after him last time. But last time, he did not know this person's origin, but now, he knew about it. This person had also awakened from the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, he was a veteran rank 8 star path expert, Xingyi Wang. Feng Yuan then scanned the Celestial Court's lineup. The three Xianxia occupied the present and past pavilion and looked at Feng Yuan with eyes that seemed to be spewing fire. Their faces were filled with hatred. Last time, Feng Yuan had used the time-flying blade to kill Sun Guozi, causing the four Xianxia's revival method to fail. Now, only 3 of them remained. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi had the same status as Xingyi Wang, he controlled Eternal Yacht with a grim expression. Hoshino Wang stood on the shark flow lever and glared at Feng Yuan. Fengjoga, on the other hand, was guarding the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Terrace and did not reveal himself. For Time Path Immortal Gu houses, 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals, and many rank 7 Gu Immortals led by the 3 Xianxia, as well as the Super Formation. Feng Yuan assessed their strength. Overall, it was not bad. Because the Celestial Court did not send any more manpower. Thinking about it, central continent's earth veins were moving. Other than maintaining stability, the celestial quartz focus was on repairing rank 9 fate goo. It involved a lot of manpower and resources. To the celestial court, Feng Yuan was not their main enemy. The celestial court strategy did not include Feng Yuan. Thus, Fairy Myrtle had once tried to recruit Feng Yuan in Langya Blessed Land. The celestial court's goal was the whole world. It was the great era of Dream Path. It was the overlord of human path. This was the celestial court's magnanimity. Thus, the celestial court's focus had always been on repairing fate goo. Moreover, last time, Feng Yuan escaped in a sorry state and narrowly escaped death. Afterwards, Fairy Myrtle used the celestial court's foundation to purchase time path immortal materials. She severely suppressed Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had been concealing his tracks. Even when the earth veins moved and countless immortal goo and immortal materials appeared, he did not show himself. Because of all these reasons, the celestial court did not send more troops into the River of Time. Of course, there might be other forces lying in ambush. Feng Yuan smiled coldly. No matter what, as long as the battle continued, the celestial court's trump cards would be revealed one by one. Roar! With a loud roar, Feng Yuan used familiar face and turned into the immemorial year monkey again. The year monkey's body was like a mountain as it charged towards the nearest 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Feng Zhouge was guarding it. Such a brave demon, let me fight you. Xingyi Wang moved shark flow lever at an astonishing speed as he intercepted. Feng Yuan moved on the water as he pointed with his finger. Immortal killer move Spring Scissors flew out. Spring Scissors was green and agile. It was as large as an elephant, but it shrunk in front of shark flow lever. Xingyi Wang was slightly shocked. He was already familiar with Spring Scissors, but it had such a transformation. The shrunken Spring Scissors charged down, but when it got close to the giant sharks in front of shark flow lever, it grew bigger again. Crack! With a soft sound, the scissors closed cleanly, cutting off the head of a giant shark. Crack! With another soft sound, another giant shark lost its head. Xingyi Wang was shocked. He quickly stopped shark flow lever. He could not care about obstructing Feng Yuan anymore. He was thinking about how to block Spring Scissors. Feng Yuan blocked Xingyi Wang with one move. He moved like the wind and arrived in front of 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Inside the immortal goo house, Feng Zhouge had an indifferent expression as he controlled it calmly. 3 autumn yellow crane platform burst out with a bright light, blocking Feng Yuan's attack. He felt like he had crashed into a metal board. His momentum was completely nullified. Feng Yuan turned into an immemorial year monkey. He snickered as he punched with his fist. The fist landed on 3 autumn yellow crane platform, causing the pavilion to shake. Debris flew everywhere as it was pushed back. This Feng Yuan's strength has increased by leaps and bounds again. That's right, at least he modified Spring Scissors and Winter Coat. The former changes in size, it is hard to defend against, while the latter fused with his immemorial year beast transformation. His monkey skin is like ice, his fur is like frost, his defense is incredibly thick. 30 Xianxia sat in present and past pavilion. They discussed with shock on their faces. Ever since Feng Yuan escaped pathetically and exposed all of his trump cards, Celestial Court had deduced all of his killer moves. To think that in this battle, all of their deductions were outdated. Feng Yuan's modification far surpassed Celestial Court's estimation. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. Not just that, Feng Yuan had also made many deductions about the 4 immortal goo houses. The fact that he had easily dealt with the shark flow lever and forced the 3 autumn yellow crane platform to retreat was proof of this. Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment was high, and most importantly, he had wisdom goo's secret help. Celestial Court's side had not deduced this. Feng Yuan, who had the light of wisdom, used his information to deduce the background of Celestial Court's 4-time path immortal goo houses. He made great progress. In the previous battle, Feng Yuan exposed his trump cards, but at the same time, Celestial Court's trump cards were also exposed. Feng Yuan understood all of them. It was not easy for goo immortals to create immortal killer moves. Modifying them was even harder. And what were immortal goo houses? Immortal goo houses were the combination of countless immortal killer moves. Thus, modifying immortal goo houses was even harder. Feng Yuan could modify immortal killer moves because he had wisdom goo. Celestial Court's modification of immortal goo houses did not have wisdom goo. It was even harder. Thus, these 4 immortal goo houses did not have many changes, they maintained their current state. Fang Yuan had gained a lot from his previous defeat, he now had a way to deal with these immortal goo houses. This was also one of the reasons why he gave up on Dragon Palace and chose to attack the River of Time. Northern corner is destroyed, we cannot retrieve the goo worms. 3 layers of autumn light shield have been broken, only 1 layer is left. Immortal goo autumn light has cracks on its surface, several goo immortals in 3 autumn yellow crane platform reported, they had anxious expressions. Feng Jioge was sitting at the main seat, but his expression was calm. He did not show any signs of taking action personally, because he knew that his sound path cultivation was useless in the River of Time. Only by relying on time path immortal goo houses could he resist Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge thought, Feng Yuan can suppress 2 immortal goo houses, but Celestial Court still has 2 more. This battle has just begun. Feng Yuan's barrage of attacks caused him to pant heavily. Even though 3 autumn yellow crane platforms' exterior was damaged, its base was undamaged, it only lost a large number of mortal goo. Moreover, the rank 7 goo immortals inside the immortal goo house were trying their best to repair it. After the initial burst of energy, 3 autumn yellow crane platform got through the early stages, Feng Yuan's fierce attacks weakened rapidly. Xingyi Wang, who was on Shark Flow lever, had already dealt with Spring Scissors killer move, he rushed over again. At the same time, Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht formed a net from the left and right. Feng Yuan, I want to see how you deal with the alliance of 4 immortal goo houses. Xingyi Wang shouted. Feng Yuan saw that he was surrounded, his eyes shined with bright light as he suddenly laughed, Bing Sichuan, are you still not going to make a move? Before he finished speaking, Bing Sichuan's figure appeared behind Present and Past Pavilion. Who is it? The 3 Xuanzi were shocked, because Present and Past Pavilion was most proficient in investigative methods. They still found Feng Yuan but not Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan shouted lightly as he pushed with both palms, cold winds blew as frost energy surged, enveloping Present and Past Pavilion. At the next moment, the entire Present and Past Pavilion was sealed in a huge piece of profound ice. The 3 Xuanzi did not move in the ice, their expressions were frozen with fear, they looked extremely lifelike. On the deck of Eternal Yacht, the calm rank 8 goo immortal Xianxia's expression finally changed, this immortal killer move is, instant freeze. You are the time path great expert of Giant Sun Immortals era, Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan cultivated time path, he was most proficient in stopping time, his time path killer moves could imitate the power of ice path. He was a rank 8 legend, his battle strength was at the peak of rank 1, on par with Li Huang. But now that Li Huang was sent away, he was replaced by the newly advanced rank 8 Feng Jioge. And most importantly, this was the River of Time, even if Li Huang was here, he would not be Bing Sichuan's match in a one-on-one battle without using a time path immortal goo house. Bing Sichuan had been preparing for a long time, his first move was earth-shattering. He attacked the weakest enemy, sealing a time path immortal goo house and eliminating the battle. Good moves. Feng Yuan could not help but praise. Bing Sichuan looked at Qingyi, I am Bing Sichuan of Longevity Heaven, to think that someone in this era can recognize me. He said this with a smile on his face, but he did not hold back as he attacked the rank 8 goo immortal Qingyi on Eternal Yacht. With Bing Sichuan's help, Feng Yuan suppressed the remaining 3 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. At the next moment, the 5th time path immortal goo house appeared. This was a gatehouse, it had a simple structure but was beautiful, the pillars were red in color, it was very festive. The plaque on the door had 2 shining golden words, New Year's End. Year-end gatehouse's appearance in the River of Time shocked not Feng Yuan's side, but Celestial Court. This was because Celestial Court only had 4 time path immortal goo houses here. This 5th time path immortal goo house, year-end gatehouse, came from Northern Plains, it was owned by one of the Huangjin tribes. When did an immortal goo house sneak in? Oh no, what is it trying to do to the river suppression lotus ceiling formation? Quickly stop it. Celestial Court's side shouted, even the rank 8 goo immortals had shocked expressions. Bing Sichuan laughed loudly, frost energy burst out from his body as he slammed Eternal Yacht to the bottom of the river. Feng Yuan shouted loudly, using all his strength to attack 3 autumn yellow crane platform. His fists danced like a torrential storm, forcing the latter to retreat again and again. present and past pavilion was already frozen, it had sunk into the river of time, vanishing without a trace. Xingyi Wang, who was on shark flow lever, had an ashen expression. He tried to go back to stop Year-End Gatehouse but it was too far away. Under the gazes of the immortals, Year-End Gatehouse approached the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The gate started to shine with a pure white light. Next, a voice could be heard from inside. Watch closely, this is my 5 elements profound light. Buzz, with an ear-piercing buzzing sound, a 5-colored light shot out of the gatehouse, hitting the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The 5-colored light was like 5 streams of light that fused with each other. Wherever it went, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation dissolved layer by layer. A huge hole was formed in the blink of an eye. Quick, quick, repair the formation. What method is this? The river suppression lotus ceiling formation has no resistance at all? The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the super formation were shocked and furious. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk. He recognized it. The one who attacked should be a Northern Plains rank 8 lone immortal, 5 elements grandmaster. This person cultivates formation path. He is skilled in imitating metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 paths. He is a formation path great grandmaster. He was actually recruited by Longevity Heaven. After 5 elements grandmaster used this move, he gasped for breath, and his momentum suddenly fell to the bottom. His 5 elemental mystic light was best at breaking immortal arrays. He had prepared this move for a long time, and when it was unleashed, the results were shocking. A small part of the entire river suppression lotus ceiling array was destroyed, and it was on the verge of collapse. Of course, it was also because Feng Yuan had given Longevity Heaven crucial information. Feng Yuan had a deeper understanding of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. After all, he had been locked inside and had personally broken the formation to break out. With this information, the 5 elements grandmaster was able to modify the 5 elements cave light, which happened to be able to restrain the river suppression lotus ceiling array. Once the formation was broken, the stone lotus island was immediately exposed to the immortals. Feng Yuan laughed heartily and leaped up. Boom, he used all his strength and stomped the 3 autumn yellow crane platform into the river, causing a huge wave. After that, he shot into the formation like a cannonball towards the stone lotus island. The Gu immortals inside the river suppression lotus ceiling array were in chaos. They were covered in sweat as they tried to maintain the formation and prevent it from breaking apart. Once the super formation breaks apart, the person controlling it would suffer a huge backlash. These Gu immortals were maintaining the formation, they were also saving themselves. The formation was busy trying to save itself, it could only look at Feng Yuan, who had come in. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Feng Yuan looked at the stone lotus island as his eyes shined with bright light. Spring Autumn Cicada was shaking inside the time path clone. It was no longer the same as before. Spring Autumn Cicada was rank 7 now. With the immortal killer move that Feng Yuan designed personally, he could immediately determine the authenticity of the stone lotus island. It couldn't be any more real than this. Last time, Red Lotus True Inheritance gave Feng Yuan huge gains. He managed to turn Feng Yuan's situation around. If he were to obtain the true inheritance of the Red Lotus sect, just how much would he improve? Feng Yuan, don't think you can escape. At this time, Xingyi Wang shouted as he moved shark flow lever to attack Feng Yuan's back. Get lost. At the crucial moment, Bing Sichuan appeared and blocked shark flow lever. Feng Yuan, quickly go and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Bing Sichuan shouted at Feng Yuan while fighting. Feng Yuan looked at Bing Sichuan deeply. It seemed that Longevity Heaven was very sincere in cooperating with him. He did not stop for even a second, he got closer to the stone lotus island. Don't even think about it. Eternal Yacht carried the rank 8 Gu immortal Qingyi as it circled around Bing Sichuan and Xingyi Wang's battle, charging towards them. You want to chase? Hee, you'll have to get past me first. The Year's End Gatehouse suddenly appeared without any warning, blocking Qingyi's path. Qingyi frowned as he sneered, my eternal yacht is the fastest, it can travel through the river of time, your Year-End Gatehouse can stop me? Suddenly, Qingyi's expression changed as he looked at Eternal Yacht, an immortal formation appeared around it. He created a time path formation so quickly? Qingyi's heart shook. He finally experienced 5 elements Grandmaster's shocking formation path attainment. This Red Lotus True Inheritance is mine. With longevity heaven's help, Fang Yuan obtained the most crucial time. He got close to the stone lotus island and was about to step on it. But at this moment, a change occurred. The stone lotus island burst out with a formless force that pushed Fang Yuan far away. What's going on? Fang Yuan was suspicious. I have spring-autumn cicada, don't tell me, if this stone lotus island accepts me, the island's defenses will fail? Or will there be a loophole that others can take advantage of? Boom boom boom, at this moment, a storm of attacks rained down on Fang Yuan's mountain-like immemorial year monkey body. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was finally stabilized. Even though it was still damaged, the hole was shrinking rapidly. At the same time, the rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the formation had the strength to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was obstructed by the formation. He could not get close to the stone lotus island like before. This formation was likely designed by Celestial Court to deal with the stone lotus island. The stone lotus island resisted me earlier because of this formation? Fang Yuan was thinking when 3 autumn yellow crane platform, which was guarded by Feng Jioga, finally arrived in front of him. The formation between the two erupted again. They fought back and forth, attacking and defending. The situation fell into a stalemate. At the same time, Eastern Sea. Li Huang pays respects to Lord Duke Long. In the sky, flames scattered as an old man appeared. It was Celestial Court's reinforcements, the rank 8 Gu immortal expert Li Huang. Duke Long nodded as he patted Feng Kim Hong, who was beside him. Feng Jin Huang's entire body was shrouded in a spherical qi wall. At this moment, she slowly floated to Li Huang's side. Protect Huang Er. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Duke Long said plainly. Li Huang had a solemn expression as he said confidently, Lord Duke Long, please don't worry, I have Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Who in the world can injure Feng Kim Hong? Duke Long did not look at him, he looked at the horizon. In order to take care of Feng Kim Hong, there was a slight delay. Dragon Palace had already flown out of sight. Duke Long smiled lightly, he was not nervous at all. He clenched his fists, it was time to show his skills. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace was obstructed by Qing Yuan again. The other rank 8 Gu immortals were still fighting each other. The opportunity is fleeting, I need to grab it. Qing Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. It had been so many days since he joined the battle. This was the 4th opportunity he had been waiting for. But just as Qing Yuan was about to get close to Dragon Palace, a huge force surged towards him. The aura of death was so dense that it made him suffocate. He quickly turned around and blocked the fatal attack, but his whole body was like a sandbag. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Duke Long, it's you. Qing Yuan's voice was hoarse, his face was filled with anger. Duke Long floated in the sky indifferently. The 2 horns on his forehead were shining with purple-gold light, his long hair was fluttering in the wind, his body was like a boulder, his dragon eyes were shining with a cold light. Qing Yuan struggled to stop his flying body. He wanted to counterattack Duke Long, but suddenly, his expression changed. A dragon-shaped energy suddenly rose up from his chest and suddenly exploded. Boom! The explosion was not loud, but Qing Yuan's defensive methods were like paper. Qing Yuan was filled with disbelief and panic as he retreated. Blood spewed out of his mouth, his ribs were broken, his entire chest was almost destroyed, his heart and lungs could be seen from the outside. Duke Long, take this. This immortal Gu house is mine. Song Qi Yuan and Zhang Yin flew over. The 2 gave up on fighting. They worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long smiled plainly. Roar, the dragon roared. Song Qi Yuan and Zhang Yin were sent flying with confusion and shock. They suffered a heavy blow, but before they could even see what happened, they were defeated by Duke Long. Be careful, Duke Long is no longer a burden, he is about to go all out. Is this his true strength? Everyone, attack together, don't let him succeed. Duke Long's powerful performance made the other rank 8 Gu immortals feel a huge threat. They turned around and surrounded Duke Long. Duke Long breathed in deeply, he slowly closed his eyes. He did not move at all, only when the killer moves came from all directions, did he suddenly open his eyes. Immortal killer move, Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Gu immortals' bodies and minds shook, they felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Not just them, even the immortal killer moves that they activated, even the surrounding tens of thousands of li of sky and sea were under immense pressure. Many killer moves broke apart, the rank 8 Gu Immortals and Dragon Palace fell into the water like dumplings in a pot. All living beings turned silent, heaven and earth became silent, only Duke Long was left. He stood proudly in the sky, using his indifferent dragon eyes to look at the pathetic figures of the immortals. At this point in the fight for Dragon Palace, he finally displayed his true strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength suppressed his opponents, he had the upper hand. Kill. Duke Long, I will kill you. I don't believe you can defeat all of us. A few breaths of time later, huge waves rose in the sea. The rank 8 Gu Immortals who were humiliated by Duke Long had ruthless expressions. They attacked Duke Long together. Duke Long snorted coldly, a dragon tail grew out from his back, his body was covered in dragon scales, the dragon horns on his head were as sharp as swords. He roared, it was the immortal killer move Dragon Roaring Wave. Next, his figure flickered around his opponents, his dragon fists smashed their faces one by one, his dragon claws tore through their defenses, causing a storm of blood. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals were not his match, they were furious and shocked. Their immortal killer moves were constantly interrupted, even if they succeeded, they could not do anything to Duke Long. After fighting for so long, other than protecting Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long had also been collecting information. He had already grasped most of the details of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals. Old scoundrel, you are going too far. Take my killer move. Restrain him, I have even more powerful methods. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were furious. They were about to use even more powerful methods. Immortal killer move, chi engulfing mountains and rivers, puff puff puff. At the next moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were pushed into the depths of the sea again. Withdraw. Duke Long suddenly appeared above the roof of Dragon Palace. A huge suction force was exerted, the rank 8 immortal Gu house resisted it as it was dragged into Duke Long's phantom aperture inch by inch. The other rank 8 Gu immortals saw this and quickly rushed over, attacking Duke Long with all sorts of killer moves. Duke Long sighed as he suddenly vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace lost its restraints and shot out from the bottom of the sea, flying into the sky again. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were about to give chase when Duke Long suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking their path. Dragon roars resounded again, Duke Long moved like lightning, weaving through the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals. The rumbling of the fierce battle was like a ceaseless thunderclap. A myriad of innocent lives suffered calamity, and enormous waves that were hundreds of meters tall and over 1,000 meters tall arose on the surface of the sea. Without Feng Kim Hong burdening him, Duke Long displayed astonishing battle strength. None of the rank 8 Gu immortals present were his match. However, these Eastern Sea Gu immortals could cultivate to rank 8, they had deep foundations and some skills. Even though they could not defeat Duke Long and were showing signs of losing, their lives were not in danger for the time being. Even though they were wary of each other, against Duke Long, they cooperated when they could. At once, Eastern Sea's righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long felt increasing pressure. Earlier, when he erupted and suppressed everyone, it was because he had been enduring and did not make a big move, thus, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were caught unprepared. As the battle continued, Duke Long's methods were gradually familiarized by Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. They quickly found the correct methods to counter or deal with him. In this world, there were no invincible immortal Gu or invincible immortal killer moves, there were only invincible Gu immortals. Any immortal killer move, no matter how complex and mysterious, had its traces, it had advantages and weaknesses. Duke Long was indeed strong, none of the Eastern Sea rank 8s present were his match. But the current situation was special, everyone was fighting for the immortal Gu house. Nobody wanted to fight to the death with Duke Long. The immortal Gu house continued to fly, the battlefield was moving around, Duke Long could not set up a battlefield to restrain the enemy. Dragon claws swept out, forcing back many Eastern Sea rank 8s, Duke Long crashed into Dragon Palace and grabbed with his hand. In an instant, a pair of giant dragon claws appeared and held onto the Dragon Palace tightly. The Dragon Palace's body shook violently. It shattered the illusory dragon claw and broke free. Duke Long sighed. This situation had happened many times. It was not easy to take the Dragon Palace. He had to fight for a while and temporarily defeat all the competitors. Then, he would have a good opportunity to try to take the Dragon Palace. But Dragon Palace was a rank 8 immortal goo house with great strength. It was very difficult to take it. Duke Long had tried many times, but all of them had ended in failure. Duke Long is too strong, what do we do? When he attacks, we will not have a chance to get close to Dragon Palace, not to mention taking it. Duke Long is the only one attacking. Thankfully, this immortal goo house is strong enough. We can't let this go on. Dragon Palace's resistance is getting weaker. It will be subdued by Duke Long sooner or later. Eastern Sea's rank 8 goo immortals were all injured. They communicated with each other. They wanted others to use their trump cards to deal with Duke Long. At rank 8 level, who did not have trump cards, these immortal killer moves were definitely powerful or mysterious, but no one was willing to expose them. No one could guarantee that in this complicated battle environment, these immortal killer moves would not fail. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash. Duke Long was also holding on to triple chi retraction. He did not use it. It was not that he did not want to use it, but it was very risky. He might injure himself. Earlier, when he fought against Zishan Makoto, he tried all ways to probe him. After feeling that the other party did not have any special methods, he found a chance to use triple chi retraction. In this situation, if Duke Long rashly used triple chi retraction and was countered by the enemy, what would happen? These Eastern Sea rank 8s had a lot of people. They had deep foundations, who knew what methods they were hiding. It was like an arrow on a bow, hanging in the air without being shot. It was very worrying. When goo immortals had their killer moves, they were often a form of deterrence. River of Time. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fang Yuan was still in the immemorial year monkey form. He successfully used his killer move, grabbing at the air with both hands. A huge palm leaf fan with a long handle suddenly appeared out of thin air and was grasped in his hand. Bing Sichuan, move aside. Fang Yuan twisted his waist, his arm muscles bulged as he fanned. Whoosh! Winds blew, sweeping forward. The intense wind swept 3 autumn yellow crane platform and even shark flow lever into it, binding them and sending them out of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. But at the crucial moment, Feng Jiuge and Xing Yi Wang flew out of the immortal goo house, pouncing towards Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan. Even though they did not cultivate time path, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation did not collapse. Inside the formation, time path was suppressed while other paths were strengthened. The rank 7 goo immortals sent by the Celestial Court were all elites. During this period of time, they had worked together to repair the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Even though the hole was still there, it had shrunk by a lot. 5 Elements Grandmaster, quickly use your profound light. Fang Yuan shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster's voice came from the Year's End Tower. I won't be able to use the Dongxian light again in a short amount of time. This formation has changed a lot. Using the Dongxian light again won't be as effective. Immortal killer move, Song Warrior. Feng Jiuge's body flickered as 4 Song Warriors appeared, surrounding Fang Yuan. Xing Yi Wang's body shined with starlight as he pounced towards Bing Sichuan like a porcupine. Bing Sichuan and Fang Yuan looked at each other before flying into the sky, abandoning their opponents and attacking the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. This was the wisest tactic. As long as the river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke, be it Feng Jiuge or Xing Yi Wang, they would have to hide in their immortal goo houses. Feng Jiuge and Xing Yi Wang quickly stopped them, while 5 Elements Grandmaster controlled the immortal formation to trap Qingye's eternal yacht. In the intense battle, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook more and more intensely. Enduring Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan's attacks, more and more cracks appeared. However, on Celestial Court's side, 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever, which were taken away by Fang Yuan, entered the battle again. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's side gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan, you still don't trust me now? The situation was disadvantageous, Bing Sichuan shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly as he approached Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan's arms shook as a spherical light membrane covered himself and Fang Yuan. This was his immortal killer move. It was used for defense. Anything that landed on the light membrane, be it living beings or killer moves, would be frozen in time. Break it! Feng Jiuge and Xing Yi Wang shouted at the same time. 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever also unleashed killer moves, attacking Bing Sichuan's light membrane. But any killer move that landed on the light membrane would be frozen in time, they would stop. At once, the entire light membrane seemed to be covered in a layer of colorful fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth, his body shook as he held on to the light membrane. Even though he had peak rank 8 battle strength, inside this formation, time path was suppressed. He was facing the attacks of 2 immortal Gu houses and 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. It was very taxing. Fang Yuan saw this chance. He dispelled his immemorial year monkey transformation and activated Yama Emperor. At this point, he finally had the chance to change his battle style. Feng Jiuge and Xing Yiwang had too much battle experience. They did not give Fang Yuan any chance to transform. He was constantly interrupted. After Fang Yuan transformed into Yama Emperor, he immediately activated his killer move. His aura rose rapidly, from weak to strong, and from strong to a terrifying level. Feng Jiuge and Xing Yiwang had solemn expressions. They were very vigilant. At this point in the battle, Fang Yuan finally had the time to use his trump card. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Pay attention. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. He dispelled his defensive killer move and charged at the front. Without any obstruction, the attacks that had stopped earlier surged towards Bing Sichuan and Fang Yuan like a tidal wave. Bing Sichuan stood at the front. He forcefully opened a path for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held Luo Pasil as he charged towards Xing Yiwang while enduring the aftermath. Xing Yiwang retreated. Feng Jiuge went to the right and attacked Fang Yuan from the side. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he flew up. Luo Pasil flew out and landed on the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The formation's activation stopped. Several rank 7 Gu immortals inside died on the spot. Bing Sichuan felt the pressure on him lessening. Swish swish swish, large amounts of water from the river of time flowed into the formation through the opening. Then, with a series of crisp cracking sounds, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation fell apart piece by piece. 5 Elements Grandmaster was extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil actually attacked the core of the formation and destroyed the core immortal Gu. How did he deduce that? Boom, Feng Jiuge attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attention was on breaking the formation. He could only take Feng Jiuge's attack head-on. Even in Yama Emperor state, Fang Yuan coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. A large number of soul path Gu worms died and several immortal Gu were injured. Without the formation's help, the battlefield changed. Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan gained the upper hand again. Both sides fought for a while longer. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was left with a third of its original strength. The remaining rank 7 Gu immortals tried their best to hold on, but the formation was just a step away from breaking apart. They had no hope. Protect me, Fang Yuan said to Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan used a spherical light barrier again, covering Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to cancel Yama Emperor and use immemorial year beast transformation. Protect me, Feng Jiuge shouted. Xing Yiwang and the 2 immortal Gu houses surrounded Feng Jiuge. Immortal killer move, Winds of Assimilation. Feng Jiuge took a huge risk and successfully used the number 1 wind in the world. Bing Sichuan's forehead was covered in sweat. He shouted to Feng Yuan, "Oh no, my defensive killer move cannot block the Winds of Assimilation, we need to retreat." But out of their expectations, the Winds of Assimilation did not attack the defensive light barrier, they attacked the Stone Lotus Island instead. Under Feng Yuan's shocked gaze, the Stone Lotus Island was engulfed by the Winds of Assimilation. It broke into pieces and turned into wind. The Winds of Assimilation were getting stronger. Whoever went to the island would have to face this destructive tornado. Feng Jiuge, you. Bing Sichuan was exasperated. Feng Yuan's expression was also slightly dark. The Winds of Assimilation rampaged in the river of time. When Feng Jiuge used the Song of Gale, it would cause the sound of howling winds. But when the true Winds of Assimilation blew, it was very calm, there was no sound at all. The silent Winds of Assimilation made all of the Gu immortals present feel a bone-chilling coldness. The Stone Lotus Island was continuously eroded by the Winds of Assimilation, before vanishing completely. The Winds of Assimilation got stronger. Initially, it was quite large. After destroying the Stone Lotus Island, it expanded by several times. It was like a pillar that supported heaven and earth. However, it could not display its might in the river of time. Even though a lot of river water was turned into the winds, the entire river of time was still unaffected. The amount of river water that was lost was negligible. Even though the winds of assimilation were powerful, compared to the entire river of time, it was too small. It was like a bug on an old cow. All of the Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses carefully distanced themselves from the winds of assimilation. Even Feng Jioge was not an exception. The Stone Lotus Island was really destroyed. Feng Yuan was deeply shocked. He wanted to enter the island earlier but was repelled by the defensive force of the Stone Lotus Island. To think that the Stone Lotus Island could not resist the winds of assimilation at all. Don't tell me, this formation played a crucial role in suppressing the Stone Lotus Island? Or is the Stone Lotus Island already at the end of its tether? It could not resist the might of the winds of assimilation. Feng Yuan looked at the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. It was still collapsing. Feng Jioge had a heavy mood. Even though he destroyed the Stone Lotus Island, in his opinion, he had failed. In order to find Red Lotus true inheritance, the Celestial Court had expended unimaginable resources and manpower. They finally found a Stone Lotus Island and used the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to trap it. But to think that Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven's power would obstruct it. Feng Jioge had no choice but to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. All of his previous efforts went to waste. With regards to his actions, no one could reprimand him. Because the situation was clear, the river suppression lotus ceiling grand array had suffered a blow from Feng Yuan's Luo Pasil. It was destined to collapse. Once the formation broke, Feng Jioge, Xingyi Wang, and the rest could only return to the immortal Gu house obediently. In this way, the Celestial Court's battle prowess would definitely plummet. On the other hand, Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan were like fish in water in the river of time. Without the restriction of the formation, their battle strength rose once again. The enemy was strong while he was weak. Feng Jioge wasn't confident that the Stone Lotus Island would be taken away by Feng Yuan's side sooner or later. So, Feng Jioge seized the opportunity to cut his losses and brazenly destroy the Stone Lotus Isle. Good decision. A sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes as he praised. Bing Sichuan heaved a long sigh, showing a dejected expression. He had placed his hopes on Red Lotus true inheritance. He wanted to find a shortcut to destroy Fate Gu. But now, Feng Yuan only had the key to Spring Autumn Cicada, while the Stone Lotus Island was destroyed by Feng Jioge. He was greatly disappointed. He did not know that Feng Yuan had already obtained a true inheritance in secret. Feng Yuan naturally would not tell Longevity Heaven about the secret. The Celestial Court was also kept in the dark. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the damaged river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke apart. Most of the immortal Gu were destroyed. The Gu immortals controlling it died one after another. The river flowed in reverse, creating huge waves. The river of time was restored to its former state. Let's retreat. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth as he spoke. The situation was very disadvantageous to the Celestial Court. Even though they had 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, in this situation, even if Duke Long came, he would not be able to do anything. Feng Jioge and the rest were not Time Path Gu immortals. They could only hide in their immortal Gu houses and fight using the Time Path immortal Gu houses. And these Time Path immortal Gu houses were only rank 7. If they had a rank 8 Time Path immortal Gu house, the Celestial Court would have a chance of winning. Even though the Celestial Court had an extremely deep foundation, it was not without limits. Firstly, after Lord Huangshi died, the Celestial Court could not take out a Time Path rank 8 Gu immortal Gu house. Even though they created 4 Time Path immortal Gu houses, they were only at rank 7 level. To create a rank 8 Time Path immortal Gu house in a short period of time, the Celestial Court could not do anything about it. Actually, there was no problem with Fairy Myrtle's arrangements. Even though Feng Yuan obtained Red Lotus true inheritance, his killer moves were mostly modified. A large number of immortal Gu were also refined. His battle strength rose by a lot. But it was very difficult for Feng Yuan to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance alone. The Celestial Court did not expect that Longevity Heaven would suddenly cooperate with Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan destroyed 88-point Xianxia Tower. There was deep hatred between Longevity Heaven and Feng Yuan. This hatred was not simple. Feng Yuan did not just destroy a rank 8 immortal Gu house, he'd also destroyed Giant Sun Immortals arrangements, the symbol of the Golden Tribe's glory. Longevity Heaven actually gave up on hatred and cooperated with Feng Yuan. Is this a change brought by Bing Sichuan? Feng Jioge returned to 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and looked at Bing Sichuan with a frown. The 3 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court were retreating rapidly. Fang Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial year monkey, chasing after them. Bing Sichuan fought alongside him. The two attacked fiercely, attacking the three immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court. Even though Heaven's Stairway had 3 rank 8s, they could only defend themselves now, enduring the enemy's attacks as they escaped. Present and Past Pavilion finally broke free from Bing Sichuan's killer move. It flew out of the river of time, leaving the river. The 3 Xianxia were holding their breaths. They wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson, but they saw their 3 immortal Gu houses escaping in panic. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke apart. The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the formation were all dead. Only a few were struggling in the river of time. They were not far from death. Retreat. Feng Jioge transmitted. The 3 Xianxia gulped. They quickly joined the escaping group. Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan, as well as 5 Elements Grandmaster's year-end gatehouse, chased after them. These 4 immortal Gu houses were very sturdy. They protected each other and were slippery. Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan got stronger as they fought. In the river of time, they could display extraordinary battle strength. The tributary of the river of time is nearby. We are about to escape. Qingyi shouted, raising the morale of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. You want to leave? Not so easy. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, closing the distance. You guys retreat, we will block the enemy. The 3 Xianxia came to a realization. They moved the tattered present and past pavilion and stayed behind. Under the 3 Xianxia stalling, the other 3 immortal Gu houses successfully escaped along the tributary of the river of time. Now that present and past pavilion was destroyed by Fang Yuan, the 3 Xianxia also died. Not a single rank 8 Gu immortal was left behind. Fang Yuan was filled with regret. This was a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan did not want to chase them. In the outside world of the 5 regions, Feng Jioge and the rest could attack freely. He cleaned up the battlefield and stored his immortal aperture, annexing them one by one. Bing Sichuan and 5 Elements Grandmaster did not make a move, they only watched from the side. There were many rank 7 Gu immortals who died, because they did not have the qualifications to join Celestial Court. They all had rank 7 immortal apertures. After Fang Yuan annexed his aperture, he gained a lot. Let's go to Eastern Sea. After cleaning up, Fang Yuan took the initiative to suggest. Longevity Heaven had shown sufficient sincerity in the contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance. They were reliable allies for now. Both sides had the same goal. They did not want Celestial Court to completely repair Fate Gu. If Celestial Court had Fate Gu, it could regain its former glory. It would be a huge threat to the other 4 regions. After staying in the river of time for a while, Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan confirmed that Red Lotus was truly destroyed. Even though they did not obtain the true inheritance, they stopped Celestial Court from succeeding. It was a draw. Soon, Fang Yuan and the rest left the river of time, heading to Eastern Sea to stop Duke Long. But along the way, they received news that Eastern Sea's side had come to an end. There was a result. In this contest for Dragon Palace, the final victor was Duke Long. Duke Long had outstanding battle strength. He suppressed many of Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Next, Celestial Court's new rank 8 Gu immortal Chen Yi came to reinforce with an immortal Gu house. At the crucial moment, Eastern Sea's lone immortal Yang Jun suddenly helped Duke Long, allowing Duke Long to suppress the rank 8 immortal Gu house's resistance and take it. But Duke Long himself was also heavily injured. At the final moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s no longer held back. They used their trump cards. Unfortunately, it was too late. After Duke Long obtained the immortal Gu house, he did not continue fighting. He left immediately. To think that this rank 8 lone immortal Yang Jun was recruited by Celestial Court. 5 Elements Grandmaster shook his head. He was once a lone immortal, but now, he was a member of Longevity Heaven. That might not be the case. Yang Jun might be a pawn of Celestial Court in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan thought of Northern Plains Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience was a rank 8 Gu immortal that Celestial Court placed in Northern Plains, but his identity was not exposed. Inside Central Continent's regional wall. Go, quickly go. Follow us, don't fall behind. A group of Western Desert Gu masters shouted as they ran. Behind them, the ground split open like a huge beast opening its mouth to devour them. Ah! Save me! Amidst the screams, a small group of people fell into the earth trench. Most of them would be crushed to death. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would most likely be dead. "Father, I can't hold on anymore." Zhang Ping was still a youngster, he had just advanced to rank 2 Gu Master, he was panicking now, the primeval essence in his aperture was almost depleted. Oh no. Zhang Quan was a rank 3 Gu Master, he was sweating profusely now, he had used all his strength, the killer move not only moved him but also his son Zhang Ping. If Zhang Ping did not have primeval essence, Zhang Quan's killer move would be ineffective. By then, Zhang Ping's speed would fall, Zhang Quan would be helpless, he could only watch as his son fell into the abyss. What do I do? Zhang Quan was helpless, he was extremely anxious. He was filled with regret, if he knew this would happen, he would not have brought his son to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Earlier, he saw his son's refinement path talent, he wanted to bring him to broaden his horizons and temper his abilities. But to think that when they passed the regional wall, they encountered an earth vein disturbance. Just as Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were about to despair, their vision cleared up. Zhang Quan was stunned, he reacted, they had passed through Central Continent's regional wall, they were in Central Continent now. The earth vein was shaking, other than creating an earth trench and losing large amounts of goo materials and goo worms, the 5 regional walls were also shrinking. Right now, Goo Masters needed less than half of the time to cross the regional walls. But what use is this? Zhang Quan sighed deeply. Zhang Ping's primeval essence and stamina were expended, Zhang Quan could only carry him. But this way, their speed fell, they were about to be devoured by the earth trench. At the crucial moment, a mystical light shone, enveloping the surviving Goo Masters and bringing them to the sky. The earth trench continued to expand under their feet, soon, a bottomless abyss formed below them. Only when they landed at the edge of the earth trench did the mystical light on these Goo Masters fade. What's going on? Who saved us? Such an unimaginable method saved all of us, the Goo Immortal must have taken action. The Goo Masters were very excited after surviving the calamity, they discussed among themselves. High up in the sky where they could not see, a spirit butterfly Valley Goo Immortal smiled kindly as he retracted his gaze from these Goo Masters. The Goo Immortal quickly flew away, continuing his patrol. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had already begun, large numbers of Goo Masters had arrived from the other 4 regions. The Goo Immortal was a member of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, he had received a mandatory mission from the sect to patrol this area and prevent the demonic path from causing trouble. There were many Goo Immortals with the same mission as him. These people were mostly from the 10 great ancient sects, but there were also other sects, slave Goo Immortals who were recruited by the 10 great ancient sects, as well as some lone immortals who were close to the 10 great ancient sections. This time, the Celestial Court was holding the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, the security was unprecedented. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping's group luckily received help from Goo Immortals and escaped with their lives. After entering Central Continent, they rested for a while before heading to the nearest registration location. There were many registration locations for the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they were evenly distributed all over Central Continent. A few days later, Zhang Quan, Zhang Ping, and some Goo Masters with the same goal arrived at Scorpion Needle Sect. This sect was only an ordinary force, it was most proficient in raising and using scorpion-shaped goo worms, the most famous one was Scorpion Needle Goo. This was an offensive goo worm, once activated, it could shoot out scorpion needles. The scorpion needles were sharp and fast, they also carried poison, they were not to be trifled with. Scorpion Needle Sect had already made preparations. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping walked into the registration hall, seeing that it was filled with people. Most of them were natives of the Central Continent, and a small number were like them, from the Western region. Scorpion Needle Sect's location was close to Western Desert, thus many Western Desert Goo Masters came to register. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention attracted countless Goo Masters to participate, it was a grand occasion every time. According to the procedures, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were brought to the side hall to participate in the examination. The examination only had 4 questions, it was not easy, but not difficult either. It tested the basic skills of Goo refinement. Goo Masters with a certain level of experience could often pass, those who came just to make up the numbers would be eliminated, it would save manpower and resources. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping both passed the test and successfully registered for the academy. When they walked out of the hall, they each held a token in their hands. The token had the names of the participants, the sect, the path, and the time and place of registration. When Gu masters register, they could choose any name they wanted. Their path and sect could also be kept secret. Precisely because of this leniency, every Central Continent Refinement Path convention, large numbers of lone cultivators, demons, and even Gu immortals would come to participate incognito. 100 yuan stone for one registration, this is too expensive. Zhang Ping kept the token and grumbled. That's why you have to perform well this time. Don't let our efforts go to waste. Zhang Quan looked at Zhang Ping expectantly. Zhang Ping nodded. Oh, right, father, I saw many Central Continent Gu masters registering directly, they do not need to participate in the examination. Zhang Quan smiled, these people obtained a ranking in the previous Refinement Path convention, they can directly participate in it. Then father, didn't you also obtain a ranking in the previous Refinement Path convention? Why did you have to pay for this? Zhang Ping asked in confusion. Zhang Quan shook his head, that is because I am not a Central Continent Gu master, only Central Continent Gu masters have this privilege. So that's it. Zhang Ping nodded. This was clearly biased towards the locals, it was unfair, but the young Zhang Ping quickly accepted it. After all, this was Central Continent's territory, the convention was also organized by a Central Continent force, shouldn't they take care of their own people? And this slight unfairness was not overboard at all. Because in the registration test, as long as a Gu master had Refinement Path attainment, they could pass it. The Refinement Path convention has begun. In Celestial Court, Duke Long used his investigative killer move to observe the registration scenes in Central Continent. At this moment, his face was still pale. His injuries from fighting for the Dragon Palace had not healed much. This Refinement Path convention is the most crucial. Red Lotus, do you know, after this Refinement Path convention, Fate Gu will be completely restored. Duke Long's gaze suddenly turned perplexed, scenes of the past quietly appeared in his mind. Spring-autumn cicada? You actually designed such an unfilial immortal Gu, Hong Ting, what are you trying to do? After learning of the secret, Duke Long immediately went to find Red Lotus immortal venerable Hong Ting. Hong Ting clenched his fists, saying to Duke Long, Master, I have already said it, I want to revive them, I want everything to start over again. You. Duke Long pointed at Hong Ting, his body shivering from anger. Hong Ting lowered his head, Master, scold me if you want, hit me if you want, but I will not give up. Duke Long stared at Hong Ting angrily, but did not scold him, instead, after a long silence, he suddenly heaved a long sigh, Hong Ting, my disciple, you are too naive. Even if you are an immortal venerable, what can you do to fate? Go ahead and try, I will not stop you. You will definitely fail, but I hope that if you fail enough, you will wake up. Many days later. Master. Hong Ting had injuries all over his body, but his expression was very excited as he arrived in front of Duke Long. I finally found my only hope, I am about to succeed, I will definitely succeed in changing fate. How can this be? Duke Long did not believe it at all. I am relying on this, Love Gu. This is the inspiration I got from. The book says, love is also a part of fate. Since that is the case, love can also change fate. Hong Ting became more excited as he spoke. Duke Long was extremely shocked and furious, outrageous, outrageous. Hong Ting, don't forget your identity. You are an immortal venerable of the righteous path, but you want to change history. Do you know what kind of unimaginable consequences your unscrupulous actions will cause? Oh Master. Hong Ting suddenly raised his head, his gaze shining as he looked at Duke Long. Do you still not understand? Understand what? Times have changed. People's hearts have also changed. Our generation does not need restraints. Before Hong Ting finished, he was rudely interrupted by Duke Long. Enough. You actually said Fate Gu is a kind of restraint? Hong Ting, enough is enough, if you continue like this, you will fall into the demonic path. Master does not want to punish you in the name of righteousness. Taking a deep breath, Duke Long's gaze became clear again. The memories in his mind had already been collected, but Duke Long still felt a sense of self-blame. Oh Red Lotus, you still don't understand. Duke Long muttered, no matter how times change, Fate Gu will always be the protective umbrella of our human race. You disregarded the big picture of humanity for your own selfish desires. It was my mistake in teaching you. You are my disciple, as your master, I will make up for your mistake. I do not have much time left. But it does not matter, it is enough to repair Fate Gu completely. I will not allow anyone to destroy this refinement path convention. Boom, at the same time, a shocking explosion occurred in Scorpion Needle sect. Countless Gu masters who were participating in the refinement path convention died instantly. Dust clouds surged, an ancient desolate bestial snake was roaring in the ruins of Scorpion Needle sect. Looking at the ancient year snake that was rampaging and slaughtering Gu masters, Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he left. An immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core activated, bringing him to the next location. Celestial Court wanted to repair fate, they needed to hold the refinement path convention to obtain success Dao marks. How could Fang Yuan let Celestial Court get what they wanted so easily? Guai sect, as one of the registration locations for the refinement path convention, it was also filled with people. The refinement path convention is finally starting. To think that I would get a second chance in this life, I am truly thankful to heaven. The middle-aged Gu master sighed. Some of the Gu masters around him recognized him and started to discuss. Look, it is Refinement Path Master Luo Xing. In the previous Refinement Path convention, he lost due to an unexpected situation. He is making a comeback this time. The Refinement Path convention is held once every 100 years, Luo Xing should not have a chance. Who could have thought that after 10 years, the 10 great ancient sects would hold it again? The middle-aged Gu master heard all of these discussions, but his expression was calm. He was past the age of vanity, he only wanted to prove himself now. The opponents this time cannot be underestimated. Even though I have been working hard and accumulating resources, Central Continent is too big, the 5 regions are too big, there will always be geniuses. Just here alone, there are already many new geniuses. The middle-aged Gu master looked around, his attention was mainly on 3 Gu masters. One was an old man, he had been famous for many years, he was also a refinement path master. The other was a young man and a young girl with bright eyes. The former had shone brilliantly in the previous refinement path convention, while the latter was a rising genius in the last 10 years. The competition in this refinement path convention is going to be so intense. I need to make good use of this opportunity, I cannot miss it, I need to prove myself, I need to make my wife and son raise their heads high. Boom, in the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire registration hall into smithereens. All of the middle-aged Gu masters' grand ambitions vanished into thin air, vanishing into thin air. Those young Gu masters with bright futures, the talented young girl who was the center of attention, died on the spot, they were crushed into meat paste, their blood and bones mixed together, even their corpses could not be identified. Next location. In the sky, Fang Yuan's figure flashed. This was the 15th location that he had attacked. Central Continent's Gu masters had suffered huge losses, these were only mortal Gu masters, how could they deal with ancient year beasts? Even rank 6 Gu immortals might not be able to match these ancient year beasts. Fang Yuan mercilessly slaughtered the lives of these Gu masters, creating a huge tragedy. More and more elite Gu masters were sacrificed, the Celestial Court's immortals felt a trace of heartache. That devil Fang Yuan is truly vicious and evil. He really came to cause trouble. Damn it. Are we just going to sit back and watch? Lord Ziwei, I wonder, Fairy Myrtle shook her head, Fang Yuan is very cautious, every time he attacks, he only releases wild ancient year beasts to wreak havoc in the world and slaughter Gu masters, he rarely takes action himself. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply, his wisdom path attainment is very deep, he knows that the more he attacks, the more clues he will leave behind, and the easier it will be for us to discover and track him. It will be very difficult for me to determine his location. I need more clues, and it will take a long time. But where did he get so many ancient year beasts? A Gu immortal frowned. According to Southern Borders information, there is a year essence pool in Xianxia's immortal aperture. It should be because of this pool that Fang Yuan secretly gathered so many year beasts. Fairy Myrtle said. Even though her expression was calm, she felt anger in her heart. As a Gu immortal, Fang Yuan actually attacked mortals without any restraints. He was bullying the weak, he was truly too shameless, he had no bottom line. Most demonic path Gu immortals would not do this. This was the tacit understanding between Gu immortals, but Fang Yuan directly broke it. Fang Yuan is the greatest calamity to all living beings. Fairy Myrtle was furious, but also felt pity for those innocent lives. The longer he lives in this world, the more living beings will be harmed and harmed by him. Duke Long, however, was truly calm. His heart was like an ancient well without any ripples. Alright, Fang Yuan's appearance, isn't this something we already expected? Let's follow the plan. This time, even if we have to pay a huge price, we need to repair Fate Gu. Duke Long's tone was firm. Celestial Court's Gu immortals listened to his orders. They felt, nothing in this world could shake Duke Long's resolve. Fang Yuan was indeed a problem. Celestial Court could not ignore him, thus they had a plan to deal with him. Several days later, the people who were shocked by Fang Yuan's attacks obtained concrete information and evidence. Everything pointed to Fang Yuan. He was the culprit. The crowd was in a frenzy. Fang Yuan has already become a Gu immortal? There are really immortals in this world. Fang Yuan, you killed my father. I will definitely take revenge for this blood debt. Even if I am rank 5, if I am not a Gu immortal, I will still be an ant. Fang Yuan is clearly trying to ruin the Refinement Path Convention. For the sake of my life, I will not go. Go. Why not go? If we do not go, won't we fall into Fang Yuan's trap? That's right, even though I am a mortal Gu master and am not Gu immortal Fang Yuan's match. But to take revenge for my wife's death, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I cannot let this demon Fang Yuan get what he wants. Some were fearful, some sighed, some retreated, while some were firm in their confidence. Time passed, days passed. The Refinement Path Convention continued. Fang Yuan was alone. Central Continent was filled with registration locations for the Refinement Path Convention. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not exterminate all of these Gu masters. Because many places were secretly guarded by Central Continent Gu immortals. Especially after Fang Yuan's attack, Celestial Court immediately made a move. They sent out missions. Countless Gu masters received the relevant missions and moved around, testing people's participation qualifications and giving out tokens. This way, Central Continent's forces split up. No one went to one location to register. Fang Yuan's killing efficiency fell greatly. Even though Fang Yuan was working hard and over 10,000 Gu masters died at his hands, he could not stop the Refinement Path Convention from starting. The registration phase was over. The competition had already started for many days. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared at a certain place in Central Continent. He was about to attack when his brows suddenly rose. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Hand over your life. A Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the other party. He had no desire to fight. He activated his killer move again and retreated. These last few days, Central Continent's Gu immortals are getting faster and faster. Is it because I used fixed immortal travel too many times, they deduced it? But even so, they seem to be able to predict where I will appear. What investigative method is this? Time path? At the next moment, Fang Yuan's surroundings changed. He was hundreds of thousands of li away from his previous location. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He acutely sensed that 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were approaching him from 3 directions. Fang Yuan, where do you think you are going? Celestial Court has prepared more than 10 investigative killer moves for you. You cannot escape. Especially one of them. It was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It is called People's Accusation. Ha ha ha, demon, you did not expect this, right? The more people you kill, the more people will hate you. The hatred of these mortal Gu masters will continue to mark your location. The 3 rank 8s charged towards Fang Yuan. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rumor Cage. Suddenly, a 4th rank 8 Gu immortal appeared above Fang Yuan. An Immortal Battlefield Killer Move enveloped Fang Yuan. We caught Fang Yuan. Lord Zhou Xianxia's Rumor Cage is indeed the fastest battlefield killer move to activate. Even Fang Yuan could not react in time. The 4 Gu immortals were overjoyed. Lord Duke Long, Fang Yuan has been trapped by us. Within Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle had an excited expression. Duke Long replied plainly. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Lord Duke Long, this is a rare opportunity. I suggest you take action personally and eliminate Fang Yuan without fail. Duke Long shook his head. Fang Yuan is just a clown. Repairing Fate Gu is the important matter at hand. It is not time for me to take action yet. Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle was about to persuade him again when her expression suddenly changed. At this moment, all parts of Central Continent, especially the Refinement Path competition, were attacked by Gu Immortals. In fact, not only Refinement Path venues, even some famous resource points in Central Continent were attacked by Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan floated in the air, as if he had been standing in a snowstorm for several minutes. His body was covered in a layer of white snow. From afar, it looked like he was wearing a thick fox fur sweater. This was the modified Time Path killer move, Winter Coat. Fang Yuan had many defensive killer moves. The strongest was Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but because Reverse Flow River was almost dried up, this move could not be used anymore. Other than that, Fang Yuan also had defensive methods like Yama Emperor, Winter Coat, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Purple Thought Light Protection, Hair Armor, Lion Fur Armor, Divination Tortoise Transformation, Ghost Official Garment, and so on. Hair Armor and Lion Fur Armor were mortal killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan had used them for a period of time, they were no longer useful. Purple Thought Light Protection was Zishan Makoto's method. It had once blocked Duke Long's fist. During the battle, its power was not to be underestimated. But Fang Yuan only had this killer move. He did not cultivate it. He lacked the crucial immortal Gu. Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe was Fang Yuan's method. He had used it before. Even though the core immortal Gu were rank 7 killer moves were still too weak. Divination Tortoise Transformation was also a defensive method, but similarly, it was an ancient desolate beast divination tortoise. It could not participate in battles between rank 8s. Ghost Official Garment had a huge origin. It was designed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to defend against Wisdom Path deductions. With Ghost Official Garment, Soul Beast Token, and Ghostly Concealment, Yama Emperor had incredible defense. It could be used to fight against rank 8s. But its defensive power could not compare to Winter Coat. Yama Emperor was a comprehensive method. It had both offense and defense. Together with Yama Children, it had incredible power in group battles. Winter Coat was focused on defense. Fang Yuan devoured Xianxia's immortal aperture, causing his Time Path Dao marks to increase sharply. He had the most Dao marks. It greatly increased the power of Winter Coat. And most importantly, after some modifications, Winter Coat's defensive power was even more outstanding than before. Without Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Winter Coat killer move became Fang Yuan's substitute. Boom boom boom, 3 Central Continent rank 8s attacked Fang Yuan one after another, but Fang Yuan did not dodge. He used Winter Coat to block all of their attacks. What killer move is this? It looks like Xiaocha's Winter Coat. How is this possible? Xiaocha's Winter Coat isn't like this. The 3 rank 8s had different expressions. They conversed secretly. They were shocked by the defensive power of Winter Coat. Then, they all turned their attention to Zhou Xiongxin. These 3 rank 8s came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but Zhou Xiongxian was different. He was a member of Celestial Court who had just woken up. Zhou Xiongxian had already activated the immortal battlefield rumor cage. In this battle environment, all other paths were suppressed, only information path was amplified. Fang Yuan's Winter Coat killer move was suppressed. The 3 rank 8s offensive methods were also suppressed. While the 3 rank 8s looked at Zhou Xiongxian, Fang Yuan was observing this immortal battlefield rumor cage. Rumor cage was made of countless silver words. Some were as large as horses and carriages, some were as small as ants. They weaved together to form a huge sphere that covered Fang Yuan and the other 4 rank 8s. Because there were gaps between the words, the entire sphere seemed to be connected to the outside world. It was not completely closed. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, his Time Path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing the profundities of this immortal battlefield. But regarding information path, Fang Yuan was not proficient at all. If it was a Time Path or Refinement Path immortal battlefield, Fang Yuan could use Time Path and Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level to decipher it in minutes. But against Information Path, he was at a loss. He could only rely on the light of wisdom to deduce it. Undeniably, the Celestial Court sending Information Path Gu Immortal Zhou Xiongxian to deal with Fang Yuan was a wise move. If it were any other Gu immortal expert, as long as Fang Yuan had seen them before, he would have prepared a set of methods to deal with them. But this Zhou Xianxia was the first time Fang Yuan had seen him. Zhou Xianxia wore a white robe, he had a square face and a righteous expression, he had a strong physique. Those who could become members of the celestial court were elites and experts among rank 8s. Ignoring everything else, just that rumor cage earlier was too profound for words, it was extremely fast, it was the fastest immortal battlefield killer move that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Fang Yuan, since you are trapped by me, don't think of leaving this place alive. You have committed so many crimes, how many innocent lives have died in your hands? Now, I will let you taste the consequences of your actions. Zhou Xianxia spoke righteously, his aura surged as he activated 2 immortal killer moves. Immortal killer move, fearsome gossip, immortal killer move, 3 men becomes tigers. In an instant, every single silver character in the rumor cage began to emit a bright radiance. The dense light seemed to turn into flowing water, floating in the air as it flowed and gathered. Then, ferocious silver-white tigers jumped out of the silver light. As the tiger group attacked, Fang Yuan's body shot out like lightning, charging towards them. Strength Path Giant Hand, Fang Yuan charged towards the silver tigers and tried to attack, but the giant hand only blocked for a moment before the silver tigers broke it. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose, the silver tigers were quite strong. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors, jade green scissors flew around with extraordinary agility. Wherever they went, the scissors would open and close, the silver tigers would either be beheaded or cut in half, their corpses would turn into silver specks of light that scattered everywhere. Spring Scissors was unstoppable, a peculiar light flashed in Zhou Xianxia's eyes as he thought, this is different from the information. Ever since the battle for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan's Spring Scissors killer move seems to have been modified again, its power has increased by at least 20%. Zhou Xianxia was an information path Gu immortal, he could notice and collect even the slightest change. Spring Scissors did not change for hundreds of years in Xiaocha's hands, but in Fang Yuan's hands, it keeps changing. Is Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment really so high? Maybe his time path attainment level is quite high, after all, this is a rank 8 killer move, it is not easy to modify it. Zhou Xianxia was inwardly shocked. Right now, under the suppression of Rumor Cage, Spring Scissors' killer move was still unstoppable, countless silver tigers were cut by it. However, Zhou Xianxia was not flustered. The situation is still under my control, slowly, you will experience my power, Fang Yuan. Zhou Xianxia sneered in his mind. A moment later, Fang Yuan's brows furrowed imperceptibly. The silver tigers are endless, they are clearly one with this Rumor Cage battlefield, no matter how many are killed, they will regenerate. And most importantly, these silver tigers are getting stronger. Strange, normally speaking, methods like the silver tigers relied on numbers to fight a battle of attrition against the enemy. But the silver tigers were getting stronger and stronger at a shocking speed, it surpassed the limits of such methods. Earlier, Spring Scissors' killer move was unstoppable, but now, it seemed to be very tired. The silver tigers were not only tougher, they were also much more agile, they often escaped from Spring Scissors and missed. At this time, the Time Path clone finally deduced some results. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xianxia as he said, so that's it, this is the combination of information path and human path methods. You used the resentment of the people in Central Continent to use this move, right? Just like the previous people's accusation killer move. Zhou Xianxia's eyebrows twitched, Fang Yuan discovered the profundity so quickly, his heart shook. Since you saw it, there is no need to hide it. Indeed, the foundation of this killer move is primordial origin immortal venerables method, he mobilized the will of the people in Central Continent. Fang Yuan, you slaughtered so many people, the will of the people is in a frenzy. Even though immortal's strength is small, what if millions of people have their strength stacked together? This strength is unimaginable to you. Thus, struggle as much as you want, you cannot defeat the united will of the people. This is the result of your actions, you reap what you sow. Fang Yuan was silent. He started to bombard the Rumor Cage. But this immortal battlefield, before he understood the profundity of its operation, even if he used Luo Pasil, it would have little effect, it would be a waste of rank 8 immortal essence. At the same time, somewhere in central continent, Fang Yuan is trapped. He is likely trapped in an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield. My connection to him has already become very vague, it is about to be cut off. Shen Songxing muttered. He was an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal, the first supreme elder of a super force, Shen clan. He cultivated sound path. When Fang Yuan went to Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, he unknowingly fell into his investigative method. Now, even though he was trapped in rumor cage, Shen Songxing could sense some of Fang Yuan's movements. Brother Songxing's investigative method is truly admirable. At the side, Song Qi Yuan sighed. Back then, I was targeted by Brother Songxing relentlessly. I suffered a lot. Haha. Shen Songxing laughed. That was when we were young. Who asked you to sneak away and steal the inheritance? We spent so much effort but ended up empty-handed. Fang Yuan taking action and obstructing the refinement path convention is within expectations. After all, he and the Celestial Court have a deep grudge. That's right, several years ago, he and the Celestial Court exposed each other in jewel yellow skies. The Celestial Court wants to restore fate. Even if he is an otherworldly demon, he will not let the Celestial Court succeed. If that happens, the Celestial Court will have too much of an advantage. The surrounding Gu immortals agreed. Some had cold expressions, they were unmoved. Looking at them, these Gu immortals were all rank 8, Song Qi Yuan, Qing Yuan, Shen Songxing, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, and others. This was an unprecedented lineup. Alright, isn't this a good situation? Fang Yuan is not a good person. If he and the Celestial Court fight, they will expend their energy, we will have fewer variables. Dragon Palace is nearby, there is no doubt about it. Shen Songxing had been walking in front, leading the way. As it turned out, Duke Long snatched the rank 8 immortal Gu house in Eastern Sea, causing Eastern Sea's rank 8s to lose face. A group of Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals were flying in Central Continent's mountain range at a low altitude. After Duke Long snatched the immortal Gu house Dragon Palace, Eastern Sea's righteous path, demonic path, and even lone immortal rank 8s allied together. It should be here. Shen Songxing suddenly stopped. He looked at the green mountain below him with a puzzled expression. This green mountain was very ordinary, it was inconspicuous among the surrounding mountains. Here? Hua Kaiyun frowned, shaking her head. I did not find anything strange. I feel that this mountain is different. Qing Yuan said. This is the place. Granny Rong said with certainty. The surrounding Gu immortals took a look at her. Granny Rong was a poison path Gu immortal. How could she have such high attainment in investigative methods? There is an illusion formation here. Song Qi Yuan's eyes shined with a crystal light. He said solemnly. But we do not have anyone who cultivates formation path. Hua Kaiyun said. Zhang Yin sneered. What are you hesitating for? Break the formation and enter. Earlier in Eastern Sea, because we were on guard and hindered each other, Duke Long succeeded. Now that we have an agreement, we will advance and retreat together. So what if Duke Long is lured out? Ha, that's right. Let's charge in. Song Qi Yuan laughed loudly, attacking immediately. Boom boom boom, a rank 8 Gu immortal's methods were extraordinary. After a series of explosions, the illusion formation shattered like glass, revealing the real scene. At the foot of the Green Mountain, there was a huge cave. There were natural dragon patterns in the cave. It was like a group of dragons dancing around, entangling with each other. The Eastern Sea immortals only took a glance before losing interest in the cave's dragon patterns. They flew into the cave and found a huge hole in the ground. They followed the hole and flew down. After passing a long underground tunnel, the immortals' vision cleared up. There is a natural earth trench below this cave. This is not a new earth trench, it should have existed for tens of thousands of years. Is Dragon Palace at the deepest part of this earth trench? Duke Long took the immortal Gu house. Why did he place it here? The Eastern Sea immortals discussed among themselves. The earth trench was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Compared to the earth trench, they were as small as mosquitoes, completely inconspicuous. Roar! Suddenly, a strong hurricane swept up from the depths of the earth trench. At the same time, the entire earth trench shook violently, and rocks fell from the cliffs of the earth trench. The expressions of the Eastern Sea immortals changed. They all felt a strong sense of threat. The tremor left as quickly as it came. After a dozen breaths, the entire earth trench became peaceful again. What's down there? No matter what it is, to be able to make so many of us sense danger, it's definitely not simple. I want to see what Duke Long is up to. The Eastern Sea Immortals were about to move deeper into Earth Trench, but suddenly, Earth Trench flickered with bright lights, a super immortal formation appeared and enveloped all the Gu Immortals. So there was an ambush. What a powerful immortal array. Who is it? An old Central Continent Rank 8 Gu Immortal appeared in front of the Eastern Sea Immortals. He wore a grey robe, his entire body was shrouded in a deep sense of sorrow. Eastern Sea's Rank 8s were very knowledgeable, they immediately recognized this old Central Continent Rank 8. Oh? You are Wind Cloud Manor's Old Man Beifong? Old Man Beifong sighed, that is me. Fellow immortals coming together to attack the Hidden Dragon Cave is not a wise move. With me here, no matter what you want, you will not be able to succeed. Hidden Dragon Cave. This is Hidden Dragon Cave? Many Eastern Sea Gu immortals were shocked. Hidden Dragon Cave imprisoned the legendary immemorial desolate beast Xianxia. It was known to everyone. But its exact location was not exposed. Old Man Beifong could have become a member of the Celestial Court, but because of his grandson Feng Chanzi's mistake, Old Man Beifong took the blame. The two of them guarded Xianxia together in Hidden Dragon Cave. Because of some reason, Duke Long placed the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace here. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals searched for clues and found their way to Hidden Dragon Cave. Boom! Old Man Beifeng's body shook as he activated the Super Immortal Formation. This Super Immortal Formation could imprison Xianxia. It naturally had great power. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were swept away by the Immortal Formation's power, their vision blurred. When they looked again, they saw that the Immortals were separated and sent to a certain formation space. At the next moment, the Eastern Sea Immortals attacked the surrounding battle. A battle between Rank 8s unfolded. At the same time, Immortals appeared all over Central Continent. Mountain Tortoise Valley. The valley was huge, the mountain walls were steep and almost vertical. Demonic Path Gu Immortal 9 Ghost Finger snuck here. He looked at the mountain tortoises in the valley with a greedy gaze. There were many mountain tortoises, they covered the entire mountain. Among them were many huge desolate beast mountain tortoises. Mountain tortoises are rare in Eastern Sea, but they are common in Southern Border and Central Continent. This Mountain Tortoise Valley is the largest mountain tortoise breeding ground in Central Continent. Hee hee hee. 9 Ghost Finger laughed smugly. This was originally a resource point controlled by Spirit Butterfly Valley, one of the 10 great ancient sections. But now, the Gu Immortals guarding this place were sent away to protect the venue of a Refinement Path convention. However, even though they left behind a warning method. 9 Ghost Finger did not enter rashly, he investigated for a while and found some clues. This was an immortal killer move, it was of Earth Path. Let me deduce how to break this. 9 Ghost Finger's eyes shined with bright light, his 10 fingers moved rapidly as he deduced. The shadows of his fingers flew about, both real and fake. Originally, there were 10 shadows of fingers, but they gradually shrank to 9 shadows of fingers. 9 Ghost Finger's Wisdom Path inheritance was such a unique sight. The missing finger was one of them, it represented the vague heavenly secret. 9 Ghost Finger only cultivated Wisdom Path on the side, he mainly cultivated Soul Path. As his fingers danced in the air, he muttered something under his breath. As he deduced, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Meanwhile, on the Moonlight Mound that was 108,000 kilometers away, a fierce battle had already begun. Rank 7 Lone Immortal Xiaobao floated in the air with an imposing aura, he bombarded Moonlight Mound continuously. He wore a blue robe, he had a handsome face and was gentle like jade, he had the appearance of a noble young master. Meanwhile, his opponent, the female immortal guarding Moonlight Mound, was in a sorry state. She said angrily, Xiaobao Shu, you are a famous lone immortal in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world, you actually dare to commit such a demonic act and rob my Moonlight Mound. If you have the ability, go rob the 10 great ancient sects, we are both lone cultivators, yet you are making things difficult for each other. Back then, I bought your Yirgu and took care of your business. Xiaobao Shu sighed, Fairy Moonlight, unless it is absolutely necessary, I do not want to use such a method. My Yirgu business exists only in name, the only way is to change it. If you can give me half of the moonlight mushrooms, I will leave without a second word. The Central Continent female immortal was about to cough blood from anger. These moonlight mushrooms are the result of my hard work and effort. I nurtured them for 30 years. You want to take half of them right away, wishful thinking. Even if I cannot defeat you today, I will not give the moonlight mushrooms to you. Before I escape, I will destroy this entire moonlight mound. Can you destroy it? Suddenly, a soft voice resounded behind the Central Continent female immortal. An ambush. The female immortal was shocked. Someone had actually snuck up behind her without her noticing. Who is it? The female immortal wanted to turn around, but at the next moment, her vision turned black as she fainted. Xianxia stood at the top of Moonlight Mound, looking at the fainted Central Continent female immortal before looking at Xiaobaoshu in the air. He grinned. Xianxia cultivated theft path. He was the Gu immortal most skilled in collecting earth trench black oil in Eastern Sea. He had an ugly appearance and a wretched aura, but he was very close to Xiaobaoshu. They were good friends. Xiaobaoshu came to Central Continent to obtain resources. Xianxia had to help him. Inside Rumor Cage, Fang Yuan shouted as he used the immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. The flood dragon soared into the sky and tangled together with the thousands of silver-white tigers. At once, dragons and tigers fought. Silver light shone in the eyes as killing intent surged. After a few breaths of time, the dragon group shrunk. They were not the tiger's match. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He continued to use Myriad Dragon to support the situation. Lord Zhou Xianxia's methods are truly amazing. The most amazing thing is that these three moves can be used together. Rumor Cage, rumors are fearsome, and three people become tigers. They get stronger as they fight. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, he is in a desperate situation now. He cannot escape. The three Central Continent rank 8s had been watching from the sidelines, watching from a corner. Just Zhou Xianxia alone was able to suppress Fang Yuan. Any one of Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals was an expert with outstanding talent and shocking talent. Honestly speaking, my battle strength is only at rank 8 upper stage. I am inferior to Li Huang. But with the advantage of Information Path and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's killer move as a foundation, I can borrow the power of Central Continent's millions of people. My battle strength will continue to grow. As long as the situation continues, Fang Yuan will definitely be exhausted to death. Even though Zhou Xianxia had the upper hand, he was not careless for a moment. Even though he had just woken up, his abundant information gave him a deep understanding of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's strength, Fang Yuan's craftiness, and Fang Yuan's threat were deeply engraved in Zhou Xianxia's mind. Information Path and Human Path. Celestial Court truly has deep foundations. Just by restraining themselves a little, they are already making things difficult for me. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xianxia as he sighed internally. The enemy in front of him did not have any flaws. He was extremely vigilant against Fang Yuan. He was extremely skilled in investigation. He was extremely sensitive to even the slightest movement. This caused many of Fang Yuan's tactical plans to fail. Even though Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8 for a short period of time, he relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Luopa Seal, and other profound methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Previously, in the 5 regional walls, in the 5 regional mountain range, or in the River of Time, Fang Yuan made use of geographical advantages or borrowed the strength of others to greatly reduce the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. But now that he was deep in Central Continent and fought against a rank 8 expert, he was countered. In terms of Information Path, his attainment was too shallow. There was no need to mention Human Path. Forget it, let's stop probing here. It is time to make use of geographical advantages. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a strange smile. At the next moment, he activated his ambush method. Rumble, a great formation suddenly rose outside the Central Continent. Rumor Cage was like an egg, it was crushed by the terrifying power of the formation. Why is there a formation? The 4 Central Continent immortals were furious. Take a guess? Fang Yuan laughed loudly, turning into the immemorial year monkey. He jumped and arrived in front of Zhou Xianxia, his fist slamming down like a meteor. Rumor Cage broke. The backlash caused Zhou Xianxia to spit out blood. Time path methods were activated to slow the surrounding time. Xianxia could not dodge in time. He was hit by Feng Yuan's fist. With a loud sound, he crashed to the ground. Quick, save Lord Xianxia. Attack together. The other three Gu immortals quickly pounced towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan snickered as the formation activated again, stalling the three rank 8s for a breath of time. Using this chance, Feng Yuan's huge body landed in front of Zhou Xianxia, who was like a toy. Immortal killer move, Spring. Scissors. A huge pair of scissors was held by the giant ape Feng Yuan. The blades, which were dozens of feet long, were first deeply inserted into the ground on both sides. Next, the huge scissors gathered together. In front of the sharp scissors, the thick ground was as fragile as tofu. Crack, with a soft sound, the huge scissors finally gathered. The two halves of the scissors fused together. Blood splattered. Zhou Xianxia's head drew an arc in the air before falling to the ground with a loud sound. Prisoner Valley's southern flower vines were stolen by a mysterious Gu immortal. More than half of them were lost. The immortal formation at the Red River beach was destroyed. The red fire rocks inside were all plundered by three Gu immortals. Someone wanted to steal the primordial sand in the middle section of Falling Heavenly River, but was repelled by an immortal killer move left behind by Heaven's Envy Matter. Fairy Myrtle sat in the celestial court, looking at the situation of Central Continent. As the news came in, her brows furrowed even tighter. She was furious. The huge Central Continent was rich in resources and people. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent led by the leaders of the Celestial Court had gone through countless years and countless days and nights of hard work to create this place. But now, it was being robbed by thieves from all over. The place was in a foul state. Meanwhile, Duke Long was still sitting at the main seat, listening to Fairy Myrtle's reports with a calm expression. No matter, so what if we lost some resources? It's just a minor ailment. Duke Long said as he closed his eyes and rested his chin on his hand, pretending to sleep. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, telling herself to calm down, but at the next moment, her eyes opened wide as she shouted in anger, Feng Yuan has escaped, our 3 Central Continent rank 8s are all injured, Senior Zhou Xianxia was killed by Feng Yuan. A sharp light flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He stopped pretending to sleep and sat up, muttering, Zhou Xianxia and the others were specially arranged to deal with Feng Yuan. Among them, Zhou Xianxia was the strongest, but he was actually killed by Feng Yuan. But the others were only injured and retreated. There must be a reason behind this. Where is the detailed battle report? Here. Fairy Myrtle immediately handed an information path Gu worm to Duke Long. The battle report was very detailed, because other than Zhou Xianxia, the other 3 Central Continent rank 8s were still alive. After reading the battle report, the hall fell silent. After a while, Fairy Myrtle spoke, I thought that Feng Yuan used Luo Pasil to kill Senior Zhou Xianxia. I didn't expect him to use Spring Scissors killer move. According to this battle report, Spring Scissors has been modified again. Most importantly, when Feng Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, his battle strength had already reached the peak of rank 8. Fairy Myrtle let out a deep sigh. She had known for a long time that Feng Yuan was a threat. If he was allowed to grow freely, he would definitely become a great threat. Fairy Myrtle had expected this, but she did not expect this day to come so soon. How long has it been since Feng Yuan became a Gu immortal? In the blink of an eye, he became a rank 8. In the blink of an eye, he actually had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even I only have rank 8 upper stage battle strength. At once, Fairy Myrtle felt disheartened. Duke Long took a look at Fairy Myrtle. His tone was still deep and slow. Ziwei, don't look down on yourself. Feng Yuan rose up rapidly. Other than his own talent, he also had the help of various forces. He is Spring Autumn Cicada, he is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's target. He also obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance and inherited the position of Shadow Sect leader. He even has Ghostly Concealment, that is a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Don't forget, with the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, how many benefits did Feng Yuan obtain from Giant Sun Immortal? We have placed enough importance on Feng Yuan, there is nothing wrong with your actions against him. It is just that we have failed repeatedly. Other than Feng Yuan, there are also the influences behind him. We are not just trying to get rid of Feng Yuan, we are also fighting against the forces around him. There are many immortal venerables and demon venerables among them. They allowed Fang Yuan to grow to his current level. Fairy Myrtle had an ashamed expression. I heard this news, my heart was shaken. Thank you, Lord Duke Long, for your consolation. Duke Long smiled lightly. I am not consoling you, I am merely stating a fact. However, even though Fang Yuan has peak rank 8 battle strength, as long as he is not rank 9, he cannot overturn our celestial court. Zhou Xianxia's death is clear in the battle report. It was because Fang Yuan activated the immortal formation and destroyed Rumor Cage. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister. He purposely stalled for time, causing Rumor Cage to become stronger and stronger due to the support of Central Continent's people. It greatly surpassed its original power. After Fang Yuan destroyed the Rumor Cage, Zhou Xianxia's backlash became extremely strong. It surpassed his limits. He was heavily injured on the spot. Even though the other 3 rank 8s tried to save him, Fang Yuan was already prepared. He used the formation to disrupt their reinforcements. He suddenly turned into an ancient ear monkey. His battle strength rose to peak rank 8, catching the 3 immortals off guard. He killed Zhou Xianxia. Fang Yuan had been feigning weakness. He used Rumor Cage to harm our Gu immortals. Even though Zhou Xianxia was vigilant, he still fell for Fang Yuan's tricks. Actually, if they fought openly, even if Fang Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength, he would not be able to kill Zhou Xianxia. The subsequent battle proved this. Our 3 rank 8s supported each other and retreated together. Fang Yuan could not stop them. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Duke Long's analysis was exactly what she was thinking. She agreed. There is no strongest immortal Gu, there is only the strongest Gu immortal. Fang Yuan is well developed, he has great strength, and more terrifyingly, he is crafty and ruthless. He often has extraordinary battle achievements. Right now, he has peak rank 8 battle strength. Our previous arrangements have been disrupted by him. Should we send Li Huang to deal with Fang Yuan? Duke Long shook his head. Li Huang still needs to defend the Refinement Path Convention. Repairing fate is the center of the situation. We cannot send anyone away during this period. If we send Li Huang to deal with Fang Yuan, not to mention that Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel. Even if his teleportation method fails and he gets pestered by Li Huang, that is something Fang Yuan would like to see. Fang Yuan wants to deal with us and destroy Fate Gu's repair. Don't tell me the others don't want to as well? We cannot lose our footing now. Yes, Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle had already calmed down. Even though Duke Long was not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he presided over the Celestial Court. He had an extraordinary presence. He was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens. He controlled the situation steadily. Not to mention that Fang Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even if he was a pseudo-immortal venerable and had the same battle strength as Duke Long, what could he do? Duke Long believed that with Celestial Court's foundation, they could definitely ensure the repair of Fate Gu. No matter how much Fang Yuan jumped around, as long as he was not a rank 9 venerable, he would not be able to turn this situation around. Duke Long was most concerned about the Refinement Path Convention's progress. He looked at another person in the hall, asking, Lord Xingyuan, how is the activation of Enemy Hatred United going? The person being asked was an old man. He had many age spots and wrinkles on his face. His body was thin and dry. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. He was sitting on a stone bench. Because his back was hunched, it was as if his entire body was curled up. His breathing was very light. His aura was so weak that it would not be strange even if he died at the next moment. But his seniority was higher than Duke Long. He had a lot of seniority. He only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was a member of Celestial Court. He was Old Man Xingyuan. Because of the repair of Fate Gu, he had awakened from the immortal graveyard. Normally speaking, Celestial Court only recruited rank 8 Gu immortals, and they were all elites and experts among rank 8s. But Old Man Xingyuan had rank 7 cultivation level. He was recognized by Celestial Court and was recruited. The main reason was that Old Man Xingyuan chose to cultivate a special path, human path. The concept of humanity had been put forward a long time ago. It came from the Ren ancestor, who was known to everyone. The legends of Renzu left behind by the human ancestor could be said to be the largest, longest-lasting, and most unique inheritance in the history of the human race. Contained the profundities of human path. Many talented people read it and obtained some results. Often, these results had amazing effects and shocking power. Celestial Court had always thought of itself as the leader of humanity, the orthodox of human path. Celestial Court's accumulated human path methods were one of Duke Long's greatest reliance. Old man Xingyuan replied with a weak aura. Back then, the 18 variant human demonic immortals attacked primordial origin immortal venerable. He was invincible. The 18 demonic immortals lost miserably, but they were unwilling to accept it. They used demonic words to confuse the immortal venerable. Primordial origin immortal venerable was troubled. He sat in the killing formation for 3 days and 3 nights. His thoughts were in a mess and he could not control himself. After reading, immortal venerable saw through the obstacles in his heart. He created countless living beings, people's united hearts, common hatred for a common enemy, and many other human path killer moves. I am only a key to activate the methods left behind by primordial origin immortal venerable. I do not deserve the title Lord. Duke Long, you can call me by my name. Old man Xingyuan was very humble. Right now, myriad living beings has already been activated. The killer move common hatred for a common enemy has also covered the whole of central continent. As long as the human will accumulates to a certain extent, we can use people's united hearts. Good. Duke Long smiled. That's good. With the common hatred for a common enemy, central continent's people will be united. They will be filled with righteous indignation and hatred. The refinement path convention will definitely continue. Central Continent, Dharma Body Sect. This sect was created by Wind Cloud Manor's Supreme Elder Wu Fa. It was also the competition venue of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After the qualifiers, those who could compete here were all experts in Gu refinement. There were thousands of Gu masters in the square, each of them occupied an area and refined Gu. The whole square was covered in a thick layer of light. The rank 7 Gu immortal Wu Fa was personally guarding it, protecting everything. Half of the time had already passed. Those who were not Gu masters had already failed. Some had black faces, some were in a worse state, their hands were destroyed, their chests were corroded, bloody holes were formed. Gu refinement was a very dangerous process. If one was not careful, they would meet with a disaster. Another Gu master met with an accident while refining Gu. He fainted on the ground. The formation under the tiles of the square activated, teleporting this Gu master out of the square. Several healing Gu masters quickly gathered and treated him. It turned out that this person had made a mistake when handling the Gu materials. The poison in the Gu materials invaded his body, causing him to faint. Soon, he was treated properly and woke up. His life was spared. Even though you woke up, your limbs are sore and your mind is muddled, you cannot participate in the competition. The healing Gu master felt pity for him. This person was not weak. Many people thought highly of him. This person laughed. So what if I fail? According to the words of the superior immortals, even if I fail in the refinement path convention, it is beneficial to Central Continent. It is beneficial to the righteous path. Those demonic immortals tried all ways to destroy our refinement path convention. They killed so many innocent lives. Even though we are mortals, we cannot give up on resisting. Participating in the refinement path convention and allowing it to continue, that is the best revenge for them. Even though his tone was weak and powerless, his words were firm and intense, like swords colliding. Good man. The healing Gu master beside him gave him a thumbs up. I think so too. Those murderers are unworthy of being immortals. They have no compassion or benevolence. We need to resist to the end. We cannot let them get what they want. Right at this time, there was a change in the square. 2 young Gu masters stood up at the same time, holding Gu worms in their hands. One of them was Hong Yi. He shouted, I succeeded. Good, both of you succeeded at the same time. You are at the top of this round. According to what I said earlier, both of you can get a small prize that I left behind. Gu immortal Wu Fa's voice came from the square. Everyone was envious. The 2 young Gu masters looked at each other. They were not far from each other. One was at the center of the square while the other was at the northeast corner. You two, report your names. Wu Fa said again. He did not show himself, but he had already observed these 2 winners. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. These 2 young Gu masters were handsome and had high cultivation level. I am Hong Yi. Hong Yi replied. I am Yi Fan. The other young man also spoke. White clouds flew around him, winds howled in his ears, Fang Yuan flew rapidly in the sky. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. He had paid a price in the battle with the 4 rank gates earlier. Especially at the end, when he killed Xianxia, the remaining 3 rank 8s decided to retreat. They cooperated and destroyed Fang Yuan's formation. This formation was not created by Fang Yuan. Shadow Sect had secretly combined the natural Dao marks of the surroundings to form a super formation. This super immortal formation had extraordinary power. It was similar to the one Fang Yuan used to harm Xiaocha's group. This immortal formation was usually concealed without any traces. Shadow Sect created it so that when the time was right, it would provide Defy with a base of operations. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects each occupied an area. They occupied the most resources. The rest of the righteous path, lone immortals, and demonic immortals lived in the cracks of the 10 great ancient sections. But the sect system was not like the clan system. It was good at finding talents. Many cultivation geniuses did not lack talent. It was often because they did not have enough cultivation resources. They could not progress further. As time passed, these people naturally became enemies with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. There were many conflicts between them. Shadow Sect sensed this. They secretly contacted the Gu Immortals who were dissatisfied with the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They united and formed a very secretive Defy with a loose structure. Defy was similar to Zombie Alliance. It was a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinate sects of the Celestial Court. Shadow Sect had high hopes for Defy, but unfortunately, no matter how well it concealed itself, it was not Fairy Myrtle's match. Right now, Defy had already been destroyed. Fairy Myrtle had made great contributions here. She had completely wiped them out. Since Fang Yuan appeared and destroyed the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's competition locations, he had already considered the pursuit and encirclement of the Celestial Court. This super formation was his trump card. When he sensed something amiss, he escaped to this place without going anywhere else. When Zhou Xianxia used Rumor Cage to trap Fang Yuan, he was overjoyed, but he did not expect that he had already fallen into Fang Yuan's ambush. The super formation did not let down Fang Yuan's expectations. When he activated it, Rumor Cage was cut off from the outside world. He forcefully destroyed this immortal battlefield. Next, the immortal formation blocked 3 rank 8s for a breath of time, giving Fang Yuan the chance to kill Zhou Xianxia. Finally, with the immortal formation's help, Fang Yuan fought against the remaining rank EOF, the 3 rank 8s of the immortal battlefield. Also, this immortal formation of the imif of the 3 of Fang Yuan Fang of the immortal formation. The 3 Central Continent rank 8s saw this and attacked, destroying the immortal formation. But the immortal formation was like this: the stronger it was, the greater the backlash after being broken. This was a double-edged sword. Immortal killer moves were like this: the stronger they were, the greater the backlash after being broken. This was a double-edged sword. But thankfully, Fang Yuan was mentally prepared. He was completely different from Zhou Xianxia, who was caught off guard. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield or an immortal formation to stop them. He could only let them escape. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. He could defeat these 3, but it would be hard to kill them. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. He could defeat these 3, but it would be difficult to kill them. Normally, Fang Yuan relied on Luo Pasil, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, and other methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Normally, Fang Yuan relied on Luo Pasil, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, and other methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. And when he transformed into the Ancient Ear Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. When he turned into the Ancient Ear Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. And when he transformed into the Ancient Ear Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. In the contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan did not win or lose. In the contest for Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan lost. But after that, Heaven Form did not disappoint. It found the location of the crucial immortal Gu in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. During this time, Fang Yuan also raised his transformation path attainment level through the Dream Realm. Fang Yuan first used Familiar Face to disguise himself as another person and sneak into the Grotto Heaven. Next, he used theft path methods to steal all the immortal Gu. Even though that Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was clear-headed, how could it be the crafty Fang Yuan's match? At this point, Fang Yuan had no more worries. he went out with a new identity and inherited the beast Calamity true inheritance. The pitiful beast Calamity heavenly spirit was deceived by him. Even when the entire beast Calamity grotto heaven was annexed, it did not discover Feng Yuan's true identity. This beast Calamity grotto heaven was the key. On average, an earthly calamity could give a Gu immortal 250 Dao marks, a heavenly tribulation 750, a grand tribulation 7,250, and a myriad tribulation even more at 86,750. Of course, this was the average. Sometimes, calamities and tribulations were fierce. If the Gu immortal could survive them, their gains would be much higher. Rank 7 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years. Rank 8 Gu immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 10 years. Rank 7 Gu immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 50 years. Rank 8 Gu immortals faced a grand tribulation every 50 years. Rank 7 Gu immortals faced a grand tribulation every 100 years. Rank 8 Gu immortals faced a myriad tribulation every 100 years. A myriad tribulation gave over 80,000 Dao marks, a grand tribulation gave less than a fraction of the former. Rank 8 Gu immortals could often suppress rank 7 Gu immortals because the difference in Dao marks was too huge. The beast Calamity grotto heaven that Feng Yuan annexed had already gone through one grand tribulation. Even though the grotto heaven's original owner, beast Calamity immortal, died after passing the first grand tribulation, the beast Calamity grotto heaven that he left behind survived many more calamities and tribulations. It was not far from the second grand tribulation. That was to say, ignoring the other Dao marks in beast Calamity grotto heaven, there were over 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. Feng Yuan himself had close to 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. Originally, he only had 50,000, but in the River of Time, he killed many rank 7 celestial court. After devouring a large number of immortal apertures, he obtained the Dao marks of many paths. Thus, after Feng Yuan annexed beast Calamity grotto heaven, he had over 200,000 transformation path Dao marks. This was a terrifying number. Rank 8 Gu immortals who cultivated transformation path had to go through at least 2 grand tribulations to obtain so many transformation path Dao marks. Bo Qing was a rank 8 Gu immortal who had gone through 2 grand tribulations, so was Duke Long. And when Feng Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, these transformation path Dao marks would turn into time path Dao marks. Don't forget, after Feng Yuan devoured Xiaocha's grotto heaven, he had over 70,000 time path Dao marks. In the River of Time, after killing the 3 Xuanzi and annexing their immortal apertures, he had over 100,000 time path Dao marks. 200,000 plus 100,000, when Feng Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he had over 300,000 time path Dao marks. What did that mean? Rank 8 Gu immortals who cultivated time path would have to go through the third grand tribulation if they did not have any fortuitous encounters. And after going through the third grand tribulation, they would become a rank 9 venerable. Of course, a rank 9 Gu venerable's Dao marks were not just 300,000, this was only the starting point of a venerable. Even so, Feng Yuan had already reached pseudo-immortal venerable level with just time path Dao marks. Together with rank 8 time path immortal Gu and many powerful rank 8 time path killer moves, his battle strength naturally rose to the peak of rank 8. Earlier, when Feng Yuan fought against Li Huang, he used Luo Pasil but could not break through Li Huang's verdant sun flame cloak. But now, when Feng Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he was looking forward to the clash between spring scissors and verdant sun flame cloak. But against Duke Long, it will be difficult. Feng Yuan had a deep gaze. There were many factors that affected battle strength. Dao marks were one, immortal Gu were another, the immortal aperture's foundation was another, and methods were another. Feng Yuan did not lack Dao marks. He had 3 time path immortal Gu, which was passable. But his immortal killer moves were lacking. Even though spring scissors and other methods had been modified many times and became stronger, the foundation was not changed. Back and forth, it was just these few moves. As for Duke Long, Feng Yuan had seen his battle with Zishan Makoto. He knew that be it transformation path or chi path Dao marks, he had at least 300,000. Duke Long definitely had more rank 8 immortal Gu than Feng Yuan's 3 time path immortal Gu. Duke Long's immortal killer moves were plentiful and endless, especially killer moves like triple chi retraction. They were earth-shattering killer moves that were extremely difficult to defend against. All these factors created Duke Long's pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable, it was not so easy to reach the level of venerable. Precisely because of this, Duke Long was able to snatch Dragon Palace in front of almost all the Eastern Sea rank gates. This was enough to show how powerful he was. Of course, he was also injured. Pseudo-immortal venerable was not an immortal venerable after all, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan did not lack confidence, he had always been very confident in himself. But the foundation of this confidence was that he knew himself, he was very clear about his own strength. Thus, Fang Yuan was wary of Duke Long. There was no helping it, he could not match him in battle strength. This people's accusation of the people's human path method is getting stronger. Even though I do not know much about human path, I can feel that something is amiss. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Don't forget, his wisdom path attainment was so deep that even Fairy Myrtle did not dare to underestimate him. The emotions of wisdom path Gu immortals were never groundless, they were always an indication of something. Just Yama Emperor's killer move cannot resolve people's accusation. The more I appear in Central Continent, the longer I stay, the stronger people's accusation gets. But now, it has not been truly ignited, even though there are many incidents in Central Continent, they are all small skirmishes. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made up his mind, soldiers are trained for a long time to be used in a single moment, it is time to let them out. Earlier, when fighting against Zhou Xianxia, Fang Yuan waited patiently for a while, but Duke Long did not appear. Now that the super-immortal formation was destroyed, Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to fight Duke Long alone. Needless to say, Duke Long did not appear from start to finish, but he gave Fang Yuan an even greater threat, he forced Fang Yuan to conceal himself and shift the risk to him. Central Continent. Carefree Island was floating in the sky, this was Mahayana Pavilion's territory. The Gu refinement competition was coming to an end. The 3 Gu immortals guarding Carefree Island also relaxed. One of them looked at the clouds outside the island, stretching his back, it is finally over. This refinement path convention is the most tiring one I have ever been in charge of. Haha, that's right. There is no helping it, that demon Fang Yuan caused too much trouble, many people from other regions also have ulterior motives. Thankfully, the mission is over, I will treat you two to a drink. Oh? I have heard of your 9-flow jade wine for a long time, to think that I would be able to taste it today. Ha ha ha, you are too kind, too kind. The Gu immortal who was praised waved his hand, but his expression suddenly froze. Ugh. His face was filled with shock, and his body was as stiff as stone. He fell backward, and when he hit the ground, he was completely dead. Alert! Enemy attack! His soul has dissipated. The remaining 2 rank 7 Gu immortals turned pale with fright, quickly activating their defensive methods. Next, they watched as the participating Gu masters fell to the ground one after another, dying on the spot. The 2 Gu immortals watched with bloodshot eyes, they were extremely furious, just as they were about to succeed, they encountered a sneak attack. They are actually so cruel, attacking mortal Gu masters so ruthlessly. Quickly come out, which demonic path scoundrel is it, only knowing how to sneak attack? The 2 Gu immortals shouted. The competition was in chaos, people continued to fall to the ground. You want me to come out? Laughter could be heard. As you wish. While laughing, Xianxia appeared. Demonic path cultivator, die. The 2 Gu immortals gritted their teeth, charging over. Xianxia stood on the spot without moving, he looked at them with a mocking smile. The 2 Gu immortals were charging over when their expressions changed, their speed fell rapidly. We were actually hit? Just now, what method is this? The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals fell to the ground, looking at Xianxia getting closer. Xianxia smiled, keeping the 3 Gu immortal corpses. Lord Sect Leader needs all of your immortal apertures. He turned around and took one last look at the entire arena. There was no one left standing, only a pile of corpses. After a moment, Xianxia leisurely flew out of Carefree Island. The entire Carefree Island was deathly silent, without a single living being alive. At the same time, upstream of Phosphorescent River. Hey Lulan roared, a mere immortal array wants to stop me? Her voice hadn't finished resounding in the air when her imposing aura rose explosively. It filled the heavens and the earth, and it radiated towards the surroundings and swept up a boundless storm. Boom, with a killer move, the defensive immortal formation that had reached its limit was completely destroyed. Pu. Several Gu immortals guarding this formation coughed out large amounts of blood, they suffered backlash. Hei Lulan laughed sinisterly, layers of strength path phantoms appeared on her body as she charged towards the Gu immortals. 100-knot forest. Bai Ningbing stepped on the snow and walked leisurely. The originally lush bamboo forest had already been frozen by frost. It was like an insect in amber, motionless. The grass was also covered in snow, there was no sign of life left. In the competition arena at the center of the bamboo forest, hundreds of mortal Gu masters were frozen into ice sculptures, none of them survived. Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, and Xianxia had been cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. They used future self-killer move to borrow the future state. Their battle strength rose sharply, they were elite rank 7 experts, ordinary people were not their match. Seeing their results, Fang Yuan was quite happy. With the support of their future selves, the three of them finally advanced by leaps and bounds, gaining the qualifications to participate in the great battle. These three are all geniuses, they have outstanding talent. Once their battle strength rises, they will overshadow other Gu immortals of the same level. Now, let's see how Celestial Court reacts. Celestial Court. A new battle report came, Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim. She ordered Celestial Court to pay a huge price to collect the Time Path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. In the end, not only did she not restrict Fang Yuan's growth, even Fang Yuan's 3 subordinates had such strength now. The battle report was handed to Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the battle footage as his eyes shined with sharp light, he was deeply moved. Fairy Myrtle could not recognize it, but Duke Long could. He was silent for a while, before saying, "What a Fang Yuan! I underestimated you." Fairy Myrtle was puzzled. "Lord Duke Long, why do you say that?" "The reason why their strength rose sharply is because of the killer move, Future Self." Duke Long said solemnly. "Future Self? This was created by my eldest disciple. Back then, he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth and lost his immortal venerable cultivation. To make up for it, he created the killer move Future Self." Duke Long answered. This time, it was Fairy Myrtle's expression that changed. She frowned as she said in disbelief, "I have checked Spectral Soul's memories, the Red Lotus true inheritance that he obtained definitely did not include Future Self. This means that Fang Yuan has already obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance? Otherwise, how did he do it with Future Self? We've already sealed off the River of Time." Duke Long shook his head, "There is no need to talk about this now. It seems that we need to pay close attention to Fang Yuan's movements, he might have some special methods in his hands." Duke Long did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan anymore. Or rather, he did not dare to underestimate Red Lotus Demon Venerable. At once, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan felt heavy in their hearts. The shadow of Red Lotus Demon Venerable shrouded their hearts once again. But next, Fang Yuan did not show up again, only Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, and Xianxia continued to attack. They won more than they lost, causing havoc in Central Continent. What is Fang Yuan doing? Is he secretly continuing, trying to make a big scene? Fang Yuan did not make a move, it was the Celestial Court's turn to feel uncomfortable. This threat was like a drawn bow, the arrow had yet to be released, it was very worrying. Fang Yuan was waiting. But he did not see Duke Long show up. The situation is getting more troublesome. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he felt something amiss. Duke Long still did not show up, even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was repeatedly destroyed and sacrifices were made, it was still being carried out. Especially when the competition continued, there were fewer and fewer Gu masters left, the locations of the competition also decreased, Central Continent's Gu immortals had a clear increase in numbers and strength. Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, and the rest started to move together, they could not do anything to the competition alone. Fang Yuan also did not see anyone from Longevity Heaven. On the eve of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Bing Sichuan contacted Fang Yuan, he wanted to work with him to destroy this Refinement Path Convention and prevent Celestial Court from succeeding. But now, there was no news from Longevity Heaven. "With just me and Shadow Sect, we cannot stop the competition. unless a stronger force intervenes. Fang Yuan was clear about this. Shadow Sect had indeed slaughtered many lives and obstructed the progress of the convention, but Duke Long did not budge. He continued to push the convention forward. If Duke Long did not show up, the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions would be wary and not dare to make a move. This was Duke Long's wisdom. Thus, Fang Yuan had no choice but to be the vanguard. But now, even though Fang Yuan's gains were glorious, the situation was still firmly in Duke Long's control. For Fang Yuan, Central Continent's situation had not opened up yet. What should he do? After thinking about it, Fang Yuan decided to change his strategy. He no longer ordered Bai Ningbing and the rest to attack the competition venue. He changed his target to loot the resource points. Central Continent was rich in resources, they had a lot of reserves. Every time Bai Ningbing and the rest looted a place, Fang Yuan would display the relevant video in jewel yellow skies for other Gu immortals to watch. This strategy was not effective in the first few days. Even though Bai Ningbing and the rest had great gains, it did not make Fang Yuan happy. But a few days later, more chaos began to occur. Northern Plains' lone immortal Sleeping Lady suddenly appeared and destroyed Combat Immortal Sex formation, looting a resource point. 2 Gu immortals suspected to be Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang attacked Colored Glass Mountain Range and exterminated a super force. 3 Gu immortals belonging to the force died. The immemorial immortal materials that were being transported to Crane Gate's headquarters were attacked by a group of mysterious Gu immortals along the way. The immemorial immortal materials were all looted. Another few days passed, and the chaos became more and more intense. Fire beacons were burning in all directions, and chaos was everywhere. All sorts of famous resource points were being looted, or were about to be looted. Gu immortals seemed to be active in every corner of Central Continent. Ha ha ha, the people's hearts are finally in chaos. Fang Yuan laughed heartily in secret. His plan was vicious, it played into other people's dark thoughts. If he instigated other forces or Gu immortals to attack and destroy the Refinement Path Convention, they would hesitate and watch from the sidelines. But if he made them attack and loot some resource points to avoid a direct confrontation with the Celestial Court, it was not difficult for them to do so. At the same time, the looted resources would stimulate these Gu immortals, they would become more daring and greedy. As for those Gu immortals who were watching from the sidelines, how could they not be envious when they saw others looting so many resources? How could they not be frustrated? After all, many resources were taken by others, they would not have a share anymore. Fang Yuan's change of tactics showed great results. The whole of Central Continent fell into chaos. Gu immortals from Western Desert, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Northern Plains came one after another. Even some lone and demonic immortals of Central Continent were trying to take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan, I will make you die a horrible death. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. Duke Long sighed, the hearts of the people are not what they used to be. Even so, Duke Long did not change his original intention. He wanted to continue the Refinement Path Convention. Those competition locations were heavily guarded by a large number of Gu immortals. Precisely because the Celestial Court gathered these forces, the resource points in the outside world had weak defenses, others could sneak attack them again and again. It could be said that Fang Yuan was beating them at their own game. Using Duke Long's tactic as a foundation, he purposely changed his own tactic. Duke Long's determination did not waver. Even if Central Continent's situation was terrible, he would firmly guard the Refinement Path Convention. His tactic made Fang Yuan grit his teeth, he could not do anything about it. Duke Long did not change his tactic, he forced Fang Yuan to attack his own side. Fang Yuan would not attack rashly, he knew that he was not the Celestial Court's match. Moreover, the other forces had not appeared yet. If he attacked now, he would only become a stepping stone for them. Central Continent, Earth Chi Stone Forest. Puff puff puff, waves of surging earth energy gushed out from the cave in the stone forest. There were stone pillars of varying sizes, the small ones were like bamboo shoots, while the large ones were like ancient trees reaching into the sky. Western Desert Earth Path Gu Immortal Shirgan Dang sized up the Earth Chi Stone Forest with a complex expression. This Earth Chi Stone Forest produced a vast amount of Earth Path cultivation resources, among them was round Kuan stone, which Shirgan Dang desperately needed. Unfortunately, this round Kuan stone had never been sold in large quantities in jewel yellow skies. Because this place was controlled by one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they needed round Kuan stones internally. In jewel-yellow skies, I did not hesitate to raise the price, but the Gu immortals here did not relent, they even made fun of me. Hee, now that I have destroyed this place and taken away all the round Kuan stones, I have taken revenge for that day. Shurgan Dang breathed in deeply, his aura burst out and rushed to the sky. Immortal killer move, heavenly descent 3 mountains, boom. Boom. Boom, 3 mountains crashed down from the sky, destroying the stone forest's formation. Most of the stone forest was crushed into pieces by the mountains. Shurgan Dang did not feel any heartache, he breathed heavily as he rushed to the scene with a pale expression, sweeping all the round Kuan stones and other immortal materials into his immortal aperture. Central Continent, Spirit Marsh Spring. Which scoundrel dares to covet this place? I have already found you, why aren't you showing yourself? The one guarding this place was Ancient Soul Sect's rank 7 Gu immortal expert, Yang Feng. He had a broad back and a thin waist, his whole body was emitting a valiant aura. He had short white hair, a pair of golden eyes flickered with a sharp light, he wore a martial outfit with a blue-silver belt around his waist, his calves and arms were covered in bright silver armor. Spirit Marsh Spring was not an ordinary resource, it was very unique, Ancient Soul Sect specially sent Yang Feng to guard it, not wanting to lose it. Under Yang Feng's shout, a Gu immortal slowly walked out. He was an old man with a hunched back, holding onto a walking stick as he hobbled over. Yang Feng snorted coldly, "Old man, you are already so old, you should cherish the few days you have left. You're still so stubborn that you came here to court death?" The elderly Gu immortal chuckled, "I have no choice, I want to ask for some Spirit Lake Spring water." Yang Feng sneered, "Even the great elders of the Ancient Soul Sect don't have enough spring water for their own use, how can I give it to you?" The elderly Gu immortal sighed deeply, "In that case, I will have to snatch it myself." Yang Feng raised his head and laughed loudly, "Old man, you've got guts, daring to attack me. What's your name? State your name." The elderly Gu immortal smiled, saying with deep meaning, "I have already forgotten my name. However, most people call me Forgotten Taoist." "You're the Forgotten Taoist?" Yang Feng's body shook and his eyes flashed with surprise. Then, his expression froze. "Wait, what did you say your name was?" The elderly Gu immortal was silent, he stood on the spot and smiled at Yang Feng. Yang Feng had a dazed expression, he looked at the old Gu immortal and frowned deeply, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A moment later, the Forgotten Taoist took away the Spirit Lake Spring water. Yang Feng looked at his departing figure and reacted, "Who are you? You're sneaking around, stop right there." The Forgotten Taoist vanished. Yang Feng looked at the dried-up Spirit Lake, he was shocked and furious, he was filled with doubts, "Damn it, who stole the Spirit Lake Spring water? I was on guard, how did the other party do it? No, I need to report this to the sect." But at the next moment, Yang Feng was stunned, "What did I do? Oh, right, I accepted the mission to guard the Spirit Lake Spring, I cannot let outsiders succeed. Humph, with me here, I want to see who dares to court death." Central Continent, in a mountain range. After a battle, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects retreated with hatred, remember this. Get lost, losers. Xiao Huqi sneered, he looked at the people around him with a cold gaze. Beside him was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He was so thin that his bones could be seen, his skin was wrinkled and stuck to his bones, veins could be seen all over his skin. He was Northern Plains Demonic Path rank 7, Pai Shui Han. Not long ago, he and Xiao Huqi had their eyes on this resource, they worked together and chased away the Central Continent Gu immortals guarding this place. Only the two of them were left, the atmosphere became strange. "Friend, how do you think we should split this resource?" Xiao Huqi pretended to be polite. Pai Shui Han snorted coldly, he said without hesitation, "You can get lost too." Xiao Huqi was stunned, he laughed from extreme anger, "I am a rank 7 expert of Western Desert Xiao clan, who are you? You are so short-sighted but have such an arrogant personality. So much nonsense." Pai Shui Han had a disdainful expression as he attacked Xiao Huqi. Xiao Huqi's expression sank, he charged at Pai Shui Han without fear. The two fought for more than 10 rounds, Xiao Huqi could not hold on anymore. Right at this time, Xiao Shi Rang's figure appeared in the sky. Xiao Huqi was overjoyed. He quickly gathered with Xiao Rang to deal with Pai Shuihan. But a moment later, Xiao Huqi and Xiao Rang retreated in anger. Who in the world is this person? For this little bit of cultivation resources, he is fighting with no regard for his life? Xiao Huqi gritted his teeth. He was a brave person, a rank 7 expert of Western Desert's super force Xiao clan, but he had seen Pai Shuihan's craziness in battle. He had been suppressed. If I am not wrong, he is Northern Plains demonic path Gu immortal, Pai Shuihan. Xiao Rang said plainly. Xiao Huqi was stunned, so he is a Northern Plains barbarian. No wonder, forget it, Central Continent has so many resources, there is no need to fight with such a person. As time passed, the earth veins shook, the 5 regional walls continued to melt. The fusion of the earth veins caused a huge commotion in Central Continent, but it was far inferior to the plundering of Gu immortals. The vast Central Continent was a beautiful land, but now it was in a state of desolation. Fires were burning everywhere. Things like forgotten Daoist, who only took the resources, were still fine. But most of the Gu immortals acted like Shurgan Dang, directly destroying the resource points. Their intentions were very vicious. Several days later. Celestial Court. It's done. The accumulation of human will is enough. In the hall, old man Jing Yuan suddenly spoke. Fairy Myrtle heard this and immediately let out a sigh of relief, her expression becoming more spirited. These last days, countless bad news had been coming. Central Continent suffered huge losses all over. Fairy Myrtle felt a lot of pressure. Oh? Then please go ahead. Duke Long's expression was still calm and indifferent. Old man Jing Yuan nodded his head and stood up shakily. Then, a majestic and mighty aura suddenly exploded from his body. Immortal killer move, people's united hearts. The accumulated human will was quickly expended, not much was left. At the same time, all of Central Continent's Gu immortals, Gu masters, and mortals were covered in a layer of light. The light flashed for a moment, it was like an illusion. But Central Continent's people soon found out something special. This, what does it mean? Such a mystical feeling. It feels like I am closely connected to the people around me, I can directly sense their thoughts. After the shock, people soon found out the profundity of people's united hearts. It could connect everyone together, they could understand each other's thoughts. Because of the fear of being attacked, the pain and hatred caused by the death of their friends and family, the worry for their lives, and the anticipation for their future, there had never been a moment like this where the hearts of Central Continent's people were tightly connected. Who are you? Why do you have such terrifying evil intentions towards us? In a competition venue, a Northern Plains Gu immortal was discovered. He was like a torch in the darkness, his true thoughts could not be hidden, they were known by everyone. He had a handsome face, he wore a white robe, he was thin and had a scholarly aura. He was a Northern Plains rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal, free scholar. Such an amazing human path killer move. Even with my disguise, I was still discovered. Free scholar suppressed his shock, he showed a sinister smile towards the people around him. Several rank 7 experts guarding this place appeared and surrounded Free Scholar. You disguised yourself and joined the Gu refinement competition to obtain success Dao marks? Leave this place, we will not make things difficult for you if you leave voluntarily. The leading Gu immortal said. Free Scholar laughed, he said to the leader, so you were really here, I did not come here for nothing. His tone was filled with killing intent. The leading Gu immortal was puzzled, who are you? What grudge do we have? Humph, so you have already forgotten. But I have not. Back then, you exterminated Qin tribe, today, Qin tribe's descendant is here to take your life. Free Scholar erupted, he activated his killer move, it was his signature killer move, 1,000 disintegrations. An hour later, Free Scholar dragged his crippled body as he flew into the sky with tears in his eyes. No one was left alive in the competition venue. At another competition venue. Friend, please come out for a chat. The defending Gu immortal said in a polite tone, he had a warm attitude. I was discovered. Southern border secluded immortal Jingqing shook his head, he cooperated and walked out of the venue. I have no ill intentions, I just want to experience the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After all, this is likely to be the last one. Jingqing smiled bitterly. He was a secluded cultivator of southern border, he had obtained a Genesis Lotus true inheritance by chance, he did not have much enmity towards Central Continent. The defending Gu immortal nodded, through people's united hearts, we can sense your intentions. However, it's a pity that you won't be able to continue participating in this year's competition. I understand. If you are interested, you can stay, we can have an exchange. No need. Zhongqing shook his head, he left quietly. Some caused a huge commotion, while others maintained a polite stance. But no matter what, people's united hearts was very profound, it could distinguish between friend and foe. The unstable factors hidden in the competition were all eliminated, Central Continent's side no longer had any internal worries. Duke Long was firm in his strategy. As time passed, the finals of this refinement path convention arrived. This is the final chance, is no one making a move yet? What are they waiting for? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he could only watch as Celestial Court succeeded. But there was no news from Longevity Heaven. It is time, we need to make a move. At a certain corner of Central Continent, Wu Yong suddenly appeared. Behind him were many Southern Alliance Gu immortals. Wu Yong looked around, everyone, the situation is like this, there is no need for me to say anything. We cannot let Fate Gu be completely repaired by Celestial Court, otherwise, Celestial Court's advantage will be too huge. Follow me, let us destroy infallible blessed land and take away all the success Dao marks, we will make Celestial Court fail. Oh no, Wu Yong is leading a large group of southern border Gu immortals, they have suddenly appeared near infallible blessed land. In the Celestial Court's hall, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed as she shouted. Oh? They finally appeared. Duke Long said plainly, he was still sitting at the main seat without any expression. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, she frowned as she felt an unusual pressure. Because Southern Border's Gu immortals were very united this time, they were different from the other 4 regions' Gu immortals who spread out to cause chaos. And most importantly, their target was very important, it was infallible blessed land. If infallible blessed land was taken down, it would be a terrible situation for Celestial Court. Because they had paid such a huge price to forcefully hold the Refinement Path Convention, all of their gains would be intercepted by the deities of Southern Frontier. Don't be anxious. Infallible blessed land's location was leaked. This was one of the situations we predicted, we have already set up a super immortal formation nearby. Right now, the initiative is still in our hands, we will proceed according to plan. Duke Long instructed. Fairy Myrtle respectfully acknowledged. She activated her method, the scene of infallible blessed land appeared in the hall. Next, she hesitated for a moment before secretly sending a message to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, don't forget, you have secretly cooperated with Celestial Court before. If you want to continue being the Southern Border Alliance leader, you should know what to do. Wu Yong received the message and sneered, disdain flashing in his heart, the great Ziwei, even a wisdom path great expert, is only so scheming. He did not even bother to reply to Fairy Myrtle's message. Almost all of his attention was concentrated on his killer move. Immortal killer move, unlimited wind, a dark green gale suddenly rose and swept in all directions. Soon, the winds grew stronger, forming a tornado that resembled a heavenly pillar, it rumbled loudly as it charged forward with an imposing aura. Along the way, it uprooted trees and sent rocks flying, it had an imposing aura that was unstoppable. Seeing that the wind was approaching with malicious intent, the Celestial Court Gu immortals guarding the area had no choice but to sigh as they activated the super immortal formation. Creak creak. The halo formed by the immortal formation was continuously crushed by the unlimited wind, soon, it gave out creaking sounds that made one's scalp numb. Central Continent's Gu immortals quickly activated the immortal formation's methods, but all methods to weaken the unlimited wind had limited effect. It's useless, I have never used this move casually because it will consume over 10,000 of my wind path Dao marks. However, with such a price, it will last for a long time. Only special methods can restrain it, Wu Yong said. His expression was calm, but his eyes flashed with a fierce cold light. Such determination, such willpower. Seeing this, Fairy Ziwei who was far away in Heavenly Court could only sigh deeply in her heart. Wu Yong paid such a price to use unlimited wind, it showed his unwavering determination and fighting spirit. Wu Yong was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, he had a strong body and thin eyebrows, he gave off a sinister aura. Right now, he was at the front of the immortals, standing proudly in the sky. He was the leader of the immortals. He had an awe-inspiring aura. Fairy Myrtle engraved his appearance deep in her heart. She realized that she had still underestimated this person. Southern Borders Wu Yong, an ambitious and ruthless person, he had the valiant nature of Wu clan, but also the quality of enduring silently. When Wu Duxiu was in power, he did not have a reputation. He kept a low profile. Even Wu Duxiu looked down on him. Only at the moment of her death did she understand her own son's methods. When he first took over, Southern Border was in chaos. They pressured Wu clan and lost a large amount of territory. Wu Yong relied on his own strength and clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the situation around. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong took a risk and cooperated with Celestial Court, taking back the deities of Southern Frontier's immortal Gu and returning them all. This gave him great prestige. He wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan in Five Elements Mountain Range, but was slightly thwarted. But after that, even though Lu Wei-yin had the title of Paradise Earth's inheritor, he could not win against him. In the end, he became the alliance leader of the Southern Alliance. Right now, Celestial Court was at the most crucial moment in repairing Fate Gu. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance elites and attacked, ignoring Fairy Myrtle's threats. Because he knew clearly what the big picture was, he could not let Celestial Court have the complete Fate Immortal Gu again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, unlimited wind continued to blow and grinded the formation. The defending Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried many methods but had little effect. This move was very powerful. It was Wu Yong's trump card, but this was the first time it was used in public. Not just Celestial Court's side, even the deities of Southern Frontier were moved when they saw this wind. Their joyful expressions hid wariness and fear. Soon, a gap was opened in the formation. Wu Yong waved his hand. Everyone, it is time to use your lives, follow me in. The deities of Southern Frontier entered one after another. The defending Celestial Court Gu Immortals became nervous. They are in, quick, activate the second layer formation. The Southern Border Immortals only felt the scene before them change drastically. The blue light suddenly rose up, transforming into countless pink petals that spun rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. There were hundreds of millions of them, enveloping the Southern Border Immortals. A rank 7 Gu Immortal stood up. He had a beard like a halberd, he had a powerful aura, he was a pillar of Tai clan. His name was Taigon Ge. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. Facing the formation's attack, he was fearless. He shouted as golden light flickered around him. Countless golden halberds condensed. Go! Countless halberds rained down like a storm, crashing into the torrent of flying flowers. As they clashed, the flying flowers and golden halberds exploded into pink and golden fragments. The formation's attack had rank 8 power, but Taigon Ge was able to hold on. He did not fall into a disadvantage. Formation Path Great Expert, rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi Chiyu stood beside him, deducing the formation's flaws. In this attack, Chi Chiyu would play a huge role. After a few breaths of time, the golden halberds were suppressed by the boundless flower rain, as rank 7 Gu Immortal Xianxia stepped forward. He stretched out his hand, a hole suddenly appeared in his palm, a strong suction force burst out and sucked in a lot of the flower rain. Yi Heiting shouted as countless blue lightning arcs appeared, helping Taigon Ge to hold on. Meanwhile, rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xiao Lu Pei stood behind Chi Chiyu, placing one hand on Chi Chiyu's back, activating Wisdom Path methods to greatly increase Chi Chiyu's deduction speed. After a while, Chi Chiyu suddenly made a move. Every skill had its own specialization. Under his method, the formation's operation slowed down. Even Gu Immortals who did not cultivate Formation Path could see the flaws clearly. Boom boom boom, Southern Borders Gu Immortals did not intend to hold back. They immediately attacked. Several powerful killer moves landed and broke the second formation. The deities of Southern Frontier entered the third formation. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were shaken. With Chi Chiyu here, what formation can stop us? Wu Yong laughed loudly. The other immortals also had high morale. Chi Chiyu smiled bitterly. I have never used this deduction method because it extends my lifespan. But in this battle, I cannot hold back. The deities of Southern Frontier's Gu Immortals were shaken. Wu Yong looked at Chi Chiyu. Both saw the determination in each other's eyes, but soon, Chi Chiyu frowned. I don't need to deduce this third formation, I can see it at a glance. This formation is very simple. The formation core is the tallest tree in the forest. The formation was easy to understand, it was intentionally created by the celestial court, it was much harder to destroy. That was because this forest was extraordinary, able to destroy the power of all killer moves. Each stalk was a holy burial wood, and the stalk in the center that acted as the eye of the formation was an immemorial desolate plant. The deities of southern frontier had to use their bodies to destroy these trees. However, among the trees, there were countless vines. These vines had great origins, they were not to be underestimated. Some were azure dragon vines, some were lightning twisting vines, and some were saw heart drilling vines. The foundation of the third formation was a formation created using the Tao marks of this forest. In order to break this formation, it would be futile to attack other places. They could only destroy this holy burial wood. The deities of southern frontier thought about it, they released the ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts from their immortal apertures. The beast groups charged into the forest, fighting with the vines as blood splattered everywhere. A moment later, more than half of the beast groups were sacrificed, the remaining beasts were confused in the forest, a small portion even started killing each other. The deities of southern frontier's expressions were grim. So there was 7-star internal fighting grass planted here. It is enough to make the ancient desolate beasts kill each other. Even though the immemorial desolate beasts are not affected by this internal fighting grass, they are obstructed by the beast vanishing chi. This beast vanishing chi contained dense poison path Tao marks, it had no effect on immortal plants, variant humans, and humans, it only affected the beasts' bodies, it could make the immemorial desolate beasts thin, their skin disintegrate, and their organs melt. The deities of southern frontier's attempt failed. Wu Yong was about to summon clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building when someone stood up. Let me do it. The immortals looked over, they saw that this Gu immortal had a smooth scalp without any hair, he had a muscular body. It was Ba clan's rank 7 Gu immortal, Ba Xiong. Even though I am not a strength path Gu immortal, I cultivate transformation path, let me charge in and destroy the holy burial wood. However, I only have peak rank 7 battle strength, Lordy Hao Feng, please reinforce me. Ba Xiong said indifferently. The immortals were slightly moved. Ba Xiong only had peak rank 7 battle strength, he was not a rank 8 Gu immortal, attacking now was extremely risky, if he was not careful, he would die. Yi Haofeng looked at Ba clan's first supreme elder, Ba Ba, seeing the latter nod, he attacked Ba Xiong. His reinforcement method was not only famous in southern border, it was even famous in the 5 regions. Ba Xiong immediately felt an incomparable strength flowing in his body. He shot out explosively, using his killer move to turn into a giant, cutting through all obstacles as he charged towards the center. Celestial Court's Gu immortals naturally would not watch, they immediately used methods to stop him. Southern border's Gu immortals quickly moved to protect Ba Xiong. Eventually, Ba Xiong was bathed in blood, his flesh was lacerated, dozens of wounds were deep to the bone, he used all his strength to push down the holy burial wood at the center. In less than 15 minutes, southern border's Gu immortals had already broken through 3 formations. I can only rely on you guys now. Ba Xiong's injuries were extremely heavy, he had already lost his battle strength. Friend, you took the risk and fought to the death. No matter what the result is, you will be a great contributor to our Southern Alliance, you will be greatly rewarded when we return. Wu Yong said firmly. Ba Xiong laughed lightly, I also saw the actions of Lord Wu Yong and Lord Qiqiyu, I had the urge to fight. Celestial Court has too much influence, they have come to our southern border many times. If they completely repair Fate Gu, wouldn't that be a problem? That makes sense. Wu Yong nodded slowly. He looked at the immortals around him, his confidence was 10 times greater than before. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave, Formation. Myriad dragons flew, surrounding the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal Song Qi Yuan, forming a huge ball of dragons. These ancient poisonous dragons are clearly formed from the formation's power, but they are so agile, like they are real. Song Qi Yuan defended as he thought to himself. It was not difficult for him to kill these ancient poisonous dragons, but the problem was, after dealing with them, there would be other obstacles. The tens of thousands of ancient poisonous dragons were formed from the formation's power, Song Qi Yuan had to destroy this formation to target the core. Otherwise, even if he killed all of these ancient poisonous dragons, he would not be able to break out of the formation. It is a pity that my formation path attainment is too low. After fighting for so long, I have not found any flaws. Song Qiyuan gritted his teeth. Immortal killer move, perfect round light. He activated his defensive method, his whole body was covered in a spherical light barrier. No matter how ferocious the ancient poisonous dragons were, they could not break this thin barrier. From this, it could be seen how deep Song Qiyuan's foundation in light path was. Unfortunately, he was facing a super large array. What he needed was an understanding of the array Dao. There were many paths in the Gu Master world, like earlier, when Fang Yuan was countered by Celestial Court's human path and information path methods, Song Qiyuan was also suppressed by formation path. At his rank 8 cultivation level, Gu immortals could often comprehend other paths by analogy. Song Qiyuan could also use light path methods to imitate the power of formation path. But he was facing a super immortal formation created by Celestial Court after paying a huge price. It was a formation that could seal the legendary immemorial desolate beast Dizongxing. Song Qiyuan could not find any flaws, he could only defend and wait for reinforcements, waiting for a turning point. At the center of the formation, Old Man Bei Feng controlled the super formation, monitoring the situation of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. A rank 6 Gu immortal was standing beside him. He was a young man. It was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson, Feng Chanzi. Feng Chanzi looked at the images in front of him as he said in joy, "Grandfather, this is great. These rank 8 Gu immortals are trapped, they cannot escape. We have made great contributions this time, we can definitely redeem ourselves and let me leave this damned place. Grandpa, you can officially become a member of the Celestial Court." Old Man Bei Feng shook his head slowly, his gaze extremely solemn. "Grandson, you have not truly seen the situation clearly. These rank 8 Gu immortals were not injured at all, most of them were unscathed. These people did not see through the secret of the formation, so they temporarily chose to wait and see or wait for reinforcements. Once they see an opening, their attacks will definitely be earth-shattering and peerlessly terrifying." Feng Chanzi immediately panicked. Then what should we do? Grandpa, didn't we ask for help a long time ago? Why haven't the reinforcements from the Celestial Court arrived yet? Old Man Bei Feng was silent for a while before saying, "How would we know what the Celestial Court is planning? The only thing we can do now is to defend to the death." As Old Man Bei Feng finished speaking, the entire formation suddenly began to shake. What's going on? Did a rank 8 Gu immortal find a flaw in the formation? Feng Chanzi was shocked. No, it's that evil dragon. Old Man Bei Feng's expression also turned pale. Hidden Dragon Cave, it was famous in the world because it sealed the evil dragon Dizongxing. Right now, Dizongxing was struggling intensely, trying to turn around. Old Man Bei Feng could not help but feel bitter inside. Dizongxing was not ordinary, it was created from the resentment and hatred of countless living beings in Central Continent's earth veins. It was originally sealed and struggled constantly. If it succeeded, it could cause a large-scale earthquake. Old Man Bei Feng guarded this place. One of the reasons was to prevent the evil dragon from causing earthquakes in Central Continent and destroying living beings. But now, Fang Yuan and the other 4 regions Gu immortals were wreaking havoc in Central Continent. Countless living beings were killed. They accumulated a vast amount of resentment, hatred, fear, and other emotions. Dizongxing absorbed these emotions, his strength began to rise rapidly. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals attacking the formation had attracted its attention. The crafty Dizongxing had been restraining himself and accumulating strength. He suddenly exerted strength now, catching Old Man Bei Feng off guard. After Old Man Bei Feng reacted, he quickly used the main force of the formation to suppress Dizongxing. After Duke Long used this formation, its power had weakened by 30%. And now, my strength has risen by at least 50%. Old Man Bei Feng, if you escape now, you can still live. Otherwise, after I destroy this formation, I will tear you to pieces." Dizongxing shouted, his voice rumbled like thunder, resounding in the huge earth trench. "Don't even think about it." Old Man Bei Feng's expression was grim, his fighting spirit did not waver. "I found a flaw." In another formation space, Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yuan opened his eyes wide, his aura erupted like a volcano. Immortal Killer Move, Suppressing Mountain Egg, boom. A gigantic mountain appeared out of thin air, and with the sound of wind and thunder, it smashed into the gap in the formation. Hidden Dragon Cave Super Formation had already reached its limit when dealing with the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals and Xianxia. Now that it was attacked by Qingyuan, it snapped like a top bow. Puff, the formation collapsed. Old Man Bei Feng suffered a backlash, he coughed out blood, his face was pale as paper, he was on the verge of death. Crack crack, with a series of sounds like glass shattering, most of the immortal formation was destroyed, only a small portion at the center was left, it was pitifully defending itself. The Eastern Sea Immortals' vision changed, they were released. I can sense that the rank 8 Immortal Goo House is at the center of the immortal formation. Shen Songqing's eyes shined brightly. Charge in. Song Qiyuan laughed loudly, taking the lead. Qingyuan stayed behind. He was hurrying to heal himself. This time, he had broken through the array and his injuries were not light. Because he was not a formation path Goo Immortal, he did not use formation path methods to solve the problem, it was like smashing a door with his fists. Xianxia shouted excitedly, his dragon roar was like thunder, his voice was so loud that the Eastern Sea Immortals' expressions changed. Quickly destroy the center. I am about to be free, ha ha ha. Old Man Duke Long, when I come out, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive, I will eat you bit by bit. Xianxia's voice was filled with hatred and anger, the immortals present felt a chill. Grandfather, you need to pull yourself together. In the Remnant Formation Center, Feng Chanzi hugged Old Man Bei Feng and cried. His body was shaking as he shouted, why haven't the Celestial Court's reinforcements arrived yet? Old Man Bei Feng was still coughing out blood, there was already a pool of blood below him. The grandfather and grandson were in a desperate situation. Central Continent, Emperor City. This huge city was made of goo worms, it was known as the largest mortal goo house in the world. At the same time, it was the largest gathering place of mortals in Central Continent. The final round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would be held here. Fan Yuan was high in the sky, layers of auspicious clouds surrounded him tightly. This was a luck path method that could conceal himself. Of course, other than that, there were more than 10 immortal moves that Fan Yuan used on himself, he was barely able to defend against people's accusation. After all, these were not human path methods, Fan Yuan was already very satisfied with their results. Right now, his gaze was fixed on Emperor City below him. No one else has made a move yet? There is no news from Longevity Heaven, damn it. Fan Yuan frowned deeply. He did not know that deities of Southern Frontier had already gone to attack Infallible Blessed Land, they were advancing rapidly. And in Hidden Dragon Cave, the Eastern Sea Immortals broke through the super formation, only the core of the formation was left. I cannot let the Celestial Court repair Fate Goo completely. I will destroy this Emperor City and kill all the Goo Masters who are participating in the final round. Fan Yuan gave the order, an Immortal Goo House charged down like a meteor. The Immortal Goo House carried He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, Yingwu Xia, and Qi Clan's Goo Immortals. It could be said that this was Fan Yuan's entire force. Who dares to attack me, I will kill all who come. Li Huang's voice resounded, he was the rank 8 leader who had been ordered to guard this place, following his voice. Immortal Goo houses appeared one after another, revolving around Emperor City like stars revolving around the moon. Fan Yuan sighed internally, this Immortal Goo house of mine was created by using Baixiang Grotto Heaven's 33 heavenly palaces, as well as the Immortal Goo house where heaven form is stored, as well as some goo worms. I am afraid it is not the match of these Immortal Goo houses. Even so, Fan Yuan did not give the order to retreat. He had already expected this situation, but there was no helping it, time was pressing, he had to act. Fan Yuan had already made up his mind, when Bai Ningbing and the rest could not hold on, he would go down personally. As expected, Bai Ningbing and the rest were attacked by many Immortal Goo houses, they were at a disadvantage right from the start. Celestial Court was heavily guarded here, the defense was so tight that it was simply insane. A moment later, Bai Ningbing and the rest's Immortal Goo houses were damaged beyond repair, they were on the verge of defeat. Fan Yuan sighed, he was about to go down when his expression froze, he looked in a different direction. Several rank 8 Goo Immortals appeared, there were also several Immortal Goo houses. These are Western Desert's rank 8 Goo Immortals and the Immortal Goo houses of super forces. Fan Yuan's heart shook, he showed a joyous expression. Celestial Court. the main forces of Western Desert and Southern Border have already appeared. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Actually, if not for the Earth Vein fusion, the regional wall would still be sturdy. My celestial court would not be attacked by such a large group. She was right. Precisely because they sensed the arrival of the Great Era, the Earth Veins of the 5 regions merged and the regional walls vanished. The other 4 regions felt an intense crisis. Central Continent was the strongest in terms of strength. It had been publicly recognized since the remote antiquity era. Right now, Celestial Court wanted to completely repair Fate Goo. It was like adding fuel to the fire. The Goo immortals of the other 4 regions were forced to come and cause trouble. There is still the strongest force that has not appeared. Duke Long said plainly. Yes. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Only a few Northern Plains Goo immortals have appeared. The main force has not shown up yet. Fang Yuan has not appeared either. Considering the battle in the River of Time, he is likely to have teamed up with Bing Sichuan again. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth. Let me deduce with all my strength again. Duke Long was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the horizon. No need, they are already here. At the next moment, Fairy Myrtle looked in shock and anger at the sky above Celestial Court. A rainbow aurora appeared. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar shot out. These Northern Plains barbarians. They are so daring. How dare they invade my Celestial Court? Fairy Myrtle's body was shaking from anger. Old man Jing Yuan was also dumbfounded. Central Continent, Emperor City. This is the Immortal Goo House that Master once mentioned? Yi Fan was in the final competition. He looked at the sky with a shocked expression. The other participating Goo Masters were not much better off than him. These Immortal Goo Houses are the foundation of a super force. To think that so many would appear at once. Even if the regional walls melt and the Earth Veins are unified, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, there will not be such a huge battle. Yi Fan suddenly had a realization. At this time, a voice came from beside Yi Fan. Brother Yi, we can have a good contest now and determine who is stronger. Yi Fan turned his gaze away as he smiled, thinking, I received Master's orders to come to Central Continent to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. To think that I would meet such a genius. Even if I lose in the end, it will be a wonderful experience. Being able to have such a sworn brother is the greatest reward. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Hong Yi and Yi Fan had repeatedly emerged victorious in the previous competition, and very naturally got to know each other. As they continued to communicate, the two of them began to appreciate each other. After a drinking contest, they became sworn brothers with different surnames. Hong Yi continued, this Refinement Path Convention is an unprecedented event. Let those Goo immortals fight in the sky, we need to do what we are supposed to do. Thank you for your concern, I understand. Yi Fan understood Hong Yi's goodwill. After thanking him, he calmed his mind and started to focus on the final competition. Outside Emperor City, Central Continent's Immortal Goo Houses were distributed to the left and right of Emperor City, vaguely forming 3 layers of defense. Outside the defense line were Western Desert's Rank 8s and several Immortal Goo Houses. The last one was controlled by Bai Ningbing and the rest. It was an Immortal Goo House that Fang Yuan had created. It had not even been named yet. Fang Yuan wanted to show himself, but since the Western Desert Goo Immortals were here, he decided to observe for a while longer. Western Desert's Goo Immortals flew along with the Immortal Goo Houses, closing the distance between them and Central Continent, giving the latter a huge mental pressure. Even Li Huang, who was at the center, was a little hesitant. Even he, with his rich combat experience, had never participated in a battle of this scale. Li Huang had participated in many chaotic battles between Goo Immortals, but he had never seen so many Immortal Goo Houses fighting together. Immortal Goo Houses were much rarer than Goo Immortals. Normally speaking, very few Goo Immortals owned them, only super forces owned them. A Goo Immortal alone could not have the wealth, energy, and ability to construct an Immortal Goo House. Moreover, Immortal Goo Houses were not very practical for individual Goo Immortals. For super forces, they usually needed a rank 7 Immortal Goo House. At some crucial juncture, it could act as a rank 8 battle strength. Rank 8 Goo Immortals did not appear continuously. Many first Supreme Elders of super forces only had rank 7 cultivation level. At this time, the rank 7 Immortal Goo House could suppress the situation. Immortal Goo Houses naturally had their flaws. For example, their methods were fixed and could be easily countered. Thus, even though many rank 7 immortal goo houses could resist rank 8 goo immortals, they could not truly match a rank 8 goo immortal. Right now, the immortal goo houses participating in the battle were at least rank 7, they could erupt with rank 8 battle strength. From a certain perspective, this was an intense battle involving more than 10 rank 8 battle strength experts. Both sides were hesitant. But this battle had no choice but to fight. The atmosphere became heavier. When the distance between the two sides shrunk to a certain limit, an immortal goo house in Central Continent's second defensive line attacked. This immortal goo house was small and exquisite. It was a pavilion. There were countless bird cages hanging on the beams of the pavilion. All sorts of birds were chirping inside. It was one of the 5 immortal goo houses of Heavenly Lotus Sect, Canary Pavilion. A large number of bird cages were opened in Canary Pavilion. Small birds with fiery red feathers flew out like a rain of fire. Halfway through their flight, these birds expanded and returned to their original size. These birds were as large as carriages, their bodies were red and their feathers were covered in flames. They were extremely hot. Their eyes were like flowing lava. The birds' cries were also quite peculiar, resembling the sound of flowing lava. Ancient desolate beast, molten flame bird. Be careful, these birds can self-detonate, they have incredible power. Among Western Desert's forces, a goo immortal immediately warned. Fire path ancient desolate beast, haha, let us do it. Amidst the laughter, an immortal goo house that looked like a water wheel rolled out on its own. The wheel suddenly shot out a huge red light. The red light was like a ribbon that coiled around the molten flame birds. The molten flame birds screamed and struggled, but most of them were suppressed by the red light. A small portion self-detonated, turning into lava that was absorbed by the red light, causing it to become stronger. What immortal goo house is this? Central Continent's side was shocked and uncertain. They did not expect the molten flame birds to be broken so easily. Western Desert's side was also shocked. Several rank 8 goo immortals paid attention to this strange immortal goo house. They did not have any information about it. Oh? Dong Clan's Red River Wheel? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. This immortal goo house was unearthed by Dong Clan from a mysterious inheritance. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it had shown its unique brilliance. Normally speaking, if a super force wanted to research and construct an immortal goo house, the entire process would be very long. During this long process, a lot of information and clues would be revealed. Only this kind of immortal goo house that was suddenly obtained would be surprising. Dong Clan's goo immortals felt pleased. They had made the right decision to come here. They had obtained a batch of molten flame birds just after the battle. With these molten flame birds, the entire Red River Wheel's power would rise in all aspects, especially in terms of speed. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Fang Clan's goo immortals shouted from within the immortal goo house, releasing a large number of ancient desolate beasts. They were all dog and chicken type. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this immortal goo house. It was Fang Clan's chicken dog coop. 2 buildings were built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque, there was only a large chicken character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque, there was a dog character. Even though each immortal goo house took care of many aspects, they had their own specialties. Chicken dog coop and canary pavilion both focused on enslavement path. The former was good at enslaving chickens and dogs, while the latter was good at raising birds. Both were rank 7, they were at the same rank. Enslavement path's advantage was in battles of attrition. This large group of chickens and dogs charged over. Central Continent's outermost immortal goo houses reacted. They used all sorts of killer moves. The chickens and dogs wailed as they fell in large numbers. However, the Western Desert troops followed closely behind, charging forward to attack. At once, the immortal goo houses collided with each other. Loud noises of collisions, and the sound of killer moves tearing through the air resounded, shaking the entire world. Western Desert's charge was very fierce. Central Continent's first layer of defense was soon broken. The second layer was also almost broken. They barely managed to hold on. Western Desert's manpower and immortal goo houses are still less than Central Continent's. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Western Desert was different from Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Eastern Sea. In Southern Border, there was the Southern Alliance. The cooperation between the superforces was getting closer. Right now, the whole of southern border was filled with beacon towers. Northern Plains had Longevity Heaven as the leader, and in recent years, Longevity Heaven had been actively recruiting lone immortals and demonic path members, trying to unite the whole of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world into one. In Eastern Sea, Duke Long had forcefully seized the immortal Gu houses, causing all the rank 8 Gu immortals in Eastern Sea to lose face. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were overlords of their own regions. They were people who looked down on the world, they had great ambitions. Duke Long had offended so many people at once, causing Eastern Sea's rank 8s to ally together. As for Western Desert, even though they realized the seriousness of the Celestial Court's restoration of Fate Gu, only the superforces were truly involved. Fang Yuan did not see any lone immortals or demonic path members of Western Desert. And in this battle, Western Desert's superforces have been very conservative in their input. Fang Clan has sent the most people. Fang Clan has brought Chicken Dog Coop, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. I wonder if Divine Bean Palace has been restored. Did they bring it here? Fang Yuan thought rapidly. Divine Bean Palace was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. If it was brought here, it would be very interesting. But Fang Yuan knew that the possibility was small. Because even if Divine Bean Palace was in Fang Clan's hands, there was a high chance that they would leave it in their headquarters. In this refinement path convention, even if Western Desert and Eastern Sea superforces mobilized their forces, they were rather conservative, they were wary of each other. Go, this way. Fang Yuan looked down from above, commanding Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest moved their immortal Gu houses, following the route that Fang Yuan pointed out. They ingeniously passed through the second layer of defense, charging towards Emperor City under the immortal shocked gazes. But Emperor City was still under the protection of Central Continent's third layer of defense. 2 immortal Gu houses charged towards Bai Ningbing and the rest from the left and right. The palace on the left was grand and beautiful. It was Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal Gu house, Yuyang Palace. The manor on the right had an exquisite structure. It had white jade tiles and cold energy. It flew over with the roar of a dragon's soul. It was Ancient Soul Sect's immortal Gu house, Frost Dragon Manor. Bai Ningbing and the rest activated the killer moves of the immortal Gu house, but these killer moves were not powerful. Yuyang Palace and Frost Dragon Manor directly broke them. They reached Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest knew that their immortal Gu houses were weak. They had no choice but to retreat. We cannot retreat. A Western Desert rank 8 Gu immortal shouted. If they retreated, the gap in the defensive line that they had created would be repaired. They would lose the opportunity. Retreat. Fang Yuan's order was direct. This immortal Gu house was not Frost Dragon Manor and Yuyang Palace's match. Fang Yuan had to preserve it. It would be a huge pity if it was destroyed at the start of the battle. However, that was not the truth. Fang Yuan could not retreat just because he wanted to. At the crucial moment, intense winds attacked, causing Bai Ningbing and the rest to stagnate. The one who attacked was a 7-story building. Curtains were fluttering in the air. Rank 7 immortal Gu house, wind-sweeping building. This building was one of the 2 signature immortal Gu houses of Wind Cloud Manor. It was on the same level as Passing Cloud Building. Wind-sweeping building and Passing Cloud Building could be combined to form the rank 8 immortal Gu house Wind Cloud Manor. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Wind Cloud Manor had once been at the top of the ranking of immortal Gu houses for a period of time. With wind-sweeping buildings obstruction, Yuyang Palace moved even faster. It crashed into Fang Yuan's immortal Gu house like a meteor. Next, Frost Dragon Manor's killer move also hit. In an instant, Fang Yuan's immortal Gu house's roof tiles were blown away, the pillars toppled and a huge hole appeared. A vast number of mortal Gu were destroyed, several immortal Gu were also lost. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly appeared. Yama Emperor killer move. Boom, with a loud sound, heaven and earth changed. Wu Yong took the lead, leading the Southern Alliance Immortals to break the 5th formation and arrive at the 6th formation. In the 6th formation, it was pitch black with no end in sight. The deities of Southern Frontier were like ants in it. This is a space path formation. A Luo clan Gu immortal suddenly spoke. He wore Southern Border's traditional clothing. His face was pale and his expression cold. He was a general of Luo clan, famous in Southern Border. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. His name was Luo Ran, he cultivated space path and had great attainment. That's right, this is a space path formation. Qiqiu nodded, let me deduce it first. The immortals had no objections. After entering the formation, it was not wise to act rashly. The most reliable method was to let the formation path Gu immortals deduce the profundities of the formation and target its flaws. They would be able to achieve great results with half the effort. After deducing for a while, Qiqiu said plainly, I have already deduced most of this formation, it is the spaceless formation. Luo Ran heard this and frowned, even though I am not a formation path Gu cultivator, I have heard of the spaceless formation long ago. It is one of the most classic immortal formations of space path. It was created in the remote antiquity era. No one knew who the creator was. This formation only has one ability, it is to expand the distance and lengthen the route. After entering the formation, one step can be 100 steps. Qiqiu smiled, Luo Ran is very knowledgeable, this is the spaceless formation. But this formation has already been modified, there is a layer of formation transformation hidden inside. Someone asked, what transformation? Qiqiu shook his head, I cannot deduce it now, I can only sense it. But we can set off first, I can deduce it while we travel. According to the current situation, we can move forward freely, there is nothing wrong with it. The spaceless formation itself has no offensive power, it is only used to trap enemies and increase the distance between us, stalling for time. Give me some time, I will be able to deduce this layer of transformation and find the formation's flaws. If the celestial court attacks ahead of time, as long as we defend ourselves and let me see what kind of changes there are, it will be more helpful to my calculations. Qiqiu's suggestion was very good, the immortals immediately set off and chose to fly forward. The void space formation had no light. It was a patch of black and deep. The Southern Alliance immortals protected Qiqiu at the center while Wu Yong walked at the front. Look, there seems to be something ahead. Yao Clan Gu immortal Yao Tianze suddenly spoke. The immortals slowed down and walked closer to take a closer look. A huge greenish-white radish, as big as a house, floated motionlessly in the air. What is this? It seems to be a primordial immortal herb. Yao Tianze asked. The others all frowned. The thing in front of them was not something that could be seen normally. Wu Yong remained silent. A light flashed through his mind, as if he had seen the records of this immortal plant somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it in his hurry. If I am not wrong, this should be a profound ice light radish, it is an immortal plant from the immemorial antiquity era, it is already extinct. To think that the celestial court still held back. Xiao Zhikai said. He was Zhao clan's first supreme elder, even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he cultivated wood path. Wu Yong's eyes shined, that's right, this is a profound ice light radish. Everyone, be careful, don't get close. Once we get close, this radish can shoot out countless ice rays that can pierce every inch of our skin and organs, freezing them to death instantly. Xiao Zhikai continued to explain, yes. Don't underestimate the ice rays, they are formed from the ice and snow dow marks on the profound ice light radish. After the ice rays shoot out, the profound ice light radish will no longer have any dow marks on it, it will become immortal material. Thus, this ice ray attack is not inferior to a rank 8 Gu immortal's immortal killer move. When the immortals heard this, they could not help but take a few steps back and raised their guard. But right at this time, a change occurred. Ripples appeared in the air, the formation activated as a huge force of space path erupted on a southern border Gu immortal. The southern border Gu immortal had already activated his defensive method, but the space path force did not break his defense, instead, it teleported him away. The teleportation point was not somewhere else, it was right in front of the profound ice light radish. The profound ice light radish was like a frightened little girl, its body shrunk to a third of its original size. Then, at the next moment, boom, hundreds of millions of ice needles shot out in all directions like a vast expanse of white. The southern border Gu immortal had already activated his strongest defensive method, but he only lasted for half a breath of time before he was pierced by the countless ice needles. Next, he froze into ice, becoming as hard as a stone statue. The southern border immortals were moved. The spaceless formation suddenly activated and teleported the Gu immortal inside, this was clearly the change that Qiqiu had mentioned earlier. Together with the immemorial ice light radish, it was a perfect combination. Wu Yong's face turned green. He led the Southern Alliance Immortals. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time he had lost a member. Someone had truly died. Wu Yong thought anxiously. He wanted to find a way to deal with this. But right at this time, a change occurred again. Ripples appeared in the air. A formless space path power grabbed another Southern Alliance Gu Immortal with great force. With me here, don't even think of using the same trick. At the crucial moment, Luo Ran shouted, activating an immortal Gu. The immortal Gu's power spread in all directions, causing the surrounding space to freeze like ice. The Southern Alliance Immortals felt a strong restriction, as if they were sealed in an ice coffin. Rank 7 Immortal Gu, suppress space. A Rank 7 Immortal Gu could not deal with this celestial court formation, but it was not without effect. Suppress space Immortal Gu bought a few crucial seconds for the Southern Alliance Gu Immortal, allowing him to leave the area. The spatial ripples created by the formation were like a monster opening its mouth, but it could not catch anything, it could only vanish regretfully. Luo Ran dispelled Suppress space Immortal Gu's power. The Southern Alliance Immortals immediately felt the restriction disappear. They were free again. The situation was urgent. I suddenly activated Suppress space Immortal Gu. This Gu has a wide range of attacks. I have implicated you all. Luo Ran quickly apologized. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Well done. This is Suppress space Immortal Gu? A good Gu worm, it counters this formation. Chi nodded, showing a gratified expression. Luo Ran smiled. I obtained this Gu from Earth Trench recently. To think that it could be used here. This shows that there is some form of providence in this world. All living beings in heaven and earth countered each other. There was never a strongest immortal Gu, only invincible Gu immortals. Celestial Court created the spatial movement formation. It had several rank 7 immortal Gu and a vast number of mortal Gu, but it was countered by Suppress space immortal Gu. With Suppress space Immortal Gu, the Southern Alliance Immortals no longer had to worry about entering the spatial movement formation. And because Celestial Court activated the formation, Chi-Chiyu's deductions were greatly improved. A moment later, Chi-Chiyu pointed out a loophole in the formation. He said to Wu Yong, Celestial Court's formation is vast and boundless, it will take a lot of effort to break it from the inside. If Lord Alliance Leader uses this loophole to draw the unlimited wind outside, it will be easy to break this formation from the outside. Wu Yong used this loophole and easily sensed the unlimited wind outside. Immediately, intense winds blew and broke this formation through the loophole. The Southern Alliance Gu Immortals returned to the outside world. After breaking 6 formations and only losing 1 person, the Southern Alliance Immortals had high morale. This battle made the person in charge of the formation frown deeply. He had a heavy heart. This person wore a green robe. He looked like a young scholar, but his gaze was very old. He was already several thousand years old. He was none other than a Wood Path rank 8 Great Expert, the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, the current generation Genesis Lotus Inheritor, Chen Yi. To think that the enemies were so fierce. Now, we only have 3 formations left. Chen Yi pondered for a while before saying to the person beside him, Song Shui, why don't we join hands and fight outside? We can stall for time to set up the formation at the back. The female immortal beside him, by Song Shui, was a Gu immortal of Celestial Court. She had personally participated in the restoration of fate during the previous Refinement Path Convention. She didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. The two walked out of the formation. Wu Yong and the rest were bombarding the 7th formation, attempting to break it. Chen Yi cupped his fists at the Southern Border Immortals, sages of Southern Border. I, Chen Yi of Celestial Court, am here. Who dares to fight me alone? Wu Yong's pupils shrunk. He waved his hand and let out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Rank 7 Gu Immortals could not interfere in a battle between rank 8s, but if they entered the Immortal Gu house, they would barely have the qualifications to fight. Ba Clan's First Supreme Elder Ba Shirba laughed loudly. Old man Chen Yi, it is not wise for you to come out of that tortoise shell. Let me fight you. Wait. Don't fall for their trap, let's attack together. Wu Yong sneered as he gave the order. If Wu Duxiu were here, she would accept Chen Yi's challenge and attack alone. But Wu Yong and Wu Duxiu were 2 different kinds of people. How could an ambitious person like him give up on a chance to gang up on others? Immediately, Wu Yong took the lead. Several southern border rank 8s and rank 7 Gu immortals behind him charged forward with clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Qianyi and Baizong Shui were surrounded but they did not panic. Baizong Shui pushed with her palms, a huge pale white wave pressed down from above. Wu Yong's body flickered, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot as he vanished. Ba Shirba faced the huge wave and roared, his aura surged as a mystical light shined on the huge wave. Next, Yi Haofeng's wings flapped, countless feathers weaved into a rain of arrows, piercing the wave and shooting towards Baizong Shui and Qianyi. Good timing. Qianyi smiled, he did not move at all but the illusion of countless trees appeared around him. Yi Haofeng's arrow rain shot deep into the forest, only causing the trees to shake and leaves to rustle. Qinyi's aura surged, he was about to counterattack when his expression changed. Wu Yong's figure appeared, he was behind Qianyi. He has such a concealment method? The invisible person I sensed was actually another illusion he left behind. Qianyi was shocked by Wu Yong's method. At the crucial moment, he did not even have time to turn around. Next, he felt his shoulder being patted by Wu Yong. You and I are like old friends, but you are leaving. We are about to part, good friend, let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing this, even though Qianyi had lived for thousands of years and had rich experiences, he was pale with fright. He screamed internally, this is a mortal killer move, farewell friend wind. My celestial court could not find it after searching for so long, but it was actually in Wu Yong's hands. Next, Qianyi lost control of his body, he slowly floated forward. In the process of flying, his hair, his clothes, his hands and feet all began to scatter in the wind. Save me! Qianyi screamed internally but he could not shout. He could not move, he could not use any methods. Celestial Court. The sky that was originally filled with white light was shining with 7 colored aurora lights. A huge immortal Gu house was floating in the sky. What an amazing immortal Gu house! It was a round altar with 3 floors, it was grand and grand. There were many pillars on the altar, the white jade railings were shining with aurora lights. It was the rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu house, Calamity Luck Altar. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal personally created it, it was one of the 3 immortal Gu houses he controlled. Calamity Luck Altar was originally the foundation to suppress Longevity Heaven, but this time, when Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court, it was mobilized. Such a move showed Longevity Heaven's confidence in obtaining it, this made the Celestial Court's Gu immortals somewhat worried. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Even Duke Long had a solemn expression at this moment. However, his gaze was not focused on the Calamity Luck Altar, but on the rainbow-colored lights blossoming in the sky. Duke Long said solemnly, with just Calamity Luck Altar, Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals cannot break in directly. This layer of 7 colored aurora lights is indeed rank 9, it should be the work of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal? Fairy Myrtle was stunned before a look of realization appeared on her face. According to Celestial Court's records, Giant Sun Immortal had once been invited to Celestial Court. Is this the method he secretly left behind? It should be. Duke Long said. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim, this Giant Sun Immortal is truly crafty and crafty. He had long planned to scheme against Celestial Court, his scheme was so profound. The venerables of the past all had great wisdom, they cannot be underestimated. Giant Sun Immortal possesses luck path methods, he had left behind some clues in the dark, even my Celestial Court did not know about it. Duke Long shook his head and sighed, his emotions were a little complicated. Back then, when Giant Sun became venerable, it was luck path that interfered with fate Gu greatly. At that time, the leader of the Celestial Court, the Golden Hooped Immortal, specially invited Giant Sun to visit the Celestial Court for the sake of the world. On the surface, he announced to the world that he wanted to invite Giant Sun to join the Celestial Court. After some consideration, Giant Sun agreed to the invitation and entered the Celestial Court. The Golden Hooped Great Immortal personally guided the Giant Sun Immortal. Along the way, he brought him to visit the important places in the Celestial Court, especially the place where the Wuji, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus Demon Venerables fought and stopped. Giant Sun Immortal suggested to go and see Fate Gu. Golden Hooped Great Immortal did not refuse, he brought Giant Sun to Heaven Overseeing Tower to see Fate Gu. After Giant Sun left the tower, he remained silent. Finally, when he left the celestial court, he said that he needed to consider the matter of joining the court. This experience, as well as the conversation between Giant Sun and the golden-hooped great immortal, was clearly recorded in the historical records of the celestial court. The power of rank 9 is unfathomable. Giant Sun Immortal tampered with it back then. It is not strange that we only discovered it now. After all, he cultivates luck path. Our celestial court has too little understanding of luck path. However, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable even placed a spy in the celestial court. He is now trapped. Giant Sun Immortal has already died. Only Calamity Luck Altar and a group of Northern Plains Gu Immortals came to attack. How can our great celestial court be easily toppled? Old man Xingyuan's voice resounded in the hall. Fairy Myrtle nodded, but her brows were still furrowed. Calamity Luck Altar is not an ordinary rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was once Giant Sun Immortal's item. It is a pity that Princess Impatience did not join us this time, otherwise, we would have learned of Longevity Heaven's plan in advance. More importantly, how many troops are hidden in Calamity Luck Altar? Wait, I don't think there are too many. Because we did not receive any information regarding Northern Plains Longevity Heaven's sneak attack plan. Longevity Heaven was able to hide it so well. It is clearly very conservative. The information is limited to only a few people. Fairy Myrtle analyzed quickly. You are right, that is likely to be the case. Duke Long nodded slightly. Even though he stood up from his seat, his hands were behind his back. He did not go to battle. He was waiting for something. Almost at the next moment, the whole of the celestial court shook intensely. With a loud sound, it was like the roar of a gale. It swept through everyone's hearts. Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Old Man Xingyuan were not surprised. They showed faint smiles on their faces. The killer move left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable has activated. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, the Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven were not surprised. This was already described in the information left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Even without Giant Sun Immortal's description, Longevity Heaven had several Demon Venerable true inheritances. Be it Reckless Savage or Limitless, they were both Northern Plainsmen. Longevity Heaven also had a lot of information about them attacking the Celestial Court. This is the Chi Wall Killer move? The Chi Wall Killer move is very ordinary, but Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was very skilled in it when he was young. He loved it very much. When Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable became invincible in the world, this Chi Wall Killer move also rose to rank 9 level. The Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven discussed as they controlled Calamity Luck Altar to bombard the surroundings. Ripples appeared in the surrounding air. It was like a formless fortress. Only when it was bombarded heavily would it explode and return to its original state. But soon, it condensed again, forming a formless giant wall. In the whole of the Celestial Court, all the air was condensed to resist the invasion of Longevity Heaven. But for the members of the Celestial Court, when they moved, the Chi Wall would return to its original state. There was no obstruction. After the Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven tried for a while, they were secretly shocked. As expected of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. An ordinary Chi Wall Killer move has rank 9 power in Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's hands. It is even sturdier than the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall. Then what do we do? Five Elements Grandmaster's expression was unsightly. He was very worried. He had just joined Longevity Heaven not long ago. He had just learned that they were going to attack the Celestial Court a few days ago. Five Elements Grandmaster's worry was reasonable, because if they could not break this move, they would have to bombard the Chi Wall along the way. That way, the expenditure would be too high. They would probably not even reach Duke Long before their immortal essence would run dry and they would die of exhaustion. But it was too difficult to break this move. Firstly, this was a rank 9 killer move. They had to have methods of the same level to have a chance of breaking it. Rank 8 killer moves could only be effective if they were specifically countered. Secondly, after the world changed, Chi Path had been declining for a long time. In Longevity Heaven's group, none of them cultivated Chi Path. What should they do? Don't worry, we have a countermeasure. Even though this move was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, so many years have passed, it has been through the vicissitudes of life, it has also withstood the attacks of 3 demon venerables. It already has a weakness. That's right. Back then, Limitless, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus, 3 demon venerables, attacked Celestial Court, but they could not break this Chi Wall Killer move. But they relied on their strength to break through. They created a total of 3 paths. These 3 paths are the weakest parts of the Qi wall, they cannot be repaired. As long as we bombard a small part and enter one of these 3 paths, we can follow the path of a demon venerable and kill our way through. 5 Elements Grandmaster let out a sigh of relief, so that's it. Next, he asked, then which path should we choose? At the same time, in Central Great Hall, Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though the Qi wall killer move is strong, it has been exposed long ago. Since Longevity Heaven ambushed us, they must know the weakness of the Qi wall. It is the path that the 3 demon venerables used before. Fairy Myrtle nodded, explaining with great familiarity, the path on the left was created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It goes through Central Heaven Gate, Name Plaque Palace, Sun Palace, 5 Deity Hall, Central Great Hall, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Forgotten Tao Lake, and finally, Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The path in the center was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. It goes through Immortal Emperor Garden, Void Accumulation Pavilion, Sumeru Swamp, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally, Heaven Overseeing Tower. The path on the right is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's path of invasion. He first went through Lotus Immortal Pool, Bright Moon Treasure Light Hall, then the 12 Spirit Entrances, Fire Separation Pavilion, Magnetic Star Ridge, Waterwood Qinghua Garden, Central Great Hall, and finally, Heaven Overseeing Tower. As long as they choose a path, we will know which path they will take and set up our defenses. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. That's right. Duke Long had no objections. Boom boom boom, Calamity Luck Altar carried several Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven and bombarded the path, finally entering the weak area of the Qi wall. Once they entered, Longevity Heaven's group felt the pressure fall sharply. The Qi wall only existed in name. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals immediately noticed something. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle looked at each other. They chose the left path. The left flank. This was the path that the Limitless Demonic Lord had created in the Celestial Court 1,000,000 years ago. The starting point was the Central Heaven Gate, the Nameplate Palace, the Sun Palace, the 5 Deity Palace, the Central Great Hall, the Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Forgotten Tao Lake, and finally the Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The huge Celestial Court was illuminated by a brilliant light. There were many palaces, pavilions, terraces, and towers. It was beautiful and magnificent. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward with a crushing momentum. The Celestial Court, which had been silent for countless years, finally welcomed the flames of war. Within Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grandmaster looked down from above, constantly observing. He was tongue-tied, he was visibly moved. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have imagined that all the buildings here are immortal Gu houses. Even if most of them are rank 6 immortal Gu houses, Celestial Court's foundation is too terrifying. Hanako, one of the North Desolation Immortals, giggled. Little 5, this is the Celestial Court. In the ancient era, it was created 3,000,000 years ago, and it had stood until today. Even though Fate Gu was damaged, it was still the #1 force in the world. With such accumulation, it's not strange for such a grand scene to exist. The layout of these palaces you see is the creation of the remote antiquity era Celestial Court's rank 8 refiner. After that, the Eagle God, Aunt Lon, Old Lord Huang Ting, Uncle Feng, Immortal Concubine Quan Miao, and others carried on the past and opened up a path for the future. In this palace, all the immortal Gu houses are one, they can support each other. At the same time, these palaces can also be dismantled and upgraded individually. It's very convenient. However, you don't have to overestimate the Celestial Court. These immortal Gu house palaces are mostly rank 6, and most importantly, they only specialize in one aspect. They are not as comprehensive as the immortal Gu houses of the outside world. 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded in understanding. I understand, if I want to take care of everything, I will need to expend even more immortal Gu and a vast number of mortal Gu. The Celestial Court thought highly of themselves. Other than the 3 demon lords who had attacked them, no one else had ever invaded them. Therefore, there was no need for them to invest so much into it. After all, these immortal Gu house palaces stay in Celestial Court all year round and have no external use. Speaking up to this point, the 5 Elements Grandmaster suddenly laughed out loud. I see. Our attack on the celestial court also caught them off guard. This was a loophole in their thinking. Interesting. Other than the 3 demon lords, I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would attack the celestial court. Even if I die here, with this experience, my life will not be in vain. The 5 Elements Grandmaster was brimming with heroic spirit. He was naturally a Northern Plainsman, even though he had been a rank 8 Gu immortal for many years, the nature of Northern Plainsmen had never changed. The people of Northern Plains were proud of their bravery, and ashamed of living an ignoble life. To them, dying on the battlefield was the greatest glory and destination. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward and finally reached Central Heaven Gate. This giant gate was as lofty as a small mountain. The golden glaze on the front of the gate shone brightly, and the gate pillars were tall and thick. The plaque on the gate shone with the light of precious jade. This is the Central Heaven Gate? This seems to be an information path Immortal Gu house? The 5 Elements Grandmaster looked around and pondered. That's right, the new members of the Celestial Court have always been elites from the 10 great ancient sections. These rank 8 elites have to pass the Central Heaven Gate's test to enter the Celestial Court. The Bull Demon said. Central Heaven Gate's entrance was tightly shut, firmly blocking Calamity Luck Altar's path. Central Great Hall. Duke Long asked, Central Heaven Gate is a rank 8 information path Immortal Gu house, but it is very weak in terms of offense and defense. It will not be able to stop us or delay us. How many golden pearls do we have left? Fairy Myrtle immediately answered, only about 3,600. Duke Long nodded, take them all out and send them over to assist Central Heaven Gate in defending. I believe Longevity Heaven definitely has a backup plan for this attack. Northern Plainsmen are brave, but that does not mean they are reckless. We need to deal with the situation by staying calm and stall for time. As long as Fate Gu is repaired, all our efforts and sacrifices will be worth it. Yes, Lord. Fairy Myrtle received the order and immediately controlled Central Great Hall. Central Great Hall was the center of all the Immortal Gu houses in Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle used Central Great Hall to open Celestial Court's treasury and take out all the golden pearls. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, sharp whistling sounds could be heard in the sky. The golden pearls rained down like a torrential rain, shining with golden light and shining brilliantly. Calamity Luck Altar crashed into Central Heaven Gate. Central Heaven Gate could not hold on any longer. Cracks started to spread on the door. The golden pearls hit Calamity Luck Altar, producing crisp sounds that lingered in the ears. Calamity Luck Altar did not move, there was not a single crack on it. The power of the golden pearls had just shown itself. The golden pearls turned into giant soldiers. They were all wearing armor that covered their entire bodies. It was pitch black under the helmets, only 2 eyes could be seen, shining with dazzling golden light. They were holding weapons like axes, knives, forks, and so on. Soon, the golden pearl soldiers covered Calamity Luck Altar. Countless blades and spears slashed at Calamity Luck Altar, sparks flew. Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. In order to defend, its immortal essence expenditure increased. What is this? Shock flashed across 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes. Each soldier has the strength of an ancient desolate beast, but they have no vitality. It seems to be an immortal killer move. These are golden pearls. During the medieval antiquity era, a metal path great expert appeared in Celestial Court. He was known as Golden Pearl Immortal Monarch. These golden pearls are his signature killer move, a unique method. Bull Demon said plainly. Flower Lady covered her mouth as she giggled. Celestial Court only sent these golden pearls. I did not see Duke Long or Fairy Myrtle. It seems that they want to defend and stall for time until Fate Gu is repaired. Bull Demon nodded. This is a wise tactic. Celestial Court might be huge, but there are only a few rank 8 Gu immortals who are awake. The battlefield outside is also diverting a lot of Celestial Court's battle strength. Then we need to hurry. Flower Lady's eyes shined brightly. Bull Demon said solemnly, let me do it. Saying so, he concentrated and started to manipulate Calamity Luck Altar. Bull Demon activated a method. Calamity Luck Altar shone with a dazzling radiance. Within the radiance, auspicious clouds appeared, pushing the golden pearl soldiers away. At the next moment, with a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar smashed through Central Heaven Gate. Longevity Heaven's group did not slaughter these golden pearl soldiers, they did not kill the central heaven gate that was mostly destroyed, they continued to charge. This was a battle of offense and defense, it was also a battle of time. Since Celestial Court wanted to stall for time, Longevity Heaven's group naturally had to oppose them, they could not let Celestial Court get what they wanted. As they fought, even though there were Golden Pearl soldiers blocking them, they could not shake Calamity Luck Altar's momentum. Soon, Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals reached Name Plaque Palace. But what they saw was the scene of Name Plaque Palace flying far away. Celestial Court actually took the initiative to move this Name Plaque Palace away. Five Elements Grandmaster was joyful and suspicious. Bing Sichuan said solemnly, "This is also an information path Immortal Goo House. There are name plaques inside that have people's names written on them. These people have formed a huge information network for Celestial Court that covers the whole 5 regions." Five Elements Grandmaster was surprised. "Doesn't that mean as long as we break into this place, we can expose Celestial Court's information network? No wonder Celestial Court wants to move this palace at all costs." Five Elements Grandmaster felt it was a pity. Celestial Court's information network was extremely huge, it covered the whole of the 5 regions. Even though other forces tried to gather information outside the regions, in terms of scale and ability, they could not compare to Celestial Court. Celestial Court had the 10 great ancient sects as its subordinates, it had ruled Central Continent for countless years, thus it could always choose suitable people and nurture them into elites before sending them out on a large scale. As for the other 4 regions, Longevity Heaven and the Southern Alliance had only made a move recently, they were trying to take over their own regions. As for the other super clans, even if they sent people out, it was nothing compared to Celestial Court's actions. Forget it. It was within our expectations that the Nameplate Palace would fly away. Without its obstruction, we can save a lot of time, let's continue. Bing Sichuan ordered. Sun Palace. Calamity Luck Altar soon arrived at the 3rd round. Sun Palace let out a hot radiance that forced people to close their eyes. The light in the vicinity of the palace was distorted. Waves of extreme heat surged over. Longevity Heaven's group was inside Calamity Luck Altar, but they could feel the intense heat, burning their bodies and minds. The Immortals tried to activate Calamity Luck Altar, wanting to charge over. But before they got close, Calamity Luck Altar's surface started to melt, a vast number of mortal goo were burnt to ashes. Sun Palace was so strong that even Calamity Luck Altar could not get close. It was the light path that controlled the whole of Celestial Court, it had several light path rank gates as the core, its defense was very weak, even weaker than Central Heaven Gate, but Calamity Luck Altar could not get close. Boom boom boom. Calamity Luck Altar stayed in the air as killer moves were activated one after another, attacking Sun Palace from afar. But all the killer moves were melted by the endless light and heat waves when they reached Sun Palace. This round is going to be difficult, unfortunately, we do not have light path or dark path people here. Five Elements Grandmaster frowned deeply. No worries. Bull Demon said, Sun Palace is strong on the outside but weak on the inside, as long as we get inside, we can easily destroy it. Let me do it. Okay, let's go together. Flower Lady was lying on his shoulder, giggling without a trace of nervousness. Five Elements Grandmaster was shocked. He knew how dangerous this was, the light outside was too intense, without any defenses, even rank 8 goo immortals would not last long before melting like candles. Isn't this too risky, we can think of other methods. Five Elements Grandmaster said after considering his tone. Bing Sichuan shook his head, speed is crucial in war, go. He controlled Calamity Luck Altar to attack, opening a path for Bull Demon and Flower Lady. Bull Demon and Flower Lady flew out with astonishing speed, they were about to enter Sun Palace. Wishful thinking. Fairy Myrtle, who was in Central Great Hall, snickered as Sun Palace's power surged. Oh no. Five Elements Grandmaster cried out in shock. At the crucial moment, Flower Lady shouted as her tiny body jumped, turning into a pink light that blocked the light for Bull Demon. The Ox Demon let out a tragic roar as he smashed through the gates of the Sun Palace and charged in. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim as she said bitterly, Sun Palace was also destroyed. As expected, after a dozen breaths of time, Sun Palace was destroyed. Without Sun Palace, the sky of Celestial Court turned dark. In the ruins, Bull Demon carried Flower Lady's corpse with both hands. His expression was cold as he returned to Calamity Luck Altar. Sun Palace was destroyed. Longevity Heavens Group also paid the price. Flower Lady was sacrificed. Looking at the silent ox demon, the Five Elements' great master wanted to comfort it. However, he opened his mouth, but no words came out. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were known as North Desolation Immortals. They were inseparable and had a close relationship. Right now, one was sacrificed while the other survived. This was a deep and painful feeling. Even though Flower Lady was dead, she had a smile on her face. Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady's corpse for a long time. She turned into countless flower petals that fell to the ground, leaving behind a small flower. Bull Demon placed this flower in his hair carefully. His actions were gentle. It was a stark contrast to his cold and tough appearance. Continue. Bull Demon turned around and faced the front again. Meanwhile, Calamity Luck Altar continued to charge under Bing Sichuan's control. After Sun Palace was destroyed, Five Deity Hall was next. And after Five Deity Hall, it was the Central Great Hall where Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and the rest were at. Longevity Heavens Gu Immortals attacked ferociously. They did not care about sacrifices. The Celestial Court's Immortals felt pressure. We cannot let them continue. Duke Long turned to look at Fairy Myrtle. Have you brought them over? Fairy Myrtle had an ugly expression. Only two. Duke Long was slightly stunned before realizing, Xianxia must have not moved? Forget it. Back then, he agreed to move into Celestial Court. He had already made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. With their strength, these two should be able to stop Calamity Luck Altar for a while. Five Deity Hall was already in sight. Suddenly, sand surged and formed into a huge sand wave, blocking Calamity Luck Altar. Roar! A tiger's roar shook heaven and earth. The sand wave split to two sides, revealing a huge striped tiger the size of a hill. The tiger's aura was overwhelming. Its body seemed to be made of metal. It had golden skin and silver teeth. Its eyes were like sparkling rubies, shining with a fierce light. The tiger's forehead did not have the word king, but the word sand. Five Elements Grandmaster looked back and was shocked. Celestial Court also has a legendary immemorial desolate beast? Of course. Bing Sichuan had a plain expression. Celestial Court has 3 legendary immemorial desolate beasts. This huge beast looks like a tiger, but it is not a tiger, it is a baleful puppet. This is a monster formed from a fiendish Qi spring. Now that Qi path is declining, the fiendish Qi spring is extinct, there is only one baleful puppet left. During the Olden Antiquity era, Celestial Court's Qi path great expert, 7 fiendish primeval monarch, nurtured it. After 7 fiendish primeval monarch became rank 8, he roamed the world, searching for fiendish Qi springs and refining baleful puppets from them. He refined a total of 99 baleful puppets, forming an army with great momentum. These baleful puppets could be used with his immortal killer moves. They had countless uses, almost no one could stop them in that era. But now, this is the only one left. This Shabi was one of the last few to be refined. It was number 95. Later on, Ancestor Giant Sun was invited to the Celestial Court and saw this Shabi. He named it Shabi 95. So there's such a connection. No wonder my lord is so familiar with these matters. Five Elements Grandmaster couldn't help but sigh. He looked behind him, only to see Shabi 95 stirring up a storm of yellow sand as it fought against Calamity Luck Altar. The commotion was shocking. It displayed peak rank 8 battle strength. Bing Sichuan continued to analyze. Shabi 95 is residing in the Eternal Sand Cave. It was sent here by the Celestial Court. The Green Jade Crane Ruandan will probably come as well. I'm afraid Xianxia won't participate in the battle. Five Elements Grandmaster asked, Ruandan and Xianxia are the remaining 2 legendary primordial beasts? At the same time, he was perplexed. Why was Bing Sichuan so sure that Xianxia would not participate in the battle? Could it be that the Heavenly Court had planted a spy here? Bing Sichuan said, that's right. Ruandan is an immemorial green jade crane. It was nurtured by Crane Gate. It created its own pill path and spends most of its time cultivating in the Celestial Court. And Xianxia is that vast heaven vine. This vine has vast power and endless uses. It takes 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit it bears is called the vast heaven fruit. When melted in the grotto heaven, it can enlarge the sky of the immortal aperture. Thus, the vast heaven vine is called the 10th heaven of the world. The 10th heaven of the world. 5 Elements Grandmaster's heart shook. He suddenly realized as he pointed to his left, is that the huge vine pillar that stretches into the sky? The celestial court was filled with palaces. There was a huge vine that connected heaven and earth. It was even taller than the heaven overseeing tower behind the central great hall. It was extremely conspicuous. When 5 Elements Grandmaster barged into the celestial court, he noticed it immediately. That's right. The vast heaven vine was personally brought here by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It had an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It is a special existence in the celestial court. It does not need to listen to orders. It only needs to contribute a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. 5 Elements Grandmaster heard this and felt that his horizons were broadened. He had never thought that there would be a legendary immemorial desolate plant that did not need to listen to the celestial court. But after thinking about it, he understood. The vast heaven vine's effect was too unique. It was unique in the world. With these vast heaven fruits, the celestial court could continuously expand the sky of the immortal aperture. It could greatly strengthen its foundation. Rather than saying that the vast heaven vine did not need to listen to the celestial court, more accurately, the celestial court wanted to make use of it, so they tolerated it. At this moment, Central Great Hall. No. Fairy Myrtle suddenly frowned. This calamity luck altar is fake. Oh? Duke Long raised his eyebrows. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of Central Great Hall. She had been using layers of palaces and countless immortal goo houses to pay attention to Central Continent. She was naturally very vigilant towards the situation in the celestial court. Heaven overseeing tower could not be used. Fairy Myrtle activated the other immortal goo houses and shot out a rainbow light. The rainbow light tore through the sky and hit Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was dazed for a moment before revealing its true form. This was a 4-legged monster with purple fur. Its body was huge. It was even larger than Shabi. It looked like a ferret. Its body was covered in glossy purple fur. Its eyes were shining with a purple crystal-like luster. There was a dog tail behind it. Ah! You were finally discovered, you idiots of the celestial court. Ha ha ha. The purple ferret laughed loudly as it mocked. You are Giant Sun Immortal's dog tail life continuation ferret, Mao Li Qiao. Shabi 95 was very shocked. It spoke in a human voice. The purple ferret's expression turned grim. Its body moved like a purple lightning bolt. There was a loud bang. Sand flew. The dog tail life extending ferret pressed down on Shabi. It bared its teeth with a ruthless expression as it said in a deep voice, "Remember, call me Grandpa Mao." Shabi 95 was furious. It growled, "In terms of age, I am your grandpa." It struggled with all its might, but the dog tail life extending ferret did not budge. Shabi 95's heart shook. How can this beast have such terrifying strength? But do you think I will be so easily restrained? Ha ha ha, stupid cat and silly ferret, you are a good pair, you are having a good fight. Right at this time, laughter could be heard from the sky above the two beasts. The dog tail life extending ferret raised its head. It saw that a goo immortal was sitting on a cloud, looking at it and Shabi as he laughed. The dog tail life extending ferret's puzzled expression flashed for a moment before realization flashed in its eyes. So you are that green jade crane, why are you acting like a bird? Come down, Grandpa Mao will teach you a lesson and make you become a bird again. The laughter stopped, and the green jade crane flew into a rage. What a ferret! Let me, your master, rip off your fur. Just as it was about to descend, the green jade crane's body stopped. It turned out that it had secretly received Fairy Myrtle's order to not fight with the dog tail life extending ferret, Mao Li Qiao, and to go to 5 Deity Hall to guard it. Even though the true Calamity Luck Altar had not shown itself yet, its path was confirmed. The green jade crane received the order and was about to leave when a huge shadow suddenly shrouded the area in front of it. It raised its head and its pupils shrunk. Mao Li Qiao had flown into the sky. Its mountain-like body compressed the air and pressed down on the green jade crane. The green jade crane screamed and quickly turned back to its original form. It flapped its wings and was about to escape the shadow. But at the next moment, Mao Li Qiao's 2 claws grabbed the green jade crane's legs. Come down. the dog-tail life extending ferret laughed sinisterly as it pulled with its strong front limbs. The green jade crane flapped its wings furiously, but it soon found out in despair that all its efforts were futile. With a loud sound, the green jade crane was thrown to the ground, creating a deep pit. The green jade crane's ears were buzzing. It exclaimed in its mind, "This northern plains barbarian has such great strength." The green jade crane struggled to get up, but Mao Liqiu had already pounced on it again. Immediately, dust flew everywhere, rocks were sent flying. The green jade crane screamed continuously, "Ah! Scoundrel, don't tear my feathers. Ah, wild beast, don't bite my leg. Don't slap my elegant neck. Bastard! My neck is going to break, it's going to break. Ah, my leg is going to break, my leg is going to break." Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bing Sichuan. Finally, the green jade crane screams reached a peak. "Silly cat, what are you doing? Aren't you coming to help? Ha ha ha, weren't you enjoying the show earlier? You two can play slowly, I won't mess with you anymore." Shabby 95 laughed as it flew towards 5 Deity Palace. "Where are you going?" Mao Liqiu sneered, its body swayed as a clone flew out and pounced on Shabby 95. "We are all males, what are you trying to do by pouncing on us?" Shabby 95 was furious. This sentence resonated with the green jade crane. It screamed in the dust, "That's right. If you have the guts, let us go. Ah, don't kick me between my legs. You scoundrel." Shabby 95 was very angry. It liked the action of pouncing on the ground. But it liked to be on the top. If it was on the bottom, it would be a great humiliation. Shabby 95 was pinned to the ground by Mao Liqiu's clone. Its face was twisted in anger as it bared its teeth. "A mere clone wants to stop me. Aren't you underestimating, eh?" At the next moment, Shabby 95's expression was dazed. It even had a trace of shock. Is this the main body or a clone? Why is it so strong? In Central Great Hall, Duke Long noticed something. This seems to be because of Mao Liqiu's full effort. Calamity Luck Altar managed to gain some time and arrived at 5 Deity Palace. I have already explained the profundities of 5 Deity Palace to you. The rest is up to you. Bing Sichuan said to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked behind him worriedly. Can Grandpa Mao do it? How long can it last? Don't worry, it is using perfect pair killer move. This is a method of thieving heaven demon venerable that my longevity heaven painstakingly collected. It can summon a clone that has the same battle strength as the main body. Bing Sichuan's lips curled up. I understand. 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes shined with bright light as he stared at 5 Deity Palace. 5 Deity Palace shook intensely. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elements giant spirits formed and charged at Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a profound light that shot 5 Elements Grandmaster into 5 Deity Palace. Bam bam bam, after a series of explosions, 5 Deity Hall was blown to smithereens by the blazing flames. 5 Elements Grandmaster stepped on the void, walking out step by step. Even though his face was covered in soot, he was unharmed. Calamity Luck Altar took him in. 5 Elements Grandmaster smiled. Even though this 5 Deity Hall is extraordinary, I am familiar with its principles. I can counter it with my methods. This trip was much easier than I had expected. As he spoke, a sense of contentment could be seen. Bing Sichuan glanced at him and said plainly, "Of course. That is because the formation path method you used was set up by me, Ancestor Giant Sunday." 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. His expression changed as he stared at Bing Sichuan. "What do you mean?" Bing Sichuan looked at him. A smile with deep meaning appeared in his eyes. "Why do you think you were able to enter longevity heaven? Aren't there a few most important sentences in your inheritance? Do you still remember them? Don't you find them very strange? Why don't you reverse the order and only read the last words of each sentence?" 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. He was a lone cultivator. The turning point of his life was when he inherited a mysterious lone immortal's formation path true inheritance. That was why he had his current accomplishments. Ever since I obtained the true inheritance, I have been training hard and keeping it a secret. How did Bing Sichuan know the contents, and how did he know the most important mantra in the true inheritance? I have never understood the meaning of this mantra. Reverse the order and read the last words of each sentence. I heard Bing Sichuan attack the celestial court. Five Elements Grandmaster gasped, looking at Bing Sichuan with a dumbfounded expression. Bing Sichuan controlled Calamity Luck Altar to move forward as he said slowly, even if rank 9 venerables do not cultivate wisdom path, at their level, they would be able to comprehend by analogy. It is not hard for them to leave behind all sorts of plans to influence the future. Back then, after Ancestor Giant Sun toured the celestial court, he made a plan for this attack. How to cleverly destroy 5 Deity Hall was one of the contents. It's just that if he wanted to openly develop a method, he would definitely leave behind traces that would be discovered by the celestial court. Therefore, he secretly left behind his legacy, completely severing it from the longevity heaven. They would not interfere with each other, and would be independent of each other, allowing rogue cultivators to inherit it. Because you do not have Giant Sun's bloodline, even though you cultivated to rank 8, the celestial court did not expect your methods to counter 5 Deity Hall. And they won't easily associate it with our plan to raid the celestial court. Saying this, Bing Sichuan paused for a moment before continuing, Venerable One, this huge battle surrounding Fate Gu is far more complicated than you imagine. Ordinary rank 6 and 7 did not even have the qualifications to participate. Rank 8 Gu immortals were basically pawns. Some of the rank 8s were watching from the side, they had sensed something and knew their own limits. Some are involved, but they don't know the real situation. The true face of this war is the fight between the immortal venerables and demon venerables. 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned, he muttered, fighting across space, a fight between venerables? In the history of humanity, 10 venerables appeared one after another. Each venerable was invincible in their own era, they were at the peak of human history, they were the greatest pride. Bing Sichuan revealed the truth, 5 Elements Grandmaster's body and mind shook intensely. He could not help but feel his own insignificance, his earlier pride and smugness had vanished without a trace. Bing Sichuan looked at 5 Elements Grandmaster's shocked expression, he consoled, but don't worry, among the venerables, Ancestor Giant Sun loved his descendants and subordinates the most. Lord Ancestor even had a nickname, he was known as the Protective Immortal Venerable. The venerables of the past have made arrangements, they want to use their influence at this crucial moment. But after being eroded by the river of time, most of these arrangements have already changed. Rank 9 venerables cannot calculate everything, they will make mistakes. Many arrangements have become completely different because of the vicissitudes of time. Most of these arrangements were discovered by venerables later on, they were modified. And after Genesis Lotus and Thieving Heaven, Ancestor Giant Sun is only followed by Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. The venerables who were at the back naturally had a greater advantage in this aspect. Our surprise attack on the heavenly courts this time was like a hot knife cutting through butter along the way. This shows the clues. Bing Sichuan's words caused 5 Elements Grandmaster to be stunned. Bing Sichuan chuckled lightly, so, what can Duke Long do? Can he compare to Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangements? You don't need to worry too much, you need to have confidence in winning. This time, my longevity heaven will definitely obtain Fate Gu. Obtain Fate Gu? At this moment, 5 Elements Grandmaster finally understood why longevity heaven attacked Celestial Court. That's right. Bing Sichuan nodded, admitting it openly, there was no need to hide it now, Celestial Court came to snatch our fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, why can't we snatch their Fate Gu? Why is Celestial Court the number 1 force of humanity? Among them, Fate Gu plays a crucial role. If our longevity heaven obtains it, we will definitely be able to become the number 1 force of humanity. Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle looked at the approaching Calamity Luck Altar with a solemn expression, they are coming. At the side, Old Man Jing Yuan was also deeply worried. Even though Central Great Hall was the center of the Immortal Gu House, its defense was very weak. Who could have thought that the Central Great Hall of Celestial Court would be attacked by enemies, even though this Central Great Hall had once been attacked by 3 demon venerables and was even destroyed. But Celestial Court's Gu immortals concluded that they did not strengthen the defense. Because against venerables, no matter how strong Central Great Hall's defense was, it could not block them, there was no need to do so. Looking at it now, back then, when Giant Sun Immortal traveled Celestial Court, he had probably seen through this weakness. Longevity Heaven's sudden attack caught Celestial Court unprepared, Fairy Myrtle and the rest fell into a passive state. It seems that the true weakness is not the weakness in defense, but the weakness in thinking. Fairy Myrtle expressed her thoughts, but she suddenly went into a daze. I seem to have missed out on something important. What is it? How much longer until Fate Goo is completely repaired? Right at this time, Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle controlled Central Great Hall and understood the situation inside Refinement Cauldron's formation. Her mood became heavier as she answered, at least 6 hours. 6 hours. Duke Long was slightly happy inwardly. My lifespan is almost up, but heaven has taken pity on me. 6 hours is not a long time. I will be able to see Fate Goo completely repaired. Let me do the rest. Fairy Myrtle said worriedly, Lord Duke Long, your injuries have not, even though Celestial Court tried their best to heal him, Duke Long's injuries were still there. This was the result of the joint attack of Eastern Sea's Rank 8 Goo Immortals. Duke Long could not heal him in a short period of time. Duke Long smiled lightly, I am about to die, some injuries do not matter. Moreover, I have the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. At the final moment of my life, who in the 5 regions can match me? He had an indifferent expression, but he revealed absolute confidence and dominance. Calamity Luck Altar was like a giant beast as it charged towards Central Great Hall. The air was torn apart, intense winds howled. If it collided, Central Great Hall would definitely turn into ruins. But right at this time, a tiny figure suddenly appeared, blocking in front of it. Duke Long. 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. Crush him. Bull Demon said. Boom, Calamity Luck Altar, which was like a small mountain, suddenly stopped in mid-air. And it was blocked by a dragon claw. Duke Long floated in the air, his body did not move. His right hand had already turned into a ferocious dragon claw, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar, preventing it from advancing any further. This? 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. Bull Devil's expression also turned pale. He actually managed to block Calamity Luck Altar so easily by himself? Unbelievable. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. Crack crack, the dragon claw exerted force, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar's surface. Cracks started to spread from the dragon claw. Calamity Luck Altar quickly let out a dazzling light as it prepared an immortal killer move, bombarding the nearby Duke Long. Within the flames of the explosion, Duke Long's figure stood tall. Roar roar roar, a surging aura burst out from his body. These auras condensed into long dragons that coiled around Calamity Luck Altar, suppressing it. What method is this? Duke Long did not use it in the Battle of Eastern Sea. Bull Demon narrowed his eyes. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he muttered, there are no invincible immortal goo, only invincible goo immortals. 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked again. The Dragon Chi killer move had immense power. 5 Elements Grandmaster was clear that if he faced it personally, he would not be able to last more than 2 or 3 rounds. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 immortal goo house, but it was suppressed by Duke Long. Longevity Heaven's group was close to victory. Heaven Overseeing Tower was right in front of them, but because of Duke Long's obstruction, victory became an unreachable dream. Duke Long was just one person, but he was like a heavenly chasm, an impregnable fortress. We are both rank 8s, why is the gap so huge? Lord Bing Sai Chuan, what do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster was at a loss. The gap between them could not be bridged with bravery. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked at Bing Sai Chuan, but Bing Sai Chuan had vanished. Where did he go? At the next moment, Bing Sai Chuan suddenly appeared behind Duke Long. The Time Path killer move that he had prepared for a long time was unleashed, hitting the back of Duke Long's head. Success? Bing Sai Chuan's pupils shrunk. Duke Long did not move at all. A surge of dragon chi shot out with a loud dragon roar. The dragon mouth bit onto Bing Sai Chuan as it rose up and restrained him in the air. Bing Sai Chuan relied on his own defense to hold on while using killer moves to break the dragon chi restriction. But all his efforts ended in failure. Dragon chi was not indestructible, but its recovery speed was too fast. You are clearly injured, this is not your normal battle strength. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. How do you understand the profundity of my heavenly dragon's last stand? Duke Long glanced at Bing Sai Chuan plainly before focusing his gaze on Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar's surface was already filled with cracks, it was surrounded by countless dragon chi auras, pressuring and killing large numbers of goo worms. Calamity Luck Altar could not break free. If this situation continued, Calamity Luck Altar would only be destroyed. Five Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Let me out. I would rather die in battle at Duke Long's hands than die here. Bull Demon was silent. Bing Sichuan suddenly laughed sinisterly. I am not your match, but so what? I still have a trump card. Please, Limitless, turn around. A million years ago, olden antiquity era. Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court. He charged forward. Celestial Court's goo immortals disregarded their own safety and blocked him with all their strength. Limitless Demon Venerable walked leisurely. None of Celestial Court's goo immortals could match him. They suffered heavy casualties. Central Heaven Gate was destroyed. Name Plaque Palace could not even fly away. Sun Palace and Five Deity Hall were as fragile as paper in front of Limitless Demon Venerable. They were like a joke. Finally, when Limitless Demon Venerable arrived at Central Great Hall, Celestial Court shook. Star Constellations will descended and activated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's backup plan. 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable was trapped in the formation. He broke through 100 formations before escaping. Below Heaven Overseeing Tower. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellation's will. Star Constellation, we are both venerables, you painstakingly arranged all sorts of methods to restrict me. Even though I hate you, I also admire you. Now that we are in a life and death situation, so what if you left behind many methods? You want to stop a living goo venerable? This idea would definitely not come to fruition. Rank 9 venerables are invincible in the current world, only venerables of the same level can deal with them. Star Constellations will smiled bitterly. She actually opened up a path to the inside of Heaven Overseeing Tower. How can I not know what you are saying? But I have to try, otherwise, how can I be willing to give up? Please come in. Limitless Demon Venerable's eyebrows rose. You are not going to stop me? Star Constellations will said calmly, since I cannot stop you, why bother? Limitless Demon Venerable, since you want to destroy Fate Goo, let me accompany you. The Limitless Demon Sovereign was stunned for a moment. Then, a faint smile appeared on his sharp face. Interesting. He said softly, accompanied by Star Constellation's will, he entered Heaven Overseeing Tower. He walked to the top of the tower and saw Fate Goo. Not long after, Limitless Demon Venerable walked out of the tower. What made the heavily injured Celestial Court Goo immortals shocked was that Limitless Demon Venerable did not destroy Fate Goo. Fate Goo was still perfectly preserved in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Nobody knew what happened inside the tower, or what Star Constellations will discuss with Limitless Demon Venerable. In short, the Limitless Demon Sovereign's expression was still cold, but there seemed to be a thin layer of anger hidden in his eyes. He looked around. Wherever his gaze landed, the Celestial Court's goo immortals shuddered, their morale fell to rock bottom. Finally, Limitless Demon Venerable's gaze landed on Star Constellation's will. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the two of you definitely left behind more methods and arrangements than this, right? Are you looking down on me? Bring them all out, I want to have a good look. The will of the constellation sighed bitterly. But since the Limitless Demonic Venerable challenged her, she had no choice but to comply. Thus, the bloody battle resumed. Celestial Court's goo immortals died and were sacrificed under Limitless Demon Venerable's hands. Wherever the Limitless Demon Venerable went, he would leave behind a pool of blood and corpses. The Star Constellations will followed behind him, calmly witnessing his slaughter. The Forgotten Tao Lake's water had already been dyed blood red. The Limitless Demon Venerable squinted his eyes. This round of slaughter made him feel delighted. At this moment, he looked at the waves on the surface of the lake and asked, what lake is this? Forgotten Tao Lake. Forgotten Tao Lake? As the name suggests, it is a good lake, a good lake. It would be a pity if I destroyed it, so be it. Limitless Demon Venerable's interest suddenly waned. Forgotten Tao, who can forget Tao? After a moment of silence, Star Constellations will said, Limitless Demon Venerable, it is rare for you to come to Celestial Court, why don't you take a look around? Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellations will deeply, are you not afraid that I will destroy your Celestial Court? Star Constellations Will's tone was still calm, you cannot destroy the Celestial Court. Not to mention when the celestial court is truly facing the danger of destruction, Master's supreme method would be activated. Even if you destroy the celestial court, can you destroy Fate Gu? Saying this, Star Constellation's Will's expression became solemn. The most important thing is, the true celestial court is not here, it is in our hearts. Even if the celestial court is destroyed, it will be rebuilt by a new generation of people. Limitless Demon Venerable, you can't have eternal life, right? Limitless Demon Venerable stood on the spot, staring at Star Constellation's Will with a bone-chilling gaze. Star Constellation's Will looked at him with a calm expression. After a long while, Limitless Demon Venerable nodded, as expected of Star Constellation, you are right. Star Constellation's Will was not surprised, let's take a walk? Limitless Demon Venerable walked up Star Zone Mountain. At the highest peak, he saw a pavilion. This was an immortal Gu house. Limitless Demon Venerable walked into the pavilion, looking at the huge celestial court. Other than the bloody path he created and the tragic state of the place, the rest of the place was still a beautiful and prosperous land. Limitless Demon Venerable breathed in deeply, he focused. Good pavilion, what is its name? Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Star Constellation's Will replied. Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes shined. This rank 8 immortal Gu house had no secrets in his eyes, he saw through its structure and usage at one glance. He nodded. Imperfection Regret Pavilion, it is a good name, it is appropriate. Imperfection, I could not achieve my goal in this trip, it is truly a huge regret. Who can live a perfect life, without any flaws or regrets? He seemed to be asking Star Constellation's Will, but also like he was talking to himself, his tone was melancholic. Star Constellation's Will was silent. Limitless Demon Venerable suddenly laughed lightly, his melancholic expression disappeared as he regained his usual cool demeanor. He clapped and praised, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, your arrangements were truly amazing. But now, I am interested. Star Constellation's Will's expression changed slightly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements were not just the 9 consecutive unceasing formation, in fact, Forgotten Tao Lake and Imperfection Regret Pavilion were all part of her meticulous planning. Limitless Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he could not be stopped directly. Only by eliminating his fighting spirit and killing intent could he preserve the strength of the celestial court to the greatest extent. And this was what Wisdom Path Gu immortals were most proficient in. Even though Limitless Demon Venerable was tricked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his fighting spirit only dimmed for a moment before rising again. Limitless Demon Venerable did not attack again, he looked at Star Constellation's Will and said, I was born at the wrong time, there is nothing I can do, I cannot participate in the great era a million years later. Star Constellation, you are the same. Thus, I have a suggestion. Please speak. Why don't we play a game of chess in this pavilion? Play chess? Star Constellation's Will was slightly stunned, alright, we both need this game of chess. For the next few days, Limitless Demon Venerable stayed in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, playing chess with Star Constellation's Will. When Limitless Demon Venerable left, Star Constellation's Will also vanished from the pavilion. Imperfection Regret Pavilion became a forbidden area of the Celestial Court. Normally, Imperfection Regret Pavilion would be normal. But sometimes, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals would accidentally see 2 figures in the pavilion. No matter from which angle one looked at it, the 2 figures were facing the outsider sideways. The 2 figures were a man and a woman, they looked like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. But any Celestial Court Gu immortals who saw this would mostly die a few days later. Only a small number of lucky people managed to survive the ordeal and continue to live on. Their strength improved tremendously. Many years later, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable wanted to get rid of the threat of Imperfection Regret Pavilion, but he shook his head and left Star Zone Mountain. Many more years passed. Giant Sun Immortal was invited to visit Celestial Court. He saw Embroidered Tower. He saw the 3 bloody skins left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. He entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Gu. Finally, he came here but did not ascend the mountain, he only took a glance at Imperfection Regret Pavilion before leaving. These records flashed past Duke Long's mind in an instant. Giant Sun Immortal is too crafty, he must have seen something back then. Bing Sichuan can actually use the strength that limitless demon venerable left behind? Duke Long thought rapidly. He wanted to stop Bing Sichuan, but he did not have any methods to do so. He acutely sensed that an extremely profound aura burst out of Bing Sichuan's body and vanished in an instant. Far away, at the peak of Star Zone Mountain, the originally empty Imperfection Regret Pavilion slowly showed the figures of two people playing chess, as well as the chessboard between them. They were a man and a woman, even though only the side of their faces could be seen. The woman's peerless beauty and the man's cold expression could be seen. It was the scene of the two venerables playing chess. Ripples appeared in the air. The unmoving scene of the two venerables suddenly became lively. Star Constellation had a complex expression as she looked at Limitless. The person you are waiting for is here? Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head, sighing. The person I am waiting for is still here, but there is someone from my hometown who inherited my true inheritance. In that case, I have to help. Saying so, he grabbed a chess piece on the chessboard and flicked it. Throughout the entire process, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around to look at the battlefield, much less turn around. The chess piece flew out of Imperfection Regret Pavilion. The figures of the two venerables faded away, leaving behind an empty pavilion on the peak of the mountain. The chess piece was extremely fast. It had just flown out of the pavilion when it hit Duke Long. Duke Long's body shook intensely. He had a look of shock on his face. Plop. At the next moment, Duke Long fell from the sky in a daze, crashing on the ground. The chess piece's power turned into a set of silver-white illusory chains that tied him up and stabbed deep into his phantom aperture, restraining all of the goo worms in it. Duke Long's eyes were wide open. He could breathe normally, but he could not move at all. He found that he still had strength left, but whenever he tried to break free, the chains would send an equal force that negated all of his efforts. This was a rank 9 immortal killer move. Duke Long was tightly restrained. The dragon chi he activated naturally crumbled and disintegrated. Calamity Luck Altar and Bing Sichuan regained their freedom. Bing Sichuan roared as he pounced at Duke Long. But when he activated his strongest killer move, the moment it reached Duke Long's head, the silver chains let out a bright light that easily blocked Bing Sichuan's killer move. Duke Long was unharmed. Bing Sichuan's heart sank. Even though this rank 9 killer move is restraining Duke Long, it seems to be protecting him as well. Is it because even though Limitless Demon Venerable's strength is used, Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will is also mixed in? Unable to kill Duke Long, Bing Sichuan decisively gave up. He jumped into Calamity Luck Altar. At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar crashed into the central Great Hall with a loud sound. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to bring Old Man Jingyuan away in a panic. Fairy Myrtle's expression was grim. Central Great Hall was the center of all the palaces in Celestial Court. It was destroyed. Fairy Myrtle's control over her forces fell sharply. If she continued to mobilize them, she would have to spend more time and energy. And in such intense battles of life and death, every breath of time was precious. Central Great Hall was in ruins. In front of Calamity Luck Altar, there was a tall tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan had a heated gaze. Heaven Overseeing Tower was famous in the world. Every Gu immortal in the 5 regions knew of it. Right now, it was standing still. A refinement path formation was shining brightly beside it, enveloping it. Fate Gu is at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. It is being controlled by the refinement path formation and is being repaired. Bing Sichuan frowned slightly. Celestial Court's defenses were very tight. At the crucial moment, there was even a Heaven Overseeing Tower protecting it. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had not ended yet, only the finals were left. Because countless Gu masters had failed in their Gu refinement, infallible Blessed Land had already formed many success Dao marks. These Dao marks had already been extracted by Celestial Court. They were now being used to repair Fate Gu to ensure that nothing went wrong. We cannot destroy this refinement path formation directly, otherwise, the formation's backlash might cause Fate Gu's repair to go to waste. It will return to its original damaged state. It seems that we can only enter the formation and snatch it. Thinking of this, Bing Sichuan immediately ordered Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Bull Demon accepted the order, but 5 Elements Grandmaster was hesitant. Lord Bing Sichuan, I am afraid we cannot handle this well. If we have the chance to snatch Fate Gu, but Fate Gu has not been repaired completely, what should we do? This was a problem indeed. Celestial Court had methods to repair Fate Goo. They relied on human path killer moves to hold the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention and accumulate a vast number of failures, before using infallible blessed land to collect the success Dao marks for Goo refinement. Longevity Heaven did not have such methods. Bing Sichuan looked at Five Elements Grandmaster. At this point, there was no need to hide anything. He said honestly, we want Fate Goo in this state. It had been painstakingly repaired by the Celestial Court for countless years and was finally close to full recovery. Such a Fate Goo is what we want. A completely repaired Fate Goo cannot be used by anyone. Even the Celestial Court could only use the immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower to observe the trajectories of life in the world. If someone could truly grasp Fate Goo, they would be able to determine the trajectory of fate and arrange the course of life. Unfortunately, the previous generations of celestial venerables of the Celestial Court have made countless efforts, but all of them have returned in failure without a trace of success. Five Elements Grandmaster was surprised. In that case, what is the use of snatching Fate Goo that is on the verge of completion? Bing Sichuan smiled. We cannot control Fate Goo directly. Past venerables have deduced the reason. It is likely that Fate Goo's activation standard is too high. Only Providence can use it. But this does not mean we cannot use Fate Goo. The Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower is the best example. It is just that the usage of Fate Goo is too shallow. Other than that, the Celestial Court has another method, that is to use Fate Goo as a Goo material and refine it together with a Luck Path Immortal Goo to create Destiny Goo. Destiny Goo? Five Elements Grandmaster's pupils shrunk. Bing Sichuan's smile became more obvious. This is also the reason why the Celestial Court invaded Northern Plains and snatched fortune-rivaling Heaven Goo. So that's it. Five Elements Grandmaster realized. Bing Sichuan continued, but they did not know that the idea of the so-called Destiny Goo was first proposed by Ancestor Giant Sunday. The Celestial Court wanted to refine rank 10 Destiny Goo. They were too ambitious. But we are different, we only want to refine rank 9 Destiny Goo. Thus, Fate Goo, which is a Goo material, does not need to be repaired. As long as we have rank 9 Destiny Goo, our Longevity Heaven will be able to contend with the Celestial Court. We can dominate the Great Era and replace the Celestial Court. We can even rule over the 5 regions and become the ruler of all living beings in the world. Five Elements Grandmaster was tongue-tied. He was shocked by Longevity Heaven's ambition, and was even more amazed by Giant Sun Immortal's plan. So Longevity Heaven's attack on the Celestial Court had been planned since Giant Sun Immortal, and it was only carried out today. Getting Bing Sichuan's explanation and encouragement, Five Elements Grandmaster no longer hesitated. He flew out together with Bull Demon, entering the Refinement Path formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was at the center of the formation. They had to enter the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and take Fate Goo away. Someone has entered the formation. Old Man Xingyuan watched from afar with a worried expression. Fairy Myrtle, however, was not flustered. This Refinement Path formation was specially set up by us. It is not the Refinement Cauldron formation from before. Moreover, Yuan Xiongdu is not the only one inside. There are 2 other rank 8s assisting him in refining Goo. Even though the Refinement Cauldron formation had great effect in repairing Fate Goo, because it was an imitation of Langya Blessed Land's Refinement Cauldron, the Celestial Court decisively gave up on it. After all, Longevity Heaven had already annexed Langya sect. The construction method of the Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron was definitely in Longevity Heaven's hands. In the Refinement Path formation, Yuan Xiongdu was the main controller. He had to maintain it at all times. He could not leave. But the 2 Celestial Court rank 8s assisting him could temporarily give up their work and protect Yuan Xiongdu. Thoughts flashed in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Since Longevity Heaven sent someone to barge into the formation, it means they want to snatch Fate Goo and not destroy Fate Goo, thus they have some reservations. Only otherworldly demons can destroy Fate Goo, while Fang Yuan is still in Emperor City's battlefield. We still have time. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle was not in a hurry to join the battle. She first helped Old Man Xingyuan settle down. Old Man Xingyuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. He did not have the qualifications to join the battle. But his role was crucial. He was the key to activating the human path methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After helping Old Man Xingyuan settle down, Fairy Myrtle immediately returned to the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar floated in the air, blocking the entrance of the Refinement Path formation. Inside the formation, Bull Demon and Five Elements Grandmaster were already fighting with the 2 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle gave a growl. Countless thoughts rained down on Calamity Luck Altar like a storm. This was an immortal killer move with extraordinary power, especially after being amplified by Star Constellation Chessboard. Even Calamity Luck Altar did not dare to underestimate it. Bing Sichuan healed his injuries while controlling Calamity Luck Altar to resist Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle controlled Star Constellation Chessboard. This was also a rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Calamity Luck Altar was created by Giant Sun Immortal, while Star Constellation Chessboard was created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The battle between the 2 Immortal Goo Houses could be seen as a small contest between Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At once, the scene was extremely intense. Both sides displayed their abilities and exerted their full strength. Rank 8 Immortal Killer moves had incredible power, but thankfully, the Celestial Court was protected by the methods of past Immortal Venerables. It was not heavily damaged. As the battle dragged on, Fairy Myrtle's aura became heavier. Even though she controlled Star Constellation Chessboard, the latter was very small, she could hold it with one hand. In comparison, Calamity Luck Altar was huge, it dominated the entrance of the formation and defended its position, it had a slight advantage. During this period, Fairy Myrtle wanted to save Duke Long. But the silver chains on Duke Long were Limitless Demon Venerable's methods. The moment Fairy Myrtle got close, she faced intense resistance. Her immortal killer moves were also blocked by the silver chains. But this could also be seen as a form of protection for Duke Long. Thus, even though Duke Long was in the battlefield and could not move, he was unharmed. The palaces around him were in ruins, the flat ground was filled with holes and ditches, it was a mess. Damn it, damn it. Duke Long gritted his teeth, he did not give up on struggling, but it was useless. If this continues, it won't be good. Fairy Myrtle's mood was heavy, she had been fighting for a long time but could not reinforce Yuan Qiongdu who was in the refinement path formation. Even though Longevity Heaven did not send many Goo Immortals this time, they were all rank 8 elites and had a clear division of labor. At this rate, they might really be able to take away Fate Goo. Right when Fairy Myrtle was at her wit's end, a certain corner of Celestial Court shook, auras appeared from nowhere, from weak to strong, rising rapidly. That is, the Immortal Graveyard. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. In the Immortal Graveyard of Celestial Court, there were many rank 8 experts slumbering. The situation was too complicated, even Fairy Myrtle did not know how many rank 8s were slumbering here. At the crucial moment, Celestial Court finally activated its foundation, the slumbering Goo Immortals sensed it and woke up from their slumber. You dare to invade my Celestial Court, you are courting death. With a loud shout, a burly Goo Immortal with a bare head and human body flew up, looking down at Calamity Luck Altar with a cold and domineering gaze. Saying so, he vanished far away. Such speed. Bing Sichuan was shocked. At the next moment, with a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar toppled over like a mountain, it was sent flying by a huge force. A black bear that was larger than Calamity Luck Altar stood in front of Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. This is the transformation path great expert of Celestial Court, Senior Zhang Fei Xiong. He is most proficient in bear transformation, his strength can shake the earth and lift mountains. The juniors are useless, they actually allowed others to invade the depths of Celestial Court, Even the central Great Hall was destroyed? Another voice resounded in the sky. An old Goo Immortal appeared in the sky. His skin was pale, he was emaciated and had a sickly expression. Right now, he was sitting on a wheelchair, he looked weak, but his eyes shined with cold light, it made people's hearts tremble in fear. Ah! Fairy Myrtle gasped, it is Lord Goo Luru. Sigh, he is a time path great expert, if he had awakened earlier and guarded the River of Time. With him replacing Senior Li Huang, Fang Yuan would not have been able to escape. Calamity Luck Altar flew into the sky again, Goo Luru pointed at it. The entire rank 8 Immortal Goo House immediately slowed down by several times. Zhang Feixiong laughed loudly and pounced forward, taking the chance to press Calamity Luck Altar to the ground, suppressing it under his body. Who's the one who woke me up? Sigh, I am getting old, if I sleep less, I will have more wrinkles, I will lose my beauty. Little sister, am I right? A charming figure suddenly appeared beside Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was shocked, she had not sensed it at all. Junior greets Senior Wan Zihong. Fairy Myrtle quickly bowed. Don't call me senior, just call me sister. Look, do I have more wrinkles at the corners of my eyes? This female immortal who had awakened from the immortal graveyard approached Fairy Myrtle and asked in concern. Fairy Myrtle looked at the beautiful face that was as smooth as a peeled egg. She was speechless, but her expression became more respectful. There are no wrinkles at all, Wan, sister, you are overthinking. She was very careful. Because this female immortal, Wan Zihong, had an extraordinary origin. Most of the members of the Celestial Court were chosen from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But this Wan Zihong was a great demon who had once wreaked havoc in Western Desert. She was recruited by the Celestial Court. Zhang Fei Xiong, Gu Lu Ru, Wan Zihong, one after another, the Gu immortals of the Celestial Court woke up from the immortal graveyard. At once, the difference in numbers between the two sides increased, the situation changed completely. So many reinforcements came all of a sudden? Are there more? Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's laughter could be heard. Under such a grim situation, he could actually laugh out loud. A bad feeling flashed past Fairy Myrtle's mind. Since longevity haven't attacked the Celestial Court, how could they not expect the immortal graveyard? Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because the killer move of a demon venerable is attached to it. At this moment, Bing Sichuan's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The super-immortal formation that was suppressing Dizongxing was broken by Eastern Sea's rain gates. Most of it was destroyed, only the core of the formation was left, barely holding on. Old man Bei Feng was heavily injured, he was barely holding on. His grandson Feng Chanzi was by his side, waiting for reinforcements from Celestial Court, but they were nowhere to be seen. Feng Chanzi's expression became more and more desperate. Outside the core, Eastern Sea's rank gates surrounded the core of the formation. Hua Clan's first supreme elder Hua Kaiyun let out an immemorial cloud beast. It attached itself to the core of the formation and continued to grind down the formation. This is the work of Celestial Court after all. Even though only the core of the formation is left, it can still resist the corrosion of our cloud beasts. Hua Kaiyun sighed. Roar. At this time, from deep within Earth Trench came another dragon roar, shaking heaven and earth. The sound waves rumbled, shaking the entire Earth Trench. Countless rocks fell from the cliffs of Earth Trench. Eastern Sea's rank gates looked at the eerie darkness below them worriedly. Shen Songxing urged, the formation is mostly damaged, it cannot suppress Dizongxing anymore. To prevent any problems, we need to act now. Dizongxing was a unique legendary immemorial desolate beast. Because it was formed from the power of Central Continent's earth veins, it was formed from human hatred, fear, and other negative emotions. Therefore, it naturally harbored hatred and murderous intent towards the human race. More importantly, unless its source of energy was destroyed, it would be immortal. It had once caused huge trouble to Celestial Court. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals did not want to fight Dizongxing for no reason. They wanted to take away Dragon Palace and wash away their humiliation, then let Dizongxing escape and continue to cause trouble to Celestial Court and Central Continent. That's enough. Song Qiyuan nodded. Puff. He called out softly. Immortal killer move, broken mirror light fragment. Crack. There was a crisp sound, like a mirror falling on the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The entire formation's core shattered into countless pieces like a broken mirror, revealing Old Man Bei Feng and Feng Chanzi. No. Feng Chanzi retreated in fear, shouting in fear. Song Qiyuan's killer move was very mystical. At the start, there were no signs of it. Once they had accumulated enough energy, they would erupt in a single day, often catching people off guard and catching them off guard. This mirror-shattering light move was also Song Qiyuan's proudest move. It was best at dealing with immobile objects, such as formations. Once the formation shattered, Dizongxing roared, his voice shook the entire Earth Trench. Quick, seize the time. Eastern Sea's rank gates charged forward. I am going to die. Feng Chanzi immediately fell to the ground and closed his eyes in fear. His body trembled and his face twisted as he waited for death to descend upon him. Dizongxing Feng Clan's Dragon Continent. Qi, Dragon Sect's Ling Ling Dragon King, Shintian Dragon Spirit Sect, King Qi. Don't kill him, I will capture him alive. Shen Songxing suddenly said. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals' attacks slowed down. They were surprised. Did Shen Songxing have a method to capture rank 8 Gu Immortals alive? Everyone, watch carefully. Shen Songxing smiled confidently. Here. The Eastern Sea Immortals saw that countless threads of light appeared on Old Man Beifeng's body. They were like strands of silk that bound him tightly. This is a killer move that I recently cultivated. It is called Lingering Sound. Shen Songxing explained. Old Man Beifeng showed a look of grief and anger. He had planned to die in battle, but to think that the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals wanted to capture him alive, this was an even greater humiliation. The Eastern Sea Immortals were silent. Looking at the situation, Shen Songxing could really capture a Gu Immortal of the same level alive. Even though a large part of the reason was that Old Man Beifeng's battle strength had fallen to rock bottom, Shen Songxing's method was enough to make them wary. Rank 8 Gu Immortals often had deep foundations. Shen Songxing's actions showed this. Old Man Beifeng could not retaliate. As for Feng Chanzi, he was already shivering in fear. The Eastern Sea Immortals saw that he only had rank 6 cultivation level and was acting like a coward. They could not be bothered to care about him. Shen Songxing used his immortal killer move with all his strength, wanting to capture Old Man Beifeng alive. A living rank 8 Gu Immortal had much more value than a dead one. Ignoring everything else, just capturing a great expert of the same level alive was a glorious achievement. Shen Songxing and Shen Clan's reputation in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world would rise by a large margin. The other immortals started to search for the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. They came together for this rank 8 immortal Gu House. Soon, Zhang Yi noticed something was amiss. Over there. He pointed with an excited expression, using an investigative immortal killer move. After the killer move, an immortal Gu House appeared, floating above the immortals' heads. It was tens of feet away from Old Man Beifeng. The Eastern Sea Immortals were overjoyed. If this was not Dragon Palace, what else could it be, other than Shen Songxing? The other Eastern Sea Immortals quickly gathered. They had excited expressions. Shen Songxing was focused on dealing with Old Man Beifeng. He was not anxious. Before coming, the Eastern Sea Immortals had made an alliance agreement. It was quite restrictive. The agreement stated, if the Eastern Sea Immortals obtained Dragon Palace, everyone would get a share. As for the share, it would depend on how much effort the Eastern Sea Immortals put in. Since Dragon Palace appeared, Song Qiyuan and the rest tried to subdue it. But after 2 or 3 killer moves were used, Dragon Palace only shook intensely. It did not submit to them. This immortal Gu House is truly extraordinary. Dragon Palace's stubborn resistance made the Eastern Sea Immortals even more excited. They were even more determined to obtain Dragon Palace. Gradually, as they worked hard to subdue it, they discovered a huge secret. So that's it. Celestial Court placed the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace here to use it to subdue Dizongxing. Even though Dizongxing is a combination of earth veins and negative emotions, he has a dragon form and is countered by Dragon Palace, thus there is a possibility of subduing him. Duke Long made a good plan. The earth veins of the 5 regions are about to merge into one. One of the sources of Dizongxing's strength is the earth vein. Once the earth vein merges, Dizongxing's strength will rise by 5 times. Don't forget, once the earth vein merges, the 5 regional walls will vanish, the world will descend into chaos, conflicts will erupt everywhere. At that time, there will be intense fear, hatred, jealousy, and other emotions. This will make Dizongxing's strength rise again. The Eastern Sea Immortals conversed, many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This way, among the legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Dizongxing would become the undisputed number 1. Its battle strength was at the peak of rank 8 to begin with. After this growth, it might even have the possibility of advancing to pseudo-venerable battle strength. No wonder Duke Long did not hesitate to take Dragon Palace. He wanted to subdue a pseudo-venerable battle strength expert to suppress the situation. Thankfully, we came to stop Celestial Court's scheme, otherwise, the 5 regions would be in trouble in the future. The Eastern Sea Immortals were glad. No wonder the formation was broken. We only heard dragon roars but did not see Dizongxing escaping. Right now, Dragon Palace is suppressing Dizongxing. We need to wait. That's right, when Dragon Palace subdues Dizongxing, our Eastern Sea Goo Immortal World will not only obtain a rank 8 Immortal Goo House, we will also obtain a super strong expert. If Celestial Court finds out, they will vomit blood. Ha ha ha, this is too amazing, too amazing. Emperor City Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan activated it again and again. Wherever he went, Celestial Court's Immortal Goo Houses were all forced to retreat. Great Thief Ghost Hand could steal Goo Worms. Fang Yuan's killer move could even steal rank 8 Immortal Goo, even if the Immortal Goo were hidden in the Goo Immortal's Grotto Heaven. The essence of an Immortal Goo House was the combination of many Goo Worms, forming a fixed form. It could be seen as the fusion of many Immortal Killer Moves, or a mobile Immortal Formation. Be it Immortal Killer Moves, Immortal Goo Houses, or Immortal Formations, they were all methods of using Goo Worms. Although they looked different, their essence was the same. Great Thief Ghost Hand could even steal Goo Worms hidden in the Immortal Aperture. Not to mention Immortal Goo Houses, which were mobile Immortal Formations that exposed their Goo Worms. Undeniably, Great Thief Ghost Hand countered Immortal Goo Houses. Fang Yuan relied on Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal many Goo Worms. He had attacked Immortal Goo Houses before, but that was Great Space Temple. It had methods to deal with Great Thief Ghost Hand. In fact, most Immortal Goo Houses did not have the ability to resist Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand. Celestial Court's meticulously arranged Immortal Goo House defense line was shaken up because of Fang Yuan. The situation was in chaos. Scoundrel Fang Yuan, hand over your life. At the crucial moment, Li Huang shouted and charged at Fang Yuan while wearing Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Celestial Court's Immortal Goo Houses could not deal with Fang Yuan, but Goo Immortals could. Great Thief Ghost Hand was far more difficult to steal Goo Worms from Immortal Apertures than Immortal Goo Houses. Especially when Li Huang had Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, he could defend against Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan saw that Li Huang was chasing him. He advanced instead of retreating. Li Huang, you are finally willing to come out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. At the next moment, Fang Yuan turned into the immemorial year monkey as he spat. Immediately, spring scissors flew out, piercing through the air as it shot towards Li Huang. Next, Fang Yuan quickly breathed in deeply. Year Monkey's two hands grasped in the air as a huge fan with a long handle appeared out of nowhere. It was a mortal killer move, Summer Fan. Cut. What? Under Li Huang's shocked gaze, his flame cloak was cut, its defense was greatly damaged. Fan, whoosh, winds blew as the sky changed color. Li Huang was hit, he was sent flying far away. How could his strength grow so rapidly? Li Huang looked at the tiny flame left on his Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. He had an unsightly expression. One had to know that he had activated the Verdant Sun Flame Cloak when he sensed that something was amiss when he was being attacked. Li Huang, don't tell me this is your full strength. Fang Yuan shouted, his body moved rapidly as he chased after Li Huang. As Li Huang retreated, he activated the Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. The spring scissors were still flying around him, cutting off the flames from the flaming clothes on his back. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light, the aura of an immortal killer move flashed past. Damn it! Li Huang felt a sense of danger, he quickly changed directions. Fang Yuan's Time Path killer move did not hit Li Huang. Li Huang had rich battle experience. Lord Li Huang, we will lend you a hand. At this time, Wind-Sweeping Building came to help. Its entire body was shrouded in a thick wall of wind, which had a certain resistance against the Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan snickered in disdain, get lost. Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan. Winds blew in all directions, Wind-Sweeping Building's momentum was halted. There was no helping it, Summer Fan's wind was only a facade, the true essence was the power of Time Path. Wind-Sweeping Building was a Wind Path Immortal Goo House, it was not specialized in dealing with Time Path killer moves. Li Huang could only continue to escape. Fang Yuan's strength had increased tremendously, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. Inside Emperor City, the Goo Masters were still in the final round of the competition. The Goo Immortals defending Emperor City had already isolated the outside world, allowing these Goo Masters to focus on refining Goo. To think that even Lord Li Huang is not Fang Yuan's match. This demon is too powerful, he obtained many venerable inheritances, his demonic might is truly terrifying. But don't worry, even though our Emperor City is a mortal Goo house, it contains human path methods. At the crucial moment, immortal moves can be activated to protect us. The Gu immortals consoled each other, raising their morale. Emperor City was the #1 city of humanity. It was built using a vast number of mortal Gu. Even though the city had been relocated more than 10 times, it was no longer in its original location. But it had a very long history. It could be traced back to the era of humanity's rise. It was primordial origin immortal venerables that created the first Emperor City. Fang Yuan, don't be arrogant, I will fight you. Rank 8 Gu immortal Qingyi saw that the situation was bad, he had to step down. Li Huang saw the opportunity and advanced instead of retreating, fighting alongside Qingyi. Fang Yuan shouted and activated killer moves repeatedly while disregarding his immortal essence consumption, and he charged towards Emperor City brazenly. Li Huang and Qingyi stood in front of Fang Yuan and were pushed back by Fang Yuan's explosive attacks. This scene made the Western Desert Gu immortals dumbfounded. Fang Yuan is so fierce. No wonder he could challenge the Celestial Court for so many years, and the Celestial Court couldn't do anything to him. Let's go around him and try not to provoke him. Exactly, the main objective is to destroy Imperial Emperor City. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Farewell friend wind. It is actually farewell friend wind. Seeing that Wu Yong used this move to deal with Chen Yi, the central continent Gu immortals guarding the immortal formation were all shocked and fearful. This farewell friend wind had a huge origin. It was created by a strange genius in the past. This strange genius was called Taoist Blackheart. He cultivated wind path, but in his later years, he studied and made great progress. After he went into closed cultivation for nearly 10 years, farewell friend wind was created. This was a wind path method, but it contained the profundities of human path. Its power was extraordinary. Ever since Taoist Blackheart obtained this method, he made friends everywhere, often sacrificing himself for others. Initially, the 5 regions Gu immortals did not know the reason. Facing Taoist Blackheart's precious gifts, they all called him brother. Some did not want to befriend Taoist Blackheart, but did not want to offend him. They pretended to be polite on the surface. They fell into Taoist Blackheart's trap. Any killer move would require a sensing process. Like Fang Yuan's lead soul into Dream Killer move, it first needed to sense the enemy's soul. If it could not be sensed, this killer move could not be used. Even if many Gu immortals could not unravel immortal killer moves, they would try to defend against it by sensing it. Farewell friend wind's sensing was rather special. It could only sense friends and attack friends. The friends here, regardless of whether they were true confidants, scoundrels, or even superficial friends with ulterior motives, were all within the range of his senses. Taoist Blackheart used this move to become famous in the 5 regions. For a while, almost no one dared to offend him. Later on, as more and more people suffered from it, Wisdom Path Gu immortals worked together to deduce the profundity of farewell friend wind. Many Gu immortals knew the secret of farewell friend wind's sensing ability. They cursed at Taoist Blackheart's shamelessness. Countless Gu immortals who had befriended Taoist Blackheart felt a chill in their hearts. They felt uneasy. In this world, there was no unsolvable killer move. Soon, another flaw of farewell friend wind was discovered by the Gu immortals. That was, to activate farewell friend wind, it had to hit a certain part of the Gu immortal's body. Even though farewell friend wind was strong, with these 2 flaws, it could be easily dealt with. Taoist Blackheart was in the limelight. After reaching the peak of his life, he suddenly became a loner. Everyone's expression changed when they talked about him. They avoided him. In his later years, he was alone. His ending was tragic. Wu Yong grasped farewell friend wind. It shocked all the immortals present. But no matter what, Wu Yong succeeded in activating this move. Chen Yi was already hit. He was going to die. Everyone was aware of this. Bai Tsang Shui screamed as she charged at Wu Yong. Wu Yong's body flickered, vanishing on the spot. Bai Tsang Shui snatched Chen Yi, but even though Chen Yi was no longer floating, he could not move. His eyebrows and skin were dispersing with the wind. Wu Yong reappeared in front of the Southern Border Immortals. This time, the Southern Alliance Immortals looked at him with even more complex gazes than before. There was even more wariness and respect in their eyes. Wu Yong has farewell friend wind. It is like Fang Yuan has reverse flow protection seal. This is a great killer move. Once it is used, it can greatly influence the battle. When did Wu Yong become friends with Chen Yi? How is that difficult? When doing business in jewel yellow skies, don't they all call each other friends? Compared to this, I am more wary of Wu Yong's scheming. Wu Yong was still standing in front of the Southern Alliance immortals. He looked at Chen Yi from afar as he praised, as expected of a Gu immortal of Celestial Court, the former first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has outstanding defense, even after being hit by my farewell friend Wind, he dissipated so slowly. This is the first time I have seen something like this. Even though he said this, he was actually praising his opponent. It was the best way to show off his own battle strength. The Southern Alliance Gu immortals quickly agreed. That's right, there has never been anyone who survived after being hit by farewell friend Wind. Chen Yi is dead meat. With Lord Wu Yong here, the Gu immortals of Celestial Court are just useless. Celestial Court battlefield. Inside the Gu refinement formation, the two big battle groups were fighting fiercely. Spear. Che Wei, rank 8 of Celestial Court, shouted. Immediately, a huge black iron spear that resembled an ancient tree shot out, piercing towards 5 Elements Grandmaster. Arrow. Che Wei shouted again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless sharp arrows appeared out of nowhere. They rained down like a torrential rain, enveloping 5 Elements Grandmaster. But 5 Elements Grandmaster did not fall, even though he was being attacked. He still had the leisure to say, "Amazing, Che Wei, you seem to be creating a new path. These killer moves are all very creative. But it is useless, you cannot break my 5 Elements Ring's protection." Saber. Che Wei ignored 5 Elements Grandmaster. He held his saber and charged towards 5 Elements Grandmaster, continuing to fight. At the same time, in another battle, Bull Demon was attacking, while Celestial Court's Gu immortal Tsong Yen was defending. Bull Demon's attacks were ferocious, each of his movements created layers of phantoms. Most importantly, these phantoms often went berserk and cooperated with Bull Demon. They could often unleash unexpected powerful attacks. Every time Tsong Yen was punched, his body would shake. He specialized in roll path. His skin was like a tattoo, with many blue lines coiling around it. These lines were thick and thin, they crisscrossed each other like a net, firmly protecting Tsong Yen. It seems that they will not be able to get here in a short while. Yuan Xiongdu was still refining Gu, his tense heart relaxed slightly. These two from Longevity Heaven have chosen to fight in close combat. They are also restraining the power of their killer moves. They are afraid of disrupting the refinement path battle and causing my efforts to go to waste. It seems that they want to snatch Fate Gu. They also have a certain standard for Fate Gu's recovery state. Yuan Xiongdu was recruited by Celestial Court. He was naturally shrewd. He immediately analyzed some information about Longevity Heaven. Calm down, I must calm down. If I do not calm down and make a mistake, even if I have success Dao marks, it will be useless. Persevere. The Gu immortals in the immortal graveyard have already awakened. Our battle strength will continue to grow, to the point where Longevity Heaven feels despair. Yuan Xiongdu was thinking this when he heard Bing Sichuan's cold laughter. Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because a Demon Venerable's killer move was attached to it. As he said this, Calamity Luck Altar was already being attacked by the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. But soon, Calamity Luck Altar shined with a golden halo. Next, the entire battlefield was filled with the sound of waves. A majestic illusion of the River of Time appeared above Calamity Luck Altar. Next, the immortal killer move activated. Figures walked out of the River of Time one after another. The tall figure at the front saw Calamity Luck Altar being pressed to the ground by a giant bear and immediately roared, "Such big bear guts, eat this old man's explosive thunder." There was a loud rumble. The giant bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into was forced back by 5 to 6 steps. His face was badly injured. It was covered in blood. "Who are you? Report your name." A Celestial Court Gu immortal charged at the tall figure. The tall figure laughed wildly. "You don't even recognize me, new Air Bao Xiong? Then let me show you my explosive lightning killer move. I will blast you to pieces and you will remember my name." Boom boom boom, violent forces exploded one after another. The Heavenly Court Gu immortals that charged forward were like kites with broken strings. They flew backwards. Before they landed, they were already unconscious. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. To think that I could use this move to come to the future and participate in this battle, I am truly fortunate. The second Northern Plains Gu immortal who walked out of the phantom river of time said with a smile. He pointed at Calamity Luck Altar. The time path killer move that Calamity Luck Altar suffered was dispelled, it regained its usual speed. You actually broke my killer move. Who are you? Gulu Ru, who used this move, had a dark expression. The Northern Plains Gu immortal smiled as he looked at Gulu Ru. What a coincidence, we both cultivate time path, let's have a contest. As for my name, it is very ordinary, you can call me Hey Fan. Next, the third person followed Hey Fan and walked out of the phantom river of time. Wow. This is a huge battle, oh heavens, I need to hide. The third Northern Plains Gu immortal had a white face, he had a crafty expression. After saying that, he disappeared. One after another, Northern Plains Gu immortals walked out and joined the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook intensely, New Air Bao Xiong, Hey Fan, and the vanished Lulu Lu, they are all rank 8 experts of Northern Plains Huangjin tribes in history. What killer move is this? It can actually drag these people from the past to the present in the river of time. This immortal killer move was too unimaginable, Fairy Myrtle felt like she was dreaming. Fairy Myrtle had doubts, but Duke Long did not. Seeing this familiar scene, Duke Long's expression froze, a scene that was deeply etched in his memory surfaced in his mind again. As the dust settled, Red Lotus was heavily injured and coughing out blood, while Duke Long stood unmoving. Red Lotus, are you still not going to attack? Even though you have future self, you only have rank 8 cultivation level after rebirth. Future self is only rank 8, you are still lacking if you want to recover your immortal venerable strength. Duke Long's expression was cold as ice, the anger in his eyes burned like fire, burning Red Lotus's heart. That's right. My future self-killer move still has some flaws, but even if it did not have any flaws, how could I attack you, Master? Red Lotus smiled bitterly. So, since the start of the battle, you have been avoiding me and not attacking me? Duke Long snickered, Red Lotus, if you really respect me, stop messing around. Accept fate's arrangements and become a Gu Venerable again, I can let bygones be bygones. Master, I understand your intentions, but you do not understand mine. Red Lotus sighed. Duke Long became even more furious, since you do not want to attack me, but want to fulfill your wishes, are you forcing me to kill you? Of course not. Red Lotus shook his head, a smile appeared on his flawless face, Master, I have endured for so long, the killer move is finally ready, please give me some comments. Saying so, the phantom of the river of time appeared behind him, Gu Immortal stepped on the waves and walked out. Duke Long was moved, what killer move is this? I created a killer move with 2 moves, it is called Call of the Ancient, Help from the Future. This move can summon Gu Immortals who are close to the Gu Immortal themselves from the river of time to fight. What I am using now is only the latter move, it is called Help from the Future. Red Lotus smiled. Duke Long's expression was grim, his body was shaking from anger, this move is heaven-defying, you are actually using the river of time to interfere with the normal flow of history, you have a deep demonic nature. What about your previous move? Show me all of them. No, Master. The previous move, Call of the Ancient, will appear in front of you at some point in the future. Red Lotus smiled. P.S. The book giveaway event is nearing its end, it will be a book giveaway raffle. Please wait patiently for the Alliance leader who contacted me earlier. When the event ends, books will be given out via courier. Because Prestige has a raffle function, books will be given out later on, please follow Prestige's official account author, Venerable Gu. The raffle will be held on July 7th, 14th, 21st, and 28th. Those who win the raffle, please contact the author and ask for the courier's address, phone number, and postal code. Celestial Court Battlefield. Figures were either flying in the air or fighting on the ground. Rumbling explosions reverberated continuously. Sparks flew in all directions, and intense light flashed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts fought with Celestial Court's members, Wanwadi. Boom, suddenly, with a loud sound, the right shoulder of the black bear that was as large as a mountain exploded, large chunks of flesh and blood flew away, the shoulder bone was also shattered. The black bear's expression froze in pain, it closed its eyes and fainted on the spot. Rumble, next, its mountain-like body slowly fell down, with a loud sound, a huge crater was created on the ground. In the sky above its head, a Northern Plains Goo immortal laughed loudly. My, new Air Bao Xiong's killer move, dim lightning, is not so easy to receive. Don't rely on your transformation path's thick defense. I have already killed countless transformation path Goo immortals, ha ha ha. He cultivated lightning path. He was a berserk killing god that had once dominated Northern Plains Goo immortal world. Without leaving Heaven of Longevity Heaven, when he was the first supreme elder of New Air Tribe was the #1 force in Northern Plains without a doubt. But New Air Bao Xiong had just finished laughing when a clear and pleasant female voice resounded, shameless boasting, I also cultivate transformation path, come and kill me. Which idiot? New Air Bao Xiong had just turned his head and started speaking when he saw a red light flashing in front of him. Before he could react, he heard an explosion. Flames shot in all directions, and smoke and dust billowed. He fell from the sky, his whole body still burning with raging flames. Now, save Zhang Fei Xiong. Gulu Ru, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shouted as he pointed. Immediately, the black bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into shone with a bright light, temporarily protecting his life. Humph, I like killing people, not saving people. A phantom tore through the sky, diving down and quickly approaching Zhang Fei Xiong. This person was Wan Zihong. She had a seductive appearance, she cultivated wood path and was originally a demonic path Goo immortal, she had a murderous nature and was recruited by Celestial Court. This Zhang Fei Xiong has some skill, even though he fainted, his transformation has not faded. Wan Zihong's eyes flashed with caution, she did not slow down, she directly charged into Zhang Fei Xiong's right shoulder. The moment she collided, Wan Zihong suddenly scattered, turning into pink flower petals that landed on the bloody wound. The petals exuded a strong fragrance, and then flowers began to grow on the wound. The flower petals fell again, landing on the surrounding flesh, more flowers started to grow, forming a sea of flowers. Zhang Feixiong's damaged flesh and blood grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Humph. In the sky, New Air Bao Xiong's face was gloomy. His lightning path killer move was extremely powerful, but Heavenly Court's Goo immortal's methods were not weak either. It was like Wan Zihong would path Dao. Marks that did not conflict with Fei Xiong transformation path Dao marks on of Goo path. It was as if Wan Zihong's would path Dao marks did not conflict with Zhang Fei Xiong's transformation path Dao marks. New Air Bao Xiong only took a quick glance before his opponent found a flaw. A red light flashed, New Air Bao Xiong was hit by a killer move again, his whole body was burning with flames. Seeing this, New Air Bao Xiong completely gave up on chasing Zhang Fei Xiong, he extinguished the flames and focused on the enemy. Who are you? Do Celestial Court Goo immortals hide their faces and hide? The red light in the sky had a crisp laughter, the red light itself was still moving left and right, it did not stop for a moment, New Air Bao Xiong could only look left and right, he could not attack. It should be Senior Zhu Air. She cultivates fire path and transformation path, her battle style is similar to New Air Bao Xiong's. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle showed joy on her face. As time passed, more and more Goo immortals woke up in the immortal graveyard, Zhu Air was one of them. But Longevity Heaven's time path killer move is too strong, it is also summoning more people. Fairy Myrtle looked towards Calamity Luck Altar's direction, looking at the phantom river of time in the sky, her heart shook. This is likely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move, Lord Duke Long might know something about it. Fairy Myrtle had been looking for a chance to enter the battlefield and save Duke Long. But Duke Long's location was not good, he was near Calamity Luck Altar, under the phantom river of time, there were Northern Plains Goo immortals moving around at all times. If Fairy Myrtle wanted to go in and save him, the risk would be huge, she also had a heavy responsibility. Earlier, the two venerables appeared in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Lord Duke Long was hit by a rank 9 killer move, even though he was restrained, his life is still safe. I still have a heavy responsibility, firstly, I need to transfer Immortal Goo to the Goo immortals who wake up in time, and secondly, I need to protect Old Man Jing Yuan, he is one of the crucial figures in this battle. Fairy Myrtle squinted her eyes, staying at the back and not moving. Before Duke Long attacked, he had instructed her to stay at the back and take charge of the situation. Clang, a golden light suddenly flashed in front of Fairy Myrtle, the golden light faded and a Northern Plains Goo immortal's figure appeared. He had dark skin and sharp eyes, emitting a sharp aura. He was an expert of Yilui tribe, Yilui Ko. He cultivated metal path. He was one of the strongest experts in history who walked out of the phantom river of time. Yilui Ko had stood out when he was young. He had a fierce nature and extremely sharp insight. He could often see the most crucial point of a battle. During the imperial court contest, he often charged alone against an enemy formation of 10,000 people, killing them in front of everyone's eyes. He was unstoppable. After becoming a Gu immortal, he plundered everywhere, attacking the weaknesses of his enemies. As a righteous path Gu immortal, he had a terrible reputation of being a demonic path Gu immortal. But this reputation changed after he cultivated to rank 8. Back then, everyone in Northern Plains Gu immortal world feared him. The condemnation and curses towards him turned into flattery on the surface, while slandering him behind his back. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped, facing Yilui Ko's gaze. She felt like a rabbit running on the plains, being targeted by a falcon in the sky. She quickly retreated, her figure vanishing among the palaces. This damn Chi wall. Yilui Ko had an unhappy expression. He had a keen sense towards any battle. He could see through the enemy's weakness and strike at the most crucial point. This was an innate talent. But his attacks were blocked by the Chi Wall killer move that primordial origin immortal venerable left in Celestial Court. This Chi Wall killer move could distinguish between friend and foe. It did not pose much obstruction to Celestial Court's members. But to Longevity Heaven's side, it was like a heavenly chasm. Northern Plains Gu immortals could only move around the route that Limitless Demon Venerable created back then, and fight against Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Precisely so, the intense battles between rank 8 Gu immortals were restricted to a fixed area. Celestial Court had many important areas, like Demon Judgment Board or the Immortal Graveyard. These places were heavily protected by the Chi Wall. Northern Plains Gu immortals could not touch them. But on the battlefield, Northern Plains Gu immortals had the clear upper hand. Celestial Court's Gu immortals often needed to rely on the Chi Wall to advance and retreat at times to maintain the battle. Our Gu immortals have just woken up from their slumber. They do not have a complete set of Gu worms. The mortal Gu are fine, but the immortal Gu are very incomplete. They cannot display their full strength. Fairy Myrtle was very worried. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were sleeping in the Immortal Graveyard. All their immortal Gu were given to Celestial Court. On one hand, they needed to make full use of their resources. On the other hand, they needed Celestial Court to feed their immortal Gu. Most of these immortal Gu were used to construct immortal Gu houses. They were used to create the luxurious buildings and palaces of Celestial Court. A portion was also given to people in the lower sects to use, like Fate Armor immortal Gu given to Fengjoga. There were very few immortal Gu that were left and used in the treasury. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were elites and experts among rank 8s, but because they lacked immortal Gu, they could not display their full strength. Even with abundant immortal essence, they could not change the situation. In contrast, on Northern Plains' side, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient Killer move was truly amazing. It immediately countered the vast foundation that Celestial Court had accumulated over countless years. Duke Long's heart was filled with pain and anger. At this crucial moment, he could not move. He could only watch the intense battle unfold in front of him. This Call of the Ancient should be similar to Call of the Future. It does not truly summon the Gu immortal from the future or the past to the present. It is similar to the profundity of future self. It only summons the state of a certain person in the river of time. Precisely so, these Northern Plains Gu immortals are all in their peak condition. They have immortal essence and immortal Gu. Unraveling this move should be similar to how I unraveled Call of the Future back then. It is to shake the person using the killer move. In front of me, I just need to cripple Calamity Luck Altar, and when the damage reaches a certain level, I can interrupt Call of the Ancient. Duke Long gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. His deduction was not wrong. But unfortunately, he could not control himself. He was restricted by the rank 9 killer move. He could not use methods to communicate with others. Wow, what a beautiful scene. Another person walked out of the river of time. He had a jade-like face. He was elegant and suave. The intense battle of life and death in front of him made him feel intoxicated. He breathed in deeply, opening his arms as he said, "It seems that this is the stage for me, Dong Fengyu. A Northern Plains barbarian will be a Northern Plains barbarian. Stop acting suave, come and fight." A celestial court goo immortal who had just obtained an immortal goo saw Dong Fengyu and was very unhappy. He charged over. He had the appearance of a boy, his hair was black and shiny, there was a small tip, together with his round face, his head shape was like a peach, it was very comical. But his surging aura made Dong Fengyu's expression change, she quickly dodged. The boy's killer move did not hit. Seeing Dong Fengyu's pathetic state, he chuckled, "Now do you know how powerful I, whirling boy, am?" Dong Fengyu was furious, "My playfulness is my nature, you old monster is the one pretending, you are about to die, you are still acting so young." Whirling boy's smile disappeared as he pounced at Dong Fengyu again. Dong Fengyu had only been caught off guard earlier, she was already prepared now, she attacked instead of retreating. Boom, the two of them exchanged blows and clashed fiercely. A huge chi wave assaulted another Northern Plains goo immortal who walked out of the river of time. What a strong wind, it almost blinded my eyes. This Northern Plains goo immortal had the appearance of an old farmer, his pants were rolled up, his limbs were muddy, his back was hunched and his face was wrinkled, he had a cigarette in his mouth. Sigh, sigh. The old farmer had no killing intent, he sighed, "I am Nian heir, Nian goo immortal goo. Indeed. Nian goo immortal Nian Nong was not the strongest rank in goo immortal goo. But he was the one who had the deepest influence and brought the greatest benefits to the 22nd tribe. Goo Nian goo immortal Nian, God goo immortal goo God goo immortal Tian immortal goo mo goo, Li to immortal goo, he goo dong. Goo Nian immortal Nian, of goo Nian to be, and Nian of goo ye of goo of immortal to, of. Sir, Nian, goo of Nian of goo Nian? The heavenly court goo immortal smiled, "I cultivate wood path and am skilled in nurturing resources." I see. The 22nd farmer smiled. The atmosphere between the two seemed to be harmonious as they talked and laughed, but in fact, they had already made their moves and were fighting each other fiercely. They were even more ruthless than the people around them. New heir Bao Xiong's face was solemn. He kept pushing his palms, causing countless thunderstorms. The Scarlet Rainbow's aura suddenly surged, it was Xianxia using her killer move, it immediately split into eight Scarlet Rainbows flew towards New heir Bao Xiong from 8 directions. New heir Bao Xiong snorted coldly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a layer of electric net flashed around him and formed a sphere to protect him. Bang bang bang, 7 Scarlet Rainbows smashed into the lightning net barrier, causing an intense explosion, and the remaining one was Xianxia's true body. It's my turn. New heir Bao Xiong stretched out his hand and pulled out his beard. Go. Strand after strand of beard shot out explosively like a torrential downpour, transforming into lightning spears in midair, forming a dense net of firepower that enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia gave a delicate shout, the Scarlet Rainbow stopped and revealed her true form, a colorful aurora rose around her as the temperature of the air rose. Seeing that the two were about to exchange killer moves, the nearby goo immortals tacitly distanced themselves. On the ground, Wan Zihong raised her head with an envious expression, cursing in her heart, "Damn it, I lack offensive immortal goo the most, I have no offensive methods at all. To think that I would actually become a healing goo immortal one day, Wan Zihong felt a sense of danger, her pupils shrunk as her body flickered, turning into countless flower petals and vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, with a clang, golden light flashed. Yelu Ko appeared on the ground and snorted, thinking, the celestial quartz goo immortals are truly amazing, I actually failed twice in a row. But unless you fly behind the chi wall, you cannot escape. Saying so, he stretched out his index finger and pointed towards a direction where there was no one. A golden ball condensed at the tip of his finger, it exploded and a grand pure golden pillar shot out, causing the air to explode at an astonishing speed. He actually discovered my true body. Wan Zihong wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The pure golden pillar was already behind her, she had no choice but to turn around and face it, clenching her teeth as she defended with all her strength. Yelu Ko laughed sinisterly, this move was not so easy to receive. But at the next moment, his smile froze. The pure golden pillar shrunk and was completely thrown into the mouth of a goo immortal. The goo immortal swallowed Yelu Ko's powerful killer move, patting his belly as if he had not had enough, to think that I would have the chance to have a full meal right after waking up. This celestial quartz goo immortal was very fat, his skin was white, and when he smiled, he looked very satisfied. "Who are you?" Yelu Ko's gaze was cold. "Xianxia." The white fatty laughed, "I won't let you kill our healing goo immortal so easily." Yelu Ko did not speak, his aura rose steadily, evidently he was preparing another powerful killer move. Wan Zihong snorted angrily, "I don't want to do anything like healing. If I have all of my immortal goo, I can take on 5 at once." On the other side, several goo immortals gathered together under Fairy Myrtle's guidance as they charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Duke Long, who was lying on the ground and unable to move, saw this and was overjoyed. Good, it seems that Fairy Myrtle did not drop the ball at the crucial moment. She must have deduced the weakness of Call of the Ancient, so she mobilized her troops to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan had been leading Northern Plains side. Seeing that the celestial quartz goo immortals were charging over, he snorted coldly, "Even though this Call of the Ancient killer move is strong, it can only be used once. If celestial court interrupts it now, it will not be able to continue. But I have already left some troops behind to defend against your attack." There were also several Northern Plains goo immortals hiding inside Calamity Luck Altar. They flew out and blocked the celestial quartz goo immortals. Far away, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Bing Sichuan is not a wisdom path goo immortal. This way, the situation is slightly stabilized. Fairy Myrtle used the most appropriate tactic. Even though Celestial Quartz side was at a disadvantage, Fairy Myrtle dared to gather her troops and attack Calamity Luck Altar. This way, in order to be safe, Northern Plains side could only gather more people to defend. The weaker Celestial Court was attacking while the stronger Northern Plains was defending. Everyone knew that the attacking side had the initiative. Thus, the Celestial Court's members had more time to breathe. Once they were injured or lost, they would retreat behind the Qi wall to recuperate. When Northern Plains side focused on protecting Calamity Luck Altar, the Celestial Quartz goo immortals felt the pressure on them lessening. They could easily retreat to the Qi wall to recuperate. Boom! 2 time path killer moves collided. Hei Fan and Gu Lu Ru coughed out blood as they flew backwards. Gu Lu Ru was about to retreat to the Qi wall when a figure appeared. Die! The figure flashed and vanished. Gu Lu Ru was only a few steps away from the Qi wall, but he fell to the ground with a look of disbelief. He had lost his life. The one who succeeded was Lu tribe's expert, Lu. This person had a crafty and cunning nature. He was called the shame of Northern Plains when he was alive, because he never fought openly. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. He always sneaked attacks and stole. His enemies often suffered heavy losses, but could not even catch a hair of Lu. He was extremely angry. Gu Lu Ru's death shook the goo immortals of both sides. Since the invasion of Longevity Heaven, this was the first casualty of Celestial Quartz side. Gu Lu Ru did not have all his goo worms, and more importantly, as more goo immortals joined the battle, the intensity of the battle increased. It had already reached a certain limit. It was like a signal. Soon, the second and third victims appeared one after another. Yelu Ko finally succeeded and killed Wan Zihong, but he was also heavily injured by Zhao Shanhe. On Northern Plains side, Hei Fan died. He fought too fiercely with Gu Lu Ru, and most importantly, he did not have a good defensive killer move. He was unfortunately attacked by several Celestial Court goo immortals. All in all, Celestial Court naturally lost more goo immortals. Damn it! These goo immortals are the foundation of our Celestial Court. They actually died just like that. It was not worth it. Fairy Myrtle felt it was not worth it, because the other party's casualties were only a part of the killer move. When the killer move was activated again, these dead Northern Plains goo immortals could reappear and fight again. These Northern Plains goo immortals were not their true bodies. But even though Celestial Quartz goo immortals did not have much lifespan left, their lives were real. This rank 9 time path killer move should be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's handiwork. Damn it, he is too ruthless. He is completely targeting our Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was furious but also helpless. Bing Sichuan's expression was similarly unsightly. Because as time passed, he found that the battle strength of these Northern Plains experts that he summoned was declining, and the decline was very obvious. Soon, Fairy Myrtle also noticed this. End of chapter 1681. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.